This kid wasn't scared to throw down with some bullies to protect his big sis, but even with his tough attitude, his small frame took a brutal beating. The girl cried out, "Uncle, please stop. If you just eat this pig feed, I'll make them quit." Her hands shook helplessly. Man, it was painful to watch. He kept trash-talking them, calling those fatherless street kids nothing but pig food. Little Chi sobbed, "I have a dad. I'm not some orphan." The musclehead dude shoved her away hard. Little Dee tried to rush in to save her sister, but got knocked out cold with one hit. The guy named Mark, the senior thug, barked orders to finish them off quickly. These two orphans were useless anyway. The rain poured down as little Chi lay on the freezing ground, barely breathing, whispering, "Dad." Meanwhile, at Tian Li Hall, Boss Levi was breaking through to the immortal realm. Intense cosmic energy swirled wildly around him. Everyone below was hyped, betting the boss was about to make history soon. Tian Li Hall would rule the world. But then, Tim sensed something off, some interference messing with Levi. Suddenly, a thunderous boom shook the earth. Levi's breakthrough blew up in his face. Clutching his chest and coughing up blood, he gasped, "My child is calling me." Ignoring his wound, he vanished in a flash, leaving his shocked crew behind. Meanwhile, the thugs carried the two kids toward a cliffside, plotting to toss them down no matter if they lived or died as long as they got paid. A sudden voice stopped them dead in their tracks. Levi showed up, radiating a terrifying killer vibe that made everyone freeze. In a heartbeat, he had them pinned down like helpless chickens. He gently scooped the kids into his arms. Little Chi clung to the last bit of awareness, "Dad," before passing out. Levi's fury exploded, blue spiritual energy thickened around him, bursting out to cover the whole cliff face. Despite his shredded meridians, he pushed himself to teleport, wounding himself worse. He spat blood, face pale as death, cold sweat pouring like rain. The crew finally caught up, panicked as they hurried to his side. "Boss." They each grabbed a kid, stunned as Tim whispered, "Could these be the young Miss and Master?" Levi nodded quietly. While holding the boy, Tim spotted something weird and reported, "Boss, the Master seems off." Levi called out to Lee Tim, who immediately understood. Lee Tim touched his right eye. A brilliant golden light flashed. Chanting softly, his golden pupil glowed, bathing Little Dee in radiant light. "Boss," Lee Tim reported, "the Master's got insane talent, but his bones and tendons are seriously damaged, like someone ripped out his celestial marrow and soul essence." That made Levi's rage completely ignite. His face darkened as he commanded, "Find out exactly who dared to mess with my kid." Lee Tim bowed. "On it, boss." Looking at the sleeping children, Tim thought, "This is the first time I've seen Levi this pissed." At dawn in a fancy mansion, Tim updated everyone. "Boss, besides the Master's celestial marrow injury, both kids are stable, just need rest." Levi silently stared at his two sleeping children, then sat on the bed's edge. Right then, Lee Tim stepped in with the investigation results. "Boss, it's all clear. These kids are named Ryan and Snow. The mastermind's Trace, the fourth son of Cloud Mountain. He's holding the kids hostage to force their mom, Yvonne Han, a former saintess of the Heartwood Sect, to become his bride." The words painted a vivid picture of a pretty blue-haired girl in Levi's mind. Lee Tim cut through Levi's thoughts. "Also, today's Trace's forced wedding day. The entourage is on the move and won't wait." Levi jumped up, ordering, "Tim, stay and watch the kids. I'm going solo." Tim nervously warned, "Boss, we know what they're up to." Levi waved him off. "I got this. Y'all start prepping the next phase." Suddenly, a tiny hand grabbed his shirt. Ryan opened her eyes, pleading, "Dad, please, you gotta save Mom. She doesn't want to marry that jerk." Levi gently rubbed her head and promised, "Rest up. When you wake, our family will be back together." Saying that, he strode out. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, the wedding procession stopped outside Yvonne Han's small hut. Trace, decked out in blazing red wedding robes, fumed as the door stayed shut. "Damn it. I'm the groom, they won't even open the gate." His right-hand man, William, hurried over to ease things down. Trace gritted his teeth and snapped, "Hurry up." Meanwhile, the bride's dress lay ready on the bed. Yvonne sat silently, her face full of sorrow. William quietly opened the door and whispered, "Sis, you're ignoring the greeting. Where are Ryan and Snow?" Hearing the kids' names, Trace pretended to be heartbroken and warned, "Sis, those Cloud Mountain guys are ruthless. If you don't cooperate, you'll regret it big time." Totally worthy of being a top-tier actor. Then he stood up, raising his voice like he was giving advice. "Hey, Yvonne, ditch the kids and run away with me. I've reached that next level in my powers, and I'll get you into a new faction. We'll start fresh, living on the dark side." She looked him dead in the eye. "Mike, please keep some respect. Those two kids I've been pregnant with for over 4 years, they're priceless to me. Their safety matters more than anything else." Her words sent chills down his spine. Being pregnant for over 4 years before giving birth, they weren't ordinary kids, they were definitely some kind of monsters. Yvonne, don't sink yourself deeper into this mess. She suddenly stood up, cutting him off. Enough. Her voice firm, she said, tell Jason one thing. As long as my kid stays safe and sound, I'll follow him, no matter what. At the wedding procession, Yvonne sat in the bridal palanquin, thinking to herself she had to pick the perfect moment to control Jason, force him to hand over the kids, little Chloe and Dylan. She gripped the knife hidden in her hand tight, determined. Even if it means burning everything down, I'll keep those kids safe. Meanwhile, Jason was still furious, muttering, that annoying woman made me waste so much effort. If it weren't for that stunning face of hers, I'd have taken her by force ages ago. He crudely talked about using the kids to blackmail Yvonne, even planning to give them away once he got bored, or toss them into the wild mountain estate for beasts to tear apart. His lackeys cheered on that cruel idea. The wedding procession hit a mountain pass and got stopped. Someone was waiting there. When Jason stayed silent, one thug charged forward and threw a punch. In a flash, Leo caught the fist with one hand. He squeezed so hard the attacker's hand started bleeding, bones in his fingers crushed. The guy stared at his mangled, bloody arm, screaming in pain. Ah, my hand. Leo finally spoke coldly. I'm here to settle the score with you guys. Hearing that familiar voice, Yvonne, sitting inside the palanquin, jolted in shock. Outside, chaos erupted with shouting. She lifted the curtain to peek out, revealing a battlefield strewn with bodies. Leo stood tall amid the carnage. Catching her gaze, Leo turned around, and Yvonne called out in surprise. Leo. He softly said the name she hadn't heard in ages. She rushed over, face a mix of anger and pain. She raised her hand, like she was about to slap him, but stopped just before contact, instead lightly brushing his cheek. Even though she was full of hurt, she couldn't bring herself to hurt him. She stepped back, struggling. Why did you come back? Don't forget, I was the one who cut ties and sent you away years ago. But Leo didn't answer her blame. He got straight to the point. The kids are fine. They're in the back room of the inn in town, under Hank's care. Yvonne bowed her head, silent, then turned and sprinted off. After a bit, she paused and called back. What about you? He said. I've got some business to finish. She warned. Be careful. Then she dashed off like a gust, racing toward her kids. As Yvonne left, Leo focused on dealing with Jason. He calmly stepped up to the young master lying on the ground, grabbed his collar, eyes icy enough to freeze him with fear. Leo coldly demanded, tell me, who took away Lila's soul core? But Jason snarled, who the hell are you? You dare sneak attack the Qingyun Sect's convoy, looking for a death wish. His words lit a fire under Leo, who darkened instantly and struck out fast, attacking Jason. A terrifying scream rang out. Jason gritted his teeth, cursing, you bastard, I swear I'll tear you apart. His arrogance only fueled Leo's rage, and murder glinted in his eyes. Without hesitation, Leo severed Jason's arm in one swift chop. Jason howled in agony, begging, stop, please stop, Leo said. I'm talking about Lila's soul core, Yvonne's son. If I'm not mistaken, it was probably taken by my seventh disciple, Derek. 3 years ago, Derek suddenly grew stronger, definitely because of it. Seeing Leo hold back, Jason kept talking. Because of Derek's extraordinary talent, he was promoted to an 11th disciple of the Nine Cloud Sect. Jason took his chance to threaten. You better think twice. Our Qingyun Sect is powerful and tight with the Nine Cloud Sect. If you back down now, maybe you'll save your life. Otherwise, Leo stopped suddenly, pointed ahead, and calmly said, you see where we're standing? Jason looked confused, forced himself to look, and his face twisted in horror. Exactly here. This is the Qingyun Sect's base. Without hesitation, Leo dragged Jason inside. Meanwhile, at Qingyun Sect, the third young master asked his henchman, where's the fourth young master? The beast tamer's training isn't finished yet. The henchman bowed. Third young master. Fourth young master went out to pick up Roro. Third young master was pissed, said the guy is a slacker. You better bring him back quick. Suddenly, a strong gust swept through, making them jump. That wind was Jason's dying breath. Leo had thrown him hard, smashing his back against the wall before sliding down gently. Right in front of the third young master, Jason's swollen, bloodied face whispered, Big bro. Both men gasped in shock. Old four. How did it get this bad? The third son spun around, glaring fiercely at his opponent. Following his gaze, Jake slowly stepped forward, his entire body radiating a dazzling blue energy. As he closed the distance, Jake cut right to the chase. Where's my guy, Bucky? Tony quickly reported. Boss, Bucky's missing 4 dudes. Mark respectfully clasped his hands. Boss, the Blue Cloud Mountain has 1,579 disciples, 323 laborers, and 372 half-demon slaves. The blond man added, everywhere on Blue Cloud Mountain, except the cooks. No one's clean blood's been spilled plenty. The gray-haired man let out a long yawn, clearly eager. Hurry up, sleepyhead. All five merged together. The third son pointed right at Jake, furious. Did you maim one of my disciples that bad? Jake shot back bluntly. Yeah, that's right. The blue glow spread, growing stronger and more intense. The third son pressed on. You dirty thieves, what the hell are you doing on my Blue Cloud Mountain? Jake stood tall, declaring, I'm tearing Blue Cloud Mountain down. Instantly, birds and animals on the mountain freaked out and scattered. The third son barked at his men. Get every half-demon slave here, hold them off now. Suddenly, an elder with pure white hair stepped forward, looking stern and furious. He shouted, Who dares to invade my Blue Cloud Mountain? The third son grinned and called out excitedly, Second elder. Ahead, a fierce battle raged, explosions cracked, golden flames blazed, and thick smoke billowed. Suddenly, a few men near the third son got slammed to the ground, making him visibly shaken. Tony appeared, casually wielding his fan. Just the aura he gave off was strong enough to knock familiar soldiers aside. Tony's cold, deadly gaze cut through the chaos as he flicked his fan and watched his opponents drop, coughing up fresh blood to Antonio's left. Only the second elder remained standing. The elder solemnly remarked, harnessing the mysterious aura, and at such a young age reaching the monarch's realm, he truly is a prodigy. With that, the elder ordered, Fall back, everyone. I'll handle this myself. The third son also shouted, Everyone retreat. He quietly felt lucky to witness the second elder's move. The elder had long achieved the monarch's level. If not for distractions running clan affairs, he might have been a legendary emperor by now. Golden light enveloped the second elder as he raised a hand in an enticing gesture. Young wolf, join Blue Cloud Mountain. You just stepped into the monarch's realm, right? Your journey's tough. If we fight, with my power nearly at emperor level, you won't survive. Tony smirked and softly said, You're wrong. The second elder frowned, demanding, Wrong? Tony ignored the question, focusing his strength. His entire body gleamed with deep blue energy. This was the emperor's mysterious aura. The second elder gasped, Emperor's realm? So, you're an emperor. The others stared with their jaws dropped. The elder suddenly shouted for a retreat and dashed forward. But Tony wasn't letting him off that easy. Tony swung his fan to the right, unleashing a devastating blast that shattered everything in its path, sweeping away the crowd. The second elder spat blood, badly hurt, and screamed, ordering the clan leader to activate the mountain's guardian weapon. Hidden behind thick smoke, Tony sneered, Guardian weapon? Huh. Wonder if you can withstand just one of my strikes. Blue Cloud Mountain was in complete chaos, screaming echoed, birds flapped wildly, and disciples buzzed with shocked whispers. The Emperor's attacking? Why stir up the big guy? Rushing to the main hall door, the third son begged, Clan leader, activate Blue Cloud Mountain's guardian weapon now. The Emperor's strength is too much to handle. The old clan leader, seated, replied solemnly, The weapon carries destructive power. Even if it repels the enemy, our mountain's core will suffer. He closed his eyes and continued, But now, there's no other choice. Then, decisively, he pushed all half-demon beasts forward. The disciples pulled back, avoiding injury from the weapon's aftershock. The leader raised his hand, Guardian weapon, commence. The followers saluted and obeyed immediately. Meanwhile, a crowd was being pushed down the stairs. Among them was a blond boy, his face smeared with mud and misery. A rough soldier kicked the boy hard, making him cry out in pain as the soldier snapped, Move it, no dawdling. A worried couple rushed to help the boy, calling him Lil Mike. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and a streak of blue light shot toward the crowd. The group recoiled in fear. A swordsman yelled, No stepping back, come at me. Then another stepped forward, glowing white all over. The soldier screamed, You back off, and I'll cut you down. Lil Mike looked up at him with terrified eyes. The soldier hacked repeatedly, blood spraying. The couple fell, dead forever. Lil Mike screamed, Mom, Dad. The soldier raised his blade, threatening anyone who dared step back and you die. Just then, a powerful footstep landed, bursting with a mix of blue and white energy, knocking the crowd flying. They were thrown out, blood spilling from noses and mouths. Jake strode forward, radiating a terrifying aura. The crowd was crushed under his power, forced to dodge rather than fight. Knowing these folks were innocent, Jake cleared a path for them to escape down the mountain. Get down the mountain, he said calmly. They bowed in thanks and hurried away, passing by the dead couple without a glance at Lil Mike, who sat frozen beside their bodies. Jake then sliced his fingertip, letting his blood drip down. Jake flicked 2 drops of blood into the mouths of the couple lying on the ground. The guy in the green shirt still refused to let Chris go. He glared at him, spitting out, Damn it, you mutts don't have any backbone. Chris trembled as he picked up a knife, his eyes looking up at the green-shirted man. He was still shaking, tears streaming down his cheeks, but his gaze burned with determination. He had to avenge his parents. Seeing Chris charge with the knife, the guy backed off in fear, stammering. "What do you want to do?" "Mutz," Chris shouted. "I'm here to get revenge for my parents." Then he lunged forward. Suddenly, a firm hand grabbed him. Chris blinked in surprise, eyes wide, while the guy in green was sweating hard from fear. The person holding Chris's hand was Leo Thompson, who calmly told him there was no need to drag out this hatred. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Chris was stunned, thinking he must have misheard. How could it be his parents' voices? A flicker of hope sparked inside him. He turned around to see his parents alive and sitting up. Overjoyed, he called out, "Whoa, Mom!" So fast. Chris ran over and hugged them tightly, clutching on as if afraid they'd vanish. He burst with joy. "You're okay. That's the best news." Meanwhile, Leo Thompson stepped closer to the guy in green. The man kept backing up nervously, stuttering. "What do you think you're going to do?" Before he could finish, Leo swung his blade straight into the guy's gut, leaving him shocked and wide-eyed. The guy dropped dead instantly, letting Leo handle all the grudges and debts was enough. Chris stared at Leo in disbelief, forgetting to cry. Leo stood beside the bloody body. After a moment, he instructed Chris's family, "You all need to get down the mountain quick. Staying here late could get you killed." The three bowed respectfully. "Thank you so much." With that, the couple led Chris down the slope. Even from a distance, the kid kept glancing back, where Leo Thompson stood tall and proud on the peak. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from the mountaintop, the whole shape of the mountain shifting as if something sinister was eating away at it. The Grand Master of Skyline Peak stood on top of the building, looking serious, eyes locked downward like he was staring right into his enemy's soul. He pressed his palms together, drawing in all his power as a golden light spread rapidly across him. He declared that Skyline Peak was now battling the Doom Sect, risking the entire 1,000-year legacy of the mountain, and called for the legendary divine weapon to appear. As soon as he finished, golden and white lights thickened, swirling together. Slowly, they condensed right where he stood. From the golden glow emerged the divine weapon he had mentioned. Holding it confidently, he placed the weapon into position and cracked it open, boasting, "With Skyline's divine weapon in hand, what's a mere emperor gotta do?" He then activated the weapon. The crowd behind laughed loudly. "They've got this in the bag." Suddenly, the Grandmaster's eyes snapped open, his irises blazing solid gold, no pupils visible. At once, golden light radiated across the whole mountain. The Skyline Sword Sect members watched calmly, showing no fear. Since the Grandmaster had unleashed such a grand move, Leo Thompson had to respond with everything he had. He spread out his hand, gathering pure white energy as he shouted Dragon Slash. At that moment, a massive blade appeared in his hand, and the divine weapon locked onto his position. The Grandmaster risked the entire fate of Skyline Peak. Then he fired off an intense jet of flame from the weapon, shouting, "Destroy the enemy." The fiery blast streaked like a comet straight at Leo Thompson, closing in within seconds. But Leo stood fearless, pressing the Dragon Slash blade to the ground. Blue-green energy pulsed from the sword. He raised his face toward the sky, shouted Mountain Cleave, and swung downward. A gigantic blue dragon burst forth. Its jaws opened wide, like it wanted to swallow everything whole. The green and gold energies clashed violently. Soon, the green power gained the upper hand, piercing through the golden light, smashing everything in its path, sending rocks flying. The blue dragon flew straight toward the Grand Master, who barely managed to retreat in terror. Riding this momentum, Leo smashed a powerful downward strike, creating a straight green beam of light. The green force shattered the divine weapon rapidly until it broke into shards. The Grand Master panicked. Is this the power of an emperor? Before he could finish, a sword sliced across his face, spraying blood everywhere. Realizing he couldn't survive and that Skyline Peak was doomed, he lamented, "My Skyline Peak." Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the summit, drowning it in rich gold, with dust billowing everywhere. Skyline Sect members watched on with calm commentary. They obviously couldn't withstand that blow. The next morning, in East Tyre Kingdom, inside a grand city hall with magnificent architecture, a voice rang out urgently in the war room. "General, bad news." A man in gray armor knelt and reported, "Skyline Peak has been shattered by an enemy." The general, seated, jumped up in disbelief, yelling, "What?" He quickly approached the messenger, grilling him. "Who dared attack Skyline Peak right here in East Tyre Kingdom? Get teleportation spells ready for me now." The man nodded. "Yes, sir." The general stood tall in the room, covering his mouth as a calculating smile grew. It started as a small grin, then burst into full laughter. "Perfect." He leaned on one hip, hand on his head, throwing back his head guffawing. Just right, he's stuck dealing with Skyline Peak now. His joyful grin deepened. After a moment, he collected himself and began speculating. But why would Lord Tian Li do this? Ahead of schedule too. Pausing, he added, "If it really is him, I gotta get there fast. This mighty official sure is ruthless. Over at Blue Ridge Mountain, the ground kept shaking with massive explosions. Rocks shattered everywhere, dust billowing into the sky like a storm. Then, from above, a voice boomed, if this keeps up, the whole mountain might get wiped out. Up high, Jake Morgan and his crew hovered midair. Jake was glowing with this fierce blue aura that spread wider by the second. Suddenly, a golden object appeared nearby him. When General Parker arrived, even he froze at the devastation. The land was bare, just chunks of broken boulders left. With a heavy sigh, he muttered, "Man, it's been completely leveled." Just then, 3 streaks of red light zipped through the sky. Spotting them, Jake muttered, "Looks like they finally showed up." Those 3 were the guys decked out in red uniforms, members of the Crimson Cloud Sect. The youngest, Chris Adams, furious and fiery, shouted, "Who's the idiot wrecking Blue Ridge Mountain like this?" The middle-aged, white-haired man, Marcus Lee, was the calmest. Stroking his beard, he advised his disciple, "Chris, chill out. Keep your head clear." The other middle-aged man, General Parker, was shocked when he saw Jake's group, but he quickly clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Jake then fixed his gaze on the youngest man and asked bluntly, "You're Chris Adams, right?" Without hesitation, Chris snapped back, "So what? You're the one who demolished Blue Ridge Mountain." He struggled but couldn't break free. In a flash, Jake grabbed his throat tight. Marcus Lee protested, "How dare you? Let my disciple go right now." General Parker quickly intervened, "Marcus, calm down. Let's stay level-headed and see what's really going on first. Besides, do you even know who he is?" Marcus wasn't listening. He bellowed, "Get lost. Not even the Heavenly King can crush my disciple right in front of me." Despite the shouting, General Parker said something that left Marcus frozen. "He's the chief of the Heavenly Flame Sect." Marcus fell silent, face darkening, unable to say a word. Sensing this, Parker stayed quiet, letting him process it. Meanwhile, Jake tightened his grip on Chris's neck and barked, "Did you steal Leanna Snow's spirit core?" Chris sneered upon hearing the name. "Leanna Snow? That brat. Ha! What makes her think she deserves such a precious spirit core? Since when did she have better talent than me? Lucky those useless guys from the Heartwood Sect didn't see what a disaster she was. I snatched it out so her talent wouldn't go to waste rotting away in some dump in the mountains." He babbled on, ignoring Jake's chilling glare. Then he shot back, "Now, let me ask you, did you wreck my Blue Ridge Mountain?" "Huh. My brothers." Before he could finish, Jake plunged his hand into Chris's gut, forcibly pulling out the spirit core. Then he tightened his grip on Chris's throat again. Watching this, General Parker was horrified. He thought, "Wait, he just ripped his disciple's spirit core right in front of me." Holding the spirit core, Jake whispered, "This isn't my son's." Chris was shocked. "What did you say?" "No way. I was the one who orchestrated stealing that brat's spirit core." Hearing that, Jake shoved Chris away, mocking, "Looks like you're just a pawn in someone else's game." Jake's actions unleashed Marcus Lee's fury. Clasping his hands in front, he started casting the Crimson Cloud Immortal art, shouting, "I don't care if you're the Heavenly Flame Chief or whatever. Today you die here." The Crimson Cloud Immortal art, he thrust his hands forward, shouting about 1,000 swords dispelling evil. A golden beam shot straight at Jake. General Parker was stunned by that sword strike. He guessed it might be beyond the king's level. Even with that raw power, Jake subdued it with just one hand. Blue and gold energies clashed head-on. The blue force quickly overwhelmed the gold. Marcus Lee got blasted back. The other man rushed over to steady him, worry in his voice. "Brother, are you okay?" Standing firm, Marcus admitted, "Not bad for a Heavenly Flame Chief. I may be old and rusty, but today's attack on my disciple is something I'll never forget, and neither will all of Crimson Cloud's sect." Turning to Jake, he warned, "Heavenly Flame Chief, you better brace yourself for the storm coming your way." Just as the brothers tried to leave, a voice called out, "Wait up, I'm General Parker." He smiled, trying to ease tensions. "Enemies shouldn't be enemies forever. We're all humans from Divine Valley, and with chaos brewing all around, we need to sort out this mess fast." Marcus's younger brother snapped, "What mess? You think Crimson Cloud Sect actually fears Heavenly Flame Sect?" Parker, clearly scheming, lowered his tone. "Of course not." Suddenly, his eyes widened and he shouted, "Heavenly Prison." He crossed his arms before his chest, radiating a blinding golden light. Marcus's brother yelled, "Chris, what are you doing?" Parker ignored him and thrust both hands forward, chanting the unbreakable Jade Dome technique. The sheer power was insane. The flames started roasting the 2 Marcus brothers alive. They screamed in agony as the black-haired man panicked, shouting for help. The power of this move was insane, the flames slowly engulfing the 2 brothers making their move. They screamed in agony, and the black-haired guy shouted out in pure terror. Blaze Fam's fire roared fiercer by the second, burning everything to ashes. In no time, the 2 brothers were reduced to nothing but dust, leaving just flickering flames dancing in the air. Blaze fam stood there calm and collected. When the fire died down, he turned to Luke Taylor and said, "If I hadn't stepped in when I did, those guys would have called in the Nine Clouds Battalion already." He paused a moment, then pointed at Luke, adding, "Those two's deaths are on you, not my Eastern Empire." Got that? Luke's blonde henchman snapped angrily. "You punk. Didn't you see we were deliberately letting them go?" But Blaze didn't flinch. He shifted focus to Luke's condition. "Your breath's barely half what it used to be, and you're still nowhere near ascended stage. Looks like your breakthrough failed." He warned him. "Once word leaks, the 10 demons, the 100 sects, the Heavenly Sanctuary, the Skywing Dynasty, all the forces you pissed off, they'll all come gunning for the Skyfire sect, right at you. You ready to handle that?" Then he put on a teacher's tone. "Get ready. This time I'm helping you hold them off. I'll stall the news from spreading out. Remember, you owe me big on this." That could have sounded smooth, but the blonde guy's rage blew up like a wildfire. He yelled, "I've had it with you, creeper. How dare you threaten the sect leader?" Without waiting, he lunged at Blaze fam, but Luke stepped in to stop him. Brimming with confidence, Luke shot back. "The Skyfire sect fears no one. Whether we stand or fall, it's only a matter of time." Blaze gave a thumbs up, impressed. "That's some serious arrogance. Exactly what I expected from you." Then he looked at the blonde guy and said to the surprised youngster, "Talk to me. Pay attention." As Blaze's words got under his skin, the blonde scoffed loudly, "Old man, watch out or you'll end up with no grandkids." Before he finished, his mouth was covered by Than's fan. Than sighed, exasperated, "Cut the crap." Blaze quietly vanished without a word. Then Tushan turned respectfully to his master. "Sect leader, what's the next move?" Showed up. Night had fallen fully. A bright full moon cast silver light over the hills. The Thai family, mom and her 2 kids, walked hand in hand down a forest path. Suddenly, one child piped up, "Mom, I think I saw Dad." Thieyen's face darkened as she shook her head. "You're mistaken. He's not here." Little Chi pointed ahead, full of wonder. "But Mom, he's standing right there." Sure enough, in front of their modest wooden cabin, Luke Taylor waited silently. Thieyen narrowed her eyes at him, clearly unhappy. She firmly told Little Chi, "That's not your father." Little Chi blinked, stammering, but Thieyen softly yet firmly ushered her kids inside. The 2 kids obeyed, leaving Luke and Thieyen alone on the porch. Just stepping inside, Little Chi still looked back anxiously, torn between worry and confusion. Once the kids disappeared, Tien slowly approached Luke. Passing by him, she coldly declared, "Little Chi and Little Deep are in your blood." She paused briefly before continuing. "They're only 5 years old, and we haven't seen each other for a whole decade. See, they can't be your children." Her words didn't faze him one bit. When he stayed silent, she added, "I appreciate you saving the kids, but don't waste your precious time on us anymore. You've got bigger things to handle." She emphasized, "I'm telling you again, you don't owe me a thing." As she walked away a few steps, Luke finally spoke in a heavy voice. "This matters deeply to me." She said nothing, entered the house, placed her hand on the door, and slammed it shut. Leaning against it, she closed her eyes. She stood still for a long moment, until her mother's voice calling out snapped her awake. The 2 kids looked up at her with eyes full of concern. She crouched down, hugged them tight, her voice breaking. "Mom's sorry you've had to suffer so much all these years. This time you got hurt because of me." Even inside, Little Chi was still uneasy. She asked, "Mom, is that man really not our dad?" Meanwhile, Little Deep stared at her mother, determined as he declared, "Mom, I'm going to train hard and get strong. I'll protect you and my big sister, too." Thien's eyes watered as she looked at her precious kids. Little Deep continued boldly, "No bad guy's ever going to push us around." Then he clenched his fist and said seriously, "Mom, I want to join the Heartwood Sect's disciple selection this year." Outside, Luke stood silently in the yard, his eyes fixed on the warm light spilling from the window. Suddenly, Tushan appeared and reported to his master, "Sect leader, 372 half-demons enslaved have agreed to join the Skyfire sect. Soul searches are done with no issues found." Luke replied coolly, "Good." Seeing his master's lingering attention on Thien's family, Tushan gently advised, "Sect leader, like Miss said, the kids are only 5 years old." He paused, then added, "They really aren't ready yet." Before Tony could finish, Ryan cut him off. "Even though I failed to break through the next level, at that moment when heaven and man merged, I felt it crystal clear those were the lifeblood flowing through me." Right then, Jake stepped forward to report, "Boss, we just got word 2 members from the Ghost Squad have landed in this area. The other factions haven't made any major moves yet." At the Sword Saint city of Harbortown, Ryan abruptly signaled to stop talking. "Leave the Harbortown stuff for Sam to handle." Hearing his name, Sam, the gray-haired guy lounging on a tree branch, let out a long yawn. He rubbed his eyes and replied, "Got it. I'm on it. Then he vanished like a shadow, leaving only the blonde guy squatting on the branch. That blonde dude let out a loud complaint about Sam, saying since Sam started training the boss's brutal 8 suffering technique, his attitude totally flipped, no respect, even talks to the boss like that. Tony sighed and chimed in. Life's full of pain no one else really gets. The boss didn't sweat these petty conflicts. Ignoring the petty bickering of his 3 followers, Ryan turned to Jake with instructions. Jake, the trail on Snowleaf's divine marrow is still hazy. Keep tracking the clues from the 9 Clouds sect and dig deeper. He added, I'm worried this mess will pull in more big players, maybe even some retired elders. We gotta tread carefully. Jake replied seriously, understood, boss. Then Jake turned to all 3 and said, from now on, call me young master when outsiders are around. I'm sticking around Timber Spirit Sect for a bit, it's got just what I need to heal these busted meridians. Soon enough, I'm gonna make another breakthrough as an immortal. With that, he waved them off. Go do your missions. All 3 replied, yes, sir. Just like that, the 3 shadows vanished into thin air, leaving Ryan standing alone under the night sky. Slowly, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a dark purple birthmark on his arm. He frowned at it, then raised his head to face the full moon. He muttered to himself, still in time. The next morning, a huge crowd gathered in a broad plaza. Little Chloe and Max were there among them. Suddenly, Max's eyes widened in shock when he spotted Ryan standing with arms crossed. In awe, he thought, that's him. Just then, Chloe came over, slinging her arm around her little brother's shoulder, pointing excitedly at Ryan. Max, look, that's Dad. Max immediately shook his head. Mom said he's not. A bit later, some other figures showed up, grabbing everyone's attention. Ryan looked up at the platform in surprise. 2 men stood there, one barked loudly, keep order. Then he yelled out to the crowd, Timber Spirit Sect doesn't take in quitters, traitors, or anyone without big dreams. The guy behind him chipped in. If you want to join us, you've got to pass all the tests. Then, with magic, he conjured baskets piled high with stones. He announced the rules. The trial ends at the mountain arena before 12 o'clock. Whoever's late gets booted. A sharp shout rang out, and the crowd quickly scattered. Each person hoisted a stone-filled basket on their back and started climbing the mountain. Chloe pushed herself hard, face flushed and shaking from the effort. Soon, she collapsed. Those baskets were way too heavy. She called out, Max, it's too heavy. I don't think I can finish this trial with you. Gritting his teeth, Max kept going. Sis, go home. When I get into Timber Spirit Sect, I'll come back for you and Mom. Watching his determined little figure disappear, Chloe's heart ached as she shouted after him, Max. At the peak, a disciple shaded his eyes and sneered, just looks like a bunch of nobodies down there. He added, some of these rats in the trial are even kids. Then a surprised voice piped up, Senior Mark. That guy over there looks really familiar, don't you think? Mark squinted toward where Ryan was standing, observing carefully. After a while, he finally recognized him, that horse-tending kid from 5 years ago, Ryan. Ryan stood with arms crossed, glaring back with pure contempt. Mark was stunned, didn't expect him to have the guts to try the trial. Go report this to the higher-ups, as soon as possible. I remember that guy caused some trouble when he left the sect. The orange-haired disciple answered, on it, then vanished quickly. As the crowd dispersed, Chloe stayed behind, when a voice called out and made her turn around. Chloe, right, said Tony. She asked, are you the guy who came with Max? He smiled warmly without giving a direct answer. I'm taking you to watch the trial for young Master and Max. Cool. Chloe grabbed her hands together excitedly. Yes, please. Meanwhile, everyone bore the heavy stone baskets up the steps, visibly exhausted. Someone groaned, carrying these rocks to the summit? Might as well be crippled. Another plopped down, eyes darting like a sly fox. Seeing no one watching, he slyly dropped a rock from his basket onto the ground. And on top of that, there was this other dude who just plopped down on the ground, eyes darting around like a sneaky thief. Seeing no one was paying attention, he slyly dropped a rock from his basket onto the floor. Unfortunately, the guy in the purple jacket saw right through that move. He calmly declared he was out. That announcement shook the other dude. How did he get caught so fast? He scrambled to beg. Please, no, no. I won't cheat again. I swear I'll try my best. But no matter how much he pleaded, the purple-jacketed man stood his ground. With a casual flick of his hand, he sent the dude and his basket of rocks tumbling, rolling all the way down the hill. When Jake looked up, the guy was nearly at his feet. The man in purple shouted a warning during Heartwood clan's trials. Cheating is absolutely forbidden. Everything must come from true effort, and anyone caught will be tossed right off the cliff. Jake's face was flushed red from all the strain, sweat pouring down, his eyes wide as he stared straight ahead, gritting his teeth as he slogged forward. As they climbed the mountain, the contestants formed a long line, but Jake lagged way behind. He was just a 5-year-old kid, no match for the grown-ups physically. His legs started to shake, and he stumbled, slipping a bit. Luckily, he caught himself on the next step, avoiding a full-on fall. Jake gasped for breath, collapsing onto the stone stairs, sweat streaming, looking utterly spent, like he might give out any second. Just when it seemed like he might quit, Jake took a deep breath and forced himself up, pushing every ounce of strength he had, his face bright red, trembling all over. He looked pitiful. He silently asked himself if he could keep going. Then an idea flickered. Maybe he should just quit here? Right before he gave up, he caught sight of Alex carrying a basket of rocks up ahead. On a tall outcrop, Mike, Sam, and a blonde guy were watching. Sam called out, sadly, "Jake. Why isn't that rich kid stepping in to help the little guy?" "He's just a kid, muscles and bones barely developed," Mike explained. "Right now, the best way to help is by not interfering." Hearing that, both the blonde guy and Jake looked puzzled. Their eyes widened as they glanced back at Jake. Alex asked the boy, "You thinking about giving up?" Jake bit his lip, lowered his head, clenched his fists tight, shaking all over. After a moment, he yelled, "No way, I'm quitting." Jake's dead set on this, even if it means climbing all the way up. Even if this basket crushes me, I'm making it to the top. With that, he kept grinding out those heavy steps. Alex gently led the way up. Though he felt heartbroken for the little guy, he held back because he knew this was what Jake needed right now. After a while, most had reached the arena area. Alex and Jake had just arrived when an announcement boomed. "Group gather." Jake was panting hard, totally exhausted. Near the last step, his legs wobbled, his body swayed, eyes rolling back. Seeing he barely stayed upright, Alex stepped in to catch him. Jake leaned against Alex, eyes closed. The two Heartwood judges whispered, "Why let a kid join this? He's definitely gonna fail. How can he pass the next round looking like that?" Alex stood up for Jake, insisting the boy could make it through. When he interrupted their chat, an angry guy stepped forward, pointing right in his face, shouting, "Who the hell are you?" That single sentence hit Alex's limit. His expression turned dark, eyes flashing with deadly intent. Just the raw energy radiating from him scared the guy white as a ghost. Clutching his chest, sweating cold bullets, the guy freaked out. He couldn't understand it, the glare alone felt like it would shatter his heart. After a bit, Jake recovered some strength, straightened up, and said, "I'm okay. I can keep going to the next round." The remaining purple jacket man gave a thumbs up toward the back, squinting, "Head over there." That guy was still clutching his chest, out of breath. Once all the contestants gathered on the platform, the man in purple boomed, "Congrats to everyone who finished the first test. This stage is designed to test your spirit and willpower." He paused, then pointed to a cave on the right and explained, "Round 2, enter the Madness Cave. Anyone who gets out within 2 days moves on to the final round." With that, he yelled the official start. The group started filing into the cave. When Alex and Jake reached the entrance, the purple jacket guy raised his hand to stop them. "Hold on." Nearby, a voice piped up, "Look, I never believed the rumors. Didn't think you were really a stable boy." Jake's eyes went wide. It was Brother Wang talking. Seeing him, the purple jacket guy quickly clasped his hands and bowed. "Brother Wang, please come closer." Wang immediately recognized Jake. Pointing at him, Wang sneered, "Damn brat, you're still alive. You talk big without thinking." After scolding, Wang finally noticed Alex beside Jake. He noticed the resemblance and stammered, "You too." Then he suddenly exploded, "So you're human. No wonder after you left, Yvonne Han got pregnant. You're some shameless wild beast, daring to seduce the saintess." Up on the cliff, Sam nervously asked Mike, "Is Jake and his dad in trouble, Uncle Mike? You locked them in the pig pen and kicked out their mom. He's definitely going to give Jake a hard time." Alex's face grew cold as ice. After a moment, he told Jake, "You go ahead and start the trial. I'll handle things here." The little boy still clenched his teeth, glaring bitterly at Brother Wang. Hearing Alex, he looked up at him with wide eyes. He's the one who locked the kid and Jake in the pigsty and kicked their mom out. There's no doubt he's going to mess with Jake. At that moment, Luke's face turned cold as ice. After a moment, he spoke to Jake. "You go ahead and take your turn first. I'll handle things here." The kid was still grinding his teeth, glaring at this Vance guy with pure resentment. After hearing Luke's words, he looked up at him with wide eyes. Little Jake totally trusted Logan, and the kid rushed straight into the competition zone. Logan kept his eyes on the kid until he was out of sight. Then, he turned to Tony and the blonde guy. Catching his drift, Tony quickly tried to distract little Lily. "Hey, Lily, look over there, there's a chicken flying around." His words totally grabbed her attention. The girl looked curious in that direction, while the guy in the yellow jacket swooped down fast. Jake was still sprinting toward the tryout area. The blonde man had just activated the one-leaf divine technique. He dashed like lightning, catching up right behind Jake. Out of nowhere, Jake spun around, but weirdly, no one was there. Even though he could clearly feel someone tailing him, Jake's eyes widened as he scanned the spot, no sign of movement. Shrugging, he kept charging toward the cave. At that moment, some arrogant senior called out, "Fine then. Let that half-breed brat enter the competition. Even if he gets into the Heartwood Sect, He'll be just like you forever, a low-life scum. Then the guy stepped up to Logan, thumping his chest and warning, I promise I'll look after him real good. He'll inherit his daddy's legacy and keep serving as the grunt for the clan. Then he smirked like he owned the place. Logan brushed off that trash talk and cut straight to the chase, double-checking. You're the one who snatched my girl and boy, right? The guy threw back his head, laughing loud. Of course, that's me. Those kids were annoying and got on my nerves. He went on bragging. Not only did I catch him, but I locked them up in pig pens, feeding them swill so they could live like real animals. Before he could finish, Logan couldn't hold back. He slapped him hard across the face, hitting so fierce the guy's cheeks swelled, eyes squeezed shut, blood splattering everywhere. Tony watched in shock and collapsed onto the floor, stammering, Whoa, bro, senior bro. He looked like a toddler trying to talk. After a while, he muttered, Senior bro's face looks like a smashed pig's head now. But Logan wasn't done. His eyes blazing red, another punch crashed down like a storm, blood spraying across the floor. Logan's glare was pure menace as he growled, You trying to die? The next morning, in the main hall of Heartwood Sect, clan leader Charles paced near the speaker's chair. He said, The showdown with Shadow Sound's sect is coming up fast, and if we lose, we've got to hand over nearly half our resources this year. Right then, monster beasts started running rampant on their turf. Slamming his hand on the armrest, he sighed. Heartwood has been weak for ages. Chaos inside and out at the worst time. After a moment, Charles frowned, deep in thought. If only the sacred clan artifact, the Wild Spirit Core, hadn't been lost 5 years ago, I'd have mastered it by now. We wouldn't be in this mess. Elder Hal Quinn of Heartwood spoke up. This duel was forced on us. Luckily, only the young can fight, because otherwise, those Shadow Sound elders would have stepped in. Marty suggested, maybe we should ask Cloud Peak Sect for backup. Could be the only way to take down Shadow Sound. What do you think, Elder? Jake shot Marty a glance but stayed silent. Hal Quinn argued back. Shadow Sound are wolves, man. You really think Cloud Peak are any different? Marty pushed back hard. But do any of our young fighters even have the strength to win? The room went quiet, no replies. Finally, Hal Quinn said, The Holy Lady just started her role. Her baptism rite isn't finished, so even if she's forced out, her power only reaches the forest feather level. Probably not enough. Before he could finish, Jake scoffed, If it weren't for your daughter, Yvonne Han wouldn't have caused this mess. Losing her title as Holy Lady and wrecking our morals. That's the real crime here. As a mother, you can't just let people trash your daughter like that. Hal Quinn shot back angrily. She lost her cultivation, lives isolated on Cloudrise Peak. Why keep bringing her up? Realizing things had gotten out of hand, Charles cut in. Focus, people. Our priority is dealing with Shadow Sound now. Jake stood up to report. Clan leader, our top disciple, Hank Wong, is about to break through to Forest Feather. If we put all our resources into him, we might actually have a shot at beating Shadow Sound. Charles stroked his beard, mulling it over. Soon, he decided to throw big resources toward the Holy Lady and Hank Wong, while sending someone to contact Cloud Peak Sect. All three agreed. Got it. Suddenly, a scout from Frosthide burst in, reporting, Clan leader, there's trouble at the training grounds. He paused, then shouted, Hank Wong's been killed. Jake furrowed his brow, fuming. Who'd be stupid enough to make a move right here at Heartwood? Marty added, I remember Hank was the younger brother of Jake Wong, our top disciple, also at the Forest Feather level. Whoever took him out inside the clan must be seriously powerful. The scout hurried to add, Sir. Before he died, Hank told us it was some runaway stable hand from 5 years ago. Charles yelled, No matter who it is, anyone gutsy enough to strike inside our clan. Suddenly, Chad Taylor shot up his hand. Hold on. Then he stood and said, Let's check this out ourselves. Hearing that, the three all turned to look at him, totally shocked. Why would the clan leader want to stick his nose in this mess? He then told his disciple to lead the way. The kid nodded, got it. So, everyone started heading toward the training grounds with Chad. Meanwhile, the scene over at the trial was anything but chill. Liam and one of his followers were standing in front of a bloodstain. The disciple shouted, You do know that Wang is the younger brother of Wang Heng, the top disciple here, right? How dare you kill him? Suddenly, a voice boomed out, Who the hell thinks they can kill my brother? It was Wang Heng himself, flanked by some tough-looking disciples, all scowling as he stepped forward and snapped at Liam. Was that you? Liam glanced back casually, unfazed, but before he could react, Wang lunged at him full throttle. The disciples closed in, circling around. Wang bellowed, You're gonna pay with your life. He balled his fist, glowing with a purple aura, launching it straight at Liam's face. Liam stood his ground, a calm blue glow enveloping him like an invisible shield, one that no matter how hard Wang tried, he just couldn't break through. Then someone yelled out loud, Hold it. Chad stepped up with the elders following him. The disciples quickly bowed and greeted their clan leader. Liam wasn't fazed, still standing steady. Chad walked up, frowning to himself. Yep, it's definitely him. He recognized this young guy as the one who debated the eldest ancient master years ago. Seeing their clan leader arrive, Wang wasted no time snitching, pointing right at Liam. Clan leader, this guy killed my brother. Chad shut his eyes briefly, waving him off to keep quiet. He studied Liam for a moment and muttered, I remember Wang Fan's power level wasn't low. To be taken down so completely by a single strike, that strength has got to be at least at the Forest Hawk stage. Judging by Liam's confident expression, Chad guessed he might even be at the threshold stage. He never imagined that the stable boy from years ago who had no power would ascend this fast. Looks like he snagged the wild spirit core. Chad stroked his beard, lost in thought. But what's Liam's angle coming back now? Could it be he's bringing back the wild spirit core on purpose? Suddenly, a disciple rushed over, voice shaking as he stammered out, Clan leader, this guy killed Senior Wang. And right before he died, Senior Wang spilled the tea that the previous saintess was secretly messing around with him. The shocking news made Ha Queen grit her teeth, trembling uncontrollably with rage. She drew her sword, blazing with fury, shouting, You're the one who destroyed Yan Han's future. Before she could strike, her blade was just inches from Liam's face when a commanding voice interrupted. Junior sister, stop. It was Chad, the Tarma clan leader, his face still showing signs of shock. Liam casually caught Ha Queen's sword between two fingers. No matter how hard she tried to pull or push it away, the blade didn't budge an inch. He said coolly, Since you still care about Yan Han, you deserve me to call you Mom. Ha Queen yanked her sword back, furious, but Chad instead praised Liam. Young one, it's been years, didn't expect your power to blow up this much. That's great. Then he shifted to questioning. Curious why Liam came to Tarma clan and killed their disciple. Liam pointed to the bloodstain and shot back bluntly. No sugarcoating. He forced my wife to serve Zhang Sha at Blue Cloud Mountain and tried to off my 2 kids while he was at it. If I didn't kill him, you expect me to celebrate Christmas with him? His words stunned Ha Queen, who froze in horror. She couldn't believe her daughter and grandkids had gone through that nightmare without her knowing. Liam raised 2 fingers, clarifying his mission. I'm here for only 2 reasons. Wipe out those who deserve it and help those who need it. No beating around the bush. Ask whatever you want. Chad laughed heartily. Young one, I'll look into the Wang Fan stuff, but you're already part of the Tarma clan. Then he held up the clan's badge and announced to everyone. By my order as clan leader, you're officially welcomed into Tarmok. Hearing that, everyone else dropped their jaws in total disbelief. What? Ignoring the crowd's shock, Chad told Ma Evans, Ma, take the new disciple to the resting quarters. Ma bowed, as you wish. Then, politely, he gestured for Liam to follow. Passing Chad, Liam whispered softly, You're the clan leader of Tarmok, yet you're swiping other people's techniques? That's kind of weird. That comment shook Chad to his core. He had no idea how Liam caught onto that secret. Wang was furious, barely able to hold it in. After Liam left, Wang immediately blurted it out to Chad. Clan leader, that guy killed my brother. How can you just let him in and forgive him? Deep Shadow also jumped in. Yeah. Now that Liam's gone, Chad explained, I suspect he holds the wild spirit mind technique, but that guy's stubborn. Pushing him too hard will backfire. We gotta hit him where it hurts. He paused, then gave the order. Jake Thompson, get your butt to East Coast to sort this out. After saying that, Chase Turner took off, leaving only Jay Shadow and Mike King behind. Seeing Mike looking pissed off, Jay raised a hand to stop him. Mike blinked in surprise. Uncle. Jay glanced at him and said, Snag that wild beast's core mind technique before the sect leader does, and you'll be the biggest hero the Mindwood sect has ever seen. With that, Jay handed Mike 2 pills, one green, one red. He explained the green one was the seal pill, which turns into gas when thrown, capable of locking an opponent's cultivation. The red pill was a power booster. Popping it doubles your cultivation temporarily, perfect for emergencies. He kept going, and everything your little brother pulled off, you can do it all again. Mike smirked slyly, scheming, got it. Meanwhile, Mark Green brought Alex Sky into a big room and said, You can chill here for now, the sect leader's got some other plans later. But Alex wasn't having it. He told Mark, switch the room. That caught Mark off guard. Why? This is a single room, only top-ranking disciples get those. Alex sat back calmly, sipping tea. I don't want to waste time fixing the door. Hearing that, Mark was totally confused, didn't get what the fixing door part meant. Suddenly, a loud bang. The door got kicked open. Mark jumped back, terrified, while Alex sipped tea like he'd expected it. He nodded a greeting. You showed up. And that would be Mike King. Mike was seething, shouting, Humph. Alex, you killed my brother. I should tear you to pieces. He stepped close, bargained. But if you hand over the wild beast's core mind technique, maybe I'll let you live. Pathetic. Alex scoffed, took another sip, and replied, "Your brother's life doesn't mean squat to me." Mike put on his self-important tone, like he was doing a charity. "Hand it over now. And the worst I'll do is strip your powers. Don't be dumb. You gotta know that Tina Johnson, your girlfriend, was already summoned by the sect leader. Even though she was a saint once, her dad's a legend, her mom an elder, the sect only held her on Cloud's sore peak before. Now, since she's tied to sect secrets, the nasty tortures they never used before, doesn't mean they won't now." Holding the green pill, he kept threatening, "Play nice, and I can pull strings so she doesn't suffer. Otherwise, she'll feel pain like 1,000 swords piercing her." Alex listened patiently to his rambling. Then Mike shifted tactics, threatening his kid. "I remember you got kids too, right?" Alex said nothing after that. Mike lost his patience, thinking, "No reaction, guess I gotta get violent." Grabbing the green pill, he lunged at Alex. Fast as lightning, Alex caught Mike's arm, ready to toss the pill back, but instead forced Mike to swallow it himself. To make sure Mike gulped down, he grabbed his face tight. Mark had watched all this unfold, sweating bullets. He gritted his teeth. "What the hell?" Alex held Mike's face firm and explained, "This seal pill turns into gas to lock cultivation when thrown, but since you swallowed it, your cultivation's sealed for life until you die." Then he pushed Mike away, dragged him toward the door, and told Mark, "Now let's see what those guys are up to." Mike panicked inside, frozen, unable to drink anything. Alex dragged him across the courtyard, glanced at a nearby mountain, muttered, "I was gonna wait until he cleared his trial, then settle this." He stopped, shut his eyes, and sighed, thinking, man, his talent's garbage. After all this time, no breakthrough yet. Screw waiting, looks like only force will solve things at Heartwood Sect. The next morning, in the Heartwood Sect's council hall, Tina Johnson knelt before Chase Turner and bowed respectfully. After greeting the sect leader, she turned and bowed to the elders. When she knelt before her mom, Karen Stone, she was silent, unsure what to say. Mark Field stepped in to grill her. "Tina, you stole high-grade pills from the sect back then and sneaked them out. That ruined the reputation of a saint and brought shame to Heartwood Sect." After a long interrogation, he asked, "Do you admit to all these crimes?" Tina answered honestly, "I accept the blame." Only then did Chase's voice soften a bit. "Tina, you spent the past 5 years on Cloud's sore peak raising your kid alone. I know it's been tough," she replied sadly. "I know I'm guilty. This punishment is something I have to face." Karen looked painfully at her daughter, kneeling before her. After a long silence, Chase pressed on. During her confinement, the young master of the Sky Origins sect from Dawn Nation and the legendary Sword Son from Merchant City both sent letters, begging for her pardon. He tossed a thick pile of letters onto Tina's hands. She took them gently but didn't open any and firmly set them down. Chase got straight to the point of the meeting. "You've got a shot now to redeem yourself." Tina stayed quiet. Chase kept on. "I figure you already know Alex Sky's back. Right now, she's got a chance to make things right." Yara stayed silent. Chase kept trying to persuade her. "I'm guessing you already know Luke's back, right?" She only had to convince him to hand over the item he took from the Timber Grove sect. Seeing her face stayed stone cold, the guy tried tempting her with a deal. "I can let you go back to the sect, maybe even help restore your cultivation power." That's when Jake started chiming in. He looked at Tiffany and said, "Tiffany, you know there are plenty of talented young guys admiring you right now, so why not grab this chance to get that rare mind technique from Luke? We can set you up with a new marriage, not only giving you an easy life but also earning resources for the sect to redeem your past mistakes. Right now, this is the only way you've got any value left." Aunt June couldn't stand the shameless insults any longer and snapped back angrily. "Elder Jake, watch your words and stop belittling the reputation of the Timber Grove sect." Jake turned around and shot back a sneer. Acting all quiet now, the moment she called me her father-in-law, suddenly, I'm a little more chill." Aunt June yelled, furious, "You're ancient and still fighting like a kid." Then Tony sharply interrupted. "Enough with the arguing." He turned to Tiffany and said, "Tiffany, as long as you can get back that rare wild mind technique, Luke might still be allowed to stay in the Timber Grove sect." He dangled this promise, but then his tone turned threatening. "Otherwise, we'll have to get serious. Just the charge of defiling the sacred maiden is enough to cripple him, and as for you, you'll pay the price of the 1,000-arrow-piercer curse." But Tiffany wasn't falling for it. She folded her hands and said, "Master, Luke and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. The mistake I made back then was my own choice, not his fault." She made it clear she had already made up her mind. "I know I'm no longer worthy of being Sacred Maiden. Getting mercy from the sect to stay at Cloud Summit was already lucky enough. As for the 1,000-arrow-piercer curse, I accept it willingly here at Cloud Summit." Her words darkened Tony's face, and the room fell into a heavy silence. Tiffany then stood, ready to leave. Jake shot up and asked, Are you seriously ready to throw away your whole future for some wannabe stud? Aunt June anxiously pleaded, Tiffany, don't miss this chance. Tiffany kept her head down, silent. After a moment, she called out for her mom and then knelt, begging forgiveness for being a disobedient daughter. Up on the rooftop, Toby and little Lizzie watched everything unfold. The kid asked curiously, Uncle Toby, why are they going after my mom like that? She looked up, eyes blazing with resolve. Uncle Toby, I want to stay by Mom's side. Toby nodded. All right, I'll bring you down there. Tiffany stood, bowed to everyone, then turned and walked away. Watching her walk off, Tony muttered coldly, so stubborn, grab her now. Suddenly, a powerful force smashed the door down, and someone crashed into the room, landing painfully upside down. Jake quickly recognized him. Vince, what are you doing here? Vince sat up weakly. Uncle Jake, Luke ambushed me and forced me to take a forbidden pill, sealing my cultivation. Soon after, Luke strolled in, casually surveying the room's tense vibe. Seeing Luke unharmed shocked Jake, and Tiffany asked in surprise, why are you here? He said nothing, just stared at her. Tiffany shot back loud, there's nothing between Luke and me. Before she could finish, Luke stepped up, covering her mouth to stop her, denying their connection. Looking her straight in the eyes, he said sincerely, what I do is what my heart wants, no outside pressure. His words stunned her. Then Vince couldn't hold back and yelled, enough. This isn't a place for lovebirds. Luke snapped coldly. Who asked you to talk? With a flick of his hand, he sent Vince crashing painfully to the floor again. Right in front of Tony, Luke showed no respect, forcing Vince's face into the ground. Tony thought to himself, only I know the Timber Grove main hall has a hidden suppression array to stop infighting, yet this guy just wiped out a top disciple with a casual flick. He glanced at Luke, guessing the guy wasn't even at full power, yet maybe barely 30%. Thinking back how easily Vince fell, Tony was alarmed. Could I have misjudged him? Has he broken through to another level? He said sharply to Luke, Luke, you're a disciple of Timber Grove Sect. Why are you barging into the meeting hall like this? We're only doing a routine interrogation on Tiffany and giving her a chance to redeem herself. Luke coldly replied, is forcing someone normal? Tony's face drained. What? Could he have overheard us earlier? There's no way someone snuck in without me noticing. Jake couldn't hold back and pointed directly at Luke. What a joke, Master. Why be polite to this punk? Just take him out. I don't believe his bones are tougher than that. Thousand arrow piercer curse. He slacks off all day and screws up plenty. If it was that easy, you wouldn't need to threaten Tiffany like this. Tony yelled at Jake, shut up. Don't make things worse. Scolded by the master, Jake clammed up and only shot Luke a bitter glare. Suddenly, Luke admitted, I'm the one who took that pill Tiffany stole back then. Then he opened his eyes wide. He kept talking. All right, now I'm gonna give you back one pill. Jake fired back without holding back. Give it back? That's a bold claim. That pill is top tier Master Smith Sec's 100 refinement pill. Remember how intense the crafting process is? Jake scoffed. It takes thousands of rare herbs, repeated hundreds of times. Sometimes it takes decades just to produce one. Can you even afford to pay me back? He finished, then started channeling his energy, a purple glow spreading over his body as he told Chad Thompson, Boss, I'm done playing nice. I'm gonna grab this dude and set things straight for Master Smith's sect. Leo Moyne closed his eyes, totally ignoring him. Slowly, he slipped his hand inside his jacket and pulled out a pill, making everyone's jaws drop. Mark Stevens wondered aloud. With that color and the strong aura, is that a second-tier immortal pill? Leo nodded right away. That's right. Chloe Harris looked just as shocked when she heard him. Ignoring him, she sat down across from her daughter and asked, Little Chi, what are you doing here? The girl smiled. Uncle Tim brought me here. Just then, Mark Stevens loudly explained, refining pills hundreds of times is crazy hard. To boost their power, you've got to combine rare herbs over and over, and a single mistake means starting over from scratch. Doing this thousands of times produces a first-tier immortal pill, allowing cultivators to break through a major level instantly. He shoved Jake aside and quickly ran over to Leo Nguyen, adding, but this is a second-tier immortal pill, 100 times more precious than the first tier. I've been refining for years, and this is the first time I've seen one. How the hell did you get this pill? Leo replied coolly, I made it myself. Hearing that, Mark waved his hand and shouted, no way, absolutely no way. How old are you? Even the greatest pill masters, known as prodigies, don't craft their first second-tier golden pill until they're 70. Leo tossed the pill to him calmly. Believe it or not, Mark hurried to catch it, holding the pill with a grin. This energy, the aura, it's legit, no doubt. This is definitely a second-tier immortal pill. Then Leo said quietly, consider this pill as a return to Master Smith's sect. He pulled out a sleek jade box. The moment he opened it, a dazzling light burst forth. Staring straight at Henry Grant, he declared, "My late stepmom up there, I offer this as a coming-of-age gift." The item in the box blew Henry's mind, mouth wide open. Then Leo dropped a bombshell that shook the whole room. "I plan to marry Chloe Harris properly." Everyone in the room froze in shock. Mark pointed at the pill inside the box, stammering, "Is that the fifth-tier immortal pill?" He practically shouted, "I've never smelled a pill with such a strong aura, especially with that death energy circling it. Plus the 5 pill markings, no mistake. Mark Stevens is absolutely sure this is the fifth-tier immortal pill from the ancient texts." Henry eyeballed the pill hesitantly, but suddenly Mark yelled loud enough to startle her. "What are you waiting for? Just say yes. With this fifth-tier immortal pill, maybe we can save the Bat Fam." Those words spooked her. She repeated, "Save Bat Fam?" Then Henry reached for the box. Jake quickly stopped her. "No way. Fifth-tier immortal pill? Come on." He snapped at Mark Stevens. "Are you out of your mind? You're just spouting nonsense. Never even seen a real fifth-tier immortal pill." Hearing that, Mark paused and replied, "I've only read about it in books. How could I have ever seen a real one?" Jake pointed a finger at Leo Nguyen. "Kid, yeah right. He's definitely using some kind of trickery. Some street kid like him landing rare immortal pills? No way, that's a fake." He kept attacking. "And that second-tier immortal pill? He must have cheated, stolen it or something." Then he turned back to Chad Thompson. "Boss, why are you putting up with this brat? Aren't you worried about losing face?" Just as Chad prepared to answer, Leo Nguyen interrupted impatiently. "What nonsense are you all spewing? This fifth-tier immortal pill isn't for you." Then he snapped the box shut and handed it straight to Henry Grant, bluntly stating, "I've never owed Master Smith Sect anything. If anything, they owe me big time." Chad frowned and asked, "They owe you?" Jake lost it, yelling, "That's pure arrogance. You're just some stablehand, and even if you manage to craft a couple of immortal pills, do you think Master Smith's sect owes a street rat like you anything? I'm taking you down right now." With that, he charged straight at Leo Nguyen. But Leo stayed cool, standing his ground as a blinding golden energy burst out behind him, blasting Chad Thompson and Jake back against a pillar. Suddenly, a voice boomed across the sect hall. All Master Smith's sect disciples came pouring out to see what was up. Jake was stunned by the announcement. He screamed, "Who's there?" Meanwhile, in Master Smith's sect's main square, a massive sword was lodged in the ground near the mountain. Curious disciples flooded the area, buzzing. "What's going on?" Someone else said, "I only saw this steel sword suddenly fall from the sky." Then a loud laugh echoed from behind the mountain, and immediately, "Does the Timber Clan owe anything to someone like you? I'm about to take you down." Saying that, the old man charged straight at Luke. Luke stayed cool, standing tall, and suddenly from behind him, a blinding golden power burst out, blasting Chase and Jake away from the beam. Then, a voice boomed across the whole clan. Everyone from the Timber Clan rushed out to stand their ground. That shout startled Jake, who hollered, "Who said that?" At the same time, in the Timber Clan's square, a massive sword slammed into the ground near the mountain. Curious disciples swarmed over, buzzing with questions. One asked, "What's going on?" Another answered, "I just saw this iron sword drop straight out of the sky." Then, loud laughter echoed behind the mountain, and soon after, one foot was planted on the sword's pommel, a guy with teal hair standing over it, flanked by 2 servants. Seeing his cocky attitude, a disciple spoke up, "Who the hell are you? Get down here. Tamek Sect isn't the place for your arrogant crap." That teal-haired dude was Damon Shade. He shut his eyes and barked a command, then flashing a mouth signal to his minions, lightning quick. One servant slapped the disciple right in the face, making blood spray out. From up above, Damon ordered his men to drag that disciple over. As the servant reached to pull him away, a sudden voice stopped him. He turned, surprised. It was Theo Carter, leading the elder group of Tamek Sect. He asked, "Are you guys from the Shadow Moon Clan?" When they stayed silent, he asked again, "Are you from the Shadow Moon Clan?" Damon answered casually, "Yeah, that's right." After hearing that, Theo nodded politely. "You're pretty young, and you've got 2 bodyguards with you. Which star in the Shadow Moon Galaxy are you?" Damon floated down and said, "No doubt about it, Tamek Sect leader has sharp eyes." Then he landed and stood tall on top of the disciple he'd just humiliated. Standing on his head, Damon introduced himself. "I'm Damon Shade, the heir of Shadow Moon." Hearing this, Jake Black said, "Shadow Moon heirs, those 2 rare prodigies of our sect have already hit the ascended stage, and they're true king-level talents. So what's Damon Shade doing here in Tamek Sect? Isn't the duel supposed to be later?" Damon snapped his fingers, counting off days. "Yeah, the duel isn't up yet. I'm here to set up this formation on orders." Right after he finished, the giant sword suddenly glowed white, and a massive circle formed in the sky, shooting out 3 pillars of light and crackling lightning. Theo's eyes went wide. It was the Shadow Chain's sword formation. Justice Harper couldn't hold back and shouted, "Shadow Moon Clan, what are you trying to pull?" Damon explained calmly. "The headmaster's worried Tamik doesn't have disciples skilled enough and might run when cornered. That's why I was sent here to lay down this formation as a push." Hearing that, the Tamik disciples got furious, but Damon totally ignored them. He smirked and taunted, "It's just a little motivation. Losing isn't scary, but being a coward, now, that's embarrassing." The disciple under his foot snapped. "Don't disrespect Tamik's sect." That hit a nerve with Damon. Squinting, he said, "Oh, you want to disrespect me? Watch this." Then he stepped down firmly, forcing the disciple's head into the ground, leaving him face down and humiliated. Seeing their own disciple humiliated, Justice Harper blew up and pointed at Damon. "Outrageous. I've never met anyone this arrogant. Let go of our disciple or else." Before she finished, Damon cut her off with a sneer. "Oh, you're in for it today." Then he cocked his chin, pointed a thumb at himself, and said, "Wonder why I've been so cocky for so long. Not a single one of you dares to step up. Guess you're all just scared of Shadow Moon's power." He kept pushing. "In our world, strength rules. Do any of you have the guts to face Shadow Moon Clan head-on? To touch me?" Hearing this, the Tamik crowd lowered their heads, silent. Then Damon threw down a challenge. "All right, listen up. I'm giving you a shot to train. Send any disciple you want. If they can beat my 2 bodyguards, I'll pull down this shadow chain formation." In a flash, a young disciple with neon green hair shouted excitedly, "I'll take the challenge." Before he could even move, the bodyguard landed a brutal knockout punch that left his nose bleeding hard. The bodyguard didn't ease up, following with an even stronger blow that knocked the disciple flat. Watching their comrade humiliated like that, the rest of the disciples got fired up, shouting, "Let's go. Dying in a fight is better than living with shame. Kill him." Off to the side, Ryan King clenched his teeth, listening to the chaos of the battle, and growled, "Damn it. If it weren't for Ethan Lee sealing my powers, I'd have jumped in and fought Damon Shade to the death by now." Suddenly, an idea hit him. "That's right." Ryan turned to Mark Vinson, speaking confidently. "Mark, hand over that dual cycle elixir." Mark, shocked, protested, "Give it to you? That's our sect's treasure." Ryan quickly explained, "Given Damon's humiliation of us, we can't hold back. Right now, I'm the best candidate to step up, beat him, and restore Tamik Sect's honor. Plus, we've still got the quintuple cycle elixir as our top domain artifact." Hearing that, Mark fell silent, mumbling to himself, "Is this really our only shot to save the sect's pride?" Sensing Mark's wavering, Ryan smiled inside. "Perfect. He's cracking. This is our best chance to get the dual cycle elixir. Later, I'll find a way to snatch the quintuple cycle elixir too. If I pull this off, my status at Tamik Sect is locked down tight, and soon enough, I'll be looking down on this whole continent from the top." Meanwhile, the disciples continued struggling against the 2 bodyguards. One disciple got slammed in the ribs, another took a direct punch to the face, and another strong strike sent someone crashing to the ground. Damon laughed at the scene. "Come on, bring out your prize saintess that you've been training so hard. Maybe she won't get wrecked this badly." Justice Harper snapped and drew her sword, fury blazing as she declared, "Enough. I'll take you on myself." Damon, totally dismissive, shot back loudly, "Maybe she won't get completely crushed this time." Quinn couldn't hold back anymore. She pulled out her sword, shouting in fury, "This is ridiculous. I'll take all of you on." Shade didn't even flinch, yelling back, "Oh snap, the Chief Elder wants to jump in the fight. So does that mean our masters can throw down in the upcoming battle too?" Seeing her fired up, Jake quickly raised his hand to calm her down. He tried to soothe her, saying, "Yeah, this fight's only for the disciples. Neither us nor the elder heads of the Shadow Moon sect are allowed to step in." Jenny was so mad she was shaking, mumbling, "These hypocritical jerks, acting all righteous." Deep down, she felt a sting of regret, wondering if letting that nobody take over the Heartwood Sect from the start would have saved them all from this mess. Right then, another disciple risked it all charging at Shade, but a single gentle kick sent him flying far away. Watching the Heartwood Sect fighters fall like flies, Shade sneered, "How pathetic are you guys? I want to see what kind of foundation these trash Heartwood disciples even have." Finishing his taunt, Shade shouted, activating his mystic eye power. His eyes glowed with a strange blue hue. Dylan watched in horror and blurted, "No way, the mystic sight technique. Can't believe Shade has the insane talent to pull off this ultimate mind-reading skill that can see through a person's essence. No wonder he's called a born emperor." The Heartwood Sect can't even come close. Shade scanned each disciple's core, and the verdict for all was the same, utterly useless. When it came to Leo, Shade looked puzzled. How does this guy have nothing? Not even the most basic essence showed up. He mocked him, the worst of the worthless. Only you Heartwood losers hold on to garbage like this. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a blue aura flicker around Hank and little Zoe. He whispered, "Found it." Then he yelled, "No way, that's the legendary divine spirit body." The elders overheard and all gasped, exclaiming, "The divine spirit body." Without missing a beat, Shade started scheming with a wicked grin. Perfect. With this kid in our corner, the Shadow Moon sect is guaranteed to birth an emperor. Seeing the greedy glint in Shade's eyes, little Zoe shrank behind her mom, softly calling for her. Shade then turned to Hannah, asking, "Your power's sealed, right?" "You used to be a saintess of the Heartwood Sect." When she stayed silent, he pressed on. "I see. Exceptional talent. Take both of you back with us. From now on, you'll be living with the Shadow Moon sect, and you'll get to satisfy all your senior brother's demands." Just then, Shade's eyes flared wildly as he sensed a surge of deadly energy. He thought to himself, "This fierce aura can't come from Heartwood's trash. Who could it be?" Meanwhile, Mark passed the second transfer elixir to William. That elixir instantly grabbed Shade's full attention. Shocked, he wondered, "What kind of pill is that?" Holding the elixir, William couldn't hide his cockiness, muttering, "Hey, little Shadow Moon punk. Once I swallow this second transfer elixir, I'll show you what the top disciple of the Heartwood Sect can do." Shade shouted. Snatch, a purple energy stream filled with tiny power shards. Shoot it straight at William. Just as William was about to pop the pill, the energy stream locked down his hand. A deafening roar echoed, forcing him to stop. Shade dashed forward at lightning speed, landing a hard kick that knocked William flat on his back. The elixir flew from his grip. Shade easily grabbed the pill and proudly stared down his freshly acquired treasure. Dylan angrily cursed at William. "Idiot. If you wanted to drink the second transfer elixir, swallow it right away. Why all the chatter? Now look, you've lost everything." Mark watched this unfold, screaming in pain. "My treasure." William was trapped under Shade's foot, humiliated beyond belief. Gritting his teeth, he thought bitterly, "Damn, that worthless guy on the horse. If my power hadn't been sealed, if I weren't so slow, I wouldn't have failed, and the second transfer elixir wouldn't have been stolen." Shade was over the moon, loudly bragging. "Nice. Nice, we've got ourselves a second transfer elixir and a divine spirit body." After a moment, he turned to Jake with a serious voice. "We'll hold on to these two treasures for now. Once the match ends, we'll decide the next move." Watching William lying beneath his foot, Shade suddenly wondered if the deadly energy came from this guy. Could he have misread it? Quickly dismissing the doubt, he thought, whatever, there's no master in Heartwood Sect. He ordered his servants to escort the divine spirit body and saintess away. Jenny growled furiously, "You dare." Just then, Shade felt the terrifying energy again. That same blue glow started spreading, like ribbons fluttering toward him. At this point, Leo was beyond furious, his face dark as a servant carrying a heavy bronze hammer strode straight to Hannah and her kid. Suddenly, the servant choked and fell to his knees, struggling but unable to move a muscle. That's when Shade confirmed the deadly energy was coming from this area. He ordered his other bronze hammer servant, "Charge." The servant immediately lunged at Hannah. Jenny shouted anxiously, "Hannah, watch out." She drew her sword and rushed to help. But the servant was super nimble, leaping up with his weapon aimed at her. Suddenly, a rough hand grabbed the bronze hammer. Leo coldly snorted, gripping it tight so the servant couldn't pull away. Now Shade was sure the deadly energy piercing his heart came from this coreless guy. Just then, the servant on the ground got back up. Jack charged straight at Michael, swinging hard. Suddenly, a blinding golden light exploded, lighting up the whole fight zone, making it impossible to see what was really going down. Meanwhile, Shade just stood back, looking like he was watching some wild show. He waved a hand, sneering like a total jerk. "Looks like I totally overestimated you, clown. You know these brass maces the two lackeys are holding, specially forged to mess up body training techniques. No dodging and you had the nerve to take the hits head-on. You're begging for a quick death." Slowly, the golden glow faded until it vanished completely. When the light died down, Michael was still standing firm, gripping the two brass maces his two henchmen wielded. Shade was stunned to see this. He sneered. "Oh, so that's how it is?" Meanwhile, a thick green aura started swirling around him. Michael casually commented, "Nice material. I'll take these off your hands." Without hesitation, he pulled back the two weapons and flung the two henchmen off to the side. Sensing trouble, Shade yelled, "Activate the Death Strike formation. You two get in position now." A weird purple energy laced with ancient runes burst out from his guys. That creepy purple aura quickly engulfed Michael. In a flash, a blinding light spread over a massive area. Chris was terrified, realizing it was a unity curse. Mark whispered, "Boss, what kind of trick is this? I've never seen anything like it." The elder explained, "This is a forbidden curse from the Shadow Order. Anyone hit by it loses all 5 senses, their consciousness fragments until they become a hollow shell. Normal folks can't trigger this curse. Only these special brass maces, crafted by the Shadow Order with dark secret techniques, can unleash this. They numb all senses to cast this. For others, even chanting it will make you lose your mind. Seeing Michael trapped like that, Jenny got anxious. Little Chris was scared too, asking his mom, "Mom, is Dad gonna be okay?" Without waiting, Michael turned to calm his daughter. "I'm fine." Seeing Michael still able to speak, Shade was dumbfounded. He stammered, "No way. You got hit by the Unity curse. Even a great warrior wouldn't be unaffected." Michael just shrugs and says cool as ice, "This is barely a fraction of what I've survived before." Hearing that, Shade gave him a suspicious look, asking if some even stronger curse lingered on Michael. Instead of answering, Michael eyed the two brass maces, then remarked on the quality but said the build was too flimsy. Then he squeezed the weapons hard, easily crushing both. Shade's jaw dropped in horror. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. The purple energy kept pouring out from the broken maces. Suddenly, the two henchmen coughed up blood and were thrown backward. Watching his prized brass maces shatter, Shade clutched his head, screaming, "My brass maces! The Grand Master gifted them. They represent my status and power." Chris wiped sweat from his forehead, thinking, whoa, did Michael just neutralize the witchcraft backlash caused by these fate weapons? He brushed off the Unity curse like it was nothing and crushed special Shadow Order crafted maces with his bare hands. If Michael wasn't at the king rank, he must have mastered some insane body training technique. That thought sent chills down his spine. He realized he'd seriously underestimated Michael over and over. Hitting this level in 10 years, straight genius. A rare prodigy, no doubt. Still shaken, Shade held his head looking at the wreckage of his henchmen. Then, pointing at Michael, he roared, "You're gonna die, and it won't be pretty." No matter how mad Shade got, Michael stayed calm. He looked at his hands and said, "This is manageable." Shade, seething with rage, gathered his green energy and laughed. "You just pissed me off." Then he barked, "Activate the demon sword formation." Instantly, a giant sword appeared, spewing thousands of transparent blades aimed straight at Michael. Pointing at Michael, Shade ordered his men, "Take him out inside the formation." Thousands of sword fragments shot towards Michael, but he didn't flinch. Rachel panicked. "Oh, Shade's demon sword formation has Michael completely locked down." Shade sneered. "Once the demon sword formation tags someone as the enemy, it keeps attacking non-stop until you vanish unless you break the formation. So, you think you're tough? Let's see how you handle what's next." Standing calm in the middle of the formation, Michael joked, "Little tricks like this are child's play." He tossed the broken brass mace shards to Toby, telling him to make weapons from them. Toby grabbed them, replying, "Got it." Chris looked around, almost questioning reality. He wondered if something just zipped past him. Turning around to scan the area, he thought, maybe the Shadow Order has a hidden expert? No way. Suddenly, Shade kept screaming, sword fragments slashing through the air. Michael had enough playing around. He said breaking this formation was super easy. Flicking his wrist, he casually walked toward the giant's sword. Looking it over, he said, "When the formation loses its swords, it'll collapse by itself." Shade just laughed, mocking, "You're joking, right? You want to destroy the main sword inside the formation?" Pausing for a sec, he shot him a sideways glance, voice dripping with contempt. "All right, I'll admit you've got skills, but this sword is the heart of the whole setup. Even jokes gotta have limits." Before he could finish, Jake lightly tapped and shattered the sword. Watching that massive blade break into shards, Shadow Assassin's eyes went wide. What the heck? Once the main sword crumbled, thousands of swords in the formation started vanishing like they were never there. Hunter couldn't believe his eyes. Was this for real? Little Chris jumped up, cheering wildly. "Dad's a total beast." Suddenly, Shadow Assassin burst out, laughing like a maniac, holding a charm in his hand, sneering. "Didn't expect you all to be so eager to meet death." Then he coldly announced, "You left me no choice but to bring out the real ace. The beast, Billel, is something even I can't fully control. If it goes berserk, it's gonna be a bloody massacre. Today, I'm wiping out the whole Heartwood Sect alone." Tommy broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, "Billel, the beast." Remembering the beast's image, Mike spoke up, scared. "Billel can sense all things under heaven, but it's insanely aggressive, reaching the saint deity level, nearly rivaling an emperor. We're screwed. Didn't expect Dark Shadow Sect to have such a savage beast. No way we let him summon Billel." Tommy frantically pleaded. "Shadow Assassin, please hold back. I'm ready to give half our sect's resources if you chill out." At this point, Shadow Assassin was blinded by fury, giving him a cold look and bursting into laughter. "Beg now? Way too late. Heartwood's men will be slaves, women, just entertainment. You don't even have the right to ask me, go rot in hell." Mike shot back angrily, his voice booming. Then he told his disciples, "Quick, while the dark sword formation's down, get out of here right now." Shadow Assassin, acting like a lunatic, raised his hand, laughed loudly, and shouted, "Feel the pain. Live with your regrets. This time, nobody will save you. Heartwood Sect's gonna die with me." As he finished, a bright golden light lit up the sky, and from it came a soft meowing sound. A clawed paw burst out of the ground. Right in front of Jake, someone screamed in shock, "Whoa!" Soon after, Billow's full form appeared, its glowing orange eyes blazing, roaring loudly. Mike groaned in worry. It's really over. Heartwood Sect is done for. If not for Jake, how did this disaster even happen? Grace managed to keep calm, telling him, "Stop pleading. Just get your disciples and pull out. Save as many as you can." Shadow Assassin kept laughing wildly and commanded Billow by name. "Meow, meow. Tear them apart for me." Amazingly, Billow only stepped forward with one paw, silently staring at Jake. Jake looked up to meet its gaze. The beast's sweat poured like a shower. Seeing Billow's stillness, Shadow Assassin urged, "Meow, meow. What are you waiting for? Kill him already." But Billow gave a forced laugh and said, "Sorry to bother you. Run away, just run." Without another word, it vanished underground. Everyone gawked, stunned. Mike was skeptical. Could it be that Billow was just a regular cat? Shadow Assassin, terrified, demanded, "Who the hell are you?" "Why meow meow." Before he could finish, Jake casually tapped his toe and launched a flying kick at him that made Shadow Assassin spit blood. He scared, asked, "What do you want?" "I'm a disciple of the Dark Shadow Sect. Kill me, and neither my sect nor Heartwood will ever forgive you." Jake's face went dark as he replied, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Not yet." Then he kicked him far away and warned, "Make sure you bring everyone from Dark Shadow Sect here. Better get the whole gang." Shadow Assassin was thrown dozens of feet but gritted his teeth, thinking, "Fine, I won't let you off. I'll bury Heartwood Sect with you." Jake gave him one last warning. "Don't get the wrong idea. I spared you only so you can bring more people here." He paused, then added, "Enough with the trash talk. Get lost." He flicked a pebble at Shadow Assassin's face, making him bleed again. Watching Shadow Assassin struggle to retreat, Tommy steadied himself. Mark immediately yelled, pointing at the retreating enemy, "Hey Jake, he still has the second stage elixir. Why didn't you take it back?" Henry joined in, eyes greedy. "Right? If I snagged that elixir, I'd have a shot at breaking through and finally standing a chance against Dark Shadow Sect's assassin in the upcoming duel." Mike didn't hold back either. "You're obviously helping the enemy and stupidly talking about bringing the whole Dark Shadow Sect here." Hearing these unfair accusations, Jake just shrugged. "The elixir's yours now. If you can't keep it safe, what's that got to do with me?" Seeing everyone turn on him at once, Hunter couldn't hold back any longer. "What are you guys doing? He just saved all of us." Suddenly, Tommy gave praise. "Jake, you pushed back that assassin real good. Jumped in to defend. Hey, what's going on? He just saved us." Suddenly, Chase turned and praised, "Luke, you pushed back Shade's heir. Great job. From today on, I appoint you as the top disciple of the clan." Hank immediately shouted back, "Boss, I should be the top disciple." Chase ignored him and kept speaking to Luke. "You've seen how bad the Shadow Clan's threat is to Timber Clan. Just one Shade heir could dominate us, and now I hope you'll hand over that Shadow Heart technique. This stuff is about the clan's survival. I can't shy away from using some dirty tricks." He paused, then added, "I bet you don't want to see your daughter snatched and turned into some training tool, right?" Hearing that threat, Luke just coldly warned back, "Playing with fire only leads to getting burned." Right then, a flash of golden light suddenly lit up atop the mountain. Luke smirked, showing up at just the right moment. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed from the golden glow, booming through the air. "Leader of the Timber Clan, along with elder lords and key members, report to me immediately." Chase and the elders were shocked beyond words. That voice belonged to the Supreme Elder. A stunned disciple asked, "Wait, what? The Supreme Elder's still alive? Didn't he pass away?" "Yeah." Chase signaled the elders with a hand and said solemnly, "Let's go, elders, follow me to the back mountain." Then he glanced at Luke meaningfully and invited, "Why don't you come along too?" Meanwhile, nearby on a cliff, some guys watching the scene freaked out. One man's sword suddenly cracked, and he panicked. Not long after, the whole group dropped to their knees, coughing up fresh blood. One stunned guy asked, "What just happened? Why are we suddenly hurt like this?" After a bit, Chase and his group reached the Timber Clan's back mountain, facing the Supreme Elder meditating, his body surrounded by a brilliant gold glow. He opened his eyes and slowly spoke, "So you've come. I've been training for decades, finally breaking through to mid-saint stage." Chase and the elders immediately clasped their hands in respect, saying in unison, "Welcome back, Supreme Elder." Max was amazed and said, "I never thought the Supreme Elder was still alive. Now the Timber Clan has hope again." Chase thought about the Iron Beast, guessing that the beast shade summoned must have sensed the elder's presence and backed off. Jake sneered inside. Chase was overthinking it. Luke wasn't really that tough. Maybe the Supreme Elder quietly broke the formation. First, the Elder asked Chase about the clan's state over the past decade. Any big incidents? Chase said this was a long story. Hearing that, the Supreme Elder closed his eyes. All right, that can wait. I've got an urgent mission for you right now. All four answered together. We're ready to give it our all, he slowly said. Fine, Luke. He used to tend horses here at the Timber Clan. Hearing that, all three guys gasped. What? No way. They couldn't believe their ears. Chase then pointed to Luke, approaching slowly, and said, Supreme Elder, is that kid, you're talking about him? On seeing Luke, the Elder quickly flew over. He said, So it really is him. Chase took the chance to snitch. Supreme Elder, that Shadow Heart technique is in his hands. Please decide what to do. Before he could finish, Jake shouted to cut him off. As expected, the Cho Thine too started snitching once he had the chance. Elder Tai, the core secrets of our clan's arts are in his hands, please. You've got to check this out. Before he could finish, Jake cut him off loudly. Senior Elder, this guy stole our secret herbal formula, acted all cocky, killed disciples from the Heartwood Sect, completely disrespecting the sect. Please, we need you to step in and lock him up. No mercy allowed. Seeing how those two were blindly blaming Lei James for everything, Hannah was pissed off and said, Senior Elder, yeah, he messed up, but he was the one who just saved the Heartwood Sect. Then Dan Shadow cut her off, saying it wasn't him, it had to be the Senior Elder secretly behind it. Hannah was furious, lost for words, only managing to say one thing. You two keep arguing and totally miss how the Senior Elder's face just darkened as he stepped toward Lei James. As he approached, every elder was thinking their own thing. Dan Shadow smirked, thinking, no doubt the Senior Elder holds a grudge against Lei James. A big showdown's coming. Hannah rubbed her aching temples, thinking, Lei James, you're gonna have to deal with this fallout yourself. Then the earth-shattering moment just as the Senior Elder got close, his knees suddenly buckled. Then he dropped to his knees, bowed his head, and respectfully begged, Master above, please accept this bow from your disciple. All three, Mark Blaze, Dan Shadow, and Hannah, were shocked with mouths wide open, eyes practically popping out. Wait, what? No way am I seeing this right. Impossible. Lei James shook his head, rejecting him. He said, I'm not your master. But the Senior Elder was stubborn, begging, Master, please take me as your disciple. Wherever Lei James turned, the Elder followed, desperately begging for acceptance. This cycle repeated non-stop. The Senior Elder lost all pride, crawling on the ground, begging, Master, accept me. Please, take me as your disciple. Chuck Tyson was shaking his head, completely confused by what was going on. The Elder High Priest kept dropping to his knees, all just to convince this kid, once a horse herder, to become his disciple. No matter how much the old man scrambled, the kid just shook his head, firm as ever. Your talent's way too weak. I'm not taking you in. Hearing this, Chuck Thompson freaked out, holding his head, yelling. And he had the nerve to say the Elder's talent's just garbage, refusing him too. Dylan Shadow hadn't even recovered yet. Pointing right at himself, he told Mark Sullivan, Hey Mark, are you seriously gonna hit me? Am I dreaming or what? Queen Harper couldn't believe her ears, gasping, This is beyond ridiculous. Right then, Mark Sullivan slapped Dylan so hard he coughed up blood. Dylan shouted back, Seriously, this isn't a dream, right? The Elder sighed heavily and said, The student knows his skills are weak, totally unfit to be a disciple. Still, I have one outrageous request. Pausing briefly, he bowed again before continuing, Since my time, the Pine Heart Sect has been going downhill. For the sake of restoring the order, Master, please pick 8 of Pine Heart's disciples for just 1 month of training. When he finished, he looked up at the kid. But Leo Sky didn't budge, just turned his back, so the Elder crawled over, bargaining. 5 students, half a month. Seeing no reaction, the Elder's eyes welled up. Master, remember, it was me who taught Yvonne Han's girl how to refine the 100-fire pill to save a life. Can't you grant this old man his small wish? The kid frowned, hearing him bring up old stuff, and shot back, I already cured your hidden illness and fixed your mind technique so you wouldn't die from burning out your soul. We settled our debt ages ago. Then he asked, Where's that jade piece now? Quickly, the Elder pointed toward the restricted zone, saying, Still inside the forbidden area. Suddenly, Leo Sky cut in, 3 people, 5 days. Hearing that, the Elder lit up. Tomorrow, I'll go fetch the jade myself. Then he bowed low to the kid, adding, About the chosen ones, our sex prodigy is obviously the holy maiden she's won. The other 2, Master, pick whoever you fancy. Meanwhile, Chuck Thompson quietly told the Elder, Elder, the lost trail to the old mind technique is still missing from our sect. The Elder turned, his eyes stunned. I got too emotional earlier and missed what you said. A heavy silence fell over the group. The atmosphere became thick. How should they bring it up? The elder squinted, rummaging through his mind, then said in surprise, "Wait, you mean the mind technique? The wild heart one?" After a moment, his face flushed a bit, embarrassed as he forced a smile and explained, "I've had it all this time on me. Back then, I was rushing into seclusion, and I took it along. Can't believe it's already been 5 full years." Chuck Thompson was dumbfounded, only managing a stunned, "What?" Then Leo Sky, done with formalities, spoke up. "It's time. I gotta pick someone up." Before leaving, he didn't forget to add, "Make sure everything I need is ready." The elder bowed respectfully and replied, "Safe journey, sir." Just as Leo disappeared from sight, Chuck finally dared to ask, "Elder, who is this Leo Sky? Why does even you bow down and keep kneeling so many times?" The elder didn't answer straight away. Instead, he warned Chuck with a serious tone, "Whatever I showed today must never be leaked out. And what's happened around here, not a single word to the outside world." Then, his eyes filled with a deadly glare locked onto Chuck's, warning him fiercely. That oppressive aura radiating off the elder was intense. Chuck shivered thinking, is this guy really a Saint Lord? This was a whole different level from the calm breath he'd seen earlier. Dylan Shadow quickly promised, firmly sealing his lips about everything heard and seen today. Then he spoke to the others, "Teaching 3 people in 5 days, that's the greatest chance I managed for our sect." Chuck clasped his hands, saying, "Elder, the Pine Heart Sect's on the edge of collapse. The Shadow Moon Sect's circling like wolves, and monsters run wild in the East King's forest. We're facing total destruction. Now that you've reached St. Lord's Peak, please, take command of Pine Heart and boost our disciples' morale." The elder closed his eyes warily and ordered, "I'll head to the Forbidden Zone soon. You all must seize this golden opportunity. And no matter what the Master asks, you have to obey." All 4 nodded in sync. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, they learned a bombshell. The Wild Heart Mind technique passed down was actually an incomplete book. Chuck was shocked, just a partial version. The elder went on, explaining that generations of sect leaders and elders devoted themselves to studying this flawed manual, each leaving notes to patch it up. But no one made it perfect. Over years of practice, the technique's flaws got blown way out of proportion. When I started training, it was almost impossible to turn back. Pausing, the elder stressed that this master had fixed, refined, and completed the flaws in the ancient Pine Heart Mind technique passed down through generations. Looking up to the sky, he murmured, "Truly, a brilliant talent gifted by heaven." From that moment on, the flaws in Tai Yard's mind technique got blown way out of proportion. By the time I was training, it was hard enough to turn things around. Pausing for a moment, he emphasized that it was the gentleman himself who fixed, revised, and perfected the ancestors' misinterpretations in the Heartwood Sect's teachings through generations. Then he looked up at the sky, marveling, "Truly, a gifted talent blessed by heaven." From that moment on, our clan is the only one truly holding the original wild spirit technique. The words he dropped left the clan leader and elders totally blown away. Ace tightened his grip in pure rage, slammed his fist on the table so hard that the wine splashed everywhere. He gulped down the last of his drink, grinding his teeth, thinking, "My loyal helper got killed. The cursed sword formation got wrecked. Even Meow Meow got taken away, left me totally stranded." After downing the cup, Ace wiped his chin and frowned, worried. "With losses this bad, how am I supposed to report back to the sect? If I return empty-handed, my title as the assassin's heir is doomed for sure." Suddenly, he remembered he still had a rare second-stage elixir. Pulling it out, he admired it quietly, feeling lucky. "Thank God for this second-stage elixir. Bringing it back to the clan could help me make amends." Lost in thought, he didn't notice 2 strangers watching him from the shadows. Remembering Levi's stone, Ace's hatred ran deep. He swore revenge on the Heartwood Sect, vowed to tear that punk apart. Suddenly, a hand clapped hard on Ace's shoulder, making him jump. The guy said, "Bro, that treasure you're holding is straight up fire." Ace blinked, confused. The guy repeated, "Yo, bro, that treasure in your hand is mad valuable." Only then did Ace realize he was trapped and couldn't move. The dude whispered a single word, "Delicious." The fat guy beside him crept closer, grinning like a kid in a candy store. Ace shouted, "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" The guy on his shoulder claimed to be from the 100 Demons crew, calling himself the Ravenous Demon. The chubby dude next to him introduced himself as Starving Demon. Hearing their names, Ace's blood ran cold. His hands shook as he thought, 100 Demons crew? There's no way they should be here. That's a whole gang of half-human monsters, with ridiculous power levels, especially the fierce and cursed demons among them, probably top-tier rulers of the demon realm. And behind them, there's that legendary demon king guarding them. Ace forced a crooked smile and tried to play it cool. "So you two are the big demon bosses of the 100 Demons crew?" Mind sharing some wisdom? Ravenous Demon gave a thumbs up, cool as ever. We're here to help you finish what you started. Starving Demon chimed in, yeah, didn't you say you wanted to wipe out the Heartwood Sect? We're backing you up, since we already planned to crash their turf anyway. Hearing this, Ace started weighing the pros and cons. He eyed them carefully and asked, you two really down to help me out? Ravenous Demon replied bluntly, for sure, but don't think we're doing it for free. That elixir is our payment. Ace hesitated, feeling conflicted, and offered, if you want a reward, I can pay another way. I'm Ace of the Shadow Clan, and my sect's got tons of rare herbs and materials. When Ace tried to back out, their faces darkened. Ravenous Demon spread his arms on the table and pressed. So you gonna refuse? Seeing this, Ace quickly covered, bosses, I'm carrying a heavy responsibility now. Gotta use this elixir to give me the guts to face the Shadow Clan, to return home. Starving Demon lost his patience, snapped back, then bit Ace's hand hard. Ace screamed in pain, sweat pouring down. Ah, my hand. Ravenous Demon quickly shoved Starving Demon's mouth, scolding loud. Dude, you got your slobber all over the elixir on his hand. Starving Demon muttered, you're filthy. Now I lost my appetite to enjoy this elixir. Grinning with bloody lips, he suggested, then take it back to the vicious demon. If he gets it and likes it, he'll hook us up with some good eats. At that moment, Ravenous Demon lifted Ace's chin, sneering, beat it and wait to hear how the Heartwood Sect gets crushed. Ace, with his wounded arm, nodded fearfully. Yes, yes. Just like that, the two cold-hearted demons walked off, leaving Ace shaking with terror. Meanwhile, down at the chaotic cavern exit, Levi Stone stood on a high rock, his calm eyes watching over the disciples training below. Suddenly, one disciple spotted him, whispered, pointing upward, hey guys, look, that's him. Another was stunned. Wait, he's completely fine. Wasn't he taken by the sect leaders for investigation? Someone else interrupted, isn't he the top disciple now anyway? Meeting the veteran elder. Must mean he got some special recognition. Spotting her dad safe up on the cliff, little Chi shouted with joy, pointing, Dad's okay, Mom, Dad's okay. Before she could finish, Mia gently stroked her head, kneeling down and gazing at her with motherly love. Little Chi, you love your dad, right? The girl nodded obediently. Yeah. Mia explained softly, but we can't stay with your dad now, or it'll mess with his cultivation path. He's got bigger duties to fulfill. Though heartbroken, little Chi understood and replied, okay, I get it, Mom. Her pain expression tugged at everyone's heart. Mia hugged her tight, whispering, Mom's sorry, sweetie. Just then, Hannah called her. Yeah, Mia answered quietly. Seeing her approach, little Chi politely greeted her grandma. Hannah said to Mia, things have shifted now. Levi Stone's status is way different. You should stick around the sect. Don't rush back to Cloudrise Peak. Take the chance to visit your dad and Yuki first. Mia replied frankly, knowing the elder's tough personality. Ellie Han gently rubbed her kid's head. She knelt before Lily, her eyes full of love. Lily, you really love your dad, don't you? The little girl obediently replied, yes, ma'am. Ellie softly explained, but we can't stay with your dad anymore, or it'll mess with his training path. He's got huge responsibilities to take care of. Though Lily was heartbroken, she understood and answered respectfully, yes, Lily gets it. The little girl's pained face made anyone watching feel a sting in their chest. Ellie held her close and whispered, Mom's sorry, honey. Right then, Hannah called out to her, Yen, come here. Ellie answered softly, yes. Seeing her approach, Lily politely greeted her grandma. Hannah told Ellie, things have shifted now. LeJames's status isn't what it used to be. You should stick around the sect for a bit, don't rush back to Cloudrise yet. Take the chance to visit your dad and Jade Ann first. Ellie bluntly assessed, knowing the senior elder's character. So you're trying to get him to teach the new students, right? Her spot-on guess made Jack's eyes pop wide open. Emily bowed her head and firmly shared her plan. I'll swing by to visit my dad first, then I'll take Chloe back to Cloudcrest. Ethan was still perched up high, eyes closed, chilling out. Suddenly, Ryan stepped up from behind, demanding, why didn't you just say it from the start? The shadow arts don't fall under your control. Ethan gave Ryan a sharp look, dripping with scorn. Did I say you had to believe me? Ryan shot back seriously. Still, you don't have to pick a fight with the Black Moon sect. He kept his gaze away, cool as hell. You go after my daughter. Shouldn't I wipe out the troublemakers completely, root and all? That reason was solid, no arguing with it. Ryan just gave a grudging hum in agreement, secretly thinking, this guy's exactly the kind of madman the Grandmaster wants to study under totally reckless. Soon, Ethan turned to him with a warning. Listen, some lines you just don't cross. Ryan looked puzzled. What's that supposed to mean? Not sure if he was playing dumb or really didn't get it. Ethan just shot him a cold glare and said nothing else. Ryan turned and started heading down, reminding, the priestess is coming soon. Pick your last two disciples fast. Once Ryan left, Kyle landed beside Ethan and reported, "Sir, everyone's out." The candidates started streaming out of the cave. Little Jay, the youngest kid, hung back quietly, scanning the scene. One disciple pointed at the group exiting the cave, saying, "Senior Mason, all who passed the Mind Chaos Cave are accounted for." Mason welcomed them. "Congrats, you passed the Eye of the Forest's second test. Starting today, you qualify to be outer disciples of the sect." Ethan and the other two stood on the cliff, watching Jay. The blonde guy, Max, smirked teasingly. "Boss, that kid's truly something. Rock-solid belief, fierce drive. No way the chaos could shake him." Meanwhile, Mason carried on. "Next, you'll be assigned to the Miscellaneous Duties Hall, handling odd jobs. Pass the aptitude test in a month and you could become official disciples." Suddenly, Jay glanced back, searching for Ethan. The kid wondered quietly, why isn't he coming along? Suddenly, a weird dark power surged forward. Kyle gasped, "Sir, 3 demon beasts." The beasts charged, striking out at the disciples. Terrified, the students guessed, could those demon beasts from the eastern wilds really have chased us all the way here? A sharp claw sliced into a disciple, who couldn't dodge in time. Mason and another senior hurriedly teamed up to fight back. Mason gritted his teeth, sweating, thinking the attack power was brutal. How long could they hold out? Another demon beast lunged suddenly, catching him off guard. Mason shouted desperately, "We're doomed." Suddenly, a translucent purple sword sliced through the neck of one demon beast. The attacker was the sex priestess, Jade. "The priestess is here." The priestess arrived. The disciples cheered happily. Jade landed with a middle-aged woman who announced loudly, "Sis, these beasts are no joke. We gotta team up." "Got it." The woman commanded the disciples. "Hold down 2 of them. We'll finish this one, then back you up." In unison, the disciples agreed. Right. Soon, a demon beast tossed 2 disciples aside. Seeing it charge, Mason yelled to Senior Wong, "Protect us." Block the last one. They just passed the trial and still didn't know any real techniques. Wong flew over, muttering, "Such a hassle." Got knocked back the second I got close. He backed off, mumbling, "Can't handle a demon beast yet. No need to risk ourselves for candidates not officially in the sect." Without another word, he bailed, warning, "I'm gonna report to the sect leader and elders. Let them deal with these monsters." Mason glared at him, shouting, "Coward." Ethan and his 2 companions watched silently. A moment later, Kyle whispered to Max, "All right, Max, your move." Just as they were about to jump in, Ethan held up a hand to stop them. Kyle called out surprised, "Sir." Max fretted, "Facing these beasts, Jay can't protect himself." Ethan said calmly, "I want the kid to experience death once." The demon beast had turned its attention to Jay, claw lashing out fiercely. Jay dodged fast. Suddenly, remembering Ethan's instructions, he recited the secret chant, activating it in the crisis. He glanced around, hunting for Ethan's figure, silently hoping he was nearby. "Up on the cliff," Kyle asked, puzzled. "Sir, do you want to hold back?" "Let him finish." Ethan cut in, "Get ready, use the bonded body technique to link me and Jay." Hearing that, Kyle volunteered quickly. "Sir, I'll do it." "No need," Ethan waved him off with a calm tone. "I'll handle it myself." Then, Kyle told Max, "Max, we're on." Max shut his eyes and nodded. "Yep." Right away, Kyle and Max moved into formation for Ethan's bonded body skill. Meanwhile, Jay braced himself, struggling against the demon beast's ferocious attacks. So young, without mastered techniques, how could he stand up to a monster even Wong couldn't handle? The kid was barely holding his own against the beast's savage attacks. At such a young age, without mastering deep techniques, how could he possibly stand up to a monster even King Heng couldn't handle? Before long, the kid got hit and flew back. The goddess and her disciples gasped in horror, knowing it was bad news. Now, that claw was just inches away from Jake. Seeing the sharp claw glinting coldly, the boy freaked out big time. Moments later, the claw pierced straight through Jake's chest. His pupils shrank, unable to believe this could be the end of his life. Slowly, he closed his eyes, a thought echoing in his mind. Is this what dying feels like? Jake recalled the times he was left out, bullied by classmates just because he didn't have a dad's love. They would throw rocks at him relentlessly, leaving him hurt, and not just that, they spat insults. "Don't hang with that dadless loser. Smash him." Life was rough and full of misery for him, constantly getting picked on whenever he stepped outside. That's when Emily couldn't hold back and fought back against the bullies. She stood up for Jake, telling them to quit messing with him. But the bullies got fired up. "How dare you mess with the big guy? Let's take both of them down." They roared, launching rocks at the siblings. Emily quickly shielded Jake, then grabbed his hand, and they bolted, while she yelled, "Come on, Jake, let's get out of here." Watching the two run, the kids threatened, "You better watch your backs." Tomorrow, I'm calling my dad, he'll squash you. At Skyview Heights, the scenery was peaceful, trees lush all around. Inside the Yen family home, Mom had set the table. When the kids sat down, she said, "Dinner's ready." Seeing only their own dishes, Emily asked, "What about you, Mom?" Yen replied, "I already ate." Just then, her stomach loudly betrayed her. Emily quickly pushed her bowl toward her mom, saying, "Mom, I'm not that hungry. You eat it instead." Jake grabbed his bowl, adding, "Me too." At that moment, a sack of food was thrown right at the door. The delivery guy, crossing his arms with a smirk, sneered, "Sorry, the food's a bit late." Then he mocked, "That saintess raising those cursed brats deserves to starve." Jake, hearing this, lunged forward, fists clenched, yelling, "Don't talk about my mom like that." The thug sneered, "You want to die, kid?" He kicked Jake hard, sending him flying. As Jake hit the ground, the guy wasn't done. He lunged in for another strike. Yen rushed in, wrapping her arms around her son, taking the blow herself. The thug growled a warning to the pair, "You better behave, or not even this scrap of food will come your way." After the guy left, Emily rushed over. "Mom, are you okay?" Despite the cuts on her face, Yen smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine." The thug went to report to Brother Wang. "Mission's done, just like you said." Took the chance to rough them up. He gave a thumbs up, adding, "All right, time to cash in." Jake overheard everything, seething with hatred but feeling too weak to fight back. Back in his mind, he drifted, wondering if that was the legendary spirit synchronization. He remembered the vow he made, "I will get stronger. I won't let anyone bully us anymore. I'll protect Mom and Sis like Dad would've." Pain spread all over his body. He whispered, "It hurts so bad. Am I really about to die?" He had yet to grow strong, still couldn't guard his mom and sister. Afraid to die, he screamed out, "Mom, Sis, save me." Just as he shouted a second time, Leo appeared beside Yen and Emily. His eyes blazed as he stepped closer, surrounded by a blue glow. Jake's eyes fluttered open. He wished back then he had dared to accept his dad. Unconsciously, he called out, "Dad," before collapsing right in front of everyone. The disciples stared wide-eyed, shocked to see Leo suddenly there. He grabbed Jake, using his own body to block the deadly strike from the monster. Gently, he sent healing energy into Jake, then crushed the beast's claw with a fierce glare like it was just a nuisance. Soon, a blue aura wrapped around the monster, breaking it apart. In no time, the creature vanished without a trace. The disciples gasped. Unbelievable how he took that hit head-on with no damage. Never thought he'd risk himself for the kid. Using a magical device to observe, Min looked at Leo and Jake excitedly and shouted, "They truly went through life and death." Thinking about Jake, he praised him endlessly. At this age, to survive that close call was insane. Even a normal person couldn't pull that off in a lifetime. If the soul core luck is good, the future's limitless. Suddenly, Fong reminded, "The Lord told us to stage an illusion. Make Jake believe he was seriously hurt, then use empathy magic to make him feel like he was dying." After a pause, he added, "But the Lord himself was the one who actually died once." Seeing Fong look panicked, Min stayed positive, saying, "What's there to fear? The Lord's immortal, unstoppable, and he always keeps his promises." He passionately declared, "We've got to follow the Lord and complete the Skyfire Order's mission. Besides, didn't the Lord personally train every one of us? You really think he'd fail?" "Look at you talking big," Tyler teased, mocking him. "Wow, never thought the worst of us in the 8 Titans would be the one schooling you." Hearing that, Mike got mad as hell, growling, "Don't call me that. Just wait, I'm gonna surpass all 7 of you someday." The beast growled fiercely, lunging at the Heartwood disciple, claws slashing through the air. Suddenly, a sword stabbed the beast's back, knocking it to the ground. From behind the hill, Hannah soared up, quietly chanting, "Frozen moon shatter." As she finished, purple energy wrapped around and crushed the beast to pieces. Hannah withdrew her sword, spinning it before catching it smoothly. Ellie and Lily rushed over, wondering what just happened. Could a wild beast from East Peak Forest really show up inside the Heartwood Sect? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Lay James appeared, holding Lil Dee in his arms, handing her to Ellie, saying, "Lil Dee is safe." "Worried?" she asked. "And him?" Lay James pressed his hand to his chest, blood trickling from his mouth, replying, "He's okay." But looking at him, how could he be? Ellie's heart weighed heavy as she cradled Lil Dee, whose hands still clutched the edge of Lay James's shirt. Hannah shouted, quickly treating the kid's wounds. Meanwhile, the current saintess and a middle-aged woman were locked in battle with the last beast, their training energy erupting fiercely. Soon they defeated the beast. Afterward, the saintess glanced at Ellie's group, then ran over, excitedly shouting, "Mom, Sis." She then asked Ellie, "You're back at Clouders already? Are these your kids?" Lily and Lil Dee. Ellie pointed to Jade Ann, introducing her to Lily, saying, Lily, this is your Aunt Jade Ann. The little girl politely greeted her, hello, Auntie. Jade Ann smiled, ruffling Lily's hair. Such a sweet kid. The middle-aged woman beside her spoke coldly, Saintess, please keep your manners and remember your status. Don't just hang out with anyone. Hearing that, Hannah snapped back, Elder Guardian, I don't think the Saintess even has the right to talk. She frowned, irritated. Speak all you want, but don't associate with criminals. Especially that shameless villain. The elder then turned toward Emily and said, Saint, consider her a warning, a lesson to keep yourself in check and push forward. Don't ever fall into the same wrong path. Emily bowed slightly, replying, Understood. Those words hit Haley like a slap in the face. She clenched her teeth, snarling with fury. You're not done yet. The woman stepped closer to Rachel, pointing a finger at her two kids, her tone venomous. If I were you, I'd have gotten rid of those two brats the moment they were born. Keeping them is just a waste of resources. She kept insulting Rachel without holding back. My biggest regret as an elder was thinking about protecting you back then. Seeing you just makes my skin crawl. With that, she raised her hand, ready to slap. How could Rachel just stand there and let some outsider insult her kids and try to strike her? Rachel quickly blocked the slap without hesitation, but the woman only raised her voice, You dare fight back? Rachel didn't want to waste time arguing. She calmly said, Listen, for your own safety, stop this nonsense. Honestly, you're the one saving your own skin here. My brother's right here, so watch your step, your life's on the line. Even with the warning, the woman refused to listen. She aggressively tried to slap Rachel again and yelled curses, but before the slap made contact, she took the first hit herself so fast she couldn't tell who hit her. Her face swelled up and twisted in pain. She screamed loudly, then before she could finish, she caught another slap from Liam coming down on her. The nonstop hits drove her insane. She immediately drew her sword, pointing it at him, shouting, I'll cut you down. Just then, Tony rushed over, pale as a ghost seeing the chaos. He yelled, Stop it now. But it was too late. The powerful energy Liam unleashed shattered her sword and slammed her body hard to the ground with a painful grunt. Trying to recover, she still acted defiant and spat more harsh words. Who the hell are you? You trying to protect that nobody, Rachel? You've crossed the line by messing with Liam's family. There's no way I'll let this slide. Liam's aura grew heavier, and without even touching her again, she was badly hurt and collapsed to her knees, too weak to keep insulting anyone. Tony quickly stepped in, blocking Liam's urge to finish her off. Liam pulled back. Can't we handle this calmly? Hank, who had been following, spoke up. Boss. Emily overheard their conversation, astonished. Liam's powerful presence hadn't weakened one bit. Calmly, he said, I don't have time to waste teaching her a lesson. That's why I had to send a direct warning. He snapped, breaking her arm. The way her body twisted looked like someone wringing out a wet towel. Pure agony, written all over her face. Then he issued a final warning. Don't ever show up in front of me again. She looked pitiful and fragile now, almost hallucinating. A head full of razor-sharp fangs appeared, eyes glowing blood red, locked right onto me like it was about to swallow me whole. Jake froze up, stammering, Leroy, you're still here. At that moment, Emily pretended to scold him. Why'd you have to act like that? Since you helped wipe out those beasts, we'll let it slide this time, but watch yourself next round. Even as she said that, she waved him over with a secretive telepathic shout, winking and mouthing okay before quietly adding, I know you spared her life out of mercy. Otherwise, she'd be dead long ago. I'll cover for you on this. He just gave a half-hearted yeah in response. Ignoring her advice, he strutted up, slapped her shoulder with cocky confidence, and declared, The Timberheart clan can't touch me. Then Leroy turned back to Jake and asked, Besides Emily, have you locked down your other chosen apprentices yet? He nodded over at Mark standing near Ryan and said, This guy, Ryan, totally misread the situation and shouted out loud in protest. What? You want to teach me something? Ryan paused, then shouted back, Who the hell do you think you are, anyway? What gives you the right to school me? One of the disciples nearby caught on and whispered a friendly heads up. Ryan, bro, I think you're misunderstanding. He was probably just pointing at Mark. Mark looked stunned, pointed at himself, and asked, Me. Ryan was just as shocked. He pointed back at Mark and snapped, What the hell's your deal? You think I'm weaker than Mark? Leroy just shrugged and said flatly, Yeah, you're not as good. Honestly, Ryan was making a total clown of himself right in front of him. A nearby disciple even leaned over and muttered, Dude, Ryan, you're looking like a total joke right now. After picking Mark, Leroy gestured toward little Nate, passed out safely in Lily's arms, and said, The last one is this kid. Shocked, Ryan blurted out, That brat? Jake didn't agree with that choice and spoke up, Leroy, elder leader, but he stopped mid-sentence, recalling the stern glare from the Grand Elder. Changing topics, Jake said. The Grand Elder gave you this duty-picked Timberheart disciples to mentor. So why are you treating this like a joke? Mark's okay, but that kid? Leroy just shot back coolly. The kid passed the Timberheart trials. Doesn't that make him one of us? That argument was airtight, and Jake had no choice but to admit it. Another disciple found the courage to chime in too. The kid cleared 2 Timberheart tests already. He might not officially master the techniques yet, but he's definitely Timberheart material. Leroy had no patience for their pointless chatter. He turned and snapped, enough with the babble. Tomorrow morning, everyone I picked, meet here. Now scram. Nate, fuming, shouted back. Right when Nate was about to rush forward and demand justice, Jake held him back and said, "Calm down." Nate yelled at Jake, "You're the Timberheart leader. How can you just stand there and take that insult without firing back?" Jake didn't answer Nate directly. He just said sternly, "Let's see if your teaching actually works." Meanwhile, Leroy stepped up beside the corpse of the beast. Seeing Leroy study the creature, Tyler spoke up, "Boss, that high-level beast gives me a weird vibe." He paused, then added, "Instead of getting stronger, it looks like it's mutating." Soon after, Leroy glanced toward Eastwood Forest and said to Hank, "Let's check it out. Maybe we'll run into some old friends." Not long after, deep inside Eastwood Forest, a sudden burst of energy exploded and slowly spread outward. Meanwhile, the glutton and the hungry ghost were watching packs of beasts panic inside a magic circle. The intense rhythmic music pumping out was fueling their excitement that music was coming from Glutton's own horn. Hungry Ghost wasted no time, charging headfirst into one of the beasts, then swallowed it whole with a booming laugh, no dismemberment needed. Leroy's group had quietly arrived, perched up in the trees watching. Tyler whispered, "Looks like the 100 Ghost Legion." Mike gasped beside him, "No way. They got here that fast?" Lee just reported 2 new arrivals. "They're here already." Pointing toward the group, he guessed, "Seems like those 3 beasts attacking Timberheart are tied to them." Tyler asked Leroy immediately, "Should we move in now?" Leroy held up a hand to halt any action. "Let me talk to them first." Back with the 100 ghosts, Glutton looked wary and said to Hungry Ghost, "Aren't you worried about your health with how much you're eating?" Hungry Ghost just smiled with smug innocence. "I don't hold back on anything. I'll swallow whatever I want." "You're the picky one, Glutton. Look at you getting scrawnier by the day." Glutton smirked with a low, calm voice. "I only eat what I truly crave, top-tier flavors only. What's the point of stuffing myself with junk?" They crushed the entire pack of demon beasts under an overwhelming pressure, making them growl in pure agony. Both members of the 100 demon crew were totally stunned, jaws dropping. This must be the demon god's secret technique. At that point, Gluttonous Demon suddenly shifted, like he'd figured something out. Could it be to confirm his dark suspicions? Slowly, he turned his head, and there stood a tall figure, radiating this cold, untouchable vibe. Gluttonous Demon couldn't help but stammer out loud, "Lay Demon." His voice shook. "Lay Demon, why are you here?" Lay Demon walked right past the crew like they weren't even there, then froze them with a cold question. "What brings you here?" Gluttonous Demon replied, "Lay Demon, we're acting under orders from the Devil King." But revealing the full objective straight up wasn't something he dared. The vague answer clearly pissed Lay Demon off. Instantly, Lay Demon cranked up his secret power, crushing a nearby demon beast into horrifying bits. Gluttonous Demon freaked out, forced to spill the truth. "The Devil King wants us to head to Heartwood Sect and grab a certain artifact, a precious jade piece." Starving Demon quickly jumped in, confirming, "Yeah, and he told us to find the inside man hiding in the Heartwood Sect for support." Starving Demon was really out of it, clueless of the frantic glances Gluttonous Demon gave him as he kept spilling top-secret info to Lay Demon. Wanting all the details, Lay Demon grabbed another demon beast and crushed it mercilessly in his palm. Gluttonous Demon protested, terrified, "Lay Demon, you can't threaten us like this." But no sooner had he spoken than another demon beast met a brutal end, leaving him wide-eyed. "No way. You just kill one every time we say something you don't like?" At this point, Starving Demon had no choice but to confess everything. "On our way here, we ran into a friendly kid who gave us a hand and a rare twin transmutation pill." He paused, then pointed at Gluttonous Demon and added, "Gluttonous Demon planned to wipe out the entire Heartwood Sect after snatching the Devil Mark. What we did was just a probe." Hearing this, Gluttonous Demon felt his mind unravel, covering his face with his hands. No fear of a powerful enemy, just dumb teammates, he was speechless. Suddenly, a translucent green phantom hand slowly reached out and snatched the twin transmutation pill from his clothes, leaving Gluttonous Demon frozen. He just watched helplessly as the precious pill he'd fought so hard for slipped into Lay Demon's grasp. Lay Demon stared at the mutated demon beast crew and asked, "You guys created these abominations?" Gluttonous Demon answered, No, we only control them. We don't know why all the high-level demon beasts here suddenly mutated. Even the spirit trees have vanished. After a moment of thought, Lay Demon ordered them, once you've contacted your inside man tomorrow night, head back immediately. What? Just leave empty-handed? Gluttonous Demon shouted. How are we supposed to explain to the Devil King about the artifact? Before he finished, Lee Demon picked up a rock from the roadside. Tossing it to Gluttonous Demon, he said, give this as the handoff. Gluttonous Demon grabbed the rock, muttering, a rock. Starving Demons confused too. Didn't the Devil King want the jade piece? Seeing his teammate still puzzled, Gluttonous Demon tugged at his sleeve and urged, let's move. Whispering as they left, he added, not sure why, but sometimes Lay Demon seems even stronger than the Devil King. And with that, the 100 Demon crew took off, leaving Lee Demon standing alone in the forest. After they disappeared, Tyler and Miguel stepped forward. Miguel asked, boss, didn't expect the Heartwood Sect had insiders from the 100 Demons. Lay Demon removed his mask, revealing his real face as Leon Matthews, and said, I already know who he is. Then he sat down beside the leftover blood pool, lightly touching the tip of his finger to it. He raised his hand, scrutinizing the drop of blood carefully. A short while later, the three arrived at a quiet stream. Miguel asked Leon, boss, you suspect something off about this water? Tyler didn't hesitate and scooped some into his palm. Using his other index finger, he dabbed the water and held it up for inspection. The move seemed mysterious, but it was just Tyler analyzing the water, combining 4 advanced techniques: Supreme Platform Spirit, Constant Adaptation, Raging Chi Law, and Subordinate Mastery Energy. After a moment concentrating, he reported to Leon, Sir, this water is the root cause of the Demon Beast mutations. It contains a weakened medicinal effect mixed with a trace of Wild Realm breath. If Demon Beasts drink this long-term, they'll mutate for sure. Hearing this, Leon called out for Liam. Liam appeared quickly and reported, Boss, the investigation into the young master's soul core is still ongoing. Leon replied, Yeah, I called you for something else. Then he pointed to the stream and asked, Where does this spring originate from in the Eastwood Forest? Liam answered, It flows from the Rising Sun Nation, East Tui's neighboring country. He repeated coldly, Rising Sun Nation. At that point, Liam continued to share the latest intel he'd gathered recently. Continues. We just got intel that the Rising Sun Nation tried to craft the ultimate divine cure to explore the wasteland, but their experiment failed. Their alchemy furnace exploded, contaminating the wild spirits, the living data. Liam quickly spotted a loophole. To fully clean the contamination, they'll need to burn through a ton of rare treasures. But Rising Sun shows no signs of moving any big artifacts. Jake voiced his doubt. Boss, I think Rising Sun's secretly spreading that wasteland contamination from their lab to the border. Mike chimed in, furious. That contamination is part of the wasteland. If left unchecked, it'll turn every place it touches into another wasteland. We busted our asses pushing back the wasteland, and these jerks are undoing it. Damn it. This reckless move throws everyone's lives under the bus. Ignoring Mike's rage, Liam gave orders to Leo. Leo, get people to inform Phoebe to look into Snowleaf's situation. Keep a close watch on Rising Sun's moves. After I wrap things up at the Heartwood Sect, I might check it out myself. Leo nodded firmly. Got it. Liam glanced at Mike and said, Mike, the Shadow Voice Sect is in Rising Sunday. You're going with Leo this time. Hearing this, Mike got pumped. Oh man, boss wants to destroy their clan. Ha, finally, I get to do the dirty work solo. Liam explained, the Shadow Voice Sect still has some use. Don't wipe them out yet. 6 days after the showdown with Heartwood Sect ends, you handle the leftovers left at the Shadow Voice Sect. Mike whispered a plan. Clean up the rest. Huh. Even their Grandmaster has just a few top fighters, not much of a challenge. Jake overheard and tapped Mike on the head with a fan, saying, If you've got work to do, do it right. Then Leo and Mike clasped their hands and said together, Boss, we're out. Meanwhile, Rachel stood silently just outside the courtyard. If there's work to do, then get it done right. Then, Alex and Mike clasped their hands and said in unison, Boss, we're asking permission to head out. Meanwhile, Hannah was quietly standing just outside the courtyard, her eyes fixed on the distant sky, her face clouded with a mix of sadness and worry. Suddenly, a soft voice broke the silence. Sis. Emily stepped up and asked her, What's going on between you and your husband? You guys seem super tense. That caught Rachel off guard. She sighed. Yeah, it's definitely about him. Emily smirked mischievously, teasing, Come on, stop pretending in front of me. Don't I know what's really on your mind? Thinking about Luke, Rachel couldn't help but feel down. She frowned and said, I had planned to leave the city with little Zoe and Jamie next year, find some quiet place to live off the grid, but it seems fate had other plans. He showed up anyway. Then she looked up at the sky, her voice tinged with bitterness as she continued, What he's trying to do is huge, something that could shake the whole world. For the sake of everyone's safety, even the legendary five-sky immortals out there might see him as an enemy. Clenching her fists, she choked out, "My presence, and the kids, would be a huge weakness for him. Adding me as a concern means he'd have to watch his back even more. The only way to keep the damage minimal is if I cut all ties with him." Finally, Rachel lowered her gaze. "I know stopping the kids from accepting him as their dad is cruel, but I really can't drag him into more trouble." Emily could only sigh hearing this. She honestly said, "Sis, you've always been stubborn since we were kids. Sometimes you just gotta chill like me." After a pause, she added, "I've thought about it this way. Having you and the kids around means more to him than any flaws he's got. Sis, why not put yourself first for once? Stop worrying so much about him. Think about what you really want. Not long after. That means way more than any flaw he might have. Sis, why not just be selfish for once? Stop stressing over your husband all the time. Take a moment and think about what you really want to do." Not long after, Rachel walked away, leaving Emily standing alone, quietly soaking in the scene. She muttered, "This messy couple is such a headache. Looks like I gotta handle this myself." Suddenly, she remembered something that made her jaw drop. She blurted out, "Wait, did you say something about the five sky immortals? Seriously?" Her voice was full of shock. "Hold up, I get he's powerful, but is his enemy really the legendary five sky immortals?" That blew her mind. Scratching her head, Emily thought to herself, "Is he really that badass?" Rachel hurried off, almost running down the street. She recalled their first meeting. Luke was badly hurt, leaning against a tree. She walked over, asking, "You okay?" Luke replied, "I'm fine." Rachel nervously looked up at the sky and said, "I'm Rachel, by the way." Then it started drizzling. Luke introduced himself, "I'm Luke." Soon, the air got colder, and snowflakes drifted down slowly. As the snow thickened, she told him, "I'm Tian Li Hall." She introduced herself. "The name's Dee." The weather kept getting colder, and soft snowflakes started drifting down. As the snow piled up, she talked to him. "It's snowing." She grabbed his hand, pulling him to walk with her. Quickly, Rachel made it over to the chaotic clan base where Luke was chatting with Mike. Seeing her, he turned surprised, moving closer. She lifted his sleeve, staring at the mark on his arm as it started glowing with thick black energy. Worried, she asked, "How much time do you have left?" He replied softly, "Maybe a year or two. If I push a bit harder, probably 3 years tops." Hearing that, she wrapped her arms around him tight and apologized. "Sorry for dragging you into this mess, all because of my selfishness." Luke held her close, the hug he had been waiting for forever. "We're in this together, no need to be scared." Emily's eyes filled with tears as she looked up at him. "Promise me, if anyone tries to threaten you using me." Before she could finish, he gently pressed a finger to her lips to cut her off and assured, "That will never happen. Whoever dares to try, I'll wipe them off the face of the earth without hesitation." She nodded with resolve. "If it turns unavoidable, I promise I won't let it affect you. What I gotta do first is restore my power." She knew of 2 ways to break the seal. One was to regain all the energy I built up as a priestess, but that would wipe out Emily's current powers, and that's something I refuse to see. She paused, then went on. "The other way is to carefully dismantle it. I've spent years studying this weird anti-energy 5-element seal, and I can reverse about 80% now. Just 1 more year, and it'll be completely lifted." She sadly added, "I was planning to take Mia and Leo somewhere far after breaking the seal, a secret place no one knows, where we could live quietly." Then she pulled 2 sheets of paper from her sleeve and handed them to him. "Here's the method I developed to undo the seal," she said politely. "You know way more about magic seals than me. Sorry in advance for bugging you more later." Luke tapped her nose playfully and gently said, "No more sorries, got it." She nodded softly in agreement. Just as Luke was about to step inside the cave, she suddenly grabbed his hand, making him blink in surprise. "Uh-huh." Seeing his confused look, she said, "Let's go home. We're married now, that means we're one." "Isn't your home my home too?" That made Luke grin ear to ear, so they held hands silently, walking back home together. Next morning, Luke started teaching the 3 disciples he picked from the Heartwood Sect. He declared, "I'll only teach you guys for 5 days. How much you learn depends on your skill." First, he looked at Grace. "You've got great potential, but your foundation's shaky. Plus, you've got a mix of powers inside you. If you don't fix that, your body won't hold up for long, might even explode in 20 years. She gasped in shock. Luke explained, "The power of a priestess is passed down generations, but it's not truly yours. If your talent's not strong enough, this is what usually happens." Hearing that, Grace asked nervously, "So, Mr. Luke, what should I do now?" He placed his finger on her forehead, sending a golden energy surging into her head. Soon, her whole body glowed with a burning golden light like fire. He told her, "Remember this energy flow. Keep circulating it and gather the chaotic powers inside your body. While Grace started training, he turned to guide Mark. Locking eyes with him, Luke said, "Your base is solid, but your energy's a mess. The technique you're using was taught by Master Stephen, right?" "Yes, he's my mentor," Mark replied. Luke handed him a paper and instructed, "Train with this method." As Mark studied it, Luke warned, "Don't rush breaking through levels. Just stay steady at the true cultivator stage." Then Mark turned around to ask a question he'd been chewing on. "Why did you pick me? Clearly, others have way better gifts." Luke recalled Mark fighting hard against the shadow assassins and monsters, which impressed him. So he candidly told him, "Because when those shadow hits and monsters came at you, you didn't back down." Finally, Luke approached his son, Leo. His gaze was super serious, making Leo tense up. Leo frowned and stared back wide-eyed. After a moment, Luke spoke. "Before you start training for real, you need to understand the common hierarchy of power levels. Mortal Escape, True Cultivator, Forest Hawk, Steady Marquis, Monarch, Saint Emperor, and Great Emperor. Each level breaks down into early, mid, high, and peak stages. The Great Emperor level's special split into 3 tiers: Mystic Light, Myriad Forms, and Milky Way." Leo asked, "What does each level mean exactly?" Luke answered, "Just memorize this for now. I'll explain the details once you reach Mortal Escape." He picked up a rock and said, "Today, your task is simple." Then he threw the stone far away and told Leo to fetch it. Leo was shocked. "Pick up a rock? No biggie," he thought it'd be easy and quickly ran toward it. But as he got closer, he spotted loads of sword energies forming a barrier, blocking his way. Suddenly, 2 swords came flying at him. Startled, he dodged fast. Luke reminded him, "If you want to live, keep moving. Don't stop until you get that rock. The attacks won't let up." Gritting his teeth, Leo dodged each flashy sword strike. Just then, one nicked his cheek, drawing blood. Watching Leo struggling in the sword-suppressing demon formation, Mark screamed, "Is that the sword-suppressing demon formation? How do you know this trick?" Luke casually replied, "It's just a sword formation from the same origin." Hearing that, the kid gritted his teeth, dodging each sword strike. Then one stroke grazed his cheek, cutting him and drawing blood. Watching Jamie struggle in the demon sword array, Mark gasped, "Is this the demon sword formation? How do you even know this technique?" He replied casually, "It's just a sword array with the same roots." "What's so amazing about it?" Mark shouted. "No way. Throwing a kid into this trap is basically signing his death warrant. It's faster than just stabbing him with a sword." Without turning around, Leo raised his hand and slapped Mark as a warning. "Don't lose focus. Keep your mind on training." The hit slammed Mark's head hard, making him flush and steam practically rising off him. Leo then turned to little Danny, voice serious. "Don't panic. This trap's way beyond what I can control. Only when you grab that stone does the attack stop." Just then, Danny got slashed across the arm and screamed in pain. Clutching the wound, he looked pleadingly at Leo, who coldly turned away, saying, "Your life or death doesn't concern me anymore." Caught off guard, Danny got hit by another sword strike. Gritting his teeth, he stared upward, trying to psych himself up. "No, the sword strikes are getting more intense," he thought. Then he reminded himself about the stone. "That's right, if I grab that, the trap ends." Facing a storm of sword slashes, he calculated they were speeding up. He had to dash fast or else he was done for. As he sprinted, another blade came down at him. Surrounded and disoriented by the swirling swords, Danny lost all bearings. From above, Leo and Tyler watched. Tyler, worried, asked, "Boss, that last thing you taught Danny, was it the life and death second secret from the 8 trials?" Leo confirmed it. Then he explained how facing near-death sparks survival instincts, letting Danny push past 2 extreme life and death stages, then using wild spirit heart technique to back it up, building a solid foundation. Right now, Danny was fighting with all he had against this dark sword trap. He spotted the stone, barely within reach. Pumping himself up, Danny shouted, "I'm not backing down until I'm strong enough." With every ounce of strength, he lunged for the gem. His hand brushed it. He propped himself on the rocky edge, gasping for air, then suddenly face-planted. Seeing Danny finish the trial, Tyler exclaimed how the will to survive had pushed his senses to the limit. Danny made it past death's door. Leo rushed down and reminded Tyler, "Take that thing straight back to the Heaven's Ridge Hall." Tyler answered fast, "Got it, boss." Soon he was by Danny's side, slicing off his fingertip and dripping a drop of blood into Danny's mouth. After swallowing, Danny slowly opened his eyes, then suddenly flung them wide and stammered, "Did I die?" Leo stepped up and said, "You're still alive." After a moment, Leo snapped his fingers, signaling everyone to stop. "That's enough training for today." Mark looked shocked. "That's it? No grinding harder?" Leo turned to walk away. "No need. Today's training was more than enough." Meanwhile, at the Heartwood Sect's main hall, A soaked-in-sweat disciple burst in gasping to the sect leader. Before he could catch his breath, Dave fired questions, finally back. What's Bayun Mountain's response? Anyone coming to back us up? What about the other conditions? The duel with Shadow Lotus Sect is days away. The disciple wiped sweat and reported, Bayun Mountain was crushed flat. His worst nightmare was remembering the vast land as flat as if no mountain had ever been there. He was still shook. He even thought he'd gone to the wrong spot. Dave couldn't believe it. Wait, you mean Bayun Mountain was leveled? What joke is this? That's Bayun Mountain, not just some mounds. Despite Dave's disbelief, the disciple shot back. Sir, I swear on my life, no lies. The entire mountain is gone, like it was never real. Over there, Chuck calmly commented. Lucky the Grand Elder stepped out. Otherwise, dealing with Shadow Lotus would have been impossible. Dave looked skeptical, but he's been in the Forbidden Zone the whole time, hasn't come back yet. Then he asked, so only those personally trained by Leo hold our last hope? Chuck's face turned serious as he ordered, tell Elder Ha to bring out the 5 transmission Immortal pills right now. At the same time, in a small room behind the mountain, 6 people gathered for dinner. Jade and little Chi were goofing off, mimicking martial arts moves. Jade cheerily asked, Danny, how was training with Dad today? Running so much you can barely breathe? Watching the grandkids play, Ha Junny couldn't help but laugh. At the table, Danny quietly studied Leo, who was eating calmly with graceful poise. Suddenly, someone tugged lightly on Leo's sleeve. Yihan whispered, Bro, Danny's heart connection is the key. Give the kid some more time. Right then, an old man stumbled in holding a jar of wine. Ha Junny jumped up, Ban Fan, you're finally back. Where have you been these past few days? He set the jar down, leaned against the table, eyes closed, just out drinking. Where else? Seeing him wasted, Ha Junny told her daughter, Where have you been all these days? The man set the wine jar down, leaning back against the table, eyes closed, and said, Just out drinking. What else? Seeing him drunk, Jenny quickly told her daughter, Hey Jamie, go help your mom grab a bowl of soup to sober up. The little girl nodded and dashed down to the kitchen. Then Grandma turned to Lily. Lily, take care of Dad for a bit, I'll be right there. Lily quickly helped Dad sit down and said, Hey Dad, have a seat. Little Tim and Danny both chimed in greeting their grandpa. Seeing the 2 adorable kids, he stepped closer and asked, Lily, huh, are these your boys? Wait, hold on. The stench of heavy booze hit the kids hard, and both covered their noses, silently thinking, Man, this smell is brutal. Suddenly, Dad's eyes lit up like a flash. He grabbed Danny's hand unexpectedly, holding it tight for a long moment like something clicked for him, causing his eyebrows to knit. Then he let go and buried his face in his hands, looking totally defeated. He forced a bitter smile. I'm old now. An assassin messed up all my energy channels, and he's still so young, but his bones are all messed up. Glancing sharply at Lily, he barked, And you, your cultivation is sealed off, you're basically useless. His words shocked her to the core. Lily frowned, wide-eyed. She couldn't believe the crazy stuff coming out of his mouth. Dad just sat there, looking decades older, mumbling nonstop. Our whole family's trash. From oldest to youngest, we're all useless. Then he laughed like a madman. Right at that moment, John stepped forward respectfully, holding out a rare healing pill. Brother Jim, try this 5-fold elixir. Might help heal your wounds. Dad scoffed, hopeless. No use. That damn assassin didn't just wreck my channels. He destroyed more than half. No matter how precious that pill is, it's too late for me. At that moment, Jenny had finished brewing the remedy. She carefully brought the soup to her dad and said, Dad, please drink this soup. It'll help with the hangover. He angrily shoved it aside, yelling, What soup? I'm wide awake. His sudden outburst stunned Jenny. She never expected her father to turn like this. Leaning back against the table, Dad boomed, I heard the Dark Moon Clan's tournament is coming up. Like I said, you better just give up and surrender to them. There's no way you Timberwood Sect can compete. John, still hoping, looked to Leo. No other options. Leo shook his head. No point. If your spirit is broken, there's no saving it. Hearing this, Dad laughed loudly, like he found someone who gets him. You're right. That's exactly who I am. Death's better for the family anyway. Leo looked at him with total contempt. Honestly, you look better dead right now. So what if your channels are ruined? You can't walk steadier than a toddler, can't cook your own meals, just whine and blame yourself while the one responsible is still out there. Has your head been completely fried or what? Faced with this grilling, Dad just ignored him, instead gulping down a long swig from his liquor bottle. Then he slammed it on the floor hard. Leo kept pressing. After all your years training, have you ever taught your daughter anything about cultivation? Or at least passed on some knowledge to anyone in Timberwood Sect? Hearing this, Dad hung his head low, voice rough. I once dreamed of reviving the sect, but before he could finish, Leo angrily knocked another bottle aside and cut him off. Besides causing trouble and wasting resources, what else have you done? Seeing his dad getting torn apart like this, Jenny couldn't stay quiet. She shouted, Leo, you have no right to talk to my dad like that. Leo clasped his hands behind his back, looking serious. You guys might spoil him, but I don't. Then he bent down and said to Dad, you only think about yourself. Ever once considered your wife and kids? You're a coward and selfish, Dad snapped, suddenly realizing something was off. Fine, I'll fix it, but I'm not in a position to blame you either. Saying that, Leo turned and headed for the door, announcing, I'll be outside a bit. Just then, 3 disciples were pacing the courtyard, one asking another, Bro, do we really have to beg for that 5-fold pill? The other showed his order token. This is from the sect leader. You think Elder Ha would dare disobey? The first looked puzzled, but he figured Elder Ha was some legendary badass. Back in the day, he crushed a whole Demon Valley solo, knocking down the cult like they were nothing. Then another guy stepped in. He's a cripple now, though. What's there to worry about? Lost in their talk, they didn't notice Leo standing right in front of them. His face darkened as he barked, Scram. One disciple snapped back. Who the hell are you telling to scram? We're here to demand Elder Ha hand over the 5-fold pill. Recognizing Leo as new, the one next to him quickly stepped in. Bro, he just got promoted. But the other disciple didn't back down, pointing at Leo, voice sharp, you stole the spot of Bro Wang Hang's top disciple. Now I'll teach you a lesson. Immediately, he grabbed Leo's finger and bent it backward. The disciple dropped to his knees, screaming in pain. Leo walked past casually, repeating, Scram. Say one more word and I'll break another finger. Not willing to back down, the disciple flashed his order token. This is from the sect leader, are you trying to rebel? Repeating, get lost. Say another word and I'll break your finger too. Not willing to back down, he flashed a token. This is the clan leader's order. You planning to betray us? And the result? Every single one of his fingers got snapped. The guy turned ghostly, pale from the pain. Jake, my fingers. Despite his pitiful screams, Jake just turned his back and walked off cold as ice. Not long after, Ethan and Mike stood perched on a high branch. Mike handed Ethan something and said, Man, this is the weapon custom-made for Little J from 2 bronze blocks, exactly how you asked. Ethan peeled back the wrapping to reveal a meticulously crafted sword. He picked it up, testing the weight in his hand. That's when Mike voiced his doubt. But Ethan, Little J doesn't have a cosmic soul core. Even if she passed through the life and death gate, her energy still can't flow through her whole body. Before Mike could finish, Ethan cut him off. I've got a plan. Suddenly, he pulled out a glowing cosmic soul core from his hand. Mike's eyes widened. Wait, is that the cosmic soul core taken from Brandon? Then Ethan fused it with the just-forged bronze sword, the soul core slowly merging into the blade as a blue light enveloped the weapon. Mike finally caught on to Ethan's idea. So, you're trying to create a temporary energy channel for Little J. And if you manage to find her original core later, this weapon could probably evolve into a legendary spirit sword when the time's right. Ethan sheathed the sword calmly. This core isn't Jay's, but it's premium quality, perfect to craft a weapon for her to carry. Just then, 2 shadows appeared below. Mike whispered to Ethan, Bro, they're here. One guy in black dropped to his knees in front of the starving demon and the hungry demon, loudly bowing. We pay respects, demon emissaries. No one knew what orders the demon emissaries had, but the hungry demon answered, What's next? The starving demon quietly asked his companion, Should we ask about that jade piece? Hungry demon said, Just follow the usual procedure. The black-clad guy noticed their whispered talk and asked, Is there something you can't say out loud, great demon lords? Hungry demon spoke up, We're here to get you to retrieve something from the Heartwood Sect. He pulled out a paper with a jade pendant, sketched on it the key in jade. Ethan and Mike watched the exchange silently from the branch above. Hungry demon tossed the paper to the black-clad man, saying, They call that the spirit jade. Pausing for a moment, he looked unsure how to explain and waved the man off. Basically, just find something that looks like the picture. The black-clad guy worriedly replied, Great demons. The Heartwood Sect is in chaos. Soon the Dark Harmony Sect will arrive for sure. The Heartwood Sect's going to be taken over. We need you to help prevent that so we can secure the treasure. Otherwise, it'll fall into their hands and cause more trouble. Hungry demon found that convincing and agreed. All right, we'll handle it smoothly for you. The black-clad man folded his hands and thanked them. Thank you, demon lords. After he left, the starving demon looked puzzled and asked Hungry Demon, Why did you agree? Are we seriously gonna get involved? Hungry Demon replied, Ethan's here. I don't care how bad things get for the Heartwood Sect. We gotta figure out how to get past the demon gate first. Starving demon nodded, understanding. A moment later, he looked up to the sky and sighed. Just typical, when the underworld lord fights, the little demons get caught in the damage. On the tree branch, Mike told Ethan, You called it. That's him. Then Mike asked. Want me to take him out now? Ethan shook his head. The traders in the Heartwood Sect need to be handled by their own people. The light shone down, a hand slowly opened, Bat's band motionless, staring intently at his palm. Ha, Junie, worried, asked Bat's band. You still haven't slept. Suddenly, he called his wife in a voice so gentle she was shocked. Jun Ni. She hadn't heard that dear voice in ages, stirring up a wave of nostalgia mixed with surprise. He raised his hand to his forehead and sighed deeply. I got used to the praise, but now it's all gone, replaced by pity mixed with contempt. I can't take it. I only find relief in alcohol. He mumbled with a hint of self-mockery. That kid's right. I'm still breathing and my mind's sharp. Those words stunned Ha Junni. Then he looked at his wife with sincere eyes. Junni, all these years, you've carried every burden in this house, and I never held up my end. I'm sorry. The husband's return moved Ha Junni deeply. She quickly embraced him, whispering, I've been waiting for you to come back for so long. The next morning in the yard, Bat's band sat up straight in his chair, none of the ragged look from the night before. His daughters, Thai Yansen and Thi Jade Noen, exchanged shocked glances, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Jade Noen broke the silence. Dad, what's going on? He replied seriously, It's time to straighten up and get my mind right. From now on, I'm quitting drinking for good. Spotting Ethan in the yard, he added, Got to thank that kid for kicking me back to my senses. The two daughters watched their son-in-law walk in, amazed. Bat's band handed Yansen and Noen 2 books. These are training notes I stayed up writing all night. Then he tapped his chest confidently. From now on, if you run into any trouble training, just ask me. When Ethan stepped forward, Bat's band seemed a little surprised. The return of her long-lost husband overwhelmed Jenny with emotion. She hugged him tight and whispered, I waited so long for you to wake up. The next morning, in the yard, Mr. Smith sat up straight in his chair, no longer looking disheveled from the night before. This change made Rachel and Emily exchange stunned looks, barely believing their eyes. Emily broke the silence. Dad, what's going on? He answered sternly, Time to straighten up and get my act together. From now on, no more booze, kid. Spotting Luke outside, he said, It's thanks to that kid I've gotten clear-headed. The sisters watched in surprise as their brother-in-law walked in. Mr. Smith handed them 2 books. These are my notes on training, spent all night writing them down. Then he patted his chest confidently. If you ever get stuck, just come ask me. Luke stepped forward, and Mr. Smith looked a bit surprised. Grabbing a book, Jessica added a line that nearly made Mike feel embarrassed. Dad, I think your guidance is more than enough. He was almost on the verge of tears, realizing he'd become worthless. Unlike Jessica, Hannah hugged the book tight and smiled, encouraging her dad. Dad, I really appreciate all the effort you've put in. Mike stayed quiet, watching her. Meanwhile, Tyler slipped something secret into a cup of tea when no one was paying attention. He handed the tea over and said, Father-in-law, please have some tea. Mike felt honored to be offered tea by his son-in-law, so he lifted the cup and sipped without hesitation. Right after his first sip, he felt a strange change inside, like his energy channels were being healed. Mike exclaimed in surprise, My energy wounds have completely healed. He raised the cup to ask loudly, but then caught Tyler's knowing glance. Instantly, he folded his hands and prepared to kneel down, grateful for the recovery, wanting to show his thanks to Tyler. But Tyler quickly stopped him, supporting him to stand, saying, There's no way I'd let you kneel before me. He continued seriously, But if you're truly starting fresh, you can't neglect yourself. He handed him a sheet of paper. Your energy channels are just healing. You'll need time to adjust. Follow the instructions here and it'll help you stabilize fast. He paused to remind him, For now, just rest and recover calmly. When everything's settled, use the 5 transmission elixir I gave you. That'll get you back to your prime. Mike gripped the paper tightly, deeply moved, and sincerely said, Son-in-law, I don't know how to thank you enough. Tyler shrugged casually. No need to thank me. In 5 days, I'll have an even bigger gift for you. Mike was surprised. A bigger gift. Immediately, Tyler explained. We have to settle the score with whoever messed with your energy channels, right? Hearing that, Mike blurted, You know who did this to me? Tyler said nothing, just patted his shoulder firmly and said, Just wait. That person will show themselves soon enough. While the whole family was celebrating Mike's decision to quit drinking and turn his life around, Hannah pulled Tyler aside. Tyler, can you come over here a sec? Meanwhile, across the room, Jenny was happily hugging Mike tight and shouting, Mike, that's amazing. Tyler and Hannah stepped aside to talk privately. She said, Before Lily was taken by Zhang Shu, the kid's core energy channels were still intact. I was about to leave Timberwood Sect and ran a health check on her. Tyler asked Hannah, So, if that's true, does it mean Lily had her core energy drained while she was captive? Hannah confidently confirmed but hesitated for a second, a confused look crossing her face. But since Lily and Charlie had always been together and neither knew about the core energy loss, Charlie had no clue either. After thinking a moment, Tyler concluded the mastermind's plan was incredibly cunning, fooling Zhang Dong and the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect while keeping everything secret. He added, "We can definitely say these people or this organization are connected with the Nine Clouds Supreme Sect. Maybe we need to move faster than we thought." Hannah asked, "Could it be him? After all, Lily is related to him." Anger boiled over from Tyler, his overwhelming aura swirling with fierce blue energy as if showing his fury. If it was really that guy, things might be simpler. The next morning, a horrific scene unfolded. A man standing on steps with a little girl chained to a pole below. Sharp nails pierced her poor body. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Timberwood Sect's Chaos Heart Cave, Tyler and his 3 disciples were training hard. Jessica and Mark had already started their exercises. While Tyler faced Lily directly, he handed her a copper sword and said, "From now on, never let this weapon leave your side." Lily reached out to take it but immediately dropped it when Tyler let go. The blade scraped the floor. She gritted her teeth trying to lift it, but it was tough. She shouted, "Too heavy." Tyler immediately sent a wave of energy into her forehead and instructed, "Use this cultivation method as your foundation first." Soon Lily felt energy coursing through her body, an amazing sensation. She gasped, "It's amazing. This copper sword feels like a part of me, even if it's still heavy." Tyler told her to keep practicing as usual. Wiping sweat from her forehead, Lily looked into his eyes and said, "All right." Suddenly, he focused energy into his palm and struck her hard. The next second, Lily was knocked flat on the floor. She didn't get why he did that. She loudly asked, "What was that for?" He replied calmly, "To help you train." She pointed at Jessica and Mark quietly practicing nearby and said, "Isn't training just like what they're doing?" The girl looked annoyed, but Tyler stayed totally calm. "You're different," he said softly. Then he waved his hand, sending blue energy at Lily, forcing her to grit her teeth and resist. She thought, "This guy isn't messing around." The scene shifted to Timberwood Sect's Grand Hall, where a disciple sent to retrieve the 5 transmission elixir was on his knees, looking miserable and reporting with a shaky voice, "Sect leader." The kid pointed toward Emily and Mark, who were training in the corner, and said, "Humph, isn't training just like what they're doing?" The little guy looked annoyed, but Luke stayed calm. "Your case is different." Then he waved his hand, unleashing a blue energy that hit Jamie hard enough to make him grit his teeth, fighting it off. Jamie thought, "Is he seriously not messing around?" The scene shifted to the grand main hall of the clan. A disciple sent to retrieve the 5-stage immortal pills kneeled in the center, looking pathetic as he nervously reported, "Clan leader. That guy, Levi Thompson, didn't just go against the headmaster's orders, he straight up snapped every single finger of one of the disciples for no reason. I'm begging you to punish him hard, set things right for the disciple." After hearing that, Jake's shadow exploded in anger, yelling out loud, "That's downright lawless." Tony Wang couldn't hold back his rage and immediately charged outside. As he ran, he shouted, "Headmaster, I'm rallying the best disciples from the sect. Levi Thompson has to be caught no matter what." Just as he was about to step through the doorway, Chase Summers spoke calmly to stop him, "Hold on." Then, he calmly ordered everyone to follow him. Watching Chase Summers walk away, Jake Shadow thought to himself, with all this chaos at Oakwood Sect right now, there's no way Chase holds on to the headmaster title for much longer. Let's see who's left respecting his orders later. Right outside the Mindstorm Cave, after a short training session, Mark Evans felt a clear shift inside his body. He thought, "Man, this is the first time I've felt this kind of ease, like floating on air. Looks like the technique Levi Thompson taught is no joke." Suddenly, Mark glanced up and saw a group rushing their way. Surprise crept in his chest. Yep, Tony Wang was leading the pack, fists clenched tight, veins bulging on his face, looking straight up ferocious. Gritting his teeth, Mark thought, "Levi Thompson, you really think you can disrespect me? Today, I'm gathering the top disciples to surround and take you down." With that, Tony lunged at Levi with a fierce roar. Levi Thompson time to pay. Seeing Tony make the first move, Mark quickly stepped forward to block him. "Bro, Tony, stop." The moment Mark caught Tony's strike, Tony was blasted back a good distance. The disciples behind gasped in disbelief, their faces drained pale, sweat cold on their skin. No way Tony couldn't be pushed back by Mark with just one hit. There's a whole level difference between them. Tony's pride was crushed as he stumbled back. Trying to excuse his failure, he blamed his slip-up and charged right back into the fight with Mark. The two clashed fiercely with no mercy. With a calm strike, Mark sent Tony flying again. His own surprise was obvious. "Wow, I actually pushed Tony back," he said with wide eyes. But he knew his level hadn't even risen yet. Suddenly, a thought hit him. It must be thanks to Levi Thompson's 2 precious lessons. Bowing deeply with respect, Mark said to Levi, "Thanks for your teaching, Master." The other disciples were shocked beyond words. Who would have guessed just 2 days of training could change Mark so drastically? It was nothing short of a miracle. Levi Thompson turned his back to Mark and replied coolly, "Rank is just a way to measure strength, it's never the full story." Pausing briefly, he shot Mark a glance and added, "I only agreed to train you under the condition that the lessons last 5 days between us. There's no master or apprentice." Chase Summers stepped forward and noticed the aura Mark was showing had some resemblance to the famous shadow mind technique. To settle his doubts, he bluntly asked Levi Thompson, "Did you just pass on the shadow mind technique to Mark Evans?" Those words sent shockwaves through Mark and the other disciples nearby. Levi folded his hands behind his back, closed his eyes with pride, and said, "I adjusted the technique specifically for him. No one else would get the same results." Hearing this, Jake Shadow shouted angrily, "You actually leaked our sect's secret skills to outsiders?" Levi shot back coldly, "Isn't he part of Heartwood Sect too? What's wrong with him learning it? You guys are so stingy and secretive. No wonder the next generation can't rise like the last." Those words hit Mark like a ton of bricks. After a moment, he gave a pointed look to Chase Summers and Jake Shadow, loudly affirming, "A technique is just a technique. How strong it makes you depends completely on the person." On the other side, Tony Wang could no longer hold back and yelled insults at Levi. "You bastard. Not only did your punk steal my spot as top disciple, but now you're handing our sect's secrets over to Mark. You made me look like a joke in front of everyone." Levi shrugged off the insults like annoying flies, calmly replying, "Yeah, you're nothing but a pesky fly buzzing around everyone's ears." Tony's face flushed with fury. He totally lost it, screaming, "You even killed my little brother. You and I won't rest until one of us is dead." Levi turned to look at him dead in the eye like he was already a corpse, cold as ice. "Then die." With that, he unleashed a powerful wave of blue spiritual energy that slammed straight into Tony's chest. The massive force crushed his rib cage, squeezing his heart like a vice. Tony froze speechless. Not long after, his body trembled and he collapsed to the ground, using his hands to prop himself up. A soft groan escaped him as his eyes rolled back, blood dripping from his nose and mouth, veins bulging grotesquely. Just like that, he crashed to the floor and stopped breathing. Jake Shadow's face darkened with fury. He bellowed, "Did you just kill Tony Wang?" Levi replied coolly, "No, I'm just fulfilling his wish that we wouldn't stop fighting till death." Jake was so angry he could barely speak, stammering, "You crazy bastard." He pointed a trembling finger at Levi. Before he could finish, an invisible force crushed his index finger, snapping it violently backward. A moment later, he stared at his mangled finger and screamed in pain. That blast hit Jake right in the chest, the insane power crushing his ribcage like a vice, his heart squeezing like it was about to burst. He froze, speechless. After a moment, he started shaking, unable to stay on his feet, dropping down to brace himself with his hands. A soft groan escaped him, his eyes rolled back, blood pouring from his nose and mouth, veins bulging all over, looking downright terrifying. Then, he just collapsed to the floor, completely lifeless. Seeing this, Nick's face turned an angry shade of purple as he yelled, "Did you seriously kill Jake?" Without hesitation, he admitted it didn't. He want Jake to suffer endlessly. "I was just granting his final wish." Nick was so furious, he practically stammered, "You stubborn jerk." He pointed his finger straight at Alex. Before he could finish, his finger got slammed by some invisible force, snapping it backward painfully. A second later, he stared at his hand and screamed out in agony. He didn't care one bit, his voice low and warning, "I'm running out of patience here. Say one more word, and I'll snap another finger of yours." By now, Jake's face had gone pale from the pain, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. "Terrified," he stammered. "The moment you spoke, I felt that sharp glare from you." Then another finger cracked under his grasp. Jake writhed in agony while a nearby disciple watched, trembling all over. Chaz finally raised his voice, scolding him. "Kyle, what you said isn't completely unreasonable, but you can't just go around leaking the sect's sacred techniques. Don't you respect the head of the Timber clan?" Instead of replying, Kyle shot back coldly with a cutting remark. "You've only got a few days left to live. Better start valuing those." Then he turned back to keep training with Mark, throwing one last warning, "And don't even think about touching that 5 legendary pill. Whoever messes with it ends up like Wang Hang." Chaz didn't buy a word of it, sneering inside. A few days left to live. We'll see who's really counting down. 5 days later, the massive fighting arena in the Timber clan's grounds was packed tight. Thousands of eyes were glued upwards, watching tiny sparks descending from the sky. Chaz, tense and anxious, quietly confirmed their arrival. A huge group appeared, lined up sharp and fierce top fighters from the Shadow Moon sect. Seeing their overwhelming force, Mark felt a flicker of respect and caution. Almost every key expert from Shadow Moon was there. Chaz added with worry, even their sect leader was here in person, clear as day. They intended to swallow the Timber clan whole. As the Shadow Moon sect landed, Chaz stepped forward to greet them, shocked that their leader personally showed up to this duel. Shadow Moon's head, Hunter Cox, stood tall and confident, hands clasped behind his back, replying with a cold, provoked tone. "Didn't you timber guys want to throw down? Then why send for me personally? Thought you wanted to wipe us out, didn't you?" Chaz watched him quietly, impressed by his aura. Hunter's power was on another level early Saint stage. Titan, another Shadow Moon member, sneered down at the Timber Clan fighters, mocking their naive looks. Seeing that, Shade stepped forward. "Serious. Titan, watch yourself. Timber's got a beast, one who even cracked my dark sword formation." Instead of listening, Titan retorted sarcastically at Shade. "You've got your saint level and the treasures your master gave you, even the beer of beast, and you still can't hold Timber back. Just want to run? Now you're down an arm. You even deserve that rep." The harsh words fired Shade up hot. Teeth clenched, he vowed. "One day, I'll paint the entire Timber Clan red with their own blood." Hunter stared down Chaz, spitting arrogance. "Chaz, no need to waste words. Insult the Shadow Moon and death is the only option." That blunt disrespect froze the Timber Clan fighters. Then Hunter laid down an ultimatum. Unless they surrendered and became Shadow Moon's vassals, everyone would become family. If Timber handed over all their resources, he'd overlook the past. Otherwise, his words hung in the air. Chaz hesitated, bowing his head uncertainly. Suddenly, Kyle swaggered up and said cool as ice, "Looks like a party here, huh?" Seeing him, Shade flipped out, pointing and growling. "That's him. The punk who killed two of my guys." In a flash, Kyle squared off with Hunter, straight up challenging. "You came for a duel, right? Let's get to it, no point wasting breath." Then he pointed at Hunter, calling out for a fight. "No need to go through every single one, let's settle this quick." Just as Kyle finished, Titan burst out laughing. "I thought the guy who beat you was someone fierce. Turns out he's just some dumbass daring to take on the master himself." Then he laughed even louder. Jake watched Kyle's reckless attitude, panicked and shrank back. "Hunter, please calm down. Any insults on Shadow Moon come from Kyle acting on his own. He's the real troublemaker here." Hunter sneered. "No wonder Timber's so strong, they've got a stubborn prodigy like him." Kyle, tired of the back and forth, pushed, "Quit yapping. Ready to fight or what?" Shade proudly pointed at Kyle, yelling, "That brat won't stay cocky for long. When my master moves, one finger's all it takes." Before he could finish, Kyle unleashed an intense pressure, his whole body glowing blue. That terrifying force slammed into Shade, who doubled over clutching his chest, clearly hurt bad. Even after Kyle stopped attacking, Shade couldn't find words, gasping in pain. "When my master acts, he only needs one finger." Before Nick could finish his sentence, Alex unleashed a massive pressure, his entire body glowing with a blue light. That crushing force slammed right into Shadow, who doubled over clutching his chest. Even though Alex had stopped attacking, Shadow looked pretty beat up, unable to speak through the pain. Alex stared coldly, silently calculating, holding back for now. The last thing he wanted was to scare everyone off so badly that no one wanted to fight. Right then, Ethan stepped up and volunteered for the Sky Lotus sect. "Master, the Heartwood sect is way too cocky. Let me face that crazy guy directly so we can defend our honor." The master nodded without hesitation. "Go on. Before we take down Heartwood sect, let's crush their arrogance first." With the leader's approval, Ethan stepped forward to face Alex, channeling his power, his whole body radiating a deep purple energy. Ethan pointed at Alex arrogantly. "You're going first, or are your followers gonna run at me together?" Alex just smiled and casually replied, "King tier, huh? Not bad." Then he turned to Jake. "You're up." Hearing his name caught Jake off guard. "I just started training a few days ago. Are you serious about this fight?" Despite his nerves, Jake squared his shoulders and stepped forward. The Heartwood Sect disciples were shocked. What a joke. Sending a kid into battle? What kind of crazy move was this? Laughing scornfully. Ethan folded his arms, mocking, "Seriously? You're sending a kid against me?" Alex gave a chilling reply that stunned him. "Just because you're on the same power level doesn't mean you'll beat him." Ethan stopped smirking but still looked at Alex sideways. "Fine, then. I'll stoop to your level today just for fun." Jake raised his sword, starting to channel energy, a golden glow swirling around the blade in him. Seeing Jake only at the base escape tier made Ethan's arrogance flare up even more. What a joke. Thinking this little kid can stand against me. Then he mockingly added, "Kid, I'll lower myself to your level just so you can't say I'm bullying you." The level Jake reached had all the Heartwood disciples freaking out. "No way, he already hit base escape?" One gasped. "It took me nearly a year to get there," another said in disbelief. "And he just started days ago." Backstage, Lily cheered loudly for her little brother. "Come on, you can beat him." Her support caught Ethan's attention. Then he pointed at Lily and asked Shadow, "Is that the spirit sea you mentioned?" Shadow nodded seriously. "That's the one." My divine eye doesn't lie. Smiling slyly, Ethan declared, "All right, snatch that spirit seed from this kid and I might just have a chance to become the great emperor." Hearing this, Lily's eyes went wide with shock. Suddenly, Jake thrust his sword straight at Ethan's head. Ethan quickly dodged and caught the blade with both hands. Though he expected Jake's move, Ethan flicked his hand, pushing Jake back while yelling, "You little brat, how dare you sneak attack me?" Remembering Alex's advice, strike hard when the enemy's off guard, Jake wasted no time, putting all his strength into the counterattack. The surprise strike sent a sharp pain through Ethan, who was stunned, wondering, how can a kid with basic bronze weapons hurt this bad? Taking advantage while Ethan was still recovering, Jake pressed his attack with rapid strikes. Ethan finally snapped back to focus, struggling to defend himself. Jake dodged out of harm's way effortlessly. Thinking Ethan was slow, he seized the chance to launch a lightning-fast counterstrike. Up on a rooftop, Kyle watched the battle quietly, impressed. With the intense daily training alongside the air and mastering the deadly eight-suffering divine art, Jake's senses had sharpened way beyond normal. Kyle knew the sudden strike sent sharp pain through Tian Li, who was shocked and wondered, bronze spear, bronze weapon, how the heck does this kid's gear hurt so bad? Taking advantage of his daze, Little Dee rushed forward, throwing a flurry of punches. Only then did Tian Li snap back to focus, scrambling to use his strength to hold his ground. Little Dee moved fast to dodge, sensing the guy's attack was a bit slow. Seeing his shot, he struck lightning quick. Tao Feng, watching from the rooftop, muttered softly. After grinding hard every day practicing with the young master and pushing through the deadly eight-sorrow divine technique, Little Dee's senses had sharpened way beyond normal. He figured, Jason, totally outmatched power-wise, couldn't land a hit on Mike. Just like Tony said, from the jump, Jason was on defense, completely unable to get close to Mike. Frustrated, Jason yelled out, "Dude, why do you keep going after my right arm?" Ignoring the trash talk, Mike kept swinging his brass knuckles straight at Jason's right arm. Mike remembered what Coach Lee told him, always target the injured spot. The deeper the hit, the sharper the pain. He once asked, what if the opponent isn't hurt? The coach just calmly replied, then you gotta find a way to make it hurt. Now Mike fully understood, and that's why he kept going after Jason's right arm. Mike shouted, "See that?" and landed another strike on Jason's right arm. Jason groaned in pain, sweating buckets, screaming loud. Sensing the moment, Mike jumped up high, delivering a downward blow right where he aimed Jason's right arm. That throbbing pain was ripping through Jason, telling him he just couldn't fight Mike. Gritting his teeth, Jason thought, I'm way higher level. How come I can't beat this kid? Seeing Jason lose focus, Mike pressed the attack. Overwhelmed by the pain, Jason swore at the little bastard. Can't take it anymore. He started channeling his energy, letting his aura flood in, and suddenly, a massive burst of pressure exploded outward, sending Mike flying back. Chad nearby gasped, King-level realm. Standing next to him, Mark was shocked. No way, Jason already hit King realm at just over 30 years old. Sam mused, guessing Jason would someday reach the Grand Emperor level and shake the world. In our Heartwood Sect, only brother Andy used to be able to match him, little Lily said angrily, pointing at Jason. Other Heartwood disciples were mad too. Yelling, Jason promised to suppress his power but suddenly blew up. That's straight up breaking your word. What you said means nothing. Jason growled in anger at the harsh words, silencing everyone. But Lily stayed unfazed, shouting back, cheating like a coward with zero shame. You clearly can't beat Mike. That completely ticked Jason off. He snapped at Lily. You little brat. When he moved toward her, Mike quickly jumped in front of her, face tense. Jason smirked at Mike and said, Oh, you want to protect her? Fine. I'll crush her spirit right in front of you. Then he charged at Mike, unleashing his energy, roaring, step aside. Even with king-level power, Mike's gonna struggle to block this. Mike remembered what Lee taught him during training. He was weaker. But if he focused all his power into one point and unleashed it, he might hold off even a master's attack. That's right, Mike started gathering his energy, spreading it from his feet through his whole body, concentrating it into his brass knuckles. With eyes closed, he focused all his spirit in one spot. When it felt right, he threw the punch at Jason. Their forces clashed fiercely. Jason sneered coldly. You think you're dying yet? Tony's eyes went wide. With Sam's help, Mike was releasing strength beyond his limits, plus his pinpoint focus. Maybe he'd break through big time. Just then, Mike's energy started overtaking Jason's defense. Jason was terrified, couldn't believe his eyes. What? Before he could finish his thought, Mike's energy hit him full force. Jason roared with rage. A kid like you, just barely above mortal level? How dare you humiliate me again and again? He screamed. Die. Jason poured all his strength into ending Mike. Still, the gap between king and mortal levels was huge, and Mike got blasted backward. But Jason's hand, charged with power, kept chasing him down. Dazed from the hit, Mike squinted, struggling to see. Maybe didn't realize the danger coming, when suddenly a mysterious blue energy shield appeared, blocking the attack. Turns out, Coach Lee rushed in just in time, taking the lethal strike from Mike. He calmly flowed his energy, easily neutralizing Jason's fierce hit, then glanced at Mike and said, "Remember this feeling. Next time you face someone stronger, don't freak out." Mike looked up at him and obediently said, "Got it." Seeing Lee step in, Jason couldn't help but say, "Huh, didn't expect you to have some skill." Still, he kept his arrogant smirk sneering, "But it's useless. You embarrassed me today. I swear I'll wipe out Heartwood Sect and take down that kid first." Before he could finish, Lee unleashed a decisive strike. Just a light palm hit and Jason vanished into thin air. Lee turned to Mike coldly and said, "There are things you should witness with your own eyes, the terrifying power of your father." Mike's face went pale, shaken so badly he bit his lip, speechless. After blocking Jason's fatal attack and effortlessly taking him out, Lee realized that the training mission with the Shadow Sect to toughen Mike up was complete. Jake folded his arms and coolly declared to the crew from Hawk's Nest, "All right, you're done being useful now." That hit a nerve, sending Hawk's Nest leader, Old Man Hawk, into a fit of rage. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "You arrogant fool with no clue about the world. Today, I'm going to crush your Timber Heart clan." And right after, he ordered his disciples to set up the Heaven-Earth execution formation. Suddenly, 10 disciples lunged forward from behind, each brandishing a fierce bronze mace, quickly surrounding Ryan Skywalker. A strange-shaped formation, unleashing an overwhelming aura that blanketed Ryan completely. Faced with this dire situation, Chris Tennyson and Mark Blaze couldn't hide their shock. Mark was drenched in sweat, trembling in fear, stammering, "No way. He's actually using the Heaven-Earth execution formation. How are we supposed to handle this?" Chris quickly raised his voice, trying to negotiate with Old Man Hawk. "Leader Hawk, please stop this." Before he could finish, Old Man Hawk exploded with fury, cold as ice. "I'm Hawk. When I act, I'm ruthless and commanding. You kill my disciples, I'll obliterate your entire clan." Meanwhile, as Old Man Hawk raged, Ryan Skywalker on the opposite side stayed completely calm, acting as if nothing was going wrong. Suddenly, Jake Thompson realized something that completely blew his mind. At the same time, Kevin Morgan started unleashing his move, the Nine Shadows Storm. Right away, a blazing orb of spiritual energy appeared in his palm, crackling with lightning-like flashes shaped like sound waves. Up above, thunderclouds swirled, looking just like the sphere in his hand but on a massive scale. Next, he combined that with his Sky Slayer strike, swinging his arm forward. Bolts of lightning shot down one after another, banging loudly as they hit. The other disciples scrambled, pouring every bit of their energy into defense. They barely managed to hang on for a moment, but soon, overwhelmed by the intense power, they started coughing up blood one by one. The threatening force from those lightning bolts kept ramping up, leaving the surrounding disciples stunned, barely able to believe what they were seeing. After wiping out dozens who were maintaining the 10-element world destruction formation, Kevin switched targets, firing a devastating lightning strike straight into the crowd from the Shadow Sect. Jake Thompson stood frozen, watching his sect members get swallowed by the immense pressure. The usual calm on his face snapped, replaced by sheer terror. Kevin casually waved his hand, molding that power into a transparent blue beam that flowed like a pure mountain stream. Every one of the Shadow Sect disciples got sucked into that fierce force. It sliced through them like a razor-sharp sword. Kevin watched coldly as the blue power deepened, swallowing those who couldn't hold up. The Timber Sect disciples watched in total disbelief, jaws dropping, barely able to speak. Unbelievable. Was the Shadow Sect really wiped out? Even Mark Evans was shaking, stunned by the horrific scene. He couldn't hold back and blurted out, "All this was Kevin Morgan's doing." Jack Fox looked at Kevin's back, grudgingly admitting, "The Shadow Sect's biggest threats finally dealt with. Every last disciple's dead. Only Jake Thompson survived thanks to his strong cultivation, but he's badly hurt." Jake Thompson propped himself up with his hands, coughed hard, then spat a mouthful of blood. He forced himself to stand and shouted curses at Kevin. "You're a damn bastard." Kevin just raised an eyebrow and shot back coolly, "Hey, at least you're still standing." Jake's face was smeared with blood, looking like a fierce demon. He snarled, "How dare you destroy the Shadow Sect? I'll never forgive you." Then he yelled out, "Today, as the 56th headmaster of the Shadow Sect, I call on our ancient ancestor to vanish the culprit." He pressed two fingers together, holding a yellow talisman between them. Sure enough, as soon as he finished, the talisman melted away, spinning into a golden whirlwind right in front of him, inside which flickered the figure of a man. Excited, Jake announced loudly, "That's the strongest ancient ancestor of our Shadow Sect making a swift appearance." Then he burst out laughing. "Ancient ancestor, I'm here. You all die with me." Those words sent the Timber Sect disciples into panic and fear. The golden light dimmed, revealing the apparition of a silver-haired elder with a solemn face. Strangely, his eyes had no pupils, and his head slowly tilted to the side. Behind him, another shadow lurked. A second later, his head fell to the ground, rolling toward Jake Thompson like a ball. Jake stared in total shock. How was this possible? Their mighty ancestor had appeared, yet before he could say or do anything, he was already destroyed. Everyone watching gasped in disbelief. What the heck is going on here? Coldly, Max Steel appeared, casually flicking the ancient ancestor's body aside before declaring, all three ancient ancestors of the Shadow Sect have been beheaded. From now on, the Shadow Sect is officially wiped out. He smirked, clearly proud, finally showing off his insane power to everyone. But then he got mocked by Tony Banks, who teased him about showing off for no reason. Jake Thompson was so furious he couldn't even speak. You. After that, Max respectfully folded his hands and reported to Kevin Morgan, Sir, mission complete. The remaining Shadow Sect members have been wiped out. Seems like they couldn't handle the shock. Jake Thompson coughed up more blood, furious beyond words. Destroying the Shadow Sect means you've pissed off the whole nation of Japan Fang. The big players backing them won't let this slide. Before he could finish, he collapsed, breathing his last. At that moment, Kevin gently patted Jack, who was still dazed and scared, saying, chill out, get used to this. You'll probably face stuff like this all the time. Tim looked around, confused, and asked Tony, wait, what did I miss? Did Uncle Tony handle that? Jack gasped in shock. Kevin replied coldly, nah, the best part's just getting started. Right then, an old white-haired man came rushing on a cloud. That was the Supreme Elder. He landed softly, and the elders and Timber Sect disciples bowed their heads respectfully. Jack hadn't even finished talking about the Shadow Sect's destruction before. The Supreme Elder interrupted. Looks like the threat from the Shadow Sect was settled. Suddenly, Kevin called out his name, Thomas Lang. Hearing himself called, the Senior Elder interrupted. Looks like the threat from Shadow Moon's sect was neutralized. Suddenly, Ryan called out his name, Tutor Lang. Hearing it, Senior Elder spun around, folding his hands and bowing with respect and gratitude. Thank you, sir, for removing the danger to the Timber Heart clan. Ryan didn't reply but shot straight to the point. Where's the item I need? The Elder looked up and said, I brought it right here. He pulled out a smooth white jade pendant. As Ryan reached to take it, the Elder explained, you don't know what I went through to get this, countless hardships and perils. Only through strong will and guts could I secure this jade. Aren't you even considering taking me as your apprentice? Dylan watched quietly from a distance, listening in on their talk. The Senior Elder didn't give up, pleading again, please, think it over, sir. From afar, Dylan silently observed the whole exchange. The Senior Elder remained persistent, continuously begging Ryan with firm determination. Come on, just reconsider, he urged. Ryan, however, ignored the plea, holding up the jade and locking eyes with Chris Tennyson, challenging, weren't you the one craving this treasure? Dylan blinked, turning to Chris in surprise, calling his name. Instantly, every Timber Heart disciple cast suspicious glances at their leader. Chris shouted to cover his panic. What nonsense are you spouting? Ryan didn't back down, calling him out bluntly. So, am I supposed to call you leader of the Timber Heart clan, or a spy planted by the Devil Legion? Ryan stared Chris down with a mocking tone. You're the mole the Devil Legion snuck into our clan, right? Chris clenched his jaw in anger but stayed silent. Sensing this, Ryan pressed on. You're the one who sabotaged Bapham's meridians all those years ago, huh? The Timber Heart disciples were floored. Chris turned pale, yelling back, that's a blatant lie. He denied it vehemently, laying down strong arguments. I'm the leader of the Timber Heart clan. How could I be a spy? Every decision here comes from me. Why would I act like a traitor? His defense carried weight. The disciples were convinced, some whispering, yeah, that's just ridiculous. Others added, no way the clan leader is a traitor for another group. Some even thought Ryan was cocky after just shutting down Shadow Moon's sect. Dylan loudly warned Ryan that accusations need solid proof. Though Dylan didn't like Chris much, he thought to himself that no matter how much he disliked the guy, this baseless accusation wasn't cool. Ryan answered calmly, proof. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, proof is right here. The disciples gaped in disbelief again. It was Tiffany Han and Jade Noel stepping forward. Jade Noel explained, while everyone was busy, I sneaked into Chris Tennyson's room and found the Devil Legion's badge and their orders. Seeing what she held, the disciples were stunned, all exclaiming, no way. Chris started sweating bullets, panicking inside. He thought, I hid it with his secret technique. How could outsiders from the Devil Legion find out? Ryan seemed to read his doubt. Yeah, how did his secret technique get broken? He paused, then added, well, luckily, I happen to know how to undo it. Tiffany Han stepped up confidently, and unluckily for him, he taught it to me. Ryan quietly nodded in approval. At this point, Dylan couldn't cover for Chris anymore. He demanded, Chris Tennyson, you're going to explain this, right? Chris accepted the truth without flinching, scoffing, why waste time arguing with you all? Then he lunged straight at Jade Noel, yelling, give that back. Immediately, Bapham charged ahead, blocking and attacking Chris. Jake couldn't cover it up any longer and asked, Show Thean 2, you're not gonna explain. Show Thean 2 calmly accepted the truth. He scoffed. Why keep wasting time with you clowns? Then he darted straight at Theo Yuan, yelling, Give me back my stuff. Right away, Sam jumped out to block and fight back against Cho Thian 2. The two of them crashed into a brutal fight. Jake threw a punch at the undead, who instantly slammed his foot into the ground and fired a kick back. Jake caught the kick with his hands and threw another strike in return, their internal energies clashing to stir up an intense battle. Jake shouted in shock, Undead guy. At that moment, the undead glared back with pure hatred, snapping angrily, You're definitely human. He explained, This special energy flow and the move you used just now. I've memorized it all. Alex, watching, cheered, Undead bro. Jake, burning with rage, said, You've recovered your powers already? I should have been way harsher back then. The truth came out. Rachel couldn't hold back her fury. She drew her sword and charged at Jake. The blade stopped just inches from his face. Jake grasped the sword tight with both hands, glowing yellow energy pulsing through him. Then he easily pushed Rachel back with a strike, forcing her to retreat. Right then, an arm reached out to catch her. Rachel smiled warmly at the undead. He gently told her, Rachel, step back. I got this guy on my own. Rachel blushed, staring at her handsome husband. They embraced like lovers reunited after a long time. Noelle couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, Mom, Dad. Seriously, what century are you living in? Can you cut the mushy stuff already? Then the undead boldly declared, Jake, it's time to settle this score. Without hesitation, he dashed toward his opponent. Seeing them battle, the old Grandmaster was ready to step in and help. Suddenly, Jake stepped right in front of him, catching him off guard. Just leave it to him, Jake said coolly. The Grandmaster raised an eyebrow, confused. After all, Ben's only just getting his powers back, but Chris has been training for over 20 years. Jake cut him off, looking impatient. Yeah, just watch, Chris muttered, recalling old grudges from his younger days. Irritated, he said, Ben, ever since I joined the Timber Clan, you've been pushing me around everywhere. Everyone thinks I'm second best. Mark got dragged into it too, called out by Chris with a sharp glare. Suddenly, Chris turned to Ben and asked, Do you know why Mark has been constantly opposing me all over the place? Getting fired up, he shouted. Isn't it because he thinks I stole the clan leader spot from him? While fighting, Chris vented his anger loudly. But do you even realize? I've been hiding my full strength. I'm way stronger than you. That move where I wrecked your energy flow proves I'm miles ahead, Chris bragged. Ben scoffed coldly. That was just a dirty sneak attack. Then, he gathered all his strength and unleashed a brutal strike at Chris. With a grunt, Ben folded his hands and shot into the air, raising his fist to the sky as he shouted, Your dark heart is way too heavy. It's time my son-in-law taught you a lesson. Without hesitation, he slammed both hands down, sending a massive blast of energy roaring at Chris. Ben's golden power drowned out Chris's weaker purple force. Soon after, a deafening boom shook the air as Ben launched his ultimate move, Thousand Flames Whip, flames blazing fiercely. Chris was overwhelmed, coughing up blood as he got slammed back hard. He collapsed on the ground, shocked, and asked, I don't get how your energy healed, but how did your powers skyrocket so fast? Ben smirked. That's thanks to my awesome son-in-law. Hearing that, Chris turned to look at Jake. Finally, it clicked, so the five-fold spirit pills were Jake's doing, prepared just for him. Chris lowered his head in frustration, bitterly admitting. So it was all part of his plan. Ben then stepped forward, voice low and serious. Chris, it's time to pay up. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. You really think my demon squad is easy to mess with? Pulling a small flute from his sleeve, Ben looked around with a smirk before raising it to his lips. I wanted to give the Timber Clan a fighting chance since I put so much into it, but if I blow this, my entire demon squad will come crashing down. No one's getting out alive. Those words sent chills down Mark's spine. Nearby, Mike panicked. We can't handle the demon squad. Just as Ben was about to strike again, a sudden voice rang out. Hold up. Chris started playing the flute. The disciples panicked, whispering, This is bad. The old Grandmaster's face drained of color, but Jake stayed calm as a rock. After finishing, Chris threw his head back and laughed, but his coughs told a different story. Minutes passed in eerie silence, and Chris started wondering why no reinforcements showed up. Meanwhile, deep in a forest, the hungry and greedy demons had heard the call from the flute. The hungry demon gnawed on a giant chicken leg, sneering at the greedy demon. They're calling you. The greedy demon shrugged coldly. Not interested. I'm staying out of this. Long moments passed without backup arriving. Ben turned to Chris. So, where's this demon squad you bragged about? Even Chris had no answer. Seeing his confused silence, Ben realized the truth. Mocking, he said, looks like not even the demon squad cares about you. Chris's eyes darkened as he snapped. You don't get it, do you? Being clan leader means I hold so many secrets, like the power to awaken the clan's sacred weapon. Intrigued, Ben asked, "Sacred weapon?" Chris struggled to stand tall and continued, "Only the clan leader can wield it." He clasped his hands and started chanting. Soon, a purple aura surrounded him, and a powerful rifle appeared in his grip. Chris tightened his grip, aiming squarely at Ben. The old Grandmaster squinted, admitting silently that really was the Timber Clan's sacred weapon. Chris brandished twin guns now, full of confidence and sneers aimed at everyone. "You think years of being clan leader were for nothing? I'm standing here today because I'm sure to win. Why would I rely on the demon squad that never showed up?" With that, Chris pulled the trigger, unleashing a staggering blast straight at Ben. Ben dodged left just in time as the blast exploded where he'd been standing. Watching all this, Ben was stunned, muttering, "That's some serious firepower. The sacred weapon packs a hell of a punch." Chris sneered, "No demon squad? Doesn't matter. I got the sacred weapon of the Timber Clan in my hands. From now on, I'll build my own order." He pointed the guns at the disciples and declared, "I'm giving all of you a chance to switch sides. Join me and help start a new clan. Everything should go smoothly." He paused a moment, then added, "Otherwise, there's only one way out for y'all and it's straight to death." One terrified dude stammered, "This thing." Jake spoke up. "This divine weapon packs some insane power. I doubt any of us could stand a chance against it." When the crowd went silent, he sneered, mocking, "Nobody gonna say anything? Fine, then I'll make an example out of someone, so y'all can see what this divine weapon is really capable of." Then Carl spun and aimed his gun at Mike, yelling accusations. "Mike, everything today is on you. The Timber Clan was supposed to hand over their resources quietly. I'd stay the leader, keep the clan in check, and finish the job the 100 ghosts assigned me. So that's why the clan's been falling apart over the years." Jake fumed. "Damn it. Of course it's this guy who's been ruining the Timber Clan slowly." Carl bragged, "Mike, today I'll show you just how far I've come. Even if you wiped out the Shadow Sect with a single move, I'm not scared." Mike just gave a cold, mocking smile. Just then, Uncle Tom jumped in front of him. He warned, "Son-in-law, this is dangerous. You better step back first. Dealing with divine power isn't a joke." Uncle Tom insisted even a king might struggle against that kind of strength. Max clenched his knuckles, shouting, "Screw this. Let me take care of it for the boss." Suddenly, Mike stepped forward, patted Uncle Tom on the shoulder, then faced Carl with a slight smile. "If he named me, then I'm stepping up too." Watching his chance slip, Max sighed, thinking, "Looks like the boss is going in himself, and I'm gonna miss shining for once." The Grand Elder warned him, "No matter how gifted you are, fighting divine power is almost impossible." The Elder's veins bulged with anger as he glared at Carl, then softly said to Mike, "You saved the Timber Clan countless times. This traitor should be handled by the Grand Elder himself. Even if this old man dies trying, I'll protect the clan to the end." As he turned to leave, Max grabbed his shoulder firmly, shouting, "Old man, don't bother my guy. It's just divine power, like we haven't seen it before." The Elder flicked his gaze back at Max with confusion, then said, "Young man, suddenly I feel something change in my body." He froze, completely still. Looking at Max, the Elder wondered if this guy's power might actually be beyond his own. Quickly, Mike closed in on Carl. Pointing his gun at him, he said, "Facing divine power? You've got guts, but before you die, I gotta ask, when did you realize who I was?" That question had been burning inside Carl since Mike exposed him. Mike answered straight up, "Right when you tried to stop Sam Jenkins the first time, I noticed a faint but wicked energy hiding in your moves." Carl couldn't believe it. He snapped, "How'd you figure that out?" Grinding his teeth, he spat, "No normal person could spot that dark energy or break the seals I set." Then, like he just remembered something, his eyes flashed. Carl pointed at Mike and stammered, "Are you one too?" Mike leapt forward, daring him, "Guess." Then with a smooth strike, he pushed Carl back. Carl cursed, "Damn you." He aimed both guns at Mike, yelling, "Mike, today I'm using these guns to take you down." The guns fired, but Mike dodged effortlessly. The bullet hit with an earth-shattering boom. Uncle Tom covered his forehead, gritting his teeth. "We're screwed." As the smoke cleared where Mike stood, little Jake called out scared. Mike's dad was super worried but comforted him, telling him not to worry. Carl laughed loud and cold, full of contempt. "Who you are doesn't matter. You'll all become spirits under my divine weapon." But not how he planned. The dust drifted away and Mike was still standing tall, totally unshaken. He drew a sword and stared at Carl like he was already dead. Uncle Tom eyed Mike's weapon in shock. Could that be ancient spirit gear? Sam and Jake both exchanged wide-eyed looks, and Easton gasped, "Spirit gear?" Uncle Tom explained seriously, "That's the only thing that can stand against divine power. From what I know, divine power is heaven-given. Spirit gear is forged by humans. Unlike divine power, spirit gear is formed through bloodshed and battle, soaked in the essence of skilled warriors and nature's core. It might start as something ordinary, but only through killing and absorbing elite blood can it evolve into spirit gear. The Grand Elder chimed in. Just like the progression of spirit pills from 1st grade to 9th grade, spirit gear also ranks from 1st to 9th level. I can't tell the grade of the gear in your hand, but I'm sure it's soaked in the blood of at least 10,000 masters to radiate such fierce energy. Watching Max keep his hand firmly on the Elder's shoulder, the Elder silently cursed. How much longer is he gonna hold me down? Then Mike's sister, Emily, cheered. Looks like we might actually stand a chance now. Uncle Tom got curious. So, who exactly is the son-in-law? He fixed my meridians on the spot and carried this insane immortal energy around. His cultivation level is so off the charts, no way this guy is some nobody. He's gotta be some kind of big shot, ruling a whole region or something. Right now, Jake Reynolds and Chris Michaels are locked in a non-stop battle. Jake swings his immortal energy blade across, unleashing a massive power wave. Then he smoothly moves in close to Chris and slashes down from above. Chris blocks and shouts, "Immortal energy, didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve." Suddenly, a thought hits him. Wait a minute. Then he straight up asks what's been bugging him. Could it be you who flattened Blue Cloud Mountain? Jake smirks at him. Chris panics. Who the hell are you? Jake kicks him hard and snaps back. Why should I tell you? Without missing a beat, he unleashes a deadly sword, Aura, his weapon flashing like it's tripled in power, making heads spin. Jake throws every ounce of strength at Chris. He tries to muster his energy to defend, but it barely makes a dent. A big explosion rocks the place, knocking Chris back. Seizing the moment, Jake lunges with a blade aimed at Chris's head. Right before the strike lands, Elder Thompson steps in. Sir, don't destroy the divine weapon. If you do, Heartwood Sect will be wiped out too. Hearing that, Jake quickly pulls back his immortal energy and whips up fierce, swirling energy currents. With a flick of his wrist, the two divine weapons in Chris's hands are immediately swept up, spinning uncontrollably in midair, totally out of his control. Chris stumbles, collapses to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Looking defeated, head hanging low, accepting the harsh truth. Looks like fate itself sided with you. He goes silent, voice heavy. After all, I'm just a pawn of the Shadow Demon. Ever since they planted me in Heartwood Sect, my fate's been sealed, just a disposable piece on the board. Jake cuts him off coldly, sarcasm dripping from his tone. Save the sob story. I don't have time to listen to you reminisce. Everyone's got their own background. But there's one rule: win. You're king. Lose. You're enemy. Period. Turning sharply, he tells Beth Griffin to handle things here, leaving the rest to her. Chris, still bitter, strains to contain his rage. I worked my ass off for everything I've got today, and you just crushed it all. I won't be your pawn forever. I want to control my own fate. As he finishes, he howls to the sky, a wild burst of energy surging through him. Jamie Carter gasps, shock flickering in his eyes. Didn't expect him to still pack that kind of punch. While everyone else freaks out, Jake stays calm and collected. Chris desperately pushes his spiritual power, screaming in despair, "Nobody can take me down." He laughs crazily, whole body glowing with violent purple energy, determined, unless I destroy myself. Meanwhile, in a remote cave, faint pink lights flash from the darkness. Inside, an old man, the shadow demon of the 100 demons, sits against the rock wall, clutching an ancient staff. My pawn in Heartwood Sect is dead, he croaks. A demon wearing a mask steps forward, respectfully asking, "Do we know who did it, sir?" Damn it, the shadow demon lowers his gaze, regret thick in his voice. Those pawns are like family to me. I can sense their life and death, but can't intervene any deeper. He hesitates, then says, "Retrieve the 100 demons' decree he carried. That's the only way I can trace everything he went through." The demon replies smoothly, "No problem. I'll send the hungry demon and starving demon there near Heartwood Sect. We'll tell them to grab the heavenly jade orb and bring it back too." He guesses, "That could lead to clues about your pawn's death." Just then, a blue orb pulsates oddly. The demon gasps, "The great demon lord." The glowing orb whirls, repeating the name, "Heavenly Jade Lord." "Heavenly Jade Lord?" The demon mutters in awe. "Shadow demon. That's truly a priceless treasure." Immediately, the shadow demon barks, "Don't disrespect the great demon lord. He's a giant power, stronger than you, the wraith demon, and even the demon king. You heard the great demon lord's command, right? Bring back the heavenly jade orb, pronto." The demon hurries off, leaving the seeking demon behind. The old man murmurs, "Why are there 2 suns in the sky, 3 moons? What exactly is divine energy, and what's my purpose?" Only the great demon lord can answer these questions. He silently vows, "I'll help find the heavenly jade orb someday." Meanwhile, Jake clenches the heavenly jade orb tightly in his palm. Toby looks curious and asks, "Boss, is this the item you said would help you heal?" Jake nods quietly, staring down at the orb. Then, he crushes it in his hand. Toby's stunned, eyes wide as he shouts, "Boss, what are you doing?" Jake doesn't answer, focused on absorbing the item's energy. Tyler mumbled to himself, "So this jade of the celestial flow is used like this." Ethan explained, "There isn't just one piece of this jade. Back when my meridians were seriously damaged, it was thanks to this jade that I managed to heal. Maybe there's a special bond between me and this jade." He recalled his mom's words from when he was a kid. "Little Ethan, I hope this jade keeps you safe." Tyler looked worried. "So, man, are your injuries fully healed now?" "I'm still catching a bit of chaos in your breath," Ethan said, staring at his palm. "Honestly, I'm not totally sure. Besides some surging energy, after that failed breakthrough, I don't feel pain anywhere, but I haven't hit that full next Lee Immortal stage yet." Just then, Max swaggered in, carrying his usual cocky vibe. "So, big boss, you've been testing yourself all along, huh?" Ethan closed his eyes and nodded slightly, confirming Max's guess. Max got hyped and asked, "Hey, do you think you stepped into a whole new level? Like demigod or immortal winner statuses?" Tyler jumped in. "Yeah, that's definitely possible." Suddenly, Lily's panicked voice burst through the door. Bro, big problem." She barged in, yelling that a messenger from the Sun Kingdom came to the Heartwood Sect looking for trouble over the Shadowmoon clan issue. She was out of breath, adding, "Also, the Crown Prince of the East Remnant Kingdom tagged along and is almost at the mountaintop." Ethan stayed as cool as ever, nodding. "They're here? Then it's time to face them." Lily clutched her head, moaning dramatically. "What do we do now? I'm freaking out." Anna softly advised her husband, Ethan. "This all started because of the Heartwood Sect." Before she could finish, he stood up and cut her off sharply. "Let me handle this." Then, Ethan led the group out. Lily turned back, suspicious. She dashed into the room to see if anyone had been there, found no one, and hurried after them, totally unaware that Tyler was hiding up on the ceiling. Outside the main gate of Heartwood Sect, a crowd had gathered, with Bob leading the elders to greet the Crown Prince. Suddenly, the Sun Kingdom messenger stormed forward, pointing straight at Bob and shouting, "What did you do to the Shadowmoon clan?" His voice was sharp and bitter. "They came here for the competition, then vanished without a trace. And now, the Shadowmoon clan lies in total ruin, no survivors at all." The messenger screamed angrily, "Answer me now. What the hell did you do to the Shadowmoon clan?" Ethan calmly stepped forward from behind, smoothly replying, "Just like you said, no survivors remain." The messenger frowned and barked, "Who the hell are you to butt in?" Jake quickly pointed to Ethan, introducing, "He's the top disciple of Heartwood Sect." Hearing that, Ethan shot Jake a glare so cold it made Jake flinch. Ethan cursed silently. "If she wasn't my mother-in-law, I would have shown her the door already." This attitude only drenched the messenger in more contempt. "Just a little top disciple, yet you talk big." The messenger turned to report to the East Remnant Crown Prince, "Your Highness, please allow me to eliminate the Heartwood Sect." His words caused everyone at Woodheart to panic. The prince's voice rang out, "Messenger of the Sun Kingdom, the truth isn't clear yet. Don't you think your response is a bit rash?" Called out in front of the crowd, the messenger flushed with anger and shot back, "Your Highness, are you planning to shield the Heartwood Sect?" He turned away, muttering, "Fine. Gotta respect the East Remnant's face." Then he pulled out a big scroll and loudly declared, "However, the Shadowmoon clan is a crucial sect in the Sun Kingdom. If Heartwood Sect isn't wiped out, you all gotta sign this treaty." Two henchmen quickly unfolded the two-page treaty as the messenger read every line. "All the yearly resources owed by Shadowmoon clan must be compensated by Heartwood Sect." Dylan stared at the document, mouth wide open, shocked by how huge the amounts were, probably more than Heartwood Sect's entire fortune combined. The Sun Kingdom messenger knelt and clasped hands before the prince's palanquin, reporting, "Your Highness, I'm sure you don't want a feud between our countries. After all, the Shadowmoon clan was destroyed right on East Remnant soil. Or East Remnant could sign on Woodheart's behalf, it's possible." The messenger added shamelessly, "Whoever signs, I'll report back that our kingdoms stay on good terms," keeping a friendly neighbor vibe. Hearing this greedy speech, a blonde guy smirked. Ethan stepped forward calmly and grabbed the treaty. This move made Dylan nearly lose it, shouting, "Hey, how dare you take that?" The Sun Kingdom messenger glanced at Dylan sideways, smug. "There's an old saying, timing's everything, and the wise take their chance." The messenger clapped in approval, dripping with condescension. This young guy really lived up to being the top disciple, with some rare vision. Then he confidently pointed at the elders standing by and ordered, "What are you all waiting for? Go prepare the welcome feast. Don't make a fancy guest like me stand around licking his lips for too long." Ethan crushed the paper into a ball and called out, "Yo!" The messenger turned, raising his brow in confusion. Suddenly, Alex snapped into action fast, shoving that crumpled piece of paper straight into the guy's mouth. Then, dropping his voice low, he asked. How's that sweet treat I sent you? Satisfied, the messenger couldn't spit it out, his jaw was locked tight. Pure disgust hit him so hard his face turned purple, cold sweat pouring down like a faucet. After a few seconds, Alex casually let go and asked again, well, was it tasty? The messenger collapsed, coughing nonstop, completely lost for words. Gasping for air, he crazily barked orders at his henchmen. Cough, cough, grab that insolent punk for me. Right away, 3 goons drew their swords and charged, but Alex just gently caught all 3 blades with his hands, flicked his wrist once, and the steel bent into curved arcs. At the same time, an invisible force slammed the 3 attackers backward, seriously wounded. After handling his guards, Alex slowly moved toward the messenger. The guy was so terrified, his face went pale, trying to back away. Panicked, he yelled out a warning. You can't touch me. I'm the official rep of Nippon Nation. If you lay a finger on me, that's basically a declaration of war between our countries. Then he quickly spun around to the blond man beside him. General Paul, protect me. If I get hurt, you're all dead. Paul responded with a loud battle cry, throwing all his strength at Alex's chest. But Alex stood completely still, while Paul was slammed backwards several feet by a powerful shockwave. He groaned, dang, this guy's strength is insane. But as he landed, he accidentally crushed the messenger's hand, who screamed in agonizing pain. The general shouted, soldiers, attack, don't let him hurt me. At the same time, he secretly signaled the troops. Understanding the plan, they all nodded quietly. The whole squad charged Alex, but like always, just the force he radiated knocked every one of them back. Screams of pain echoed everywhere. Oof. Ah. Man, that's strong. Alex watched this clumsy spectacle with a face full of disbelief, muttering, seriously, just ridiculous. In the distance, Mike grit his teeth in anger. That old clown didn't expect his guys to act so in sync and put on such a show. General Paul stood upright, voice shaky. This dude's crazy strong. That kind of raw power, he's basically at the god tier. Once a master hits god level, their sheer presence alone can crush mortals into dust. Hearing this, the messenger panicked hard, picturing Alex smirking as he crushed a rock beneath his feet. God tier? That's terrifying. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. The invisible pressure from Alex pushed him back relentlessly. Desperate, he tried to cling to diplomacy. Stop. This is seriously messing up peace between our countries. Just then, a sharp order cut through the chaos. Prince Tyler of Eastwind Nation stepped out from his carriage, frowning straight at the messenger. A representative from another country scared out of his mind by a small clan like this. If this gets out, Nippon's pride will be totally wrecked. I'm going to keep this under wraps for the messenger's sake. Saying that, he turned and ordered his men to escort the battered Nippon delegation back to rest. Immediately, Eastwind soldiers helped support the weary Nippon diplomats as they left. Alex shot a cold glance at Tyler, who calmly met his eyes without a shred of fear. Mike worriedly leaned over and whispered to Jay, do you think the prince is trying to squeeze cooperation out of the Timber Sect? Jay answered firmly, if he tries, we'll go all in. Worst case, we both go down, but at least we'll die protecting the clan. Suddenly, Alex raised his hand, signaling everyone to back off for a moment. As Yvonne was about to leave with the group, he held her back. Yvonne, stay here. Afraid Alex might rush into something reckless, his father-in-law, Bill, leaned in quietly, warning him, don't act dumb, man. That's the prince. Alex didn't even react to the warning, leaving Bill to sigh and walk away. Yvonne looked at him with concern. Alex and Tyler faced each other. Tyler smiled and greeted, hey, brother. Alex replied softly, yo, third brother, which totally shocked Yvonne. Her mouth dropped open, speechless. Tyler then smiled at Yvonne, so this must be the sister-in-law. He bowed respectfully. I heard about you from my older brother. Nice to finally meet you. Then he pointed toward the carriage where a girl stood. Brother, I brought someone else, too. That girl was Lin Long, known as the prince's fiancée. She suddenly dashed over and loudly called to Alex. He gave her a rare, cold look. Lin, you're all grown up now. The girl grumbled. Why haven't you come to visit in years? You and little sis promised big bro you look after me. Suddenly, Lin waved brightly at Yvonne. Hey, sis-in-law, you're looking gorgeous. Yvonne nodded back, genuinely curious. What the heck had Alex been through these past years? How did he end up so tight with Prince Tyler from Eastwind Nation? Night fell, lanterns shone under a blood-red moon. The 3 siblings sat on a rooftop, drinking together. Little Lin had passed out from exhaustion, so only the 2 men chatted. Tyler snorted coldly. I wasn't even thinking about Eastwind's ghost sect barging into Eastwind Nation until now. Little Lily had already crashed out from exhaustion, leaving just the 2 men talking. Tess snorted. I haven't even started thinking about the mysterious Pu Yin sect from East Tangle crossing into North Ravine, so forget it. They've even got the nerve to demand stuff from us. Only the South Empire could stoop that low. Ethan shot a guilty glance at Jake. This whole situation's already been a huge headache for their third brother. Jake shot Ethan a look and said, if you took out the Shadow Sect yourself, why even worry? Even Eastwind wouldn't be scared of Mountain Reach if push came to shove. He sighed, frustrated, shaking his head about how weak Dad's always been dealing with neighbors. After a moment, Ethan set down his drink and said, for real, when you're ready to claim the throne, just say the word, I got your back. Jake's eyes watered a bit at that and he softly replied, thanks. Then raising his cup, he yelled, enough with the heavy talk. Let's drink up, this one's for you, big bro. Ethan grinned and lifted his drink back. Here's to you, Long Jake. Jake slammed his cup and drained it. In his sleep, Luke seemed to dream of his big brother, mumbling, bro. Ethan's, holding onto the little girl tight. Jake, sounding sad, added, ever since what happened back then, a lot of folks have been watching little Luke. I had to use my title to protect her. Ethan's eyes brimmed with memories as he recalled that day, a lone figure carrying an unconscious person, running through the woods. Behind them, dozens of crazed pursuers shouted, hand over the eternal spirit blood, don't let him escape. Jake had reached the cliff's edge, barely stopping them both from falling. The pursuers got closer. One bellowed, Long Jake, hand over the eternal spirit blood, and we'll give you a way out. Otherwise, we'll all charge forward and might just kill you. Jake smirked with disdain, laughing out loud. You talk the cruelest way, but the weakest words. I'm done playing. Turning fully, a fierce fire blazed within him, like he was ready to take on the whole world. Bring it on. No matter how many come, me and my little bro will handle it. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out, two swirling dark and light forces spiraling like yin and yang fish in the air. One attacker gasped, recognizing them as the royal twin flames, legends from the Void Realm. Right then, an old man appeared, fake smiling with fake kindness, saying, Jake, you fought hard to become a grand emperor. Don't ruin your bright future over one person. Hand over the eternal spirit blood and I'll take you as my disciple. Jake looked at the royal twin flames with pure contempt, mocking, so that's all you immortals are? Just selfish little jerks pretending to be all holy. That hit a nerve. The old man yelled, you arrogant fool. Today, I'll chop off your limbs, gouge your eyes, cut your tongue, turn you into a living corpse so you'll suffer for eternity. Riding Jake's back, Ethan urged, big bro, set me down. You're stronger on your own than carrying us both. But Jake stayed firm. Ethan, I'm your big bro. Protecting you is my job. If I can't even shield my own brother, how can I hold my head up as the leader? Then Jake pulled out a glowing pill, smirking at Ethan. Calling you my little bro, huh? Funny thing, I never thought I'd actually need this gift you gave me. Today, I'm using it to carve a way out of this mess. Seeing the pill, Ethan's jaw dropped. That's the 6-phase Immortal pill. No way. Jake popped the pill, and not long after, a massive energy force radiated from him. He pushed Ethan away and shouted, if you see our third brother, make sure you apologize for me. We can't share a drink anymore. Power exploded from Jake, tearing his clothes apart. He threw back his head and roared, Immortals, they ain't worth a dime. Today, I'm smashing every bastard standing in my way. Witnessing Jake burn his own essence in despair after swallowing the pill was shocking. He even dared to sacrifice himself completely. At last, he unleashed the Dark Nine Void technique, causing rocks and earth all around to explode in all directions. In that terrifying moment, Ethan stared in disbelief at the devastation, reaching out in pain, calling his big brother's name desperately. Bro, I'll never forget the agony and helplessness I felt. Ethan ground his teeth, crushing the cup in his hand, furious. We've etched every single one of those bastards into our memory. No one gets forgotten. Jake looked up at the moon, quiet and thoughtful. Besides my enemies, there's also the debts you and countless others have left behind. He glanced at Ethan, amazed. Your revenge list is seriously huge. Ethan raised his wrist and unleashed a dark red, cursed aura. Laughing bitterly, maybe because I've got too many people to kill, I've only got around 2 years left to live. Jake lowered his head, sad, unsure how to comfort him. After a moment, he changed the subject. By the way, Ethan, I heard from Claire that your breakthrough totally flopped. Ethan nodded silently, confirming. Jake went on, I just heard a secret. Someone from the Eternal Sect just became an immortal. He frowned, warning him, the enemy you want payback on is huge. Ryan raised his wrist, dark red cursed energy spreading from it. He laughed bitterly at himself. Maybe I've got too many people to kill, because I only got about 2 years left to live. Tess looked down sadly, unsure how to comfort him. After a moment, he changed the subject. Oh yeah, little brother, I heard from Paul Chase. You tried breaking through your limit and failed. Ryan nodded silently. Tess continued, little bro, I just found out a secret. Someone from the Prime Sect just became an immortal. He frowned and warned him, The moment this guy transformed into an immortal was the same as yours, bro. I'm pretty sure he planned it out, using your energy to weaken the thunderstorm for himself. Hearing that, Jake snapped, giving a cold snort. Using my energy, huh? Let's see if he even can. Right then, one of his crew came rushing over, urgently reporting, "Boss, we got a lead on the Nine Clouds sect. This guy is waiting for orders nearby." Jake smiled warmly at the guy. "We're brothers here, no need to be formal." That put the man at ease, so he went on with the details. "Boss, we've got intel on the core soul energy of the young master. The Nine Clouds leader grabbed some rare treasure and suddenly went into seclusion, but actually, he just left behind a decoy in the sect. His real hideout's near River City." Emily frowned, thinking deeply. River City? She glanced at Jake, worried. "Bro, things have been weird around River City lately. I heard from Paul that he's heading there soon too." "You think these two are connected?" Jake thought for a moment, then nodded. "It's definitely possible." The next morning, Jake's family saw Emily and little Lily off. Lily hugged him tight, reminding, "Jake, promise you'll visit me, okay?" Jake stared silently at the kid. Little Sarah, standing next to Mia, shot a playful glare. "Quit hogging my dad, my mom's gonna get jealous." Lily pinched Sarah's cheek, teasing. "Say that again? I'm the little auntie here." Then Lily curiously asked Mia a question that caught her off guard. She quickly waved it off. No, nothing." Jake patted Emily's shoulder, reminding, "Big bro, Lily's the only little sister. Take good care of her." He clapped his buddy's shoulder. "You better take care of yourself too. River City won't hold you down." Jake watched their carriage disappear down the road. Then he turned to Mia, saying, "Mia, it's time we head to River City." She gave a nod and called out to her father-in-law, "Dad's coming with us." Early the next morning, the sky was clear with just a few fluffy clouds. After seeing Emily and Lily off, Jake and Mia headed back inside. At that moment, Hank was chatting with Hannah, his aunt and the Heartwood Sect's rep. She absolutely had to be there. When Jake walked in, Hank's eyes went wide in surprise, rushing up to greet them both. "So this is your cousin's husband? Pleasure to meet you." Jake closed his eyes, trying to relax, while Mia looked at her cousin, puzzled. Hank suddenly tapped Jake's arm, grinning. "Your cousin sure is handsome and polite. Bet he's powerful too." Jake stayed silent, but Hank kept going. "There's a competition coming up in River City. We've got to compete." Hank grabbed Jake's cursed arm without noticing the dark red aura quietly seeping out. Shortly after, Hank clasped his hands. "See y'all in River City." Then he swiftly left. Hannah explained, "Mia, my grandfather's celebrating his birthday, inviting everyone to River City, and apparently there's a big announcement coming." Mia whispered to her mom, "Mom, we were just about to tell you that Jake and I are heading to River City." Hannah smiled brightly. "Perfect timing. Take Jade with you to represent Heartwood Sect." She explained, "Benny just took over the sect, with tons to handle. I'll come visit once things settle down." She sighed, remembering old family drama when her dad kidnapped her mom. Definitely not the right moment to bring that up again. Hearing her dad's past, Mia could only smile weakly. Then Hannah got serious. "Make sure Hank looks out for you guys. That kid's surprisingly capable." Suddenly, Jake chimed in, "Cousin, Hank's no Prince Charming." Seeing Mia's confused look, he explained, "He sneaked some poisonous energy into me, trying to corrupt my energy channels." Mia scowled. "What a scumbag." "You all right?" Jake shrugged. "I flipped it back on him." He glanced toward the door and continued, "He's gonna have to deal with the fallout later." Before long, Hank sped off with his sword. Tyler and Mike watched him fly away. Mike cursed loudly. "Damn it, I'm gonna deal with that, punk." Tyler shook his head, warning, "Don't waste your energy on him." Mike shot back, "I'm having fun, you in or what?" Tyler just sighed, "Your call." Then Mike sprung into action, casting a spell and shouting, "Take this." A second later, his magic slammed into Hank's sword. Hank barely noticed, muttering, "Can't believe Mia's hanging with trash like this. When the Tans get to River City, I'm gonna teach him a lesson and make Mia see what a joke he is." He rambled on, not realizing his sword was starting to crack. Soon the blade shattered, leaving Hank sprawled and screaming in panic. Oh crap. Not long after, when Mia and Emily left Heartwood Sect for River City, Benny and Hannah came to see them off. Mine just had to ask, curious. And they're rallying martial artists from all over, like they have some big announcement. Maya whispered to her mom, "Mom, we came to talk about how me and Ryan are heading to River City." Rachel smiled excitedly, "Perfect timing. You two should take Noelle to represent the Heartwood Sect for me," she explained. "Jake just took over Heartwood, and there's tons to sort out, so I gotta help. After I'm done, we'll visit River City together." She sighed, recalling when her husband crashed the wedding years ago. Besides, showing up now as the father and son might not be so great. Hearing her dad's old story, Maya could only smile helplessly. Then Rachel got serious. "When you get there, tell Van to look after things. Cause that kid handles stuff really well. Suddenly Ryan spoke up. Sis, Van's not exactly a stand-up guy. Seeing his wife's confused look, he explained, he snuck some poison energy into me, trying to corrode my energy channels. Hearing that, Maya got mad. What a jerk. You okay, babe? He said. Yeah, I blocked the poison. Ryan looked toward the door and added, he's gonna get what's coming to him. Soon after, Van rode off on his horse-drawn carriage. Travis and Max watched him fly through the air. Max cursed loudly, damn it, I'm gonna handle you. Travis shook his head. Don't waste your energy on that guy. Max shot back immediately. I'm just having fun here, you in or not. Travis sighed, waved his hand, your call. Then Max really attacked, channeling his power toward Van and shouting, take this. A second later, his power hit Van's sword. Van didn't notice, mumbling, can't believe Maya hung out with a punk like that. When the Van family gets to River City, I'll teach him a lesson. Show him how embarrassed Maya can make him look. This time, all the big shots from the Elder Cultivation will be there. Gotta figure out how to use Ryan for my gain and make a splash in front of these heavy hitters. Lost in thought, he didn't realize his sword was cracking. Soon, the sword shattered, and he lost his grip, falling down, screaming, oh, no. Not long after, it was time for Maya and Rachel to leave Minewood for River City. Jake and Rachel came to see them off. Spotting the two kids, Noelle curiously asked, Little Chi and Little Alex coming too? Little Alex nodded, yeah. Maya looked at her and asked, but why is she, as the holy maiden, just casually tagging along with us? Noelle answered coolly, don't ask. Now whenever she sees her fiancé, she bolts without looking back, so she's not going to care about me. Then she laughed loud. Undead Jake entrusted me, his son-in-law, so you guys better handle this Minewood trip. Then he quietly told Ryan, that old Van guy is seriously scary. Rachel also asked, how are you getting there? Need me to arrange a boat? No thanks, Ryan smiled at her offer. Then he snapped his fingers, and Max rolled up in a horse carriage. It stopped right in front of Jake, who stared in shock, stammering, I thought I heard a dragon growl just now. Could this really be Long Bridge? The old master got fired up, pointing at Mike with excitement. Yeah, that young guy right there. Mike waved and called out, sup, old man. Jake touched the wheel in amazement. This entire carriage looks like it's made of pure platinum. Unless you've seen real platinum before, you wouldn't even recognize it. Then Max snapped out of it. No wonder he didn't pick a boat from the Cedarwood clan. Mike proudly announced, this long bridge carriage can travel thousands of miles, and the inside's decked out way fancier than any common boat you've ever seen. Suddenly, Leo turned his head toward a little girl hiding in the bushes. His sharp gaze made her flinch, her hair standing on end. Seeing Leo staring so hard, Jenny got curious and asked, what's up? He calmly pulled up the curtain, replying, nothing, let's roll. As they stepped inside, little Cole cheered, whoa, this place is huge. Molly looked around, wide-eyed, and yelled at Leo. Inside's totally different from the outside. From the outside, this looks like an ordinary carriage. Dude, how'd you pull this off? Leo explained, I used space stones all around and combined it with a special magic grid. Molly finally noticed a space stone tucked neatly in a corner. Ignoring her amazement, Leo turned to Jenny. Jenny, I'm gonna lift some of the seal on you first, so you can use some of your power. She looked surprised. Leo said seriously, this trip to River City's gonna be full of twists. You better have some ability to protect yourself. Some stuff is about to kick off. Only after the carriage vanished completely did the blue-haired girl hiding in the bushes stand straight. She breathed easy. Nearly got spotted. She went back to her spot, calmly opened and closed the door. Turning suddenly, she got a big scare. A man was kneeling in front of her, respectfully saying, Miss. She patted her chest to calm down. Uncle Tim? Don't just show up like that. You scared me. He bowed his head and reported, Miss, you've been exploring the Cedarwood clan too long. The old boss and the chief are really worried. She played with her blue hair, acting like she knew. Keep going, Tim. Your chief wants Miss to make a trip to River City. About to leave, she paused, hearing this. Scratching her head, frowning, she mumbled, fixing someone with completely destroyed energy channels isn't impossible, but sudden healing? Most people just can't pull that off. Then she asked Tim, are you the one with 10,000 spirits blood from back then? Tim's face lit up with shock. 10,000 spirits blood, the girl giggled. The Cedarwood clan's pretty wild, but the real fun was in the past few days. Chloe said that guy was the interesting one. Laughing meaningfully, she grabbed her collar and gave it a quick tug, instantly switching her outfit. She told Tim to head to River City. Tim was puzzled, his mind full of questions. Man, totally confusing, her words made no sense. Is the miss okay? Back at the Long Bridge carriage, Leo was zoning in on healing Jenny. He focused his energy into his palm, releasing a bright blue light that made Cole's eyes go wide with shock. When the powerful energy flowed into Jenny's chest, she looked like she was in extreme pain. Her face went pale, and she couldn't help but let out a quiet groan. Moments later, the energy circulated throughout her body, and the blocked channels started to open up a bit. Seeing his mom's drained face, Cole worriedly asked, "Mom, are you okay?" She weakly answered, "I'm fine." Jenny then tried to move her energy, and a faint power appeared in her palm. Molly cheered happily. "Sis, you can use your power now," Leo gently said. "That's just part of the seal lifted. There's still more holding you back. Give me some time." Jenny looked at him, hopefully, and softly said, "Okay." Leo glanced at Little Dee sitting quietly in the corner, thinking maybe it's time to teach the kids some real energy moves. Then he asked Cole, "You want to start training?" She firmly said, "Nah, I'm fine. Dad's got me covered." She cuddled into his lap. Leo patted her head, thinking that her spirit kind might have its own fate. Right then, "I'm good, no need. Dad's got me covered." She snuggled into him, and he ruffled her hair, thinking maybe the little one was special after all. Right then, a voice called out from outside the door, "Young master, we've arrived in River City." The carriage came to a stop, and Lily drew back the curtain to look outside, her eyes widening in surprise at the massive gate before her. A man was whipping an old man repeatedly with a cane. He yelled, "You miserable old fool, how dare you block my way and disturb my horse?" Without missing a beat, he cracked the cane again. The old man winced in pain, trying to explain, "Young master, I swear I didn't mean any harm." Bystanders nearby gathered to watch, whispering among themselves. One remarked, "Man, this gate's huge and he's still forcing his way right past the old guy. If he dodges, he'll freak out the royal guard." Another man leaning in warned softly, "Keep your voice down, don't you see the guards surrounding him? Nobody dares mess with him." The jerk only got rougher, making the old man scream in agony. "Who the hell do you think you are?" The man got angrier, shouting curses. "Old geezer, you better not dodge me again. Get those guards over here and teach him a lesson. This young master plans to knock him out and twist his ankle to see if he still dares block my path." Two guards stepped forward in perfect unison, moving deliberately toward the old man. Then, a small, clear voice piped up, "Hey, you can't bully the elderly like that." The man spun around startled, staring at the little girl who spoke up. The crowd gasped louder. Someone quickly said, "Hey, whose kid is that? Get her out of here before things get messy." The man scowled at Lily, then flung a pouch of money onto the ground in front of her, sneering, "This is a fat tip. I'm short a maid, and this is your escort fee." Lily's face flushed with anger. She pointed at him and shouted, "I'm not wasting my time as your maid." The man snapped orders to his men, "She's not going to boss us around. Grab her and the old guy." Maid don't talk back. Holding his cane, his face darkened with rage. "If I don't whip you 10 or 20 times for discipline, then I'm not the young master." He swung the cane fiercely at Lily, but weirdly, it didn't hit her. Instead, it cracked down hard on one of his own men. The man named Cole was stunned. Who the hell? Only then did he spot Mike sitting in the carriage, nonchalantly holding a cane. Seeing the cane in Mike's hand, Cole flashed a knowing glare. Cole stormed forward, yelling, "You hit my men, you must be crazy." Getting close to the longhorn carriage, Cole reluctantly admitted, That's one hell of a horse." Pointing at the horse, he announced loudly, "That's a fine beast you got there. Hand it over, and I might let you off with just chopping off 2 fingers." Mike scoffed mockingly, "What? Your kid's wicked. Want my horse and my fingers too?" Mike's words fired Cole up. He pointed furiously at Mike and barked orders to his men. "Go on. Sever his hands and feet." His men rushed Mike, but in a flash, each one got knocked flying. Meanwhile, Lily helped the old man up, anxiously asking, "Sir, are you okay?" The old man, face bruised and swollen, replied, "I'm all right. Thanks a ton, young lady." Mike kept cracking his cane over Cole's men, then jumped off his horse and strolled toward Cole. Cole was so terrified he collapsed to the ground, stammering, You can't mess with me. I'm Cole, second son of the Cole family. If you touch me, Master Dean won't forgive you." Suddenly, Cole pulled out a hidden weapon, an arrow shot straight at Mike's face. Grinning, Cole boasted, "Ha ha, you're way out of your league, challenging me." But shockingly, the arrow missed. Mike was holding it in his mouth, mocking Cole. Then, with a flick, Mike shot the arrow back, embedding it deep in Cole's shoulder. Blood sprayed as Cole screamed, clutching his arm and thrashing on the ground, looking pale as a ghost. He warned, "I will kill you for this." Before he could finish, Mike bent down, cold as ice, asking, "You're so set on what, exactly?" "Smart people know when to play it cool." Cole's face twisted as he backpedaled. I gotta respect my elders and care for the kids." Mike nodded approvingly. "Good kid, knows when to listen." With that, he turned and headed back to the longhorn carriage. Lily said goodbye to the old man. Please be careful next time. Avoid bad guys like that. Cole's men hurried to help their injured boss up, worriedly asking, Young master, are you okay? Cole angrily snapped, You useless fools, what good are you? As he ranted, a shadow loomed, and the Longhorn carriage and Mike's horse appeared right in front of him. Confused, Cole muttered, I've already let you go. What more do you want? Mike smirked without replying, Hey, you're blocking my way. Cole lost his temper, yelling, There's a huge gate. 5 carriages could roll through at once. Why pick on me? Mike stayed calm. I don't care. I'm heading this way. Will you move or not? If not, I'll plow right through. He cracked his cane, smashing Cole's carriage axle, then coldly added, Smart dogs don't block the road. If you do, don't blame me when you're gone. Cole's crew panicked, scrambling aside as the Longhorn carriage sped off. The crowd cheered loudly for Mike's bold move, and Mike threw a thumbs up back with a big grin. Watching the carriage disappear, Cole ground his teeth and ordered, Find out who these guys are. One subordinate hesitantly said, Young master, we can't beat them. Finding out won't help. Cole smacked him hard across the face, shouting, Can't beat them. And he quickly returned an enthusiastic thumbs up. Watching the carriage fade out, Cody clenched his jaw and ordered, Find out who those guys really are. One underling hesitated, Boss, we can't take 'em. Investigating won't help much. Cody slapped him hard across the face and yelled, We may not win. Could it be that my dad can't handle those guys? If he can't, there's Grandpa. And then there's my big brother, our secret weapon. The lackey suddenly realized how dumb he'd been and quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake. The young master said, You're right. Gritting his teeth, Joe grabbed the guy by the collar and ordered, Go tell my master to get to River City immediately. The lackey panicked and said, Yes, sir. Joe was so mad his face went red. He thought to himself, I'm Joe, and I never go easy on anyone. If you cross me, I'll wipe out your entire family. That's how we roll in the Joe family. Soon after, the royal carriage pulled up to the Hayes estate. Inside, little Cindy asked Ethan, Dad, that old man looks so helpless. I just had to step outside. Gently, he told her. If you want to protect the weak, you gotta have the power to back it up. Otherwise, you'll hurt yourself and others. Cindy snuggled into his arms, grinning. Haha, I've got you for that, Dad. Hearing that, Ethan smiled softly and ruffled her hair. She suddenly remembered that Max had helped her and turned around to say thanks. Thanks, Uncle Max. Max shot her a cocky grin, totally chill. The Hayes estate courtyard bustled with people coming and going. Ethan and Stacy stepped inside together. Stacy whispered, Ethan, our families aren't exactly tight. Especially since I'm not the saint anymore, we don't hang much. You might hear some crap from the Hayes family later, but don't let it get to you. We're just stopping by. Your business comes first. Ethan nodded quietly. Just then, a young guy walked over, clasping his hands politely. Everyone from Heartwood clan, the elder uncles are busy, can't come greet y'all. Please understand. Stacy introduced the guy to Ethan. This is the oldest son of that guy. Hayes Han is the second son we met before, and they have a sister named Hayes Lynn. Hayes Han explained, Lynn's always been curious about the Heartwood clan's saint. Jade and Stacy are here too. We're waiting for Cindy and cousin Joe. Let's all head to the arena together once they arrive. Suddenly, his eyes flickered when he heard a voice shout, That's Joe. Mom, you have to take revenge for me. Make Grandpa find those guys no matter what. She bit her lip, yelling, How dare they hurt my son? I'll make sure Grandpa tracks down every single one. Our family won't let them off easy, we'll tear them apart. Joe spotted Cindy. She angrily shouted, That's the one who tried to hit me. Almost at the same moment, Joe pointed at her, yelling, That little brat did it. Then, he turned to his mom and said, Mom, they're the ones who hurt me. Seeing his mom's furious face, Hayes' hand nervously called for their third aunt. She sneered at Ethan's group, So these are the Heartwood people? Begging all the way here? Haven't they been wiped out by the Shadow Sect yet? Stacy stepped forward, calmly saying, Third aunt, thanks for caring. Heartwood clan is still strong. Jade whispered to Ethan, Hubby, years ago our dad forced a marriage with the Joe family. Mom said that's how our third aunt ended up married into the family. Without that, she'd never have gotten the marriage she wanted. Now, she's gotten crueler toward us. Stacy spoke up. I didn't expect this kid to be our cousin, but you shouldn't let him basically beat people up on the street. So young and already so ruthless. Being slightly hurt should teach him a lesson. Please keep him in check, or he'll hurt others and himself later. The aunt sneered, Humph, that brat never shuts up just like that lowlife Hayes Jun. How dare she talk back to my son? Then she snapped at Cindy. Hey, you brat. You said my kid tried to hit you? Why didn't he hit anyone else? Ever think the problem's on your end? How did your parents raise you? Seeing her sister bullied, Little Dee quickly stepped in front of Cindy. Ethan calmly approached and said, So that's the story. She glanced at him with half an eye and shouted, Who do you think you are? Before she could finish, Ethan slapped her hard. She was shocked, not understanding why she got hit, and yelled, "You didn't even let me finish. Why hit me instead of someone else? Think about where the real problem lies." Furious, she hissed orders to her guards. "Go, surround them." Right then, Max came in from outside to report, "Boss, I parked the car. These guys here are clueless. I found us a quiet spot." Seeing Max, Joe looked scared and told his mom, "Mom, let's hold off on this until Dad gets here." She stared at Joe, suspicious. "Why is he acting so sensible? Not like my kid." Joe pulled his mom aside. "Mom, let's go for now and figure this out later." Max watched them walk away, confused. "What's going on?" Watching the pack leave, Stacy said, "The Joe family's definitely coming back for trouble." Ethan grinned teasingly at her, "And you're no angel either. Weren't you just stirring the pot too? But who dares talk down on my son?" Then the woman pointed at Cole, shouting, "Hey, earlier you said Mang wanted to hit you. Why didn't he hit anyone else but you? Ever think the problem might be you? How'd your parents raise you?" Seeing her sister bullied, Little Dee quickly stepped up to block Cole. Leo calmly stepped up and said, "So that's the kind of logic you've got." The woman glanced at him sideways and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Before she finished, Leo slapped her hard. She had no clue why she got smacked. Fuming, he snapped, "You didn't even finish your sentence before I cut you off. Why would I go after anyone else but you? Maybe you should look in the mirror and figure out why." That set her off like steam coming out of a kettle as she shouted orders at her crew. "Where are my people? Surround him, now." Right then, Mike just walked in from outside and reported, "Boss, I parked the car already, and these guys here seem pretty green, so I found us a quiet spot." Seeing Mike, Cody got a little scared and quickly told his mom, "Mom, just hold off for now. Let Dad get here, and then we'll figure it out." She glanced at Cody, confusion flooding her mind. How does he suddenly get it like that? Doesn't seem like my son at all. Pulling her aside, he whispered, "Mom, let's head out first and deal with this later." Mike watched their backs, puzzled. What the hell is going on? Watching those people leave, Haley said, "No doubt, the Cole family's gonna stir up trouble this time." Leon grinned teasingly at her. "Yeah, you can bet on that." Stacy shrugged, "Just stating facts. Let Joe keep throwing fits. This definitely isn't gonna end well." Emily wiped the sweat off her brow and exclaimed, "Those two really don't give a damn about anyone else." Jake told the group, "Big sis Tara already left, so let's head over to meet Grandpa. And while we're at it, swing by the arena real quick. Little sisters Ashley and Mia want to meet you guys and chill." He folded his hands politely and said, "Don't even think about saying no." Watching the whole Lawson family following along, Emily was puzzled. They were dodging her like she wasn't involved just a moment ago, and now they're all buddy-buddy again. At the arena, a fierce battle was underway, both fighters evenly matched, neither backing down. Sophie stepped back behind Phoenix, frowned a little, and charged forward. A loud boom exploded, sending the man flying. The crowd below roared with excitement. Ashley Lawson's sacred Phoenix power has fully awakened. Looks like no one in this generation can match her. No doubt the Lawson family just boosted their rep big time. Mr. Lawson even specially arranged this match during the birthday bash, probably to show off his daughter's skills. Ashley stood in the center of the arena, calmly addressing the fallen guy. "Sorry, teacher, you slipped up." He cupped his hands and replied, "You've improved fast, young lady. Now that your sacred Phoenix form is complete, I'm no match." Suddenly, Jake waved her over, calling, "Ash." Ashley quickly flew over to him and loudly called, "Big bro." Then her eyes lit up as she pointed at sisters Hannah and Emily and asked, "You two from the Heartwood Sect?" Hannah said, "Ash, haven't you met them yet? They're my cousins, Hannah and Emily." Hearing that, the nearby disciples got hyped, didn't expect them to be former saintesses from the Heartwood Sect. "Emily is so gorgeous. Rumor has it after some catastrophe she disappeared for good. Can you believe we get to see her while she's still around? This is awesome." At this point, Jake finally noticed Ethan Lawson. So that's who he was. Emily smiled and said, "That's my husband." The disciples were shocked like lightning hit them. What? People had assumed she had some massive setback, maybe messed up her training, so the new saintess title passed to her little sister. Turns out she broke the boundaries. Ha! Not only that, they joked, "What a blind pick. Who chooses a guy like that? He's nowhere near as good looking as me." Ashley burst out laughing. "Ha, that's the former saintess. She's got to be joking, right?" Emily clenched her teeth in anger and snapped at Ashley and the disciples. "Enough with your nonsense." Ashley wasn't fazed one bit, boldly throwing down the gauntlet. She sneered. "Huh. Embarrassed now that your secrets are out? Want a duel? Loser has to bark like a dog 3 times. Emily responded confidently, "Bring it on. I'm not scared of you." The two girls faced each other, ready to throw down. Emily turned toward Ashley and called to Ethan, "Hubby, step up and show them what you got." Ethan coldly brushed her off. I'm sitting this one out. Shocked, Emily stared at him. The Lawsons are acting tough. Aren't you going to seize this chance to put them in their place? He was serious. This fight, you asked for it, so you got to finish it yourself. Immediately, the disciples burst out laughing and mocked. Ha! Is this the prodigy you're talking about? Just some useless guy hiding behind a woman. Emily ran up to Ethan, pointed at herself, and argued, Me? But Ashley's got the sacred phoenix body. Before she could finish, Ethan cut her off. I taught you for 5 straight days. You couldn't even beat a loser like him. Ashley smirked and taunted. You were all talk, huh? Now that it's fight time, scared to get wrecked? Hurt. Emily charged at Ashley and boldly declared, Come at me. I'm not backing down. Ashley pumped herself up and shouted, Let's go. The tension snapped. Ashley struck first. She leapt forward, her whole body glowing with brilliant golden energy, fierce and fiery. Little Charlie anxiously called out, Die, watch out. Beside him, little Dave whispered, Sis, I don't think Di's gonna lose. Charlie looked surprised. Huh, Dave explained. Her energy level is way above Ashley's. This fight'll be over in less than 5 moves. Curious, Charlie said. Really? The fighters exchanged blows, seeming evenly matched at first. Suddenly, Emily clenched her fist, poured all her strength into a punch. Ashley grabbed her stomach, staggered back, grimacing and thinking to herself, What a jerk, pretending to be weak just to catch me off guard. Even Emily was shocked at the punch's power, puzzled she could pack that much strength. Ashley soared upward, thinking seriously. Up here's when she'll shout out the full sacred phoenix form, shooting a comet strike, before launching downwards. The disciples screamed with excitement. This was Ashley's strongest move. The former saintess from Timberheart would definitely lose now. But the surprise, Ashley's ultimate attack didn't end the fight. Their powers collided, exploding loudly. Emily stood firm, while Ashley was knocked back several steps. Totally stunned, Emily struck again, a blow Ashley couldn't block that sent her crashing to the ground. The disciples were blown away, jaws dropped. No way, she lost. Someone gasped. I heard the Timberheart sect has 2 ultimate secrets, the Wild Heart Mind technique and Saintess body. The Wild Heart Mind is insanely hard to master, few succeed, and the Saintess body passes on with a tiny chance. But Emily actually mastered the sacred body. Others shook their heads in disbelief. Whoa, that was way too reckless. Emily, watching the fight, was totally stunned. She whispered, The Van Wen style is real. He just helped Jade activate her true sacred warrior physique. He gave a slight nod. Yeah, the kid's intuition is sharp, but she's still green in actual combat. If she wants to get far, we can't keep babying her. Best she comes with me to the wasteland to toughen up through life or death battles. Alex still couldn't accept it, muttering over and over, Did I really lose? Jade had to take a moment before breaking into a joyful shout. I won. Watching Hannah jump around like crazy, Alex sneered coldly. That was just beginner's luck. I'll prove I'm not any less than the Heartwood Temple's sacred warrior. Then he turned to his master. Sir, I want to keep training hard. Suddenly, Levi spoke up. Hold on a sec. Alex glared. What now? He replied coolly. What about those 3 dog barks? That comment snapped the disciples back to memory. Right, they placed a bet earlier. Alex's face turned red with anger, pointing and shouting, You. Henry quickly stepped in. Levi, that was just some dumb bet between kids. Before Henry could finish, Levi cut him off sharply. So, you're saying the Hades family wants to back out of their word? Being called out embarrassed Henry badly. Furious, he hissed. You, Alex, sneaked out a dagger for protection and suddenly lunged at Levi, screaming like a maniac. How dare you humiliate me? Suddenly, a hand grabbed Alex's wrist tight. Mike tightened his grip on Alex's hand, coldly warning. Hey, you just got here and already causing trouble. Now you're attacking my guy? He twisted the wrist, flicking the blade toward Alex's face. Henry gasped. Let her go right now. Mike ignored him, shooting a massive aura blast. Henry tried to step in and stop him, but got completely pinned down by Mike's overwhelming presence, unable to move. He thought, Man, this dude's power is terrifying. No wonder the other guys fled with the younger siblings before. Mike threatened Alex with those 3 dog barks again. You gonna bark or what? Or should I carve a few marks on your face to make my point? He lightly sliced a small cut across her cheek. Panicked about her looks, Alex quickly barked 3 times. Woof, woof, woof. The disciples were shocked, unable to believe their ears. Hearing that, Mike smiled, ruffled her hair, and said, A good kid's gotta keep their promises. Alex, humiliated, jerked her hand free, shouted, I won't forgive you guys, and bolted. Mike grinned, watching her desperate sprint away. Levi asked Henry, So, who's that? Henry replied, That's the new Master Wood. Pretty skilled and dangerous. Levi nodded, looking impressed. Meanwhile, back at the Hades estate, a middle-aged man reported to Old Master Hades. Sir, it looks like General Lai from the Eastern Province won't arrive until tomorrow. We're still missing Qingyun Mountain's arrival. The old man sipped his tea. Qingyun Mountain, huh. I already sent my boy Van to notify both Heartwood Temple and Qingyun Mountain. Pausing, he muttered. Why isn't he back yet? Didn't Heartwood folks show up already? The middle-aged man stroked his beard. Not sure what Van is holding up on. Hope nothing bad happened. While they were talking, a servant entered. Master, Van is back. After the announcement, Van appeared looking totally wrecked and exhausted. The middle-aged man, Van's father, rushed over worriedly. What happened to you? Van sighed heavily. My flying blade suddenly shattered. Luckily, I reacted fast or I'd have fallen to my death. The father shouted in disbelief. That blade cost me tons of money to make. How could it break for no reason? Facing the accusation, Van just lowered his head and sighed. Then he got serious. Let's put that aside, Grandpa. Something big went down. Qingyun Mountain has vanished. Both Elder and his father gaped in shock. The dad hurriedly asked, What do you mean gone? Van was firm. Gone for real. I flew around a few times to double-check before rushing back, worried out of my mind. Old Master Hades frowned deeply. The Chang family at Qingyun is close with us. Wouldn't they leak something if anything huge happened? The father suggested. The head of Heartwood Temple is near Qingyun. Maybe we should ask them for info. The old man agreed to receive guests. Not long after, the two stepped out into the main hall. Old Master Hades sat at the head seat, praising nonstop. Good, very good. Suddenly, Henry called out, Dad. Then he pointed toward Levi's group and introduced, Heartwood Temple's folks have arrived. Old Master frowned. Why are kids coming instead? Emily spoke up for them. My mom, Queen Hades, is tied up with clan matters and can't make it herself, so she sent us to pay respects to Grandpa. Once the Heartwood work's done, she'll visit personally, so please forgive the early visit. Old Master Hades scoffed coldly, dripping disdain. No matter what, you shouldn't send a bunch of kids, especially you, who's supposedly locked up. How dare you show your face here? That insult made Jade mistakenly think Alex was being questioned about his past. She quickly grabbed his sleeve to hold him back. Babe, just ignore it. That's our sister's silly old grandpa. Alex waved her off. Fine, fine. While we're at it, I've got a question. Qingyun Mountain's close to Heartwood Temple. What's your situation? Know anything? Levi answered in a serious, icy tone. I destroyed Qingyun Mountain. Both the Hades men and Jade froze. Old Master Hades thought he was joking like a clown and quickly scowled hard. I've been slammed with clan duties and honestly can't make it personally. You've sent us to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. Once things at Greenwood Clan settle down, Mom will stop by herself. We hope Great-Grandpa understands. Old Man Harris scoffed dismissively, voice dripping with contempt. No matter what, you shouldn't send a bunch of kids, especially since you're supposed to be locked up. How can you even show your face here? That insult made Jenny misunderstand he was questioning his past. She quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. Babe, chill out. She's just trying to protect family honor. Harris waved her off. Fine. While we're at it, I want to ask about Blue Cloud Mountain near Greenwood Clan. What's your status now? Heard anything? Leon replied coldly and seriously. Blue Cloud Mountain? I already wiped it out. Both the Harris men and Jenny stared, shocked. Harris thought he was joking badly, his face instantly darkening. What kind of joke is that? Who exactly are you? Jake hurriedly explained, Dad, he's the husband of my cousin Emma. Hearing this, Mr. Harper only felt more insulted by both of them, calling him a complete idiot. Even his second daughter, Lily, had gone and married on her own. It's ridiculous. Why didn't they pick someone as solid as Tyler or Sean? Instead, they settled for this useless dude. As Mr. Harper stormed off, clearly disgusted, Mia flipped him off from behind in anger. Jake kept a polite smile and said, Haha, please come with me inside. While walking, Mia whispered to Chris, Aren't you mad about any of this? He barely opened his eyes and said, I don't even care. Why get worked up? They all headed into the bamboo hall. Emily stepped forward and said, Hello, Grandpa. We brought a gift for Mom's birthday. Olivia carried a box and stepped up, when suddenly a loud voice cut through the ceremony. Master Dan has arrived. Master Dan's crew strode right past the Harper clan offering their respects. The old man, Mr. Daniels, went straight inside without even bothering to greet anyone. Mr. Harper had to stand up himself, and Jake came over to welcome him. Having Master Dan show up at the Harper house was a massive honor. Dan laughed heartily. Jake, you're too humble. This little gift is nothing. Then he had his attendant present the offering. The box opened, revealing a pearl-white jade lotus that left everyone speechless. Master Dan was gifting this rare jade lotus to celebrate Mr. Harper's birthday. Someone whispered in awe, That lotus only blooms once every 1,000 years. It can strengthen your core immensely, almost like the ultimate immortal elixir. Another guest added, having Master Dan here is respect enough, even without any gifts. Someone else chimed in, the Harpers have gotten way stronger lately. Mr. Harper's eldest son, Jake, not only hosts but is a powerhouse in the warlord ranking. His 3 kids are no joke either. Jake's older brother, Max, is now a rare elixir master. Lil bro Eric hit the deputy marquis rank before turning 20, and their youngest Sophie carries the phoenixing physique. The same person shook his head. And the third daughter, Beth, married into the Cox family. You gotta know, the Coxes have Nolan Cox about to break into the Grand Realm, maybe even a hidden emperor. Just then, a young man butted in. So what about Lily, who married Sean from Timber Sect? Speaking of Lily, the old man sighed. Sean was on fire 2 decades ago, but then hit a rough patch. Their daughter, Emma, was famous all over the region. Countless geniuses struggled for her attention. He exhaled. Not sure what went wrong, but she lost her spot as the Holy Maiden, and since then, the Timber Sect has been declining. A moment later, Jake clasped his hands. I wish you health as vast as the ocean and happiness every year like today. He presented several elixirs, 5 refined spirit pills, including Pulse Recovery Pill, Windwalker Pill, and Ketonic Pill. Pausing, Jake offered another vial, explaining softly, this is the 10 refinements pill I recently perfected, just in time for your birthday. I hope you accept it. Mr. Harper took the pills, praising enthusiastically. Excellent, excellent. Master Dan looked at Jake with admiration. So young and already mastered the 10 refinements pill, respectable indeed. The crowd buzzed. At this age to work such pills, the Harper family definitely has a future star elixir master, especially with Master Dan's recognition. Bright prospects. Just then, little Zoe curiously asked Chris, Dad, aren't your pills better than the ones they just showed? He ruffled her hair and said, Yeah. Master Dan glanced at the father and daughter. Eric presented a health manual and said happily, Grandpa, this is a health manual I found by chance, wishing you longevity and peace. The guests gasped again unexpectedly. It was a health manual, rarer than any cultivation method or divine power. It can regulate the body's chi and blood, revitalizing tired cultivators, a true longevity booster. Mr. Harper smiled and said, Thanks, Eric, that's thoughtful. Chris frowned at the manual in the old man's hands. Do you think this health manual is reliable? Jake asked his eldest son quietly. Where's Sophie? Meanwhile, the 2 cousins, Olivia and Mia, stood in the hall. Olivia held the box as Mia pulled out a red cloak embroidered with delicate designs. Happy birthday, Grandpa. This cloak was stitched by Mom's own hands. Every longevity character hides a little formation to clear your mind, ward off evil spirits and bad luck. Mr. Harper nodded faintly, showing little reaction. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted. Pathetic. No wonder Lily didn't come herself. This birthday gift is trash. The man in purple was Mr. Cox, Beth's husband. Those words made Mia furious. She spun around and yelled, My mom hand-stitched every seam with her heart. Cox sneered coldly, mocking her to the point she ground her teeth. Then he signaled his servant to bring out his gift. These 10,000 longevity pills are for my father-in-law, wishing him eternal youth. Everyone was shocked. Those pills were nearly 100-fold refinement pill, and there was a huge pile of them. That was the Cox family's style, generous like crazy. Birthday boy Mr. Harper praised, Nice, nice. I ate your pills last time and feel younger every day. What's up, Auntie? Beth laughed, one hand on the cloak, the other covering her mouth mockingly. Dad, check out the gift Henry brought for you. Then he called a servant to bring out the gift. These longevity pills are for the old man, wishing him eternal youth. Everyone was stunned. The pills were nearly top-tier alchemy, and all those, classic Cole family move, being outrageously generous. Patriarch Harris joined in praise. Good, good. After trying the last batch you gave me, I swear I feel younger every day. Whoa, whoa, Brooke, Haley's cousin, smirked, covering her mouth with one hand and tugged her shirt with the other. Dad, check out the gift that Mike dropped off for you. And then she added with a sneer, Take a good look at whose gift that is. She kept mocking the 2 sisters. Listen here, kiddo, if the Timber clan doesn't even have a shred of real power, your mom could have at least given me a heads up. So your little sister could lend you some spirit stones or pills, bringing out such a lame birthday gift just to get laughed at. Seriously? Then she suddenly tossed the robe from Tiffany's hands and shouted, Did you guys come here just to insult my dad? Both sisters turned red with anger. When Natalie tried to speak up, Tiffany stopped her gently. She calmly said, Gifts are about the heart. We already offered ours. If you don't want it, we'll take our leave. That's when Hank stepped in to smooth things over. All right, he said, but he still pointed at Tiffany with a scolding look. You should see what your middle brother gave and then compare it to your gift. Your hot-headed middle bro isn't entirely to blame. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the noise. If you want to die sooner, just keep stuffing yourself. Everyone spun around, eyes fixed on Luke. He then asked Hank, "You ever get an itchy spot at the back of your neck?" Hank touched his neck, surprised. Luke explained, "That's the poison growing inside. Soon, it'll reach your brain. Once that happens, you'll just be a puppet, controlled by whoever's pulling the strings." Hearing this, Mr. Cole exploded, shouting, "What nonsense is that? Get out of here right now." But Luke turned to him calmly and replied, "You're no different," which shocked Mr. Cole. Luke held up a longevity pill and asked, "Have you ever taken one of these?" He glanced between Mr. Cole and Hank. "The itch at the neck is just a sign. You've been feeling your power spike lately, but there's a sharp ache around the mysterious point. That slight pain has probably spread to the spirit void point." Those words hit the two right where it hurt. They froze, wondering how he knew. Still, Mr. Cole stubbornly argued, "Poison? That's clearly a good energy spreading out. You say there's something wrong with my longevity pill? Lucky for you, the pill master is here. Let him check it out." The pill master stepped forward, voice low. "All right, let me take a look. Where's the poison?" "Nah. It's clearly good vibes radiating off it." "You saying my longevity pills are messed up? Lucky the pill master's here, he should check it out." The pill master stepped forward, voice low. "All right, let me see." Mr. Cole approached Luke coldly. "If he says these pills are fine, I'll cut out your tongue." Luke stayed still, totally unfazed. Meanwhile, the pill master began his inspection. After a bit, he confirmed, "It's exactly as this young brother said." Everyone in the room visibly paled in shock. "What?" the pill master added. "But what exactly this poison is and whether it's harmful still needs further study." Then he held up one of the longevity pills and asked Hank, "Can you lend me one more pill to study it deeply?" Hank agreed calmly. "Certainly." Tammy urgently warned, "Pill master, you gotta be extra thorough. My kid wouldn't hurt her dad or brother." The pill master shared his take. Every medicine carries some toxicity. If a drug is really effective, a little toxicity or side effects are expected. Luke turned away, mocking. Something so basic needs a big investigation. Seems like the pill master's fame doesn't match his skills. The crowd immediately got mad and called him out. If the medicine's this strong, a little side effect or toxicity is expected. Leon turned his back, cold and sarcastic. "Some basic stuff, and you want to research it seriously? You're way out of line, insulting the pill master like that," they said as one. "Even if he lets it slide, the powerful folks he saved won't let you off." Cole sneered and mocked, "Trash like you dares question the pill master? Even if the pill master's chill, the big players I helped won't spare you." Mike jeered with contempt, "Trash talk. Even the pill master hasn't confirmed any issues with the longevity pills. Even he hasn't confirmed any problem with the longevity pill. What makes you think you can shout like that? Or can you show us a better pill of your own?" Natalie couldn't hold back, shouting back, "What's so impressive about that? Hey, the Timber Clan's got 100 Temper pill, just as good as your longevity pill. Plus, my brother-in-law perfected the 5 Essence Fairy pill." Cole clearly didn't buy it. He crossed his arms, nose up in disgust. Mike clearly didn't buy it. He crossed his arms, nose turned up with pure disdain. "Humph, you think just dropping Greenwood Clan scares me? And that 5 tradition Immortal pill stuff? Humph, you think just dropping Timber Clan's name scares me? And 5 Essence Fairy pill? His wife's just boasting. Huh. To Cole family, Timber Clan barely matters. Only big shots like the Sky Liar sect get our respect." The guests at the party started whispering, calling the young girl reckless for speaking without thinking. 5 Essence Fairy pill can't even exist, let alone 100 Temper pill. I've never even heard of those. Cole kept trash-talking Luke. I've never even seen 100 forged pills. Mike kept dragging him down with insults. "Kid, better come up with real immortal pills or else I'll charge you with disrespecting the pill master. Kid, better have some real fairy pills or your insult to the pill master will get you a brutal death." Luke fired back, "And if I do have proof?" Cole froze, then stepped in close. "That's a challenge. If you pull it off, I'll let you slap me 10 times, right here in front of everyone." No sooner said than Luke swung and gave him a solid smack. Everyone's jaws dropped. "What's he doing?" Cole, stunned and humiliated, shouted angrily. "You're way too bold." Luke calmly finished the other 9 slaps, explaining, "Slapping first so you don't weasel out later." After 10 smacks, Cole's face was puffed up like a steamed bun, holding his cheek with one hand and pointing fiercely at Luke with the other. He yelled to his men, "Where are the guards? Grab him from me. I want to tear him apart piece by piece." Emma snapped, fuming. "Guess it's true, same crew, same twisted vibe." Jake stayed silent, slipping his hand into his jacket. Then he tossed out a pill and said, "Here's a second-stage immortal pill that's been touched by saliva. Mr. Daniels' eyes widened in shock seeing the pill. Just then, the Collins crew surged forward trying to capture Jake. Mr. Daniels suddenly shouted, "Stop." He rushed over, snatched the pill mid-air before it hit the floor. Everyone there was stunned. "Mr. Daniels." Mr. Hawkins froze, standing up. He looked down at Daniels, sprawled on the ground, confused. "What are you doing?" Daniels sat up, his voice sharp. "Nobody moves." Holding the pill, he stared at Jake in disbelief. Jake asked, "What's going on?" Daniels shook his head, muttering, "A pure second-stage immortal pill like this took me decades to produce, only managed one by sheer luck at 70. Not many in this entire state can make this pill, let alone someone this young." Emily and John Collins gaped, mouths wide open. Could this really be a genuine second-stage immortal pill? Daniels, curious, asked Jake where he learned to make it and which master crafted it. He added, "I've got some questions for your teacher. Hope you don't mind sharing." The crowd in the hall started buzzing. No way somebody this young could make such a pill alone. Definitely got a big shot backing him. Makes sense now why he's so cocky. He's got a protector. Lucky dude. Mr. Daniels began bargaining. "So, little guy, want to sell me that pill? I'll pay you 10,000 high-grade spirit stones plus 5 rare herbs quality just like the Jade Dragon Lotus." Out of nowhere, another guy raised his hand. "Hey brother, I want in too." Just as he spoke, 2 others advised, "Don't compete with Mr. Daniels. He's helped so many, and that pill would be way better off in his hands." That guy seemed disappointed but said, "I really want that second-stage immortal pill." Suddenly, a man stepped forward and introduced himself. "Bro, I'm the deputy commander of the Lucky Wind Sect." The Lucky Wind Sect offered to trade the pill for 100 top-tier 7th-grade spirit pills, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and 3 sworn promises from their sect. That offer blew everyone's minds. 100 7th-grade pills plus 100,000 spirit stones, enough to buy an entire fortress. People whispered, "Don't forget those 3 promises from Lucky Wind Sect too." Lucky Wind had serious clout. With those vows, you could basically run wild across the state. "Count me in." 2 Hawkins men looked pale, stammering. Suddenly, John Collins shouted his price, 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Seeing Jake wasn't fazed, he upped it. "How about 500,000 then?" The crowd gasped again. He looked at Jake. "Here's your chance to settle the score with the crooked Collins family." Then he threatened, "Give me that second-stage immortal pill. Forget those 10 slaps earlier, or you'll face their full wrath." Mr. Daniels closed his eyes, sighed deeply. 200,000, that's beyond me. "Kid, just hand it over to him. Otherwise, you're going to make the Collins furious. Staying alive is way more important." Jake stayed quiet for a moment, then spoke up. "Since when did I say I was selling it?" He turned to Daniels. "That second-stage immortal pill's not even that precious. If you want to study it, go ahead and take it." Seeing Daniels' goodwill, he added, "If you hit a wall, I'll consider giving you some tips." Everyone there, totally shocked, pointing at him like, "What?" Tips for Mr. Daniels. This guy's got some serious confidence. But giving away the whole second-stage pill? That's just crazy generous. Maybe he's trying to butter him up, but promising to teach Mr. Daniels. That's just wild. Daniels nodded. "I've always failed, making heavenly-grade pills. Even when succeeding, they're nowhere near as pure as yours. But I bet you can't solve this mystery either. I was hoping to discuss it with Master Li." Suddenly, Jake flipped it. "You got any pills on you?" Daniels paused, then pulled one out, handing it over. Jake poured it out, clenched his fist, and started channeling his energy. Daniels stared wide-eyed, amazed. That heaven and earth palm technique. Only an elite pill master could pull that off. He thought to himself, without serious inner strength supporting it, no way he could reach that level. After a moment, Jake opened his palm. The pill's color shifted from yellow to red. Not only that, an intricate pattern appeared. Daniels couldn't believe his eyes. The pill jumped several ranks, nearly hitting the first-stage immortal pill tier. He scratched his head, confused. "No way. How can the pill fuse and level up like that?" He explained, "When pills are made, their power is locked in. Even mixing 2 identical ones usually breaks their force, weakening them. That's why immortal pills are super hard to craft, but you somehow fused and upgraded them." Jake tossed the now boosted immortal pill back to Daniels. "Just because others can't do it, doesn't mean I can't. You guys can only make pills one at a time." Then he pulled out some pills and handed them over, saying, "Here." Leon poured them out and clenched the pills, channeling inner energy. The pill master's eyes widened, amazed. Only a true alchemist can use inner force heaven and earth technique like this. He thought, without serious power backing, this level is impossible. After a bit, Leon opened his hand. The pills shifted from yellow to red. Even logos appeared. The pill master couldn't believe his eyes. The rank jumped several levels, almost at first revolution immortal pill level. He was stunned, saying, "No way. How could the pills fuse and upgrade like this? He explained. When pills are made, their power's fixed. Even combining two same pills normally disrupts the power and lowers quality. That's why immortal pills are so hard to make, but you actually manage to fuse and upgrade them. Leon tossed the upgraded immortal pill back to the pill master and said, just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. You guys can only craft them one at a time. I can train a whole batch at once. Take this pill and study it thoroughly. Whether you get it or not is up to you. Then Dan turned to ask Emily, hey, is that 5-phase immortal pill you mentioned earlier for real? Emily, with a pissed-off expression, assured him, of course it's real. Everyone there was totally freaking out. That's when Tommy jumped in, all slick and flattering. Bro, got a fiancé yet? I've got a cousin who just turned 18. Absolutely stunning. The crowd gasped. Wow, now that's a different approach. Recruiting him beats buying pills any day. Surprised, little Jamie watched as people quickly started pushing their relatives forward. They all shouted, little bro, I've got a niece, think about it. Or maybe my daughter, she's my wife, what do you say? No dowry needed. Emma stepped closer to Luke and cut in firmly. Hubby, I already have a fam, so please don't waste your breath trying to set me up. Dan looked a little bummed. Too bad. I still have an unmarried sister. He whispered to Luke, buddy, maybe you should consider taking a second wife. Emily scoffed and muttered, isn't his sister like 70 or 80 years old? Luke turned and started heading toward the door, telling Emma, let's go, Em. Old man Harrison was grinning ear to ear, hollering, son-in-law. His attitude flipped upside down compared to before. Luke glanced over but didn't care. Son-in-law, honestly, giving you guys this pill isn't impossible, but you sure know how to suck up, he said coolly as he kept walking. But it was clear nobody here was going to let him walk away so easily. 3 masked guys blocked his path. Max from behind threatened, I gave you a chance, but you disrespected the Max family and dared to hurt our pride. If you walk out alive today, I'll even take your last name. Then he signaled his men to attack. Just as they charged, Dan stepped in front of Luke. He turned to Max, Mr. Max, these guys are my friends. I ask you, please don't cause trouble. His tone was polite at first, but his next words were a clear warning. I may be an old man, but my friends everywhere respect me. I hope you can respect this old dude too. Max knew making a scene wouldn't help and Dan just gave him an easy way out. Stubbornness now would be dumb, so Max sneered. Fine then, I'll respect you, Dan. Dan clasped his hands and thanked him graciously. Then he told Luke, but bro, don't rush off just yet. There's a big event tonight, stay and hang out with me a bit. Since Dan asked, Luke was cool with it. All right. Dan grinned and asked old man Harrison, my buddies want to stick around to discuss some big stuff. You don't mind, right? Without hesitation, Harrison said okay, and everyone agreed with Dan's plan. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a furious girl slammed her hand on a practice dummy and yelled, ugh, that jerk was Harrison. She grit her teeth in frustration, why can't I beat the Heartwood Sect's holy lady? Suddenly, Max appeared behind her and folded his arms. Cuz, I've got a way to take that anger off your chest. His words grabbed her attention. Harrison raised an eyebrow and asked Max, cuz, what's the plan you're talking about? Max frowned deeply, his face dark from anger. Those guys just rolled into town and pissed me off real bad. I gotta show them what I'm made of. He then looked at Master Wood and said, this is where you come in. Need your help on this. As they headed out, Emily asked, hubby, didn't you say you didn't want to deal with stuff that's not your business? You seem way more confrontational with the Max family today. Luke paused a moment, then answered honestly, because I can't stand the Max family. They're gonna be my target to take down someday. Emily was shocked by his blunt reply, frozen in surprise. Emma reminded him, Luke, we promised Dan we'd show up at the Unity Hall tonight for the party. He nodded. Yeah, everyone head over. I gotta take care of something first. They all went ahead, leaving Luke alone, quietly watching their backs disappear. When the 4 were out of sight, Lee showed up and reported, boss. I copied part of the training manual you gave to the Max family and started digging in. He flipped through the pages and gasped. Boss, looks like this manual wasn't fully explained before Luke figured it out. You're right. This is a modified technique from the demon tribe. Then Luke handed Lee a longevity pill, saying, check how many groups have this training in these pills. His face turned serious. When combined, the practitioner and the pill user gradually become puppets without even realizing it. Someone's plotting deep, using this to control small and mid-level powers. Back with sisters Emma and Emily. Emily yawned. I don't know why I'm so sleepy. I'm hitting the bed. I'll show up late tonight. Emma nodded in agreement. Emily headed back to her room. Emma and the kids strolled downtown. The streets buzzed with people. Little Jenny spotted the old man who'd been whipped by Max, recognized him, and happily ran over, shouting, Grandpa. Haley's family strolled down the bustling street when little Casey spotted an old man who'd been whipped by Cody before it was him. Recognizing him, "I'm just so hungry I can't move anymore." "Little miss, you got anything to eat?" The girl scratched her head, embarrassed. "I didn't bring any." Then she smiled like she just thought of something. "But I'm about to get some food soon, promise." So she asked Mary, "Mom, can I bring this grandpa with us?" "Sure," Mom said, "it's okay." The girl grinned and helped the old man up. "Come on, Grandpa, I'm taking you to a feast." Meanwhile, Jenny was fast asleep when a strange scent drifted into her room. As she slept, she inhaled this strange, medicinal aroma. The door slid open quietly, and a man dressed all in black stepped in. He wrapped Jenny with a dark cloak, scooped her up, then carried her out, slamming the door behind him. At the Turner estate, the party was rocking. Mr. Turner glanced at Mary and her kids, frowning as he muttered, "Why is she dragging along some filthy old geezer? That's just embarrassing." He shot a nasty look at the trio and the old man happily chowing down. Old man Dan warmly invited Lee Chen Yuan to his seat. "Right this way," the young man said, guiding him. As he sat down, Mary anxiously asked, "Where's Jenny?" "Why isn't she here yet?" he whispered back. "Someone's trying to kidnap her." Hearing this, Mary went pale. "What?" Seeing her freak out, he tried to calm her. "Relax. She'll be fine." Meanwhile, outside on the streets, the man in black was running with unconscious Jenny in his arms. Suddenly, a big rock smashed into his chest, stopping him dead in his tracks. A hand appeared, gently opening a palm fan. Tim slowly stepped forward and said, "Mock Void, the Enforcer, one of the top 4 fighters in the Nine Clouds sect. Can you really be trying to pull some dirty kidnapping stunt?" Tim casually fanned himself with a chill, scholar-like air. Mock Void, carrying Jenny, leapt onto a rooftop. Tim stayed still but moments later shot up after him, closing the gap fast. They chased each other like cats and mice. Suddenly, Mock Void drew a hidden weapon, hurling it straight at Tim. Tim flicked his fan, sending a wave of energy that bounced the weapon back. It smashed against a roof tile, shattering into pieces. Mock Void landed on the ground with Jenny still in his arms. Tim tested his energy and realized Mock Void could shift between invisible and visible states. Tim quickly set up an invisible barrier to trap Mock Void, cutting off his escape. When Mock Void stepped forward, he slammed into the invisible wall and had to stop suddenly. He looked around, clearly surprised to be trapped. Outside the barrier, not even a cat would notice anything amiss. Tim and Mock Void faced off. After a moment, Tim spoke. "You planned to steal the Phoenix sacred artifact, but that night you found the sacred spirit's bloodline of the Heartwood Sect. So you switched plans, used Hathan and Komang's orders to kidnap Jenny, hoping to hand her over to your sect leader. Sounds about right, huh?" Mock Void tossed Jenny onto the rooftop and said, "Since you know who I am, you must know my power." Jenny lay safely on the roof. Tim replied, "Of course, you just entered the Grand Emperor realm." Mock Void removed his face mask, coldly asking, "I didn't kill Void, so who the hell are you?" Tim introduced himself calmly. "I'm Tim, one of the Elite 8 Hawks of the Skylight Temple." The name Skylight Temple wasn't new to Mock Void, but he frowned, suspicious. Skylight Temple. The Nine Clouds Sect and Skylight Temple have no quarrels. Why not settle this here peacefully? Tim shook his head, refusing to spill more. "My chief had some business with your sect leader. Other details aren't your concern." His eyes sharp, he added, "Besides, the moment you learn my name, I never planned to let you escape alive." This provoked Mock Void, who roared fiercely, bursting his clothes open to reveal a muscle-packed pale frame. He declared loudly, "Humph, let's see if these 8 Hawks actually live up to their rep." As Mock Void unleashed power, Tim just casually watched. When Mock Void swung at him, Tim smoothly sidestepped with hardly a move. Mock Void frowned deeply, clenching his fists as deadly energy radiated from his hands. He punched forward, blasting energy at Tim. To block it, Tim twisted his fan, forming a sturdy shield. Suddenly, Mock Void appeared behind Tim, like he'd had eyes in the back of his head. Tim spun his fan, slicing through Mock Void's illusions. The illusion shot out powerful dark energy, raw and fierce. Even unfinished, it was seriously dangerous. The dark magic twisted into a wild vortex with sharp peaks, multiple whirlpools surrounding Tim. Mock Void floated midair, controlling the vortexes, tightening the trap. Just then, he clasped his hands and shouted, "Ultimate destruction." The whirlpools surged toward Tim, causing an earth-shaking blast. Rocks flew everywhere and dark energy spread, even reaching where Jenny was hidden on the roof. Luckily, Tim shielded her with a blue magical barrier. After the dust settled, a clear patch stood empty, no sign of Tim anywhere. Mock Void landed softly, but suddenly the fan flew in from behind, catching him completely off guard. Dirt flew everywhere, dark magic spreading. even reaching where Jenny was hiding on the rooftop. Luckily, she was protected by Toby's blue magic shield. Soon after, the dust settled, revealing a big empty space. Toby was nowhere in sight. Silent Sam landed softly, but suddenly a fan flew in from behind, shocking him completely. He thought Tony had died in that explosion, but the fan spun around and landed right back in his hand. Tony stood tall, brandishing his fan, looking sharp as hell. Only then did Nameless Wood drop his voice and ask, "Sky Reaper Lie, you guys usually keep your identities on the down low in the streets. Today's the first time I've actually heard what the world calls you." Tony listened coolly. "So you're the head honcho of Lie's 8 dogs, Prince Blue Robe. Didn't know folks referred to you like that." He smirked. "Still, can't deny Nameless Wood's got serious skills. You definitely earned your rep as one of the top 3 heavy hitters in the Nine Clouds sect. Time to get serious." Tony spread his arms wide, ready to throw down. He unleashed the Phantom Leaf trick. This massive green aura exploded around him, and dozens of illusions popped up, then multiplied, surrounding Nameless Wood. Then one illusion darted forward, launching an attack. When Tony swung a fist at the illusion, his punch went right through. Then he pulled the attacking illusion back, merged it with more behind, and sent a new phantom charging at Nameless Wood. This cycle kept going. Tony punched right through one illusion after another, folding them back into the swarm behind. Prince Blue Robe stayed silent, controlling the illusions to strike from all sides like a relentless storm. It looked like Nameless Wood was starting to get lost on how to handle these tricks. No matter how he moved, he couldn't land a hit. His energy was fading fast. The illusions kept hammering him relentlessly. Gritting his teeth, Nameless Wood summoned all his remaining strength, tilted his head back, and let out a gut-wrenching scream that made the illusions around Tony start to vanish. Struggling, he dropped to his knees. Tony eased down, cool as ever, just listening to him admit defeat. Not bad. The Sky Reaper Lie's 8 dogs lives up to its name. Dying by your hand? That's no dishonor. Then Tony dropped a cold last jab. "But you're not going to find your boss here." Eyes shut, Tony said calm as ever. "That's none of your concern." With that, he swung his fan and sliced Nameless Wood's head off. Jade She fell off the rooftop. Tony caught her quickly, holding her close like a princess. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, curious about the stranger holding her. "Who are you?" Tony channeled a bit of energy, whispering, "It's cool. Just sleep some more." His power gently put her back into a deep rest. Meanwhile, Nameless Wood's body slowly burned away in a red blaze, vanishing into thin air. Outside the protective barrier, 2 watchers lay in wait. A girl with teal hair asked an older man, "Uncle Tyler, if that was you, what are the odds you'd win?" After thinking, he answered, 90%. She gave him a skeptical look. "Oh, you're giving him that much credit?" The girl frowned, staring off into the distance. She said softly, "That dude kinda reminds me of someone back at the Ivory Tower." After sharing the details to calm Tyler's nerves, he quietly wrapped it up. Meanwhile, at center stage, Hank stood up and announced loudly, "Welcome, honored guests. Today's my grandpa's big birthday. He's always supported talented folks. All of you here are the brightest young stars across East Tui Nation, coming from far and wide. Since you're all here, I want to host a little showdown, push each other to get better." The crowd at the birthday bash buzzed with talk. A bearded man said, "So it's a contest to see which family's kids got the better skills." Someone else said, "Everyone knows the Hanks use stuff like this to flex their young guns." Another added, "It's rare we get to all gather like this. A little friendly battle sounds good to me." At a nearby table, one guy said, "Don't forget about the 7 sons of Clear Cloud Mountain, especially number 7, Zachary Johnson. Even joined the Nine Clouds sect as a disciple." Another glanced out the door and sighed, but this time Clear Cloud Mountain's missing from the event. That's kinda weird. Hank went back to the mic. "Of course, there'll be winners and losers. The top performer today gets a reward, a priceless." He paused, letting everyone guess. With eager eyes, he revealed the prize, the Celestial God Pill. Hearing that, jaws dropped. The hall exploded with excitement. Who would have thought? They said only with this pill can you move freely inside the wild zone, but that place is full of mutated monsters. Not even top-tier holy monarchs dare enter casually. A loud voice said, "But you gotta realize, the wild zone's a land full of infinite potential and countless untapped treasures. Find an ancient divine weapon in there, and the entire divine continent would shake." Suddenly, Tina appeared, calling Hank Big Bro. Boldly pointing at herself, she said, "Since the Hanks are running this tournament, I'll throw my hat in first." Then she stepped onto the stage. Hank beamed with pride at his talented little sister, clapping her on the shoulder. "All right, you're up." He stepped down, leaving Tina alone. She shouted out her challenge loud and clear. "Ladies and gents, since I was a kid, I've admired the holy lady of the Heartwood Sect. That girl just threw down the gauntlet against the sacred lady of the Heartwood Sect. Does she even have the guts? Jake shot a sideways glance at Lily and Hannah, half expecting they'd embarrass themselves in front of the crowd. No one replied, so Haley kept taunting. What's the matter? No comeback? Haha, it's just a little showdown, you can't even talk back? So much for that famous sacred lady, huh? With that, she put her hands on her hips and shouted, it's just a fight. Where's Emily at? Hannah, you're seeing this, right? Suddenly, Hannah stood up, and everyone around was shocked. She spoke coolly. Since Emily's not here, the former sacred lady will take the challenge. She didn't hold back, exposing Haley's dirty tricks. Kidnapping, that's crossing the line. It's time you learn your lesson. Watching Hannah step up, little Dylan worried out loud. Mom, you're no match for her. Let me handle this, I've already seen her moves and can hold my own. Hannah melted at her son's concern, smiling softly as she ruffled his hair. Dylan's eyes went wide as she stepped onto the stage. Jake folded his arms with a sly grin, eyes shut, confidently saying, no worries. Those two moms know how to hold back. Everyone watching was stunned. Is that really Hannah? I heard her powers got sealed. Then why is she even taking the fight? Haley boasts that she's got the Phoenix Soul power. How does one with no energy stand a chance? Hannah and Haley faced off while the crowd held their breath. Haley smirked, eyes lighting up with a plan. Let's see if I can put you in your place. She leapt forward, shouting, Hannah, this is on you now. The twin kids worried out loud, Mom, be careful. As Haley charged in for a heavy hit, Hannah easily sidestepped in midair. Haley couldn't believe it. Most folks wouldn't dodge that for sure. She gasped. You actually dodged that? Hannah gave her a cold stare. Then she swung her hand, slapping Haley right across the face. The twist, Haley, owner of the Phoenix Soul, got hit by someone whose energy was sealed. Haley staggered, struggling to keep balance. Rubbing her swollen cheek, she stunned the crowd. You hit me? How is that even possible? People murmured. Did Haley just mess up? Up on the stage, the two girls glared at each other. Haley gathered all her strength and punched again at Hannah, shouting arrogantly, You think some cripple, like you can control me? Jake watched closely, noticing Haley's full power blast. Looks like she's serious now. Can Hannah dodge this? Hannah stood still, her eyes locked on Haley's raised fist. Weirdly, Haley's punch suddenly drooped, as if drained of all power. Hannah just stood there emitting pressure that robbed Haley's left arm of all strength. Jake and his clan gawked in disbelief. Haley stared, baffled, totally confused by what was happening. Reading her thoughts, Hannah said flatly, Left arm's useless. How could Haley stand such humiliation? She clenched her jaw and threw an attack with her right hand filled with hate, cursing under her breath. Damn it. Right when her fist came near, Hannah flipped her palm up and twisted Haley's wrist. Calm as ever, she said. Right hand's no good either. Haley's hand trembled. She gritted her teeth trying to control it but couldn't. Some invisible force had her locked down. Pure rage boiled inside her. Veins popped on her face as she roared, Phoenix Soul. Before she could finish, Hannah slapped her on the head and lectured, Making fancy moves won't help, you're just warning yourself. Immediately, she delivered a forceful blast to Haley's chest, pushing her backward. Dylan gaped, amazed by his mom's power. Mom's got some serious skills. Suddenly, Jake spoke up. Back then, your mom made a name for herself, not just because she looked good. Proud of his beautiful wife, he smiled wide. Haley stood her ground, grinding teeth. Damn it, Hannah flashed in front of her like lightning, catching her off guard. Coldly, she said, already chilling before the fight's over, you've got a lot to learn. Then she spun her long legs and kicked her hard. Haley lifted her face, scared stiff, staring at Hannah. The kick came down toward her head but suddenly stopped midair. Frozen, Haley squeezed her eyes shut, too scared to move. When Hannah pulled back her leg, Haley was on her knees, panting hard. Hannah climbed down the stage as the crowd buzzed. If that kick had hit her head, it would have been game over. Where's Haley's Phoenix Soul power? Why didn't she use it? Now everyone realized this was Hannah's signature, move fast and fierce, taking down the opponent before they could react. Even sealed energy couldn't keep her from dominating Haley effortlessly. Someone said, not sure if Hannah's just too strong or Haley's too weak, but there's no contest. Furious, he couldn't stick to the plan. Jake spun around and snapped, useless. Meanwhile, Haley still radiated Phoenix Soul power, but it was all for nothing. Back then, your moms didn't just make it with looks. He said this proudly, full of admiration for his beautiful wife. Hank stood biting his lip, pissed. Damn it. Haley appeared in front of Hank faster than lightning, totally catching her off guard. She coldly asked, already slacking before you finish fighting? You got a lot to learn. Then, she swung her long legs, kicking Hank. Hank nervously looked up at Haley. Just as her kick was about to land, it suddenly stopped. Hank closed her eyes tight, too scared to move. As Hannah pulled her foot back, she dropped to the ground, gasping. People nearby were shouting, if that kick had hit her head, it'd be over. Where's Lady Ha's Phoenix Spirit Shield? Why didn't she activate it? That's when they realized this had to be Hannah's signature move: strike fast, strike hard, and take down opponents before they can react. Nobody expected her to win so easily, even with her powers locked down. Someone said, don't know if Hannah's just way too strong or Lady Ha's too weak, but there was a huge gap between them. Frustrated that the plan failed, Cody turned around, yelling, so useless. Lady Ha was still lost in her defeat, though her Phoenix Spirit power radiated fiercely. It was meaningless now. She lost. Angie snapped angrily to herself, my Phoenix God's power got crushed twice? No way, I'm letting that slide. Her hands clenched into fists, staring at Jake Winters retreating back as he stepped off the stage. Suddenly, a massive energy pressure hit her like a wall of ice, making sweat break out all over her. That pressure was coming from Ryan Thunder. The moment Ryan sensed she intended to sneak attack his wife, his anger flared and he unleashed that intimidating aura. Just one cold glance from him was enough to leave her, gasping for breath. Angie froze like a statue, thinking to herself, there's something insanely terrifying here. I can't move. Right then, Hannah stepped up to Jake, palms together, politely saying, thanks for going easy on me, Jake. Mark watched Jake walk off the stage, curious. He asked, is she just quitting now? She shook her head gently. Nope. Angie was helped down, and she keeps mumbling. What the heck was that? That was nuts. The elder Mark and his son observed silently. Before long, Jake returned to his seat. Little Charlie balled his fists, grinning and praising her. Mom's a beast. Mark then climbed the stage and shouted, all right, folks, I'm a bit clumsy, but if Jake doesn't want to keep going, then I'll step up. He paused briefly before adding, but I want to spar against a real talent. Today, that guy blew my mind with his insane alchemy skills, but I'm still curious about his cultivation level. Then he turned to Ryan, asking, you up for a fight, Sis's husband? Ryan crossed his arms coolly, not answering right away. Then he said to Jake, they keep throwing shade at us, so I guess I'll play along for a bit. He calmly stepped forward and softly warned Mark, sure, we can fight, but I'd advise you not to overdo your chi force. Mark smirked, nodding in thanks. Thanks for the heads up, Sis's husband. Inside, he vowed, I gotta get my hands on the ultimate celestial pill. And as for you, little punk, I've already started corroding your meridians. There's no way I'm scared of you. Gripping his sword hilt tight, a red aura burst from the blade, thinking confidently, just behave, and be my stepping stone to fame. Then he lunged, sword slashing straight at Ryan. Surprisingly, Ryan didn't even budge. He just raised one finger to block the tip of Mark's blade. Then with a flick, Mark went flying back, dropping his sword, which spun wildly in midair. Mark instinctively backed up, stunned. How is this possible? He quickly composed himself and challenged Ryan, Sis's husband, you held back that last move, didn't you? You're at the tier of the pinnacle marquee, right? Everyone watching gasped. This kid was no joke, already hitting the pinnacle Marquis tier. I'm old and just barely stepping into the Forest Falcon stage. True talent is true talent. Meanwhile, Mark's mind churned with dark schemes. Humph, Ryan Thunder, the stronger you get, and the higher you rise, the bigger my glory when I knock you down. He smiled, recalling his earlier choice to infuse his body with chi. That had truly been a smart move. Inside, he swore, Ryan Thunder, if you embarrass the Marks today, don't blame me for being ruthless. Then Mark put on a fake friendly tone, warning Ryan's wife to be careful. With that, he balled his fist and swung hard at Ryan's chest. Ryan stood firm and took the punch. The split second Mark's fist hit Ryan's chest. It sounded like striking a rock, and Mark's face contorted in pain and bruises. Mark felt like a crashing wave smashing into an unbreakable fortress. He couldn't believe what was happening. Why didn't he get any reaction? He had poured all his strength into that punch. Suddenly, a tiny crack appeared on Ryan's defense, then quickly got pierced through, forming a small hole. Mark immediately pumped up his blood energy, determined to destroy Ryan's meridians. But the results were the opposite of what he hoped for. Not only could he not hurt his opponent, but he damaged himself instead, coughing up blood on the spot. The crowd was baffled. Wait, why's the attacker the one bleeding? Right then, Mark screamed in horror. What did you do? Why are my meridians? Ryan replied coldly, if I didn't return all your chi to you, do you think this would have ended differently? We could say this was the last straw. And that was the moment Mark fully grasped his situation. He glared furiously at Ryan, grinding his teeth. You! Then an intense wave of pain crashed over him, making him clutch his chest, unable to bear it. He grabbed his head with both hands and collapsed, writhing and screaming miserably on the ground. God, what's happening? The shocked crowd whispered to each other. Mark's dad rushed over worriedly, shouting for help. Could Mark even hear? Still clutching his head, fresh blood streamed from his mouth. The elder Mark hurriedly called the pill master, begging for help. Please, old master, have mercy and check on my son. Respecting the elder Mark, the pill master approached, sat down, and placed his hand over Mark's chest. A chaotic red chi energy burst and swirled around his body. It was a bizarre sight. Mark's father, red-faced with rage, demanded of Ryan, "What dirty trick did you use?" Ryan shrugged nonchalantly. "Dirty tricks? Shouldn't you be asking your own son first?" Seeing Ryan not only didn't answer but threw the challenge right back, he angrily pointed right at Ryan Lee and shouted, "You still want to argue? Let's see if I can knock you out." Just as he was about to strike, Old Man Ha stepped in, stopping him. In a serious tone, he said, "Don't act without thinking. We gotta wait until Elder Dan checks Yoon's injuries before making any moves." Following his warning, Yoon's dad could only glare at Ryan Lee with murderous eyes. After a careful examination, Elder Dan's face went grave. He struggled to explain the situation to Old Man Ha. "Brother Ha, your nephew's meridians are completely severed. He's lost all his internal power." This shook Yoon's dad to his core. "What? That means Yoon's done for, right?" Elder Dan looked at him with sympathy. "There's something else I think you should know." Old Man Ha said frankly, "Tell me straight." "That's fine. Thanks," Dan continued. "Even though his meridians are cut and power gone, I'm sure he had trained some insane technique designed to destroy opponents' meridians." People there gasped, jaws dropping. Are there really techniques that brutal? Elder Dan guessed Yoon probably tried using this ruthless secret move against someone but got hit back like this. Old Man Ha couldn't believe his ears, stammering at Dan, "Is that really true?" Dan swore he wasn't lying. Yoon's dad trembled hard, pointing angrily at Dan and shouting, "You're full of it. You're obviously covering for Ryan Lee." All that respect wasted. As soon as he finished, Old Man Ha slapped him hard, yelling, "Aren't you embarrassed enough?" The scene on the stage was a full-on family drama, turning every guest into an unwilling audience. Then Old Man Ha bowed his head and apologized to everyone, saying, "Sorry for the embarrassment. I take full responsibility," he declared. Now the duel continues. Finishing, he climbed down from the stage. Nearby, a young man whispered to his buddy, "Man, talk about stirring up a hornet's nest so shameless." His friend asked, "Why doesn't the Ha family argue back at Elder Dan?" The young man answered, "Elder Dan's super respected, and he's never wrong. Who'd doubt him? Plus, it looks like Yoon's done this before, and the Ha family clearly has some dirty tricks planned. Luckily, Ryan Lee's got skills. If it was someone else, they'd already be done." All that chatter was overheard by the Ha family head, whose face went dark with rage, but didn't dare say a word back. Before long, the last duel wrapped up. The winner stood humbly on stage, folding his hands. I yield. I yield." He got the reward he deserved. A young guy stepped up carrying a small box to hand over. The crowd below gasped in amazement. It was the ultimate heavenly elixir. One of these was worth thousands of spirit stones, and the top spot still went to Logan, the lieutenant from Liberty Gate. At that moment, Old Man Hayes boomed out, "All right, everyone here are the hottest young talents in East Coast City. I'm sure you all know about Riverbend, the area bordering the Wild Zone's super risky. Even though the Wild Zone hides crazy opportunities, it's crazy dangerous. Thick fog blankets it, and if you get caught in it, you're basically a goner, maybe even turn into a mutant, sprouting claws or worse from your cheeks. The Wild Zone closest to Riverbend thins out once a year with the fog, but even when the fog eases, it's still insanely hazardous." Today's duels were also to decide who's strong enough to enter the Wild Zone. Logan grinned and asked, "Old Man Hayes, why bring up the Wild Zone out of nowhere? You think there's some treasure in there?" The elder nodded firmly. "Exactly." Then he lifted his chin proudly and dropped a bombshell. "During this year's fog thinning, we stumbled upon some kind of divine artifact inside the Wild Zone." Everyone's jaws dropped. A divine artifact. Even from hundreds of miles away, you could faintly hear sword clashes echoing, controlled by the artifact's power, driving away all the evil creatures. Based on my guess, that artifact's rank is at least 7th grade, maybe even 8th. This news sparked a wild buzz among the crowd. A 7th grade divine artifact? That kind of gear could change a nation's fate. If I got my hands on that, I'd roam the world without a care. After a moment, Old Man Hayes raised his hand and shouted, "In celebration, I officially invite all you talented warriors of East Coast City to come claim this divine artifact together. For the glory of East Coast City." The crowd roared back in unison. Suddenly, Logan asked, "But there's only one artifact, right? And so many of us here. How's that gonna work?" Hayes pointed at him. "Good point, Logan. There's only one artifact. Who ends up with it depends on who's got the luck and skill." Then he looked out at everyone and announced, "Tomorrow's the day when the fog is thinnest in the Wild Zone, so it's the perfect time for us to team up and head in." He paused, then added, "However, My old friend still has one wish: the person who claims the artifact must use it to serve East Coast City, to wipe out our enemies and restore our country's strength. Led by Elder Dan, everyone clasped their hands and shouted, "We respect you greatly, Old Man Hayes." Suddenly, Ryan Winters spoke coldly. "Is this the big deal you were talking about?" Hearing that, Elder Dan froze, staring right at him. Then he calmly explained, "Jake, that's a legendary artifact, a rare treasure that can dominate a whole region. Isn't that a big deal?" Inside a locked room, three members of the Carson family were having a conversation. His wife snapped back angrily. "Ethan, why didn't you step in today? Is Grandpa Dan's reputation that untouchable? He let your son get hurt like that?" Ethan glanced at her with a bored look and replied, "Of course, Grandpa Dan only plays a part. But that punk kid is fearless. No respect at all. He's definitely got some powerful backing. Plus, his skills in alchemy using just his hands, even Grandpa Dan has to be ashamed when compared to him. Someone with skills like that, don't you think his status could hardly be ordinary?" He slumped into a chair, lowering his head as he continued, "Before we figure out who he really is, it's better to bow to Grandpa Dan for now." "But how do you expect me to take that insult?" He shouted furiously. "Dad, you're getting weaker and more useless by the day. If my big brother were here, he'd have already gotten revenge for me." Suddenly, one of the staff stepped in, folded his hands and announced, "Sir, young Master Kyle Carson has arrived." The moment he finished, Kyle walked in with a confident swagger. He said, "Mom, Dad, I just led the Stormbreakers to River City. Later, I plan to visit Grandpa." Seeing Kyle, Ethan rushed over to him, loudly complaining, "Big bro, I got bullied." Then he pulled back his shirt, showing his brother the carefully bandaged shoulder wound. Ethan's eyes welled up, like a puppy spilling his heart out. "That arrogant jerk not only stabbed me but slapped me hard at Grandpa's birthday party today." Hearing this, Kyle furrowed his brows, his face pale with anger. It hit him like a lightning strike. Gritting his teeth, he asked Ethan again, "Is this for real?" In the dark room, Ethan's voice was filled with bitter resentment. The Carson family is being treated like a joke. With his mocking tone and daring attitude, Ethan's words lit a fire under Kyle's rage. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, "This is outrageous, totally unacceptable." Seeing his son so furious, Ethan quickly shifted gears. "Kyle, I heard you just got promoted. Congrats, son. With you leading the way, the Carson family will surely rise above everyone else." He explained seriously, "We still don't know much about that guy's real strength or who's backing him. Now that you've climbed the ranks, don't sweat the small stuff." Kyle wasn't having it. He quickly shot back, "Dad, nothing's more important than the family's pride." He bragged, "I'm one of the top 3 generals of East Cliff, deputy to General Parker, commanding the entire Stormbreakers unit. With General Parker covering my back, what power could that guy possibly have?" Still, Ethan was troubled. "Kyle," before he finished, Kyle cut him off with a sharp question. "Am I the one calling the shots at Carson now?" Ethan's face brightened, losing all the gloom from before. He answered, "Once you finish your training with the army and come back, that's exactly how it's going to be. Carson family under your control." Snatching the moment, Kyle declared, "Then from now on, I'm running everything for the Carson family." Standing tall, trembling with anger, he shouted, "Whoever dares disrespect us, hurt my brother, or disgrace our name, I swear, they'll regret it for life. Tomorrow, I'm handling this myself. Nobody else needs to get involved. I'll clear the family's honor, no matter what it takes." Another scene in a locked room. Leo Kim walks in, and his assistant Max immediately greets him. He pointed at a head resting on the table and calmly explained, "We kept some of its spirit intact for soul retrieval." Hearing this, Leo placed his hand on the head and began channeling his power. A blue energy flowed from him, enveloping the head. Suddenly, the head's mouth snapped open with a scream of pain, eyes rolling white. Leo closed his eyes to concentrate. Moments later, he flicked his right hand, and a streak of bright blue flame blazed in the air. After a second, he murmured, "So it was hidden deep in the wasteland, and someone even set up a detection formation." Then he ordered Max to immediately summon Lucas to gather at the wasteland's entrance. Early the next morning, inside a building, old alchemist Dan told the 2 young men, Leo Kim and Yvonne Han, "Guys, today we're exploring the wasteland. Everyone's already here." Frowning, he added, "You 2 head ahead. I need a little more time to prep some items." Soon, everyone gathered in an open field. Tiffany yawned and said, "Sis, I feel like a lot went down last night while I was knocked out." Yvonne Han nodded. "Yeah, quite a bit happened." At that moment, Grandpa Ha scratched his head and said, "Folks, in about 30 minutes, the wasteland's century-old fog will weaken." He emphasized, "Even though it's weaker, it's still dangerous. Without the divine heavenly elixir protecting you, you'll need to wrap yourself in your energy shield." The group gasped but didn't hesitate. They were determined to push through. A young guy shouted seriously, I'm going all in. I'm going to be the most legendary in Divine Realm. Others cheered him on. Those too scared don't deserve this chance. Go big or go home. Glory and riches are mine, better than being held down forever. Meanwhile, a white-haired man gave a nod to a dark-haired man, signaling the group to step deeper into the wasteland. Out of nowhere, Jake rode up on his horse, flanked by soldiers blocking their path. Nobody around recognized him, so they asked curiously. Jake, sitting tall on his horse, clasped his hands and said, "Grandpa, your grandson salutes you. I'm leading the vanguard guard up front." The old man glanced around at everyone before speaking. For this mission, General Paul Fields himself will arrive shortly to make sure the divine energy doesn't fall into enemy hands and to escort everyone. Honestly, Paul Fields is one of the top 3 generals in East Coast. The crowd buzzed with excitement, totally stunned to witness such a legendary figure today, but this also means snagging that divine energy just got way tougher. Grandpa smiled, proud as ever, praising his grandson, Jake. "I never expected you'd be leading the vanguard guard now. I'm so proud of you." Jake replied coolly, "General Paul Fields will show up soon, but I've got something to handle first." Saying that, he spurred his horse toward the Jansen family mother and 2 kids. Standing in front of her, his face darkened. He coldly demanded, "Yesterday, you all humiliated my family. Didn't you also hurt my little brother?" Little Chi immediately pointed at Max, shouting back, "You started this picking on us first, and him too, trying to hit a harmless old man." Jake ignored their excuses and shouted, "Who do you think you are, slandering the Jacobs family? You filthy peasants." He then commanded his soldiers to surround the 3 of them. Brandishing his whip, he barked at Little Chi, "You're the troublemaker here, little punk with 0 manners." Without hesitation, he lashed the whip toward Little Chi. A sharp metal tip was attached to the end. Just as it was about to strike the small girl, Jansen snatched her back and shielded the kids behind him, shouting at Jake, "Enough, Jake. You're crossing the line. How dare you lay a hand on a kid?" Little Kate anxiously examined Jansen's body, asking, "Big sis, are you okay?" Jake smirked with contempt. "A kid's life ain't worth a damn." That comment tipped off Lester Nguyen. Suddenly, he radiated an intense power, streams of turquoise energy swirling like long ribbons. His presence grew more and more intimidating. Jake's men strained to resist, sweating buckets as Jake himself seemed about to collapse. Moments later, Lester sidled up to Jake, who flinched in surprise. Jake swung his whip at him, shouting, "Who are you?" "The punk who slapped my dad yesterday." Before Jake could finish, Lester grabbed the whip tight and yanked hard. Jake refused to let go, but the force pulled him off balance. 1 second later, he crashed hard onto the ground. Grinding his teeth, Jake forced himself to sit up. Before he could stand, Lester cracked a thunderous punch to his face, blood exploding everywhere. The whip's sharp tip also jabbed deep into Jake's cheek. Jake screamed in pain as his henchmen gawked in shock, mouths wide open. They quickly closed ranks around Lester, spears pointed at him, shouting threats. "Let him go now, or don't blame us for being savage." But as soon as they finished, Lester unleashed an aura even stronger than before. That was his reply. The soldiers got slammed back like rag dolls. Jake couldn't stand the shame. He roared with fury and charged at Lester with a clenched fist. "You dare strike the leader of the vanguard guard." But before Jake could land a hit, Lester grabbed his wrist and twisted it behind his back. The sound of cracking bones echoed painfully. Meanwhile, Mimi gently comforted Little Chi's cheek, asking kindly, "Little Chi, you okay? Let me check." "Yeah, just a little sting, but it's getting better." Jake, trembling, pointed with his unbroken arm at Lester and stammered, "I'm General Fields' deputy. Striking me is like attacking the entire East Coast." Lester tightened his grip on that wrist. He forced it further back, and soon Jake's other arm snapped. Jake's parents panicked, rushing over to yell, "Let go of our son." Suddenly, Lester placed his palm on Jake's head. Jake flinched in terror, stammering, You can't kill me. I'm the Vanguard Guard's leader. You can't kill me." Lester didn't want to hear his nonsense and kicked him hard in the leg. Jake collapsed, groveling, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit anyone." Just then, Paul Fields and his soldiers arrived. Seeing his general, Jake laughed arrogantly and boasted to Lester, "I take back what I said. You dared hurt me and break my bones. You're finished. I will make sure you die." Then he screamed like a madman. Lester's overwhelming aura froze him in place. Moments later, Jake spat out a mouthful of blood that streamed from his mouth and ears. Jake's parents stared in horror, jaws dropped. Mr. Jacobs turned pale as he pointed at Lester, shouting, "How dare you attack him right in front of General Fields?" Lester ignored him. After subduing Jake, he flicked his hand, tossing him back onto the ground. The Jacobs clung to Jake, broken-hearted. Mrs. Jacobs immediately stormed toward Paul Fields, demanding justice. "General Fields, please do whatever it takes to defend my son." Punish this guy harshly. Paul Fields raised his eyebrows and scanned the group. Bloodied, Jake growled, "That guy not only disrespected military discipline, but straight up slapped me down right in front of you. That's a total slap in the face to the authority of East Tuian Empire." But General Parker fired back with a sharp, mocking question. "You rep the East Tuian Empire? Please, you don't even have the clearance." Cold and serious, he scoffed as the Co-family trio looked utterly terrified. "I gave you the lead command of the Vanguard, so you could have some pride and act tough? I saw everything you just pulled." Straight up, General Parker cut in. "From now on, you're done with the military. Just go home and be a chill heir of the Co-family." Co-Frank dropped to his knees, begging loudly, "General Parker, man, what the hell did I mess up?" Parker Chowlip answered ice cold. "I held back because of me, but you go and start crap with my daughter? You're literally digging your own grave." Then the general laid down the law with a firm tone no one could argue with. Co-Frank hurt two innocent kids from East Tuian Empire and tarnished the military's reputation, even abusing his official status for personal beef. Today, all your military ranks are stripped, and you're banned from rejoining forever. Co-Frank stared at General Parker in shock, totally unable to accept the ruling. Ko-Hien-Ton was stunned beyond words. What the heck was happening? Frank got demoted, and Parker Chowlip didn't even plan to punish Li Tianyuan at all. He wondered silently, who exactly was this Li Tianyuan? What was his background? Parker Chowlip gazed toward him, thinking he'd found a weak spot, but nope, it turned into an untouchable shield. Li Tianyuan stepped up to Jenny Thee and little Nick, tossing a bag to the boy and instructing, "You two head into the wild zone soon." Then he called over Yvonne Han. She nodded softly. "Yeah." Right then, the purple mist started to thin and fade away. Li Tianyuan's crew and Jenny Thee stood quietly, watching the scene unfold. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan casually strode straight into the fog. Everyone stared wide-eyed and speechless. Shocked he'd risk going alone into that mist. Little Chi called out anxiously, "Dad." A man shouted loud, "Whoa, didn't expect this dude to jump in first." Not wanting Li Tianyuan to steal the chance, the crowd rushed forward. They pushed and shoved, yelling, "Can't let him get it first. That's gotta be our energy." Seeing the chaos, Old Master Ha paced anxiously, unable to sit still. He shouted warnings, "The fog's not gone yet, don't go in." But nobody listened. Everyone kept pushing forward. Suddenly, a guy touched the purple mist, and his fingers started to smoke black like they were rotting fast. He screamed in agony. The guy behind him froze at the scream, but those further back couldn't see what was happening. They kept yelling and shoving, pushing the poor dude ahead. He panicked, shouting, "Stop pushing, stop pushing." The guy who pushed into the mist screamed worse, scaring the person behind him pale. His face broke out in huge blisters, skin melting away. He was frozen in place, begging for help but stuck there. Soon, he collapsed face down. The guy behind him glared at the haunting scene, then suddenly felt a sharp sting in his own hand. Looking down, terror hit him. Parker Chowlip barked from behind, "Activate your body's defense energy." That command snapped, the panicking man awake. He quickly summoned his energy shield, but it wasn't strong enough. Within seconds, his hand was almost completely eaten away. Fearfully, he screamed, "No, please, stop." Suddenly, a blazing golden sword shot forward. Everyone saw the shining gold blade cutting through the purple fog. Parker Chowlip immediately ordered his soldiers to control the crowd and assist the wounded. Looking up, he spotted a group flying in on swords. They wore golden armor, radiating authority as they rode their blades. Parker Chowlip recognized the leader, bowing. "That's Li Chang, son of the Sword Saint from Shangdong City, young Master Li." No sooner had he spoken than the group landed. Li Chang clasped his hands respectfully to Parker Chowlip. "General Parker, long time no see. You're just as fierce as ever." Everyone around was stunned, so Shangdong sent reinforcements. Their Sword Saint Lord was famously the top talent just below Immortal level. But someone else scoffed, "I don't buy that. Sure, the Sword Saint is powerful, but calling him the strongest under Immortals, that's iffy." Another voice chimed in, "Exactly. Prince Vu Langfen Kan has reached the Celestial Emperor rank, one step shy of Immortal. Plus, there are elders from the Quan Yuan sect with crazy strength. Holy Lord of Heaven Pon Temple, the leader of Jiu Yun Supreme Sect. There are too many heavy hitters to count, and they've never even faced off. Who's to say who's the strongest under Immortals?" A young guy crossed his arms with a cocky laugh. "Ha, in my book, the best in the world's got to be the elect lord of Tian Li Temple. In just a few years, he built up an insanely powerful force. The head of the Nine Clouds sect, a master you couldn't even count, never got to test skills before. How can you just say who's the strongest among Immortals?" A young dude crossed his arms, smirking cockily. "Ha, To me, the best in the world is the Lord of the Celestial Flame Sect. In just a few years, that guy built an empire from the ground up. Who even knows if that old monster who's been locked away training for who knows how many years just popped back into the scene? And has anyone ever even heard about him losing a fight? Those words made everyone around stop and think. One curious dude asked, has the Saint Lord of Heavenly Pawn ever faced defeat? Another guy answered, he's never even stepped into a fight, so nobody can say who's really the top dog around here. The other one nodded in agreement, yeah, that's true. Suddenly, Ryan Cross strolled by, hands clasped behind his back, cool as ice, right past the three chatting guys, demanding their attention. Those three instantly turned pale, freaked out. Could it be he heard everything they just said? Ryan stopped in front of Old Man Harris, bowed respectfully. Sir Harris, sorry for dropping by uninvited. Hope you'll forgive me. Old Man Harris laughed heartily. Ha. Eastport's part of Easttide Nation, so it's an honor to get support from Eastport this time. The Sword Saint's reputation is huge, but honestly, the gift I brought probably isn't worth mentioning, so I didn't think to invite you, Ryan said, waving the comment off politely. You're too kind, sir. You're like a grandpa to Jake, and I feel the same about you. He opened a sleek box revealing a rare golden elixir of renewal and said, I heard it's your birthday, so I brought this rare elixir of renewal. Wishing you health and long life. Harris's face lit up as he gratefully accepted the precious gift. Such generosity, thank you kindly. By the way, has the Sword Saint made an appearance yet? Ryan squinted. My dad's been training in seclusion lately. No one really knows where he's at. The crowd watching the gift exchange gawked in amazement. Eastport really plays the big leagues, giving a whole elixir of renewal. Huh, someone said. Another chimed in. That stuff's good, but kind of boring. A third added, yeah, we just saw an elixir of advancement yesterday. Now this seems pretty meh. A different guy shook his head. Besides, they didn't even give us any. Ryan heard all this chatter clearly, spun around and shot a cold glare at them, silencing the group instantly. Suddenly, he spotted Emily Harris and hurried over, calling out, Em. He reached out to grab her hand, trying to be all affectionate. Miss you so much. But when he took her hand, he realized it was big and rough, totally not what he expected. Wait, is this a girl's hand? Looking up, he caught Max Miller staring at him, while Emily stood silently behind. Ryan's face turned ghostly pale, shock taking over. Did he just grab a dude's hand by mistake? Max shoved his hand away and shouted, hey, cut it out. Then waved his arms disgustedly, making a nasty face as he pointed at Ryan. You filthy creep, get away from me, old man. Ryan gritted his teeth, mad but unable to argue since he was the one who grabbed the hand first. He then turned back to Emily. Emily, I heard the threat from the Shadow Sect was handled by Clear Sky Mountain. I wanted to come help. With my dad's name as the Sword Saint, pushing back the Shadow Sect would be a breeze. Then, curious, he asked Max, what's your relation to Emily? Using a mocking tone, Max said, why the hell would I tell you? And who do you think you are, demanding that? Always yapping about my dad, like you're some kid clinging to him. Ryan ignored Max and focused on Emily. It's been a long time. You're still as beautiful as ever. My feelings for you haven't changed. He patted his chest confidently. If you agree, I'm ready to propose right away. With my dad backing me, no matter what the Wood Spirit Sect tries to do, they'll have to think twice because of Eastport's influence. Max laughed sneeringly, mocking, big talk. What are you without your dad? Who are you then? Those words made Ryan so angry his face flushed purple and his whole body trembled. His fists clenched tight. Struggling to keep his cool, he asked coldly, who exactly are you? Max immediately cut in, I'm your dad, your grandpa. Ryan's crew was furious, gripping their swords, ready to jump into a fight, but Max just crossed his arms calmly and kept taunting Ryan. Take a look at yourself. Man, part arrogance, part pride, part showing off, part confidence. Everywhere you go, it's always your dad this, your dad that. Why don't you ever mention me, your grandpa? You know damn well you're just riding your dad's coattails, 'cause you can't hack it on your own. Useless weakling. Ryan ground his teeth, slow and steady. If you keep disrespecting me, don't blame me for cutting out your tongue. Hearing that, Max stuck out his tongue to tease him. Here it is, come and cut it if you dare. Emily then bowed her head, speaking firmly but politely, Mr. Ryan. I'm already married, with kids. You don't need to do this. I hope you won't bother me anymore. Those words stunned Ryan, draining the color from his face. He couldn't believe his ears. Max stared at him, worried Ryan might cause trouble for Emily. After a long pause, Ryan pointed shakily at the twins and stammered. Wait, are those? I'm sure they're my kids. That answer left Ryan utterly speechless. Just don't bother me later on. Hearing this, Tyler McCain was stunned, his face turned pale, couldn't believe his ears. Jane gazed at him worried, fearing he messed things up for Yenna Kane. After a while, Tyler collected himself and pointed at the twins, stammering, "Are these guys really? She's definitely my daughter." That answer left Tyler completely speechless. Right then, Old Man Hayes announced, "Everyone get ready, the fog's starting to lift." Tyler wasn't willing to accept it and slammed his chest, promising, "Yana, even if you have kids now, wait for me to come out of the wild zone." Then he strode into the wild zone. Jane stood hands on hips, mocking loud enough for all to hear. "Go on, get lost, you dumb chatterbox." Jane's words made Tyler grind his teeth in fury. He shot her a fierce glare, but Jane gave him the middle finger, taunting, "What are you staring at? Never seen a badass before?" Tyler never had to take that kind of nonsense before. Jane pissed him off so bad he was shaking. He pointed to two of his men. "Left 3, right 3. Stay back and protect Yana. Left 1, left 2, right 1, right 2. You follow me into the wild zone." The troops all answered crisp and clear. Jane pointed at Tyler, annoyed. "You really need someone to watch over you." Suddenly, she spotted Tyler leaning against a tree, folding his hand fan over his chest, looking all refined like a scholar. Zach Curtis rode up nearby and curiously asked Jane, "Your heir and little bro Tobias aren't here, but you go around trolling like crazy?" He turned and threw shade at Tyler. "That weak little turtle egg even dares peek at the lady boss." Zach rode past Jane and said, "We're definitely going to need your help on this wild zone trip." Jane smirked confidently and waved him off. Piece of cake. Before they left, General Shaw gave Jane a knowing look and ordered the soldiers everyone break into teams and move into the wild zone. Little Dean gripped his sword, golden spirit aura glowing all over him. He muttered, "No sweat. I'm probably going to get into the wild zone." Little Chi looked worried seeing her brother ready to rush in and said, "Lily, I can't make it. You and the crew, be super careful in there. Mom and I will wait outside." The kid nodded at his sister. "Yeah. Even if this time we don't get lucky, it's still a solid chance to train." Mike suddenly slapped Lily on the shoulder, making the kid jump. He smiled and said, "Not bad, got some guts." Emily waved goodbye to Ethan. "Sis, we're going in now." Then she politely told Mike, "Lily and Emily, take care of them." Mike puffed out his chest confidently. "Don't worry, ma'am. I'm pretty damn strong." Sam quietly watched everyone head into the wild zone one by one. Frowning, he grumbled, "Mom, Dad, I want to go in too." His parents were still holding their eldest kid, hearts breaking. Stunned by their youngest's words, both went pale. Mrs. Collins warned, "Sam, don't go." Sam put one hand on his hip, pointed to his crew behind him, and said with confidence, "Relax, I packed a bunch of healing potions, even got a rare celestial elixir. Plus, I've got a squad with me, so I'm good." Then Sam led his guys into the wild zone. As he walked, he thought to himself, "Ha, turns out Big Bro's useless too." Holding the vial tight, his eyes gleamed with schemes, knowing tons of folks would rush in to snatch energy. It's going to be chaos. I'll use this poison for my master to wipe them all out. Maybe I'll get my share of that energy. Mrs. Collins asked Mr. Collins, "Should we go in too?" He looked at her, trying to calm her down. "Don't stress. Jake and the others are there. They'll watch over Sam, no problem." Then he glanced at their eldest son, lying on a stretcher, speaking softly, "Get Jake treated first. I gotta report this to the clan, settle old scores and new ones. I swear we'll crush the Timber Sect completely." Suddenly, a flash lit up the sky, landing right in front of him. The power was intense, making rocks fly everywhere. Ding Ji rose from the dust. Angrily, he shouted, "Where's my apprentice?" Realizing who this was, Sam clasped his hands respectfully. Turns out it was Senior Ding Ji. As Ding Ji squeezed Jake's wrist hard, he screamed in agony, face deathly pale. The guy twisted Cole's broken arm behind him, making him scream like he was about to lose his eyeballs. Mike sized him up with a suspicious glare. Then after watching for a bit, he said, "You're definitely not my student." Without warning, he tossed Cole aside like garbage. James watched his kid get thrown like a rag doll, eyes wide like they were about to pop out. Mrs. James rushed over, worried, helping Cole back to his feet. James pointed toward the Badlands and said, "Mr. Mike, Mang already went into the Badlands." Hearing this, Mike shouted, "Student, I'm coming." Then he took off running toward the Badlands like a man possessed. Once he disappeared from sight, Mrs. James turned to her husband and confronted him. "James, how are you teaching Mang when you're acting crazy like this? You're only making Cole's injuries worse, and sooner or later, Mang's gonna learn the wrong stuff from you." James turned pale with anger. After a long pause, he answered, "What do you know about this?" "Our ancestors owed a debt to the ageless sage on Spirit Mountain." That name shocked Mrs. James. "Wait, isn't that one of the legendary 5 immortals?" Mike went on, "The ageless sage promised the James family 3 wishes, and since I'm now the last James heir, if Mang can inherit that power, we'll have ties to the ageless sage." That means even the family heads down the line will have to respect us. Inside a cave, a powerful purple aura radiated from the entrance, scattering misty beams like flowing ribbons. Inside, a man sat cross-legged, deep in meditation. This guy's Joe Black, the boss of the Cloud9 sect. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes snapped open, and he called out to the shadow lurking at the cave entrance. "You're here." "I've reached the critical point for my breakthrough," he said. Then he turned to Mike, his right-hand man, asking, "Have you tracked down the sacred essence I need yet?" Mike, dressed all in black, stared hard at him before finally answering, "Not yet." Joe frowned, clearly annoyed this wasn't the answer he wanted. So he snapped at Mike, "Then what the hell are you doing here?" "I've got to absorb that rare, powerful essence fast to boost my strength. If all goes right, in less than 3 years, I'll be the first immortal in the Cloud9 sect. And if I manage to grab some of that immortal energy floating in the wilderness, our chance at snagging the Millennium Gatherings jackpot only goes up." Mike asked why Joe didn't just absorb the Heavenly Veins soul core himself. Joe replied, "Didn't the sacred envoy haul off the Heavenly Veins soul core a few days ago? That's why I traded for this treasure to train with." But then he caught himself. "Wait a minute. How do you know about the Heavenly Veins soul core?" "You only know I got a treasure, no clue what I swapped for it." Mike stepped smoothly deeper into the cave. Joe asked him, "Mike, have you been spying on me all this time or what?" Just then, Levi pulled off Mike's mask and said, "I'm way too interesting for that." Seeing Levi's real face, Joe's shock hit max, and he blurted, "What? The death trap formation I set up can't even see through your disguise." Levi crossed his arms behind his back, his gaze icy, and cut him off firmly. "Stop wasting time acting surprised. I'm only here for the Heavenly Veins soul core." Right after that, a massive translucent purple hand made of immortal clouds suddenly materialized, reaching straight down toward Levi. Joe slammed that giant hand into the ground with full force. The crazy part, the impact dispersed into smoke fast, while Levi just stood there steady as a rock, totally unfazed. Seeing this, Joe freaked out, shouting, "You just took my strongest immortal cloud strike and you're still standing." Levi just looked at him calmly, saying, "All right, whatever. When it comes time to collect souls, the result's the same either way." Then, out of nowhere, he launched an attack, forcing Joe to scramble for defense. They clashed head-on, Joe swinging, Levi blocking in an evenly matched brawl that kept escalating, powerful life energies and the presence of true champions radiating so strong it shook the whole space. After a while, Joe sized him up. "For real, you're a top-tier champion too. Should have known better than to test me. I poured everything into that last move." Levi cut him off icily, not letting Joe waste a word. "I'm not in the mood for your empty talk." Then Levi delivered a solid kick that sent Joe stumbling back. Joe scrambled, clasped his hands, and a massive purple energy sphere appeared between them. He roared like a beast and slammed a powerful palm strike toward Levi. Levi blocked it effortlessly with one hand. Meanwhile, a huge translucent purple figure with a sword appeared behind Joe. Joe's face darkened, brows furrowed, and he growled coldly, "Tell me your name. This is your last chance." Levi just stared, sneering and not bothering to reply. That infuriated Joe beyond words. He immediately activated his magic. The giant purple figure raised its sword skyward. From that earth-shattering power source, streaks of purple light shot upward, piercing through a dark hole atop the cave ceiling. Joe raised his duster whip, sending feathers flying toward Levi like they wanted to trap him, while the sword figure readied a crushing strike. But instead of a massive sword slash, Joe suddenly fired a barrage of sealing talismans, slapping all over Levi's body, locking him down completely. The giant hands gripped Levi tight inside a purple power cage that was no joke. Controlling the giant avatar, Joe confidently declared, "You stepped right into my death trap cage. Taking me on here is basically suicidal." Then he pumped extra power into the cage. But in just a blink, the cage shattered. Levi stood tall in the remaining purple smoke, unharmed. Joe focused his spiritual energy in his palm and bellowed, "Mind Demon Realm." The swirling spiritual force wrapped around his palm floated upward, controlled by purple tendrils like long silk ribbons. He poured strength into the Mind Demon Realm, aiming it at Levi. Standing back, Joe explained smugly, "My formation's got you locked down, and my Mind Demon treasure will trap your soul so deep you won't break free. Meanwhile, the wilderness fog will keep eating away at your body. So what if you're a rival? Once you lose all your fighting power, I control everything. So shut up and accept your fate, undefeated champion." With that, he pushed spiritual energy stronger to seize control of Levi's mind. At that moment, the Mind Demon Realm slowly crept into Levi's consciousness. "Quiet down right here, big boss." With that, he pushed more spiritual energy to control the Mind Demon Realm, trying to hijack Lee's consciousness. The Mind Demon Realm slowly crept deeper into Lee's spirit. Jake just stood there, right in the middle of that powerful purple energy field. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. In his ear, he heard a voice calling out, "Little Mike, remember when you were just a kid, standing in a huge open field? Your mom was waving at you, telling you to snap out of it." She smiled softly, holding up a pinwheel to cheer him up. "Come on, little Mike, hurry over here." Mike's eyes widened as he called back to his mom. Then out of nowhere, a cold iron collar clamped tight around his neck, and he struggled to breathe. His vision darkened with purple shadows. Gritting his teeth, Mike tried loosening that metallic trap with his hands. After a while, his eyes shot open. Now, he found himself shackled to a tree trunk. When he looked to his right, his heart shattered. His mom was tied up against the tree base, her entire body pierced with tiny, sharp stakes. She had already passed out. A group of people dressed in black slowly approached, shouting at him, "Demon! Demon!" Then, dozens of tiny throwing knives zipped straight at him. Mike couldn't fight back. He could only watch as the knives sunk deep into his body. Screaming in agony, he saw a man clad in yellow robes leading the group, flanked by two guys in blue robes, with a swarm of black-clad minions behind them. One huge hand raised up, and they started chanting a curse. "Thunder, fate of the Dark Realm, condemned for all eternity." At that moment, Mike felt an eerie black energy creeping into his body, bringing unbearable pain. His face turned pale as he screamed toward the sky, the agony so intense that a kid like him just wanted to give up. Right as he hit his lowest point, his mom's voice broke through. "Keep fighting, there's still hope." One morning, in a peaceful mountain village, Mike snapped awake, lying on his bed. He saw an old man who said, "From now on, your name is Mike Lawson." Then the man raised his hand, and golden energy whirled into a vortex around it before blasting Mike right out of the house. Even his bed wasn't spared, it went flying out with him. Mike landed on the ground. Hearing the loud crash, people ran outside to check. Quickly, he stood and scanned the crowd. The old man shouted from the house, "Lazy bum, no slacking off. Get back to training, or I'll skin you alive." Almost immediately, two huge boulders flew toward Mike, landing heavily on his head. That's how it went. Mike had to hold up two massive rocks, each several times his own weight, with his hands. Gritting his teeth, he silently cursed that bastard. By night, his legs felt weak, knees ready to buckle. After all, he was just a kid training for the first time. Holding on this long was already a win. He couldn't take it anymore and collapsed on the ground. Tilting his head up, a flicker sparked in his eyes. Suddenly, tons of monks burst into the peaceful village. They lit everything on fire with flying swords, flames spreading fast. Many villagers had already been slaughtered, laying scattered on the ground. The boss yelled, "Wipe out every demon here." Then he lunged a sword at a young guy pinned to the dirt. Mike felt like his world was crashing down, staring helplessly as his people were slaughtered. Suddenly, a cold hand touched his own. A girl lying in a pool of blood tried to whisper, "Run." Mike's heart broke into pieces as tears fell, and the attackers charged toward him. With nothing left to lose, he spun around and struck a powerful blow that sent them flying back, screaming maniacally, "Get lost, all of you evil scum." Just as he was about to rush inside to check on his master, the old man ran out, covered in blood, collapsing into his arms. Mike panicked, holding him tight. Before passing, his master gently stroked his head and said, "Your dreams are pure, never stray from your path." Mike had no words, just silent tears streaming down his face. High above, inside the dark mind illusion, a mirror-like object cast a purple glow over everything. Mike felt trapped, unable to break free. The figure of Kong high and frowned deeply, confident, sure that Mike had fallen into the mind trap set by the dark demons. But watching Mike lost in the illusion, he scoffed. Without his protective energy and after being mistreated by fog and wolves for so long, how was his body still intact? He withdrew his form coldly, saying, "All right, as an Emperor-level fighter, there must be something unique. I'll personally send you off." And so, Kong Han loudly declared the fight over. "End it here. The Emperor claims victory." His sword burst with power, shattering something as a massive surge of blue spiritual energy exploded out with a thunderous boom. Using all his spiritual might, he locked eyes on Mike. "What the hell is this?" Mike still stood firm, totally unharmed before him. Kong Han gasped in disbelief. "You broke free from the mind, demon's control, and even overcame its power? What exactly are you?" Mike's eyes glowed bright red as he coldly replied, "The faith everyone placed in me, you call that a mind demon?" His gaze grew wistful, sincerely saying, "But thanks to you, I get to see them again." Mike raised his hand, standing tall like a statue. His palm controlled the sword of the mind demon itself, and with confidence, he introduced himself. "I'm the Temple of Heaven's Wrath." Hearing this name, Kong Han was stunned and loudly challenged him. "Temple of Heaven's Wrath? You're from Sky Sanctuary?" Jackson knit his brows, eyes wide as he stared at him. He stood frozen like a statue, still stunned by what he'd just learned about Jackson's identity. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion blasted off, throwing Jackson and debris skyward. His essence shattered and faded away. Lee's blue aura chased down Jackson's purple spiritual energy relentlessly. Lee's eyes glowed icy cold, his whole body radiating overwhelming pressure. Jackson's eyes widened in shock. The level of power here wasn't what a Galaxy Lord was supposed to have. Lee darted over to Jackson's position. The two men faced off. Lee raised his fist and charged, landing a fierce punch to Jackson's right cheek, then a precise blow to his jaw. Jackson grimaced in pain, face turning gray, glaring at Lee and shouting, "What the hell did you do?" "My Cloud9 sect isn't scared of Sky Sanctuary," Lee replied calmly. "It's just a stepping stone for me. My ultimate goal is one thing: to wipe out the Eternal Sect." Jackson froze in shock. "What? How do you even know about Eternal Sect?" Lee ignored him and summoned blue energy beams, encircling Jackson. Jackson backed up, realizing he was outmatched, but refused to give up. He focused on activating the Mind Demon Mirror in his palm. Its power surged, stronger and stronger, but suddenly cracks appeared on the artifact. Jackson saw it, eyes wide in horror. Even the Mind Demon Mirror can't stand up to him. Are Sky Sanctuary's people really this terrifying? Without hesitation, he unleashed the Cosmic Shift Thunder Step to make his escape. A second later, the Mind Demon Mirror shattered into pieces, the light purple aura fading into thin air. Lee calmly watched, muttering, "Strong talk, but quick to run." Then he swiftly left, leaving a trail of blue air behind. On a wide-open field, a crowd gathered, steadily moving forward. Suddenly, three guys gawked in shock. Their companion stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. He stammered, "This place is way creepy." The others paled. One couldn't help but say, "Look, we're all first-timers in the Badlands, but don't make me lose face here." Old Man Hank pointed ahead. "The treasure aura's just up ahead." The scared kid, still shaking, turned back nervously, saying, "Yo, I swear I feel eyes watching us." A guy replied, "Eyes? In a dead zone like this? Who else but us?" But he didn't notice the glowing red eyes hidden ahead. Just as he finished talking, a black aura stabbed through his chest. The guy couldn't believe it, too fast, too unexpected. Mouth agape, he touched the hole in his chest. Standing in front of them was a wolf, holding a chunk of meat. Everyone's eyes went wide, mouths hanging open in terror. What the heck was this? Right in front stood a whole wolf pack. Paul yelled at his soldiers to defend. They nodded, raising spears toward the wolves. The old man shouted, "Wild beasts. We're stronger in numbers, so what's the worry?" But looking at the growing pack, he kinda backed off too. The two sides crashed into a brutal fight. Leader Lee ordered his crew to form up while fiery swords swirled around him. Wolves that charged got shredded instantly. Old Man Hank warned everyone, "Let's move out, no need to hang around here." Step by step, they fought through the encirclement and pushed onward. Still, some unlucky fighters ended up as easy prey for them. Captain Paul ordered everyone not to freak out and to hold the line tight. The crew with little Nate slowly pressed forward, and Nate kept giving careful warnings. A wild wolf that tried to sneak attack the kid got taken down by Mike in a flash. The beast just vanished like it never existed. Elsewhere, the others weren't so lucky. They got worn out and ended up as a feast for the pack. "Seriously, don't go snooping around, it's pointless." Suddenly, someone spotted something and shouted. The wolves seemed to have stopped. Old Hank explained the surge of spiritual energy had them holding back. A guy panicked, pointing and yelling, "Look, is that some kind of spiritual energy?" Far off, a floating black sword hovered over a mountain top. A few reckless fools dashed ahead, trying to snatch it. Mike studied it silently, wondering if this was Nate's spot. Nate asked, "Mike, aren't we gonna go there? Let's roll. What are we scared of?" The people charging ahead were risking it all to reach the spiritual blade. They got ambushed by two golden swords. Turns out it was Chris Lee. He was all about these spiritual blades since they perfectly matched his sword skills inherited from his pops. Confident, Chris declared, "If you back down, I'll hook you up with some top-tier spiritual gear, and my family business will look out for you." Hearing this, a bunch thought about retreating. "Our strength is too weak to snatch the blade anyway." But some weren't having it, saying, "Once I get that blade, I'll wreck your whole crew." Without hesitation, they charged, only to get blasted away by Chris's sword energy. Marcus couldn't just stand there and stepped up to stop the madness, yelling at everyone to quit being so greedy. Nate and Mike just watched from the sidelines. Right then, a young guy made a break for it, trying to bury the immortal energy, but then this dark sword aura shot out and took him down instantly. Dude just shattered and dropped to the ground. Everyone watching freaked out big time. See, whoever's brave enough to suck it up, step right up. This crew, all thick-skinned, started thanking Lyle's spiritual energy. "Haha, but man, this guy just took a huge L." That terrifying sword aura moving forward? No one's touching that. Mike kept an eye on General Paul, suspecting he'd showed up for a different reason. At the same time, Lyle risked everything to get closer to the immortal sword, but no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't get any closer. Now, he had the nerve to say the immortal energy's a chance for everyone, so why not let fate decide who's worthy? He thought grimly, my meridians almost snapped just now, still couldn't get close. Maybe I'm just not meant for this. Mike nudged little Joey to step up, maybe the kid's the one to pull it out. What's up with that? Seeing this, folks panicked. Mike, the top dog, was dangerous as hell, but he was just too chill to yell at Joey, figured the kid should give it a shot. Despite everyone's warnings, the boy made up his mind to try. A few onlookers watched Joey move forward. Stunned, was this kid suicidal or what? Lyle was shocked too, thinking, isn't that the son of Yvonne Han? Joey took slow steps ahead, heart pounding in fear. This immortal energy felt brutal, way worse than when he was near his father's sword. Suddenly, something clicked. The familiar shadow wildly slashing monsters all over. Compared to training with Dad, this was nothing. He swung his blade, releasing the seven spirits strike, shattering countless ghostly creatures. Joey landed right in front of the immortal sword, jaws dropping from everyone around. The cultivators all stared, jaws hanging, and even Lyle stepped back. As they started gossiping about it, no clue how he did it. Even Lyle here couldn't break through the aura barrier around it. But this kid just walked right up to the immortal energy. Maybe that energy's connected to him. Even while they whispered, the boy gripped the sword's hilt tight. Everyone held their breath, watching every move. Lyle whispered orders to 4 henchmen. Get ready to snatch the sword, but keep the kid safe. Tom, Sam, block everyone else. As the kid grabbed the sword, others, like Lyle, thought about ripping it away from him. They started inching closer to Joey. Mike was already pissed off, hating these sneaky jerks trying to snatch the prize right under their noses. The moment Joey pulled the sword, everyone else would rush in, basically signing their own death warrants. Mike held back, clutching a poison vial quietly in the back, plotting stealthily. Go ahead, fight it out, he thought. When things go wild, I'll unleash the poison end of the line. Joey tightened his grip on the sword's hilt. As he made his move, Lyle signaled his crew to prep themselves. 2 of Lyle's henchmen were ready behind him, hands on the hilt. But surprisingly, Joey gave it everything he had, and the sword wouldn't budge. The kid shouted, can't pull it out. Seeing the sword wouldn't come free, the others dropped any plans to snatch it for now and just waited. Joey's face flushed red. He puffed his cheeks, shaking all over, but not a millimeter of movement. He gave up and turned away. Tony couldn't hold back and muttered, yeah, looks like the kid's fate with it's limited. Meanwhile, Tina sighed with relief. Joey, you scared me there. Mike patted Joey's shoulder. Not bad, kiddo, learned some cool stuff already. Joey blinked, puzzled. You're praising me even though I failed to pull the sword. Yo, Mike, don't you know the sword aura holds some secret moves? Mike shot Lyle a smug look and threw shade. This kid's way better than that loser riding on his dad's name, who probably hasn't even touched a sword. Lyle was steaming but couldn't argue because Mike was right. He stormed off, shooting Mike a cold glare, fists clenched tight, frustrated. He wondered if he had to bail on West Peak. Could he just leave this mountain altogether? Suddenly, everyone gasped at the scene unfolding. 2 streams of energy, one blue, one purple, chasing each other fiercely. Sam was ducking fast, but Lee was right on his tail, like a cat hunting its prey. Sam was fuming, thinking, how the hell is this assassin still on my tail? I gave it my all to break free. He grit his teeth, wondering if he'd need to burn up his life force to escape. Then he stopped dead. This energy, is that immortal power already showing up? Pumped, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, God never leaves anyone completely stranded. Sam quickly flipped direction toward the azure sword, then asked Lee, hey, you know why I've been training here for another reason, right? Lee just stared coldly back. Sam kept jabbering. I sensed immortal energy deep in the wild zone. I'm waiting for the fog to clear to grab it. Sure, we're not equals in strength, but since I have the immortal energy, I'll be stronger than you. He glanced at the crowd below, confidently saying, just in time, my moment's arrived. Everyone looked up at his hand, hovering so close to the sword it was just inches away. A second later, his fingers wrapped around the hilt, and he said, when I rise up. Everyone collectively looked up at the man's hand, his fingers almost touching the sword hilt, just a hair away from grabbing it. A second later, he clenched the sword handle tight and said, when I strike back, resurrecting or what? Before he could even finish, a defensive energy blast from the sword knocked him back, blood spurting from his mouth. No way, these young monks stared wide-eyed, their pupils practically popping out. Jake spotted the man who'd just fallen. Wasn't that the sect leader of the Nine Clouds sect, Simon Hollow? He quickly clasped his hands respectfully and asked softly, Elder Simon, what are you doing here? But Simon ignored him, struggling to pull his sword out. Even with his face turning purple from effort, the blade wouldn't budge. As Simon forced himself, Jake thought he hadn't heard and hurriedly warned, "Elder Simon, you don't have time." Right then, Simon looked up just as a blue flash shot toward him. It was Lucas Skyfall. Simon frowned, quickly sizing up the situation. Seeing his opponent was too powerful, Simon decisively dropped the stuck sword and immediately turned to flee. Jake was stunned. Elder Simon running from a tough enemy. Confidently, Jake announced, "Chill, I'm Jake, son of the sword, Saint East Thorn. I got your back." Without hesitation, he signaled his crew, and 4 sword spirits appeared behind him. Jake launched himself straight at Lucas Skyfall, shouting again, "I'm the heir of the sword, Saint East Thorn." Just as he raised his hand to attack, Lucas coldly snarled, "Beat it," and flung Jake flying. Lucas then moved up to the sword, calmly spreading his fingers, gently grabbing the hilt and pulling it free. Holding the celestial sword, he resumed chasing Simon hollow. Simon's eyes bulged in shock, watching him pull the sword out like it was nothing. Furious, Simon shouted, "How do you get your hands on this divine sword so easily?" Lucas answered coolly, "That sword was mine all along." Hearing that, Simon shivered. "What? So you're the true owner of this legendary blade? You stuck it there?" Lucas nodded. "If not me, then who?" Simon broke out sweating, muttering what kind of terrifying being he was dealing with. Suddenly, Simon whipped around, yelling, "Are you the Lord of the Sky Shrine?" Lucas stared directly and replied, "You got it right." Hearing the title, Simon paled, then immediately unleashed his secret move, burning his life force and moving at lightning speed to escape. Lucas didn't let up, sneering, "Let's see how long you can hold on." Down below, the monks gawked as Lucas and Simon shot across like falling stars. One of Jake's henchmen rushed over to steady him. Jake's swollen, battered face showed he could hardly stand. He muttered in disbelief, "Got wrecked with one hit. Dude's crazy strong." Jenny caught a glimpse of the blue streak and felt something familiar. She racked her brain for a moment, then asked Mike, "Hey, Mike, was that big bro earlier?" "Right?" Mike shrugged, confused why she asked such a dumb question, but answered honestly, "Yeah, that was him." Jake's jaw dropped. His rival's power was on another level. His eyes went wide, veins popping, even sneezed blood from shock and hype. Trying to piece it together, maybe he was the one? Despite his wounds, Jake decided to chase after them, barking orders left 1, left 2, right 1, right 2, follow left. The 4 guys echoed his commands and took off after him. The other monks were still shell-shocked. The divine sword was stolen. Before they could regroup, droves of wild beasts started creeping in with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs. Someone freaked out, screaming, "We're screwed, wild beasts are here." Panic spread, the sword energy gone, the beasts unleashed with no restraint flooding in. Everyone went pale, clueless how to escape the savage mob. The beasts saw no danger now, and charged like the wind straight at them. The young monks were sweating bullets, some sobbing. One yelled, "No way, we can't get the sword, and now we're under attack. Huge losses." One monk clutched his head and cried, "Forget the sword, I just want to survive and get out of here alive." They poured all their energy into small groups, trying to hold off the wild beasts with magic. Behind Mike and Lily, Max clenched his fists. Furious, he thought, "We have to score something this time in the wild zone. Kill 'em all first." Suddenly, every monk snapped their heads up towards the sky. Some invisible force held back the beasts. They struggled, but couldn't move forward. The monks stared in shock, clueless what was going on. Then a massive figure appeared overhead, blocking out the sun. Everyone stared in awe. Someone gasped, "Whoa, what's that?" "Up there looks like a giant dolphin but flying, gliding through the air. There's this soft blue mist curling from its head, super mysterious." A young monk stammered, "What is that thing?" Old Master Hayes examined it carefully, guessing. "Could that be the Devourer of Suns?" Lily repeated curiously, "The Devourer of Suns?" Mike locked eyes with the huge beast and explained to Lily, "It's a beast rank above low, mid, high, saint, and supreme tiers. The saint tier equals saint emperor level, supreme equals great emperor level, and the rank above all is the Devourer of Suns." When he said this, his face tightened hard. He hesitated, then dropped a line that left everyone breathless. This beast could easily go head-to-head with a celestial being. When little Jake heard that, his face went pale, lips pressed tight, eyes wide in terror. Emily couldn't stand it anymore and snapped, "Big bro Mike, now's not the time for a lecture." "What's the move?" Mike stared hard at the monster, readying his magic energy, his voice steady. "Everyone, stay put. Let's see what it's gonna do." The monks all looked drained, whispering nervously, "Dude, is that Solar Lord here? This isn't just some creature. Even the top boss fears it. We're totally screwed this time." The mist over the Wilderlands suddenly thickened. Someone yelled out in panic. The fog's getting denser again. At that moment, Solar Lord opened his massive jaws and started sucking the monk's energy. Everyone freaked as they felt the life force draining from their bodies. At this rate, aren't we going to be completely drained? A weaker monk clutched his chest, doubled over in pain, blood streaming from his eyes and mouth. He screamed in agony. Another cried out, "It's sucking our energy." Emily and little Jake gritted their teeth, holding on. Mike reached out to them, calling everyone to gather tight, steady their energy. He fixed his gaze on Solar Lord, furrowing his brow, and said seriously, "Every time it swallows, it's taking in tons of cosmic energy, and it spews out a hallucinogenic gas that makes the Wilderlands mist more corrosive. It's just acting on instinct, not targeting us specifically. Let's hope it backs off soon." The monks clung to one another, crying, "But what if it decides to attack us?" Mike didn't flinch. Confident, he said, "Then we fight back." But the beast kept draining everyone's energy. Solar Lord's yellow eyes started glowing black smoke. Seeing that, Mike froze and realized, oh no, it's definitely aiming at us now. After sucking up enough energy, it slowly slithered down toward where they stood. The closer it got, the more they felt an invisible force sucking their energy and eating away at their bodies. The stabbing pain spread through them. They couldn't fight it and just had to endure the torment. Gritting his teeth, Mike decided he couldn't back down any longer. He poured energy into his palms, which lit up with bright golden light. From thin air, he drew a legendary sword, pointing the blade straight at the monster. Roaring, King's Blade Strike. The monks around held their breath, eyes locked on the sword. An elder murmured, impressed, "Is that a divine weapon?" Mike hoisted the blade high, forming hand seals with his other hand and shouted decisively, "Golden light, unyielding, guardian spirits, shining golden lions, charge forward." Right after his call, glowing golden lions appeared behind him, roaring mightily. They lunged straight at Solar Lord. The two forces clashed with a thunderous boom. Feeling the heavy pressure, Mike admired. Solar Lord for sure deserves the title of a Dragon Wolf King. He yelled, "Let's see if you can handle this," pumping all his energy into the golden lions. As Solar Lord prepared to counterattack, the lions struck lightning fast. Sadly, Solar Lord blocked them. It kept going nonstop, opening its jaws wide, frantically sucking the monk's energy and the raw cosmic energy swirling around. The ground beneath cracked open, the chasms widening and deepening by the second. Meanwhile, the Wilderlands mist swallowed Emily's position. She faced double pressure. The poisonous fog and Solar Lord's energy drain hammered her head like a sledgehammer. Holding her head, sweat pouring down, she moaned, "This is insane." Just as the ground cracked beneath her, Emily stumbled forward but was instantly thrown back by an unseen force. Sensing the danger, Mike shouted, "This is bad." Little Jake panicked and shouted for Emily but was frozen, only able to call her name helplessly. The Wilderlands mist quickly engulfed Emily. She closed her eyes, whispering in despair, "It's over," completely drained, powerless against the creeping mist. Suddenly, a streak of golden light cut through the fog. Strong hands caught Emily. Slowly opening her eyes, she stared wide, shocked to see the hero holding her with radiating presence. Looking closer, she recognized Tyler. Tyler didn't say much, just coldly reminded her, "Focus your energy, stay sharp, and shield yourself." She unconsciously nodded repeatedly, almost automatically. She gave a small aha. Watching Tyler saving the day, Mike sighed, muttering, "Almost forgot you were here too." Tyler gently set Emily down, making sure she was steady before heading straight toward Mike, instructing him to focus all power on dealing with Dragon Wolf King. Passing Little Jake, he said, "Little Jake, pull back, now." Little Jake hurried away as ordered. Tyler immediately fed some strength into Mike with his spiritual energy. Solar Lord's super strong. Let's team up and try to force it to retreat. With that, they combined their powers, energy surging to form a massive armored golden tiger. The tiger let out an earth-shattering roar and charged headlong at Solar Lord. Mike shouted, "You pathetic beast, taste the power of this kid." Their clash erupted in an epic battle. At first, the duo's alliance looked like it could hold its own against Devourer Nathan, but in no time the tide completely turned. Both guys felt their power getting crushed like salt tossed in the ocean, totally overwhelmed by the beast. Still, they gritted their teeth and kept going, absolutely refusing to throw in the towel. The monks nearby were freaking out, nearly crying out in fear. What were they supposed to do now? These two were already insanely strong, with immortal energy backing them up, yet they still couldn't stand up to Devourer Nathan. Meanwhile, Jack and his squad just stood there watching. Mike's worry spilled out he was about to lose it. Tony was sweating bullets too. He shouted to keep focus. Nathan kept gulping down that spiritual force even while facing off against those two. Suddenly, a gigantic block of ice erupted right in front of the tiger, forming an unbreakable wall. Flames roared off the tiger's body, but it wasn't enough to melt the ice, just a quick puff of steam before it fizzled out. Soon enough, the ice barrier shattered, and Nathan shot out 2 tendrils from his mouth that wrapped tight around the tiger, squeezing hard. Out of nowhere, Jack screamed. That was the moment he and his soldiers activated their battle formation. When the formation kicked in, a massive orange-armored warrior popped up, charging straight at Devourer Nathan. The warrior rammed into the tendrils, wrapping the tiger, forcing those tentacles to loosen their grip. Nathan spun around and slammed his tail into the warrior with full force. Right then, the tiger lunged out just in time to block the hit. Mike snapped angrily. "Do you even know how to work as a team?" The other guy scowled back, "Saving your life and getting cursed? No gratitude at all." The monk's fear flipped into hope seeing Jack's skills, and they cheered. "Ha ha," Commander Jack stepped in. "Looks like we're saved. There's still a chance to fight back." But then, another massive explosion echoed. Right after, a purple spiked tail swung into view, attached to a monster covered head to toe in sharp spines. Its bright yellow eyes glared, and its long purple tongue flicked menacingly. The monks screamed in terror. What the heck was that? Just when they thought they'd escaped Nathan, they ran into this freak. No clue how strong it was. Mike was nearly spent, his face pale, cold sweat pouring down as he stammered in disbelief. This was his second Devourer Nathan. When he confirmed it, the monks freaked out completely. "Another one? We're dead for sure this time. Please don't give us a glimmer of hope just to crush it later." All they could do was pray, hoping the monsters would tear each other apart. Maybe then they'd have a shot at surviving. The fog thickened even more, blanketing the area. Old Manhwa, watching closely, shouted warnings. "The Wild Valley fog's getting way thicker here. Everyone better keep their guard up with their energy." Suddenly, Mike had a thought and yelled, "Why is there a second Devourer Nathan? Does Long Two King's arrival have anything to do with this?" He turned to Tony. "And why would a Devourer Nathan show up in the land where the old master once sealed it away?" Tony stared at the new beast in disbelief, guessing aloud. Maybe the wild beast riot from before was caused by it. He recalled how back then the prince left behind a music sword to suppress and lay to rest the wrath of destroyed wild beasts. Could it be that the sword happened to seal this Devourer Nathan too? Now that the prince is gone and the sword's withdrawn, it might have unintentionally freed the monster. Still, this was just Tony's theory. He thought, maybe Long Two King actually awakened this beast. Right now, 2 massive forces were clashing head-on, the first Devourer Nathan versus Tony's crew, all locked in a brutal struggle like cosmic rivals. Meanwhile, the purple Devourer Nathan suddenly charged the monks. Their screams echoed as it knocked them flying. Weirdly, little Danny somehow managed to stand right on top of the creature's head. Totally new situation. He called out to Jade, scared. "Danny, Danny." Jade's face drained of color, seeing him so exposed, shouting in panic. The beast jerked its head up suddenly, and Danny slid down along its neck. In a split second, he grabbed his sharp spikes sticking out, desperately holding on so he wouldn't fall. Mike saw the first Devourer Nathan try to flee and yelled, "Where the hell you think you're going?" He surged all of his strength with a wild, tidal force, ready to land the finishing blow. But no matter how much he struggled, Mike couldn't move an inch. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Damn." The monster's power was locking him down tight. Tony was also stuck, unable to budge. He muttered, "Right now we gotta pour everything into dealing with Long Two King first. If we get a shot to break free, we chase after Danny immediately." Both helplessly watched Danny get dragged off by the purple Devourer Nathan. The kid bit down hard, thinking the Wild Valley fog was getting thicker and his energy about to give out. Suddenly, the Devourer Nathan shot straight toward a mountain at breakneck speed, not slowing down at all. Danny's eyes went wide with terror. He was about to crash. Sure enough, it slammed into the mountain. Danny was thrown clear, his body smashing hard against a rock. He lay flat on the cold ground, a violent cough tearing through his chest. The thick, choking fog of Wild Valley grew denser, swallowing up all sight. Clenching his jaw, he struggled to stand, one thought burning in his mind: where the hell was this nightmare place? He had to find a way back to Uncle Mike and the others. Amid the heavy mist, a shadow flickered nearby, mumbling quietly. Danny squinted hard, trying to make out the faint figure that kept appearing and disappearing. It threw him off, making him unsure. Suddenly, a suspicious voice cut through. "Is that you? Who the heck are you?" Jake frowned, then 3 deadly arrows sliced through the air at lightning speed. The kid grit his teeth, dodging just in time but not completely. The 3rd arrow grazed his cheek, leaving a nasty, bloody slash. Stumbling out from behind his defense, a disgusting smirk spread across his face. Still, holding the throwing stance steady, he sneered. Enemies running into each other. What perfect timing. Seeing him, Jake raised his voice. "Eli, did that savage sun beast drag you here too?" Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit, and a shadowy black aura began wrapping around Jake. His whole body loosened, and he dropped to his knees, cold sweat trickling down. Jake had no clue what was happening to him. Eli didn't bother hiding it, scoffing. "So, how's my poison hitting you?" Then Jake realized the arrows were coated in venom, his body going limp, energy draining fast. Eli stepped forward, stomping hard on Jake's back, his voice icy and merciless. "I've hated you guys for way too long." He pulled out a razor-sharp dagger, eyes flashing murder. With a grim tone, he declared, "You're going down first." Jake tried to find any chance to survive, switching tactics to play mind games. At a time like this, shouldn't we team up to escape the wasteland? That apparently pointless comment enraged Eli instantly, his twisted face contorted with rage. Raising his dagger high, he screamed like a maniac, "You idiot. Too bad you're still so innocent." Just as the blade was about to strike down, a powerful force stopped it. Jake poured all his energy in as Mark swung his sword up to block, but before they could breathe easy, Jake collapsed, totally worn out. Gasping for air, gripping his sword tight, sweat pouring like a waterfall, he pleaded with Eli again. "This place is way too far from the wasteland border. We gotta have each other's backs to make it out." Eli stayed stone cold, pulling out a yellow pill with a smirk. "Humph, you know what this is?" Without waiting, he swallowed it whole. Almost instantly, his protective energy melted away, replaced by an unsettling confidence. Eli spread his arms wide, tilting his head back, shouting, "This is the ultimate heavenly pill. That wasteland fog doesn't touch me." Seeing him immune to the wasteland's corrosive effect, Jake's eyes snapped wide open. Did Eli really have some crazy powerful medicine? Then Eli reached into his chest and pulled out a compass, laughing, "My master's already nearby." Pausing, his eyes sharpened with deadly intent. "Don't worry, after I kill you, I'll take out every last one of them." With that, he charged straight at Jake. Jake braced himself, sword ready, prepared to fight for his life. When Eli struck, Jake tried to shield himself while dodging. Pushing beyond his limits, Jake's steps faltered, swaying. He dug his sword into the ground, trembling like he might collapse. Even Eli was impressed by his stubborn grit. Casually, Eli remarked, "My poison still forces you to waste energy on defense. Must be tough, huh?" Then he swung his dagger again. Jake dodged, but his reaction slowed a lot. Furious and grinding his teeth, unable to use his dagger effectively, Eli shot 2 hidden darts at Jake, slow from the venom. Jake couldn't evade, both arrows buried into his stomach, fresh blood soaking his clothes. Gritting his teeth, he fought not to fall, his body shaking hard. Seeing he was still alive, Eli pointed at him and shouted, "A kid that's this hard to kill." He unleashed his windhound claw technique, striking relentlessly. Jake poured his last bit of strength into defense. Unlike Jake, Eli still had plenty of energy. Eli taunted loudly, "Let's see how long you last." He roared, "Just die already." Jake knew he was at his limit, despair creeping in like he was about to give out. Suddenly, a brilliant spark lit up in his eyes. He noticed Eli's attacks were all too predictable. Probably because Eli couldn't finish him after all this time, he was getting pissed off, veins bulging. Muttering, "Stubborn little brat," Jake suddenly struck back, having found a weak spot, deciding to use his deadly 7-star strike. Eli freaked out, yelling, "What the hell is this?" Jake shot forward like an arrow, golden energy blazing from his sword, wrapping him in blinding light. Eli's face went pale with shame. Angry and pointing his dagger, Eli snapped, "How dare you threaten me, Eli's heir? Go die." Without hesitation, he lunged with a reckless attack. Jake barely leaned away just in time, then swung back with his sword. Eli fell hard on the ground, panic clear on his face. One clean strike from Jake would have ended him. Seeing Jake ready to finish it, he shouted, "Wait, I was wrong. I accept a truce." At his words, Jake's blade stopped inches from Eli's throat. Feeling like he'd just stared death in the face, Eli dropped to his knees, begging, "Jake, I won't mess with you guys anymore. Let's team up and get the hell out of this wasteland." Jake, gasping and pale from the poison, snapped, "Cure me now." Eli, shaking, said, "I'll give you the antidote, right now." But instead of medicine, Eli tossed a handful of white powder at him. "Here," he said coldly, "you're way too green to fight me. Might as well just take your leave quietly." Without hesitation, Jake lunged forward with a knife, stabbing at little Dylan. Dylan frowned, lightning fast, unleashing his deadly 7th skill once again. Decisive and with just one move, a blazing golden aura burst forth, powerful and bright. Dylan drove his sword straight through Cole's stomach. Cole coughed up blood, his eyes wide in disbelief that he'd been beaten by a kid. How could this be? Staring at the blade lodged in his gut, Cole gasped, "Did I really just die by your hand?" With that, he exhaled his last breath, collapsing like a fallen ghost. Meanwhile, Dylan couldn't hold himself up any longer and collapsed to the ground, struggling to crawl toward the vial that had slipped from Cole's grip. Gritting his teeth, he inched forward bit by bit. His energy was drained and failing to gather. The medicine pills were close, yet they felt miles away. Dylan's heart sank. Was this the end? Staring hard at the pills, a sudden memory flashed in his mind what Tommy had told Jenny back when she was training. Sky-dominating elixir, the very stuff he gave me. He stretched out his hand to snatch one, and to his relief and surprise, Dylan gripped a pill and quickly swallowed it. His body went limp, exhausted, while thick fog rolled in around him, spreading over the ground. He thought the poisonous mist no longer ate away at him, but if he couldn't find a way to purge the toxin inside, death was inevitable. Dylan stared blankly at Cole's corpse. He just killed the guy, yet deep down, he knew if he hadn't, the tables would have turned and he'd be the one dead. He had to check if Cole had an antidote. With that thought, he pushed himself to drag forward. Suddenly, a thunderous voice shattered the silence. "Apprentice, I'm here." A massive palm smashed the hill ahead into rubble. Jake's master scanned around frantically, hunting for his lost student. Spotting Cole slumped and motionless, his mouth dropped in shock. Regaining his composure, he sprinted over, urgently calling out, "My apprentice." He grabbed Cole's shoulder and shook him hard, like trying to wake a stone. Between shakes, he yelled, "Apprentice, why'd you die here?" "I was just a step too slow." Dylan turned pale, hearing those words. Oh no, that was definitely Jake's master. Talk about bad luck. The old man then cradled Cole's body, sobbing loud. "My apprentice, how am I supposed to go on without you? You're my only student. There are so many ultimate techniques I never got to teach you." After pouring out his grief, his gaze landed on Dylan. Pointing a finger sharply, he fired off harsh words. "It was you. You killed my only apprentice." Dylan's whole body tingled with agony. The poison felt like it was tearing him apart from the inside out. The master stepped closer, voice icy. "You really did kill my only pupil." Then, grabbing Dylan by the collar as he lay weak on the ground, he boomed, "You're gonna pay for this with your life." Dylan felt utterly hopeless. Death was closing in. But then the next words stunned him silent. "From now on, you're my apprentice." Dylan, skin pale as a ghost, stared up in disbelief. "Wait, what?" "Well, then hit the ground and bow already." The master shoved him down roughly, forcing him into a humiliating kneeling position. He grabbed Dylan's hair, yanking his head up and smashing it down hard, making him complete the apprentice bow. This time, Dylan's cheeks split open, blood trailing down his face. After the ritual, the old man clapped Dylan on the shoulders with a cheerful grin. "Haha, good kid. From now on, you're the rightful successor of the Wind Dog Fist, my official disciple." He dragged Dylan up and down wildly, laughing like a maniac. Hey, my good student, you happy about that?" But when he lifted Dylan's arm and noticed his head drooping, alarm clicked in. He immediately took his pulse and exclaimed, "Oh, so you're still poisoned." Then, treating Dylan like a useless rag doll, he tossed him down and boomed, "Don't worry, I'll detox you." He started channeling powerful inner energy into Dylan, forcing the poison out. After a while, the venom began to fade. Dylan's eyes blinked open slowly, amazed the guy was really curing him, definitely a real weirdo. Seeing him sit quietly, the master asked, "Disciple, why can't you circulate your energy?" But he knew Dylan wouldn't answer, so he began probing his body, and what he discovered shocked him. "Ha! You don't have a heavenly vein soul bone?" He stared hard, then threw his head back, laughing madly. "Ha! You're a freak of nature. I've never met anyone without that before. If no one else has, then you've got to be a rare talent." Without waiting for Dylan's consent, he started transmitting the Wind Dog Fist's secret technique into him. As the knowledge poured in, Dylan felt a brutal, piercing pain deep in his bones. He screamed, "Ah, that hurts so bad. Feels like my body's gonna explode." After a while, the master frowned, realizing, why can't he circulate his energy yet? Gotta keep going. Yeah, that's it. So he pushed more energy into Dylan. The red aura of the mind technique enveloped Dylan's body, growing stronger. He howled in agony. Just then, Sky Void Dark appeared, spinning his head around to glare at the pursuers behind him and swearing, "Damn, these guys won't quit. If this keeps up, I'm gonna die from running out of blood before the fight even starts." Nearing the scene, Tommy finally gasped in shock, seeing his son receiving power input from the stranger. Jake landed right in front of the two of them, his voice low as he called out to little Dylan. Without hesitation, he grabbed Dylan and yanked him away. The old man, seeing his disciple snatched away, pointed at Jake and barked, "Hand my disciple back." Just like that, the two charged at each other, neither willing to back down. Their powers clashed with a massive boom, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. He couldn't help but admit Jake was pretty badass. Levi Storm glared at the old man, his eyes burning with deadly intent. Then, with a fierce strike, he sent the old guy flying. Dennis stared at his hands in disbelief, rubbing them and muttering, "That hurts. Damn, you're strong." At that moment, Levi checked on Dylan's body and felt a wild surge of energy coursing through him. Luckily, it wasn't life-threatening, But why was the kid even here? Did the Thunder Squad get into trouble? Skywalker watched the scene, surprised to recognize them as descendants of the Stormborn clan, legendary fighters like Dennis, a renowned elder. He quickly bowed and said, "Elder Dennis, I'm Skywalker, leader of the Nine Clouds Sect. We were ambushed today, and I beg for your mercy. The Nine Clouds Sect will be forever grateful." But Dennis ignored him, only pointing at Levi and saying, "Stop trying to snatch my student, return him now, or you become my disciple." Saying that, he lunged straight at Levi. Skywalker felt invisible, awkward, and pale-faced. Was he really being treated like air? Still, a new idea sparked in his mind. But right now, Dennis was locked in battle with him. While Dennis alone could hold Levi at bay, why not team up with Dennis and take down the Thunder Sect leader to end this mess? Jake hurriedly cradled Dylan like a fragile treasure, slipping into an unplanned doctor role, carefully examining and treating the boy. Dennis watched Jake's moves with a blank expression. Meanwhile, Levi was channeling healing energy into Dylan. The kid was sweating buckets, his brows tightly knit from the pain. Dennis's odd instincts made him suspect Jake planned to hurt Dylan. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He darted at Jake, snarling, "Don't hurt my disciple." Levi gripped his sword handle with one hand, healing Dylan with the other, and swung the blade back at Dennis. Although Dennis dodged the direct hit, the leftover force shattered a massive rock like a watermelon split in half. Fearless, Dennis unleashed his Windfang claw attack on Levi. The two kept trading blows while Levi kept treating Dylan. Then Levi swung his sword again toward Dennis. He dodged just in time but couldn't avoid a swipe that sliced his neck, blood spilling out. Dennis froze, stopped attacking, muttering nonstop. Got hit," he said, licking the blood trickling down his neck. Suddenly, a giant translucent pink sword appeared, aimed at Levi. He leaned back to dodge. Levi casually raised his sword with one hand, blocking Dennis's attack like he was playing with a kid. He almost teased, "Hey now, easy on the weapon. If you chip my sword, who's paying?" Levi's eyes locked onto Dennis, making him flinch. Internally, Levi acknowledged Dennis had the strength of an Imperial Star Realm, and his core energy was downright strange. This was the first time Levi faced an opponent like this. Meanwhile, Dennis, sweating buckets, instinctively licked the wound on his wrist like a dog. Seeing the bleeding wouldn't stop, he panicked. Blood keeps pouring out. Suddenly, he remembered his secret technique. Quickly plucking strands of his hair, he cheered, "Oh, I forgot I know this move." Using the hair, he pressed hard on his wrist, shouting, "Wind, blood seal." Sure enough, the bleeding stopped soon after. Dennis pointed at Levi, loudly declaring, "You're strong, I'm getting serious now." Without hesitation, he charged again with a roar. Windfang unleashed a fierce magical blast. Levi stayed focused on healing Dylan as the blue energy flowed into the boy. Suddenly, Skywalker appeared behind Dennis. Levi pushed Dylan back, now facing both attackers alone. Skywalker immediately launched a magical strike and yelled to pump up Dennis. "Come on, Elder Dennis. We got this. That guy's no match." Who gave him so much confidence? Levi now had to use both hands, summoning energy to defend against two attacks from both sides. He coolly shot back, "No match, huh? Let's see about that." Being underestimated pissed off Skywalker so much he looked ready to spit blood. Yelling, "Enough pretending. 2 against 1, advantage is mine. Even with your magic, what can you do?" But before he finished, both Dennis and Skywalker were blasted away by one of Levi's strikes. Levi radiated a terrifying aura, slowly walking toward them like a hell demon, declaring, "Strike fast, finish quick." Skywalker was launched back, dumbfounded that their alliance still wasn't enough. Frowning fiercely, he growled, "How? How do you still have another magic weapon?" Levi stepped closer, 2 deadly magical weapons glowing in his hands. Dan sensed things were turning bad and unleashed his boundless spirit form. Instantly, a huge purple warrior figure materialized behind him, sword pointed straight at Trey. Trey lifted his spiritual blade with his left hand to block, then slashed the purple warrior's sword clean off. Dan wasn't backing down though and began activating his protective barrier. Suddenly, a blazing red dog form appeared behind Dan, jaws wide open. As the beast lunged to gobble Dan, Trey slammed his spiritual blade right between its jaws. While Trey stood calm, the dog's mouth was locked wide open, unable to close. Dan was shocked, eyes almost popping out. He blurted, "What the hell is that thing? How's it so tough that my dog can't bite it through?" The purple warrior took the chance to attack Trey from behind. Trey had zero patience left and sliced the dog's head off in one clean strike. Bad luck for Dan, as his dog's head landed right in the path of the spirit entity attacking him. So the dog's head got smacked again by the spirit warrior. Dan immediately turned to blame. "You hit my dog's head." Somewhere along the way, Nate had snapped back to full alertness. His eyes wide open, He studied the fight carefully, thinking this must be a battle between people close to divine level. Each move looked casual, but he could feel raw destructive power packed inside every strike. They attacked and blocked, yet their powers canceled each other out. Watching the three facing off, Nate had a chilling thought: if they weren't equally matched, this whole area would have been wiped out long ago. Trey raised his two spiritual blades above his head and shouted, "In this huge universe, there's nothing I can't cut." Without blinking, he swung both blades like a chef chopping veggies, slicing his opponents in half with a wicked paired sword combo. Blue energy surged, pinning the purple warrior and the dog head down, unable to fight back. Moments later, they were defeated, bodies thrown backward, screaming loud. Nate's eyes went even wider as he thought, both these opponents are monsters, probably the strongest he'd ever seen. Oh wait, besides Trey himself, Trey's always been the top dog, undefeated so far. Dan and the Spirit Warrior were getting tired after their fight. The Spirit Warrior huffed, staring at Dan like a mad dog, totally fed up. And yet, he still wanted to keep going against Trey. In his head, he was wondering if only divine beings could beat this guy, especially with Trey's high-grade spiritual blades and status as the Temple Master. Dan was fuming and swearing like crazy. "Damn it, I've been running dirty, gotta use my ultimate move now." He clasped his hands in a cross over his chest, shouted his spell, and his whole body burst with blazing red spiritual energy. He then soared forward, charging at the Spirit Warrior with wild fury. The power and energy blew so strong it almost knocked the Spirit Warrior off balance, hair flying up. You'd expect some epic, earth-shattering move, but nope, Dan just peed in a way that looked exactly like a dog marking territory on a wall. The Spirit Warrior gaped in horror, yelling, "What the heck? That's the most embarrassing attack I've ever seen." Just then, Dan's brain totally scrambled, confusing whether it was some wind dog piss spell or another canine-related weird attack. He couldn't remember the details. Trey had enough and smacked Dan in the head. When Dan turned to see who hit him, his forehead swelled up big as a pear. He shouted angrily, "If I could just remember that move, then you're not a match for me." Out of nowhere, a huge dark brown mountain appeared before the three of them. Dingji's thoughts were tangled. Huh? Did I just use that move? It didn't feel this weak. It should have shook the ground more. Luke stared serious at the scene. A giant devouring sun beast flew out. Tiffany's face went pale, whispering, "Is that the devouring sun beast?" The secret scroll says it's a world-ending beast. Whenever it shows, chaos follows. Lily obviously recognized it. That very beast brought her here. Eyes wide with fear, she wondered why it was here now. Did that battle between the rulers just attract it? The devouring sun beast opened its huge jaws at the trio. Luke started channeling his spirit energy, performing a move. His hand gripped the energy tightly, raised to the sky, and shouted, "Dragon's Fang Strike." Instantly, a blue dragon with ancient power appeared, facing off against the beast. Tiffany felt the dragon's aura and couldn't believe her eyes. Was this for real? This energy carried the dragon's spirit too. Could it be forged from slaying dragons and spilling rivers of blood? From what she knew, dragons were at least superclass. How many monstrous foes did he have to kill to craft two energies like this? The blue dragon bit swiftly, vanishing without a trace. The beast looked around, searching for it. Suddenly, the dragon reappeared, sinking teeth into the beast's neck. The bite was fierce, yet when it pulled away, the beast only bled a little. Luke frowned, amazed at how tough the beast's hide was. Tiffany had been slack-jawed the whole time, overwhelmed by surprise after surprise. No joke, that devouring sun beast is insanely tough. Earlier, Ding Ji and I teamed up to fight Luke, but he struggled. Looks like the sect leader hasn't hit that transcendental level yet. Right then, Ding Ji charged at him like a madman. He yelled, "Hey, we're not done yet." Grabbing the energy in his hand, Luke had to block Ding Ji's surprise attack. Tiffany saw her chance. Luke was squeezed between two attackers, no way to dodge the strike. Jackpot moment. He gathered his spirit power in his palm and lunged forward. One hand was holding back the beast, the other fighting two maniacs. Frowning, he glanced at Ding Jia's crazed face. Suddenly, Ding Jia grabbed Tiffany's wrist. He stood between Luke and her, coldly asked Tiffany, "Planning to assassinate me?" Tiffany panicked, turning pale, eyes wide, staring at Ding Ji. Just as she was caught off guard, Ding Jia angrily demanded, "So, who the hell are you? Why keep interfering in my fight with that guy?" Hearing this, Tiffany pointed cluelessly at herself, then after a pause responded stupidly. Then she dropped a bombshell, silence filling the area. "You two teamed up to fight me alone? That's not fair." Tiffany couldn't grasp her own actions, which made her opponents think she and Luke were working together. She was so frustrated she stammered speechless. "You damn bastard." At that moment, little Jake struggled to push himself up, telling himself he had to help the guy. There was no way he could take on Big Nate and his two crew members all alone. In a flash, Big Nate bit down and snapped the green dragon in half, then crushed its body so fast all that was left was a few wispy hairs drifting in the breeze. Suddenly, Big Nate's cold, sharp gaze locked onto Jake standing there. The kid felt his face turn pale with fear. Was the monster already focused on him? From its nostrils, thick black smoke billowed out, and it lunged straight at Jake. Old Man Dean caught the danger just in time and raised his hand to call a halt, saying, "Stop the fight for now. My apprentice is in trouble." Sure enough, Big Nate had his massive jaws wide open, ready to swallow Jake whole. Seeing those razor-sharp teeth right in front of him, the kid freaked out, feeling like he was about to be gulped down at any second. Suddenly, a big hand shot out, slamming right towards Big Nate. Levi Powers unleashed his spirit energy, and the next thing Jake saw left him stunned. Levi dove headfirst into Big Nate's mouth. The beast snapped its jaws tight, like it was about to chew him up. Jake collapsed to the ground, eyes glued to Big Nate, hoping Levi could wreck the monster's mouth and break free. After swallowing the man whole, Big Nate let out a loud, heavy breath. Milo Gray, watching nervously, silently thought, "Yeah, that's Big Nate, the boss of Thunder Peak. Until you hit immortal status, you'll never conquer the true giants in this world." Finally, one big threat was taken care of. Looks like Charlie's lost his appetite for fighting. All we gotta do is escape this savage territory, and my path will clear. Jake's whole body trembled violently, tears streaming as he softly called, "Dad." The kid was overwhelmed with guilt. His dad had always protected him, but he treated him coldly. Thinking he didn't need his dad, he tried to be strong and handle everything by himself. As a little boy, he had once promised himself he'd protect his mom and big sister. No dad, no problem. He didn't need anyone, but the other kids in the neighborhood always bullied him, throwing stones and mocking him. "Don't hang with that bastard, kick him out. You keep telling yourself, 'I don't need a dad, I don't need a dad.' But when pain hits deep, you run to the cliff and scream out, 'I'm not a bastard.' Deep down, you know it's lies because you're still craving a father's love." Jake sits hugging his knees, tilting his head back, asking, "Dad, where the hell are you?" His eyes well up, looking like a stray puppy left all alone. You can't deny that ever since your dad suddenly showed up, some peace returned to your heart. But you're too scared to face him like your sister did, scared he might up and leave your mom and you again. That fear clings to your mind nonstop. Out of nowhere, Shadow the dragon soars up high, roaring loud. Jake Lyle drags his heavy steps toward John Stone's body, yanking the sword from his chest. He thinks quietly, Dad doesn't have to be a hero or some mighty sorcerer. Jake tightens his grip on the sword's hilt and slowly approaches Shadow the dragon, hoping with all he's got that Dad will stay with him forever. Suddenly, a massive power flames up inside Jake. His whole body blazes bright red fire, eyes bloodshot, tears still glistening at the corners. He screams loud enough to shake the sky, "Give it back to me." Raising his sword to the heavens, his eyes turn ghostly white and wild, his body wrapped in fiery red flames, fierce energy and raw power bursting through the air. Master Dean glares at the display, alarmed, yelling, "Hey, apprentice, be careful." But then he freezes mid-shout. Jake grits his teeth, enduring the roar. Right where he stands, a thunderous explosion tears the ground apart, rocks flying like a hurricane ripped through. The sword's power turns brutal, shaking everything around it. The kid screamed loud, surrounded by raging red flames that filled the sky, his shout tearing through the air like it could rip the whole place apart. Thinking of his dad, his power exploded even more, veins bulging all over his face. He yelled out, "A summon." Both Marcus and Jake looked up, their eyes fixed on the sky. Red energy beams started converging into one spot, then suddenly shifted into a blazing blue. Little Jay gasped, two waves of power, red and blue, blending and swirling around him. Marcus frowned. Lightning magic at this level? How does this kid dare to use it? What the hell is this? He's broken through already. What shocked them even more was that Jay had leveled up in 2 stages at once, definitely a rare talent. Unlike Marcus, Jake covered his head in fear. The kid still couldn't control the surge of power inside him, and if he failed, he'd blow up and die for sure. Meanwhile, lightning magic wrapped fully around Jay's body. He pushed up the power of heaven's reach and finally unleashed the most brutal force, the death blow. Ethan stared at Jay in amazement, quietly calling out. Jay Wei, hit by the lightning's force, thrashed wildly, shaking his head hard. Tears streamed down his face as he kept shouting, "Dad." Suddenly, his father, who everyone thought was long gone, showed up out of nowhere. Using celestial energy, he slashed straight into the beast's belly, stabbing right through and breaking free. Seeing him, Marcus was struck with terror. "That guy," he got out. Ethan caught the collapsing Jay just in time. Jay whispered, "Dad, you're okay now." He collapsed into Ethan's arms, crying, "Dad." That's when Ethan suddenly remembered what Lily had told him. Jay always acted tough, but deep down, he wasn't as strong as he seemed. Just give him more time, and he'd open up. Ethan gently stroked his little son's hair and promised he'd never leave them again. Ethan looked on in shock. He hadn't expected Jay to forcibly unleash the death blow heaven strike. Ethan thought back. If he was right, Jay might have only seen him use it once before. No way this kid's lightning talent was freakishly powerful like this. The beast was still alive, thrashing wildly, roaring with its mouth wide open. Ethan couldn't help but mutter, no wonder it's called the Beast King. I struck and tore it inside out, and yet it's still not down for the count. Suddenly, its belly inflated, then it spat out a round object. The monster tossed it to the ground and flew off fast. Marcus stared at the egg-shaped object, shocked. Looks like Chi got spooked and took off. Seeing Ethan, Jake kept taunting. Hey, why don't you drop your name? I want to call my crew to finish you off. Ethan glanced coldly at him and said, Ethan Drake. No sooner had he spoken than Jake bolted. Before disappearing, he left a warning. I'm no match for you now, but I'll be back to give you hell. Your apprentices are going to stay right where you are. Marcus, watching his enemy flee scared, just shook his head speechless. Right then, Jake looked up and saw Ethan standing right behind him. He raised his hand, signaling to stop. Hold up, he said. If you strike me now, the council won't even get to finish their sentence. Ethan swung his sword and instantly decapitated him. Quick and deadly, no messing around. After dealing with his foe, Ethan pulled back his power and readied to sheath his blade. At that moment, the red egg suddenly cracked. He felt a strange energy and had to look as the crack grew wider. The shell almost split in two. Through the split, he could see what was inside, a skull. That eerie energy stunned Ethan silently. Without hesitation, he swung his blade down hard, shattering the egg into pieces. When it broke, a powerful blast and a mighty whirlwind burst out, sweeping toward Jay, who barely managed to shield himself. Covering his face, Jay asked in disbelief, how can a cracked egg have so much power? Then thick black energy twisted into a dark storm, wrapping around a white skeleton. Ethan thought deeply. Could that weird energy I felt in Chiki's body be from this thing? Moments later, the skeleton's foot hit the ground, and it slowly stood upright. Jay was frozen, watching this unbelievable scene. The egg hatched into a skeleton. Then a wild thought hit him. Could this be the master who was sealed before, now reborn? Burning purple eyes stared out from the skull as the skeleton launched itself at Ethan. Quick on his feet, Ethan reacted, swinging his dragon crescent sword with a critical slash. The skeleton dodged, the sword's energy cleaving a nearby mountain in half. It soared up, trying to smash down on Ethan's head, but Ethan blocked just in time with the crescent blade. He slashed again at its arm. Strangely, the razor-sharp blade couldn't cut through. Ethan frowned, thinking this thing was insanely tough. The dark energy spread wildly as Ethan hurriedly grabbed Jay and flew straight into the air. The skeleton stood still, and the tainted aura surrounding it radiated out, corroding everything like a death mist from a forbidden wasteland. Jay silently thanked his dad for the timely rescue. He wondered just how strong this corrosive power truly was. Did it just touch me? Would I have melted? The skeleton stalks forward slowly and suddenly spots something, the headless body of Chris Black. He summons dark energy that creeps over it, lifting the corpse up, and in a flash, Chris's flesh begins to corrode. The dark power strips meat bit by bit, placing it onto his legs, then arms, face, and whole body. Basically, he's stolen Chris's skin but still can't fully restore himself. The upper half's still just bones, which puzzles him. Could he only bring himself back this far? No way. Jake gasps with horror. Dude's turning human again. The skeleton reaches down, grabs some cloth from the ground, wrapping it around his waist to hide his private parts. Then a cold voice cuts through. Chiki pushed me out so quick, but it's too bad the moment's not right yet. Ethan Lee asks calmly, who are you? The half-human, half-demon figure answers, I'm the Wild God's son. Ethan knows who he's facing. Wild God's son sneers with contempt, mocking, Immortal daring to flaunt the Wild God's name without respect. Ethan shoots back coldly. Just having God in your name doesn't mean you deserve my bow. He gazes skyward, full of nostalgia. Time flies, and it looks like the Wild God's power has faded a lot. He continues, your aura feels familiar, like it came from another god. Just then, Wild God's son raises his hand, gathering overwhelming energy. Jake suddenly feels a strong force yanking on his arm, eyes wide in shock. Wild God's son offers, come with me, I won't destroy you. Catching his move, Ethan quickly pulls his son behind him, cool as ice, saying, no clue why Chiki dumped me here, but you're valuable, a key to my restoration. Suddenly, a black, fierce energy blast shoots straight at him. Ethan tightens his grip on the Dragon Fang sword, slashing a clean blue arc. A sharp blue aura blasts from the blade, instantly dissolving the dark energy. Wild God's son stays unfazed, watching Ethan fly forward to stab him. When the tip's just inches from his face, Wild God's son catches the blade and, surprised, whispers, "Never thought this sword could hurt my divine bones." Then he smirks and boasts, "Your sword's perfect for me, I want it." Ethan fires back coldly, "You sure you can handle it?" Wild God's son amps up his dark aura to hold the dragon fang but gets hit hard right away. In a flash, Ethan yanks the sword back. Wild God's son stumbles on one knee, doubled over in pain. Ethan yells, "No army can stop this," and pushes the sword with all his might. To counter, he unleashes the Wild God's might, his black aura engulfing his entire body. Wild God's son keeps up appearances, claiming he's weak from just waking up. Refusing to back down, he summons dozens of black energy strands swirling from his palms, yelling, "Dark energy converge." The dark tendrils slither around Ethan and his son. Though unaffected, Ethan worries about Jake and instantly protects him with his own aura. A solid blue shield wraps Jake tight like an unbreakable fortress. The sword slips from Jake's grasp, and he sprints to pick it up fast. Ethan watches him and calls out sharply, "Hold up." A bright blue flame ignites in his palm. As soon as he finished speaking, energy swirled around the sword, forming a huge glowing orb that wrapped around little Jake. Dark energy still lurked everywhere outside. Jake called out nervously. Dad glanced at me and said, "I might not be able to keep an eye on you from now on. Just stay put, and Travis will have your back." Meanwhile, Maverick kept gathering his energy. As the black aura spread wider, and suddenly a Buddha-shaped figure holding what looked like a gun appeared in his hand. Maverick boldly hoisted it up. Jake went pale, never having seen a weapon like that before. Could that be some kind of divine weapon? Maverick pointed the gun toward Ryan, who quickly focused his power on his own weapon, ready to fight. One of Maverick's eyes flashed purple. Maverick sneered, "Kid, you won't even have time to scream." Then he pulled the trigger, sending a dark energy blast shooting straight at Ryan. Ryan raised his blade to block, shouting, "Slash," and ripped through the blast. The force flew off and hit a nearby mountain, corroding and melting the massive rock in seconds. That power was seriously insane. Ryan spun his blade, deflecting barrage after barrage of blasts toward other mountains, causing them to crumble rapidly. One after another, the mountains shattered like fragile glass. Suddenly, Jake shouted a frantic warning, "Dad, watch out." To his right, Ryan reacted lightning fast, dodging just in time. At the same moment, he was secretly impressed by his son's sharp eyesight. Who would have thought Jake's vision could keep up with both him and Maverick's moves? This trip to the wildlands seriously leveled up the kid. The unlucky mountain exploded under the blast. Maverick unleashed his wild god powers again, tearing the earth wide open. The ground split, glowing red like molten lava bursting up from below. A bunch of pitch-black hands shot up, claws stretching out toward Jake, trying to grab him. But he was ready. Jake focused all his power into his blade, unleashing a glowing blue aura that wrapped around it like armor. When he felt his strength peak, he swung hard at those reaching hands and yelled out. The blue aura instantly enveloped the dark energy Hoang wielded and surged straight at him. Quick as lightning, Jake slipped through the blast, suddenly popping up right in front of Hoang, which totally freaked him out. As Jake swung his sword, Hoang scrambled to block with his bony arm. Jake's blade twisted on a dime and stabbed straight into Hoang's lower belly. Hoang reacted just in time, dodging left by a hair, or else he'd have a nasty hole in his midsection. At close range, he swung his weapon for a counterattack, but Jake was faster, using the blade to pin Hoang's weapon down and stop his move. "I'll admit you shrug off divine energy, but for a mortal like you to dream of beating someone with godly blood like me, that's just straight up delusional." Delusional or not, we'll see. Jake shot back. Before Hoang could gloat, Jake's blade ripped through one of his ribs, shattering bone. Hoang's eyes shot wide in shock. He couldn't believe it. "No way," he snarled. Jake kept his icy stare and declared, "So, God-blooded one, let's see if you bleed." Hoang tried to bluff. "You're strong, I'll give you that, but there's no way I'm bleeding for you." Suddenly, Jake's pressure exploded, shaking the air with a deafening roar that seemed to shake the earth beneath them. Little Joey watched, wide-eyed, whispering, "Is that really Dad's full power?" Jake kept slashing, spinning the energy in his hand, tightening his grip on the hilt before bringing the blade down in a decisive strike. The blue force pierced through Hoang's dark energy. There was a flash of gold, and the dark aura started breaking apart. With a clatter, Hoang's weapon dropped to the ground. Pierced through his body, he glared at Jake with hatred burning in his eyes, unwilling to accept Immortal had beaten him. His divine energy began shattering into countless small red shards, like glowing gems. Hoang said coldly, "I never expected to lose to Immortal, even with my divine power." Then a red haze spread. Rocks exploded around them. debris flying everywhere. Finally, Han, curious, asked, "Mortal, what's your name?" Jake confidently replied with 3 simple words. "Jake Collins." As his eyes closed, Hoang murmured, "I remember now." Then he vanished under a pile of rubble. Moments later, Jake stood atop a cliff. He gathered his power to draw back his sword of silence, the blade spinning in the air as he summoned Joey over. The two soared upward, leaving the soon-to-be ruined land behind. Joey looked up at the massive mountain before them just as it began to crumble, his innocent face confused by what was happening. "Dad, why is the mountain falling apart?" he asked. Jake explained, "It's because I severed the mountain's core sacred energy, it's why everything's collapsing." Joey listened intently. This was way beyond anything he'd imagined. Who knew divine energy held a mountain together? Does that mean this mountain used to be some kind of sex base? Jake spoke to his son like a grown-up, openly sharing his guesses. "From what I figure, everything in this world has the potential to become divine energy." "Dad, you're losing me here," Joey groaned. Jake went on. "Another way to see it is that everything's made of divine energy. The mountains, rivers, even rocks are just the outside showing." The two of them continued to fly. Joey still had questions, firing them nonstop. "So the world's built from divine energy. If that's true, that's insane. What exactly is this energy? Could it have been left behind by actual gods?" Jake answered honestly, "These are just my guesses. But I've fought divine energy before. It takes all kinds of shapes, stuff no human could make. That's what keeps bugging me. I even tried to recreate it. But the fake stuff I made looked like divine energy on the outside. The power was nothing compared to the real thing. It could only barely put a small hole in wood." Jake stared ahead and kept explaining. "When clans reinforce these divine energies, their power grows even stronger. For example, the energy from the Heartwood Sect and Blue Cloud Mountain beats that of Hoang's." This made Joey curious. "Dad, if divine energy is the root of mountains and rivers, why didn't Heartwood Sect fall after you broke their energy before?" Jake shook his head softly. "Because I never completely destroyed their energy, I just broke it." Joey remembered how the energy vanished and was still puzzled. But when Hoang's energy disappeared, it looked just like Timber Hearts. It both had strange symbols, just different colors. Jake furrowed his brow before replying to his son. "I've seen those special symbols before. In ancient books, they're called numbers." "Numbers?" Joey asked. Jake went on to explain things Joey found hard to grasp. "Those numbers are 0 and 1. Suddenly, Joey had a bold idea. Strange symbols appeared, just differing in color. Ryan frowned, replying softly to his son. "Those unique characters showed up when the divine energy vanished. I'd seen them before in ancient scrolls. They're called numbers." "What kind of numbers are those?" Jake asked, puzzled. Ryan continued explaining concepts that sounded way over Jake's head. "Those numbers were 0 and 1. Suddenly, Jake got a bold idea. "Wait, are those the same numbers we always use? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? The kid still had questions. If they mean the same thing, why are they written with such weird symbols? The boy seriously had a million questions ready to fire off. Jake promised, "If you want to dig deeper, next time I'll bring you some ancient scrolls to check out." That sounded pretty cool, and little Dylan raised his eyebrows, looking excited, nodding. "Yeah, I'm super curious. Are these numbers like the building blocks of this world? Could they even affect how we train and level up?" Suddenly, he spotted 3 figures rushing over fast, all landing swiftly on the ground. Seeing Dylan was safe, Emily flew toward him, her voice full of relief. "You're okay." "Thank God." When she noticed Jake, she was shocked and asked, "Bro-in-law, you found Dylan?" Jake nodded in response, and she bent down to check on the little guy, relieved to see he wasn't badly hurt. "Phew, seriously, what would I have said to Sis if he was hurt?" After confirming Dylan was fine, she asked Jake, "Hey, what took you into the wild zone before? What were you even up to?" He gave a brief answer. "Just some business, took out a guy, then ran into Snowleaf." Tim spoke up to report, "Boss, right after you left Music Town, Dragon Claw rushed in with troops. Then another strong beast popped out from the mountain and took Dylan away. After checking, that beast must have been Chi-Q." Jake nodded to confirm, "Yeah, I met Chi-Q. It retreated deep into the wild zone. What it'll do next is still a mystery." Suddenly, he remembered something and his expression darkened. "What about Dragon Claw?" Emily looked stunned. "Bro-in-law, that beast is brutal. Tim, Mike, and General Fang's troops had to team up just to hold it back." Tim added, "Luckily, Dragon Claw didn't aim at us. Right after Chi-Q flew off, it left too." At this point, Emily recalled a key detail. Every time Dragon Claw breathed, it sucked all the energy out of us, nearly draining us dry. Thankfully, Tim gave me a pure sky divine pill, or I wouldn't have held on. Jake stared up at the sky and muttered, "Dragon Claw, Fang Chali." Then he ordered everyone to evacuate the wild zone immediately. Suddenly, Dylan felt a bone-deep pain, and let out a quiet groan. Uh-oh. Then his entire body wobbled, like he was about to collapse. Emily rushed over, worried. Dylan, what's wrong? Tim quickly checked him out, shocked. Dylan already hit the peak of true warrior stage. But what's with that wild power inside him? That's not the kind of energy a true warrior usually has, Jake explained. Snowleaf was forced to absorb a massive amount of energy earlier. That's how he suddenly broke through to Feathered Clan. Hearing that, the three of them were stunned. What? Jake didn't dwell on their shock and urged them to get out of the wild zone fast. Some things had to happen earlier than planned. At the same time, elsewhere in the wild zone, Wild Spirit was flying like he was running for his life. Surprisingly, Lee Thorne blocked his path. They both stared daggers at each other, ready to fight. Lee summoned spirit energy and struck at Wild Spirit, shouting, "Where's that moon demon?" The palm attack exploded loudly. At the same time, Lee's figure split into 5 after images, each twisting like a fierce tornado. Which one was real? Lee swung his hand, gathering spirit energy into a blinding spiral beam, aiming straight at Wild Spirit. His eyes flashed with power as he yelled, then turned to see a black smoke shape made of countless skulls slowly form a person, stunning Lee. Just as he unleashed spirit power, Lee sensed something off. That force was completely neutralized by Wild Spirit before it even landed. Lee was terrified by the situation, shouting, "Who the heck are you? No, what are you?" Wild Spirit coldly replied, "Compared to Jake, you're way beneath the guy behind you." Seeing their master insulted, one underling grabbed his sword tight, yelling, "How dare you disrespect the young master?" Then, he launched his spirit energy with sword strikes. Just as the blade nearly hit Wild Spirit's face, a wave of black energy forced it back. With a flick of his arm, the sword bent out of shape. At the same time, the arm controlling the sword was twisted painfully, almost knocking him out. A black gust swept through, and the underling's arm was severed. This called for battle formations. Lee quickly ordered his last 3 henchmen to set up a defensive array, obeying the young master. They rapidly formed a formation. Hundreds of swords appeared behind Lee. He raised his hand to command the formation. Glowing runes lit up all around, sword intent gathering like a tidal wave. A fierce shout echoed. Amber blades slash, banish demons. Right after, sword shadows tore through the air. The blades turned into dragons, striking like thunderbolts at the enemy. The swords flew in a trajectory towards Wild Spirit, but he stood completely still, like a statue. Seconds later, all those swords shattered into pieces. One of Lee's men gasped, "What? We threw everything we had attacking and yet he didn't get hurt at all?" Jake glared at them with pure contempt. "Is that all you got? Let me borrow your lives for a bit." As he spoke, a dark, wicked energy radiated from him. Even with Mike's protective magic barrier, he couldn't hold off Jake. Sweat poured down Mike's face, his complexion turned deathly pale, and fear filled every fiber of his being. What the hell is this? The terror seeped deep into his bones. There was no way he could stand against Jake. Absolutely no chance. At that moment, a loyal henchman mustered all his strength and slammed a punch toward Mike, shoving him away from the spreading black energy. He shouted, "Boss, you gotta get out of here, now." Before he even finished, his body was ravaged by the dark power, riddled with holes. Right before he died, he forced himself to urge Mike one last time, "Boss, run." Soon after, Jake fully absorbed him. The skeletal remains of Jake's body slowly started to mend a bit. 3 henchmen were left. One stayed to hold off Jake, while the other 2 supported Mike. The one staying behind ordered them, "Get the boss out of here." They didn't hesitate and dragged Mike away. The guy who stayed threw everything he had into the fight. Mike nervously glanced back, yelling, "Left 2, hurry, he's right up on you." Jake grabbed him by the head with one hand, blood streamed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Within a minute, the guy's skull was crushed. After absorbing another victim, Jake's body kept regenerating. There was no way the 3 of them could escape. One henchman stepped up to stand his ground against Jake. He shouted, "Right 2. The boss is counting on you. I'll hold this demon off." With that, he spit blood onto his sword, vowing, "I've spent my whole life protecting Boss Charlie." He unleashed a terrifying power, shaping a massive blade. Mike cried out, "Right 1, launching another sword strike at Jake. As expected, Jake swung his hand and shattered the blade into shards. His swing sliced the guy in 2. Then he flew toward the 2 fleeing men. The last henchman chose to sacrifice himself to shield the boss, pushing Mike away and saying, "Boss, take care." Then he lunged, grabbing Jake's leg and yelling, "Monster, you're coming down with me." The dark energy crept into his body. The black aura surged like waves rolling in. Mike dropped to his knees on the cold ground, eyes vacant, pounding his fist into the earth, screaming, "Left 1, left 2, right 1, right 2. It's all my fault. You died protecting trash like me." Suddenly, a voice snapped him back, making him jump. "Yeah, you're just useless." Without him noticing, Jake had crept up behind him. Mike turned pale, stammering. Before you could finish, Jake's dry hand clamped his throat, forcing blood to spit out. Jake eyed Mike curiously. I wonder, what makes you so special that everyone risked their lives for you? Mike thought hard but found no reason. He shook his head and muttered, I'm just ordinary, nothing special. Mike's neck veins bulged as he forced out each word. My dad is Blade Master. He will avenge me. Even though Jake didn't know who that was, he guessed it was some big shot. Mike scoffed, my dad's the strongest guy on the planet. Hearing this, Jake's curiosity grew. He decided to spare Mike and said, take me to him. Mike slowly stood, furrowed his brow, and asked, scared now, why do you want to find my dad? Jake didn't hide anything. I drained 4 people just now and only partly healed. The blood and flesh of a master would fix me up completely, bring back my real strength. Mike's face fell as if struck by lightning. Fear made him sweat and stammer. You want to suck my dad dry. In the quiet night, 2 glowing orbs hovered near the bright moon, one blood red, the other purple, like poison flickering softly. Christian was meditating in his room, when Alex suddenly entered, standing calmly before him. Alex said, you forced your body to unleash the Sky Slayer move, which caused the circulation force in your body to surge and spread through your organs. He continued, I was going to wait for you to stabilize before teaching you more, but we can't wait any longer. Without wasting time, he used 2 fingers to channel his power straight into Christian. The blue circulation force wrapped around and soaked into Christian's body. As his own red energy went wild inside, Christian closed his eyes and focused, listening carefully to the instructions. The technique I'm giving you is the 9-9 root skill, the main method I've trained. Here's how to guide the vital energy, blend it. Absorb that chaotic energy and turn it into your own strength. Christian shut his eyes and sank into his dantian, feeling the red energy blaze stronger. A golden image flashed in his mind. Alex hit the pressure point on his chest and shouted, First phase, channel deadly command. A red spiritual energy flared like fire, twisting through his entire meridian system like a blazing serpent, shaking his body violently under the power of heavenly spiritual energy. Christian coughed up blood, but Alex kept going, yelling, Second phase, transform death into invisibility. They both sat inside a glowing yellow circle, Alex's blue energy flowing into Christian, balancing the chaotic energy inside him. Christian's whole body seemed to burn in an invisible blaze. The 2 of us sat inside a glowing yellow circle, where my blue energy flowed into him, calming the chaotic energy inside Jake. It felt like an invisible fire was burning him up from the inside. He placed his hand on Johnny's head and unleashed a yin-yang formation. With the 3rd rotation, the energy flow stabilized, and the scattered life force was directed outward. The forces drifted like flowing red silk in the air. Johnny's small frame rested at the center of this powerful energy stream. After a moment, Johnny looked up at Mark with a bright smile. Dad, I'm feeling way better now. Mark nodded. Good. Keep training with this technique. You can eventually convert all the life energy around you into your own power. With your current status, once you reach the Mth level, you'll fully control this energy flow and use it any way you want. Johnny's eyes lit up with curiosity. Dad, the technique's called 9-9 origin skill, right? So does it have 9,981 levels? Mark patiently explained. The number 99 just means infinite possibilities. How far you climb depends entirely on your luck and hard work. That reminded him of Tyler, who'd reached level 69. Johnny was visibly amazed and immediately asked, what about Uncle Michael? Mark shook his head. He just doesn't have the talent for cultivation. The 2 were chatting inside without knowing Michael had been eavesdropping outside the door, soaking up every word. He immediately went looking for Tyler, a suspicious look in his eyes. So you've mastered the 9-9 origin skill up to level 69. Then who's stronger now, you or Osamu? Tyler humbly replied with a half-hearted answer, admitting he couldn't match the Elect Lord. That answer lit a fire under Michael. Furrowing his brow, Michael muttered to Tyler, why still act humble at this point? Then he glanced over at Mark and Johnny inside the room and couldn't help but comment, but man, Johnny's talent is insane. He's already hit level 3 in such a short time. Tyler added, training Johnny's different from us. The kid has to cultivate while guarding against energy backlash, plus his foundation's not steady yet, so the Elect Lord has to channel some of his own energy to speed up his progress. Luckily, Johnny's mastered the life and death techniques, so his adaptability is beyond normal. But how far he breaks through depends on fate. Michael asked, if we're protecting him, what's there to worry about? Just then, Sarah and Jenny rushed in together, asking, so, how's he doing? The door opened and Mark came out with Johnny, confirming he was all right. Johnny's eyes lit up as he saw his mom, softly calling, Mom. Sarah, worried, asked, Johnny, you okay? The kid proudly said, yeah, Dad taught me a new skill, so I'm fine now. She looked up at Mark. A gentle, romantic mood settled over the room. Sarah said, "This experience might not be all bad. Finding a way out of death often sparks a new beginning." Mark told everyone, "Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow we head out to the Nine Cloud Sect." Jenny looked puzzled. Nine Cloud Sect? Why do we have to go there? As he passed Sarah, Mark patted her shoulder and quietly said, "I'm gonna look for Paul for a minute." Then he left without another word. Noticing a blood stain on Tyler's back, Jenny was shocked. "Tyler, big bro, you're hurt?" He tried to recall, answering, "Probably got hit while fighting Dragon Tiger." Tyler turned away awkwardly and said, "It's nothing serious. I'm just gonna change clothes." He moved so quickly he didn't notice the jade pendant slipping from his waistband right into Michael's hand. Michael stared at Tyler in shock, then hurried away like he was running from something. That behavior was totally unlike his usual calm self. Michael wondered aloud, why is Tyler so distracted? Dropped his stuff like that? Could his injuries from fighting Dragon Tiger actually be worse? Jenny took the pendant from Michael and said, "I'm gonna check on big bro Tyler. I still gotta thank him for saving me." Without waiting for Michael's reaction, she quickly left with the pendant in hand. Michael grumbled, "No matter what, me and Tyler saved her together, but she didn't thank me at all." He felt pretty hurt. Tyler returned to his room and started peeling off his clothes. His body was covered in cuts and bruises. Just then, Jenny pushed open the door and cheerfully called out, "Big bro Tyler, your pendant fell down here." Her sudden appearance startled him. He froze like a statue, eyes locked on her. Jenny glared at his wounds, cheeks flushing slightly. A second later, she quickly looked away, bashfully saying, "Sorry, didn't mean to stare." Tyler calmly redressed, shaking his head gently. "It's fine." Then he took the pendant and thanked her, much appreciated. Jenny, concerned, glanced back. "Big bro Tyler, are your wounds okay?" He bowed his head, voice distant. "It's just some sad stuff from the past." Seeing the pain in his eyes, Jenny's heart ached. She softly asked, "Big bro Tyler, are you really okay? Is there something you can't talk about? You can share it with me," she suddenly recalled. "Oh. And Michael said you seemed a bit out of it lately, too." Tyler sighed deeply. "It's almost my sister's Memorial Day." Jenny looked at him sympathetically, realizing he needed space. She stepped toward the door, offering quiet comfort before leaving. "Big bro Tyler, hang in there. I'll head out now." At the door, she suddenly asked, "By the way, big bro Tyler, last night I had a dream where someone kidnapped me. Was it you who came to save me?" Tyler gave a slight nod, and only then did she realize the truth. "That day, I swear I wasn't dreaming," he said, eyes closed, trying to explain. The boss had already assigned me to watch over her quietly for a while. After hearing this, she nodded softly, voice mellow like a spring breeze. "Yeah, thanks, bro." Big man Tyler. Under the quiet night sky, Alex showed up to meet Jake and cut straight to the chase. "Your trip into the wasteland this time, was it all about catching Long Two Kin?" He shot Alex a glance and nodded, confirming. "Exactly." Then he powered up his energy. A bright golden aura flared in his palm, blazing like a fire in the dark. Jake showed off the golden orb he held. Long Two Kin's beard, called Long Dian 2, is a crucial ingredient for making immortal elixirs. Tyler, curious, asked again, "Immortal elixir?" He calmly lowered his hand. The Long Dian 2 slowly dissolved away. Speaking in a steady tone, he said, "The king's old, so wanting this kind of elixir is only natural. Just so happens Lin wants to make some. That's why we're meeting now." Alex smirked lightly. "Catching Long Two Kin anytime you want? That's some streak of luck." Jake answered coldly, "Lin's got serious skills. He figured out how to clear the mist in the wasteland and pinpointed where Long Two Kin would show up. From what Tyler knows, Lin's always been at odds with your third bro, quietly facing each other in the still night." Next morning on Mount Titan, a loud voice boomed, "Master Balthazar, help me get justice." The speaker was Dan, kneeling before a big building's gate, shouting, "Please punish that guy, Tyler. He stole my apprentice. I can't beat him. Master Balthazar, please step in." Standing by the gate, Balthazar held a whisk broom, silently observing. Dan looked up and continued. Master Balthazar promised the Dan family 3 favors. Balthazar was visibly troubled, replying coldly, "In all these thousands of years, the Dan family never used those promises. Now, you want to call them in just to punish one guy? You're using Master Balthazar's word just to teach someone a lesson?" Dan grinned. "Yeah, why not?" Balthazar tried reasoning. "Shouldn't you think this through more carefully?" Dan, confused, pointed at himself. "Think about what? I'm the last one left in the Dan family. I'll use that promise whenever I want." Balthazar sighed deeply at Dan's stubbornness, then reported to Master Balthazar and told Dan, "Master's aware now." Hearing this, Dan got excited, jumping up. "So you're going to be the one to teach Tyler a lesson, huh?" Balthazar nodded firmly. Exactly. In a quiet room, an empty cushion, a half-burned candle flickering dim gold, curtains swayed softly in the breeze. In another silent space, old man Hank sat lost in thought on a chair, unaware someone had entered. He bowed his head and sighed, wondering if this mission was done yet. Suddenly, a dark aura crept down his neck. He muttered. Key's appearance went well, no new orders, probably finished. Just then, he looked up to see a figure standing firm across from him. Tony. What are you doing here? Hank asked, shocked. Caught off guard, Tony scratched his head, muttering, don't know. Then he added, I remember we were supposed to review how this played out. Thinking of Tyler, Hank sighed heavily. Damn, what a shame. We tried to seize the celestial energy, but Tyler messed everything up. At the gate, the elder monk stood silently, holding a staff, watching closely. Danny looked up at him as the monk spoke. Old Immortal promised to do 3 favors for my family. The monk looked troubled, replying coldly, for hundreds of thousands of years, your family never called on that promise. Now you want to use it just to punish one person? Using an immortal's vow just to teach one guy a lesson. Danny grinned. Yeah, why not? The monk tried to reason with him. Don't you think this needs more thought? Danny looked confused and pointed to himself. Why think about it? Now I'm the only one left in my family. If I want to use it, I'll use it. The monk sighed in frustration at Danny's stubbornness, then reported to the old immortal and came back with news for Danny. The old immortal knows already. Upon hearing this, Danny lit up, shouting, so he'll teach Ryan on my behalf, right? The monk nodded firmly. Exactly. In the quiet room, the empty cushion and a flickering candle cast a warm yellow glow. Curtains fluttered gently in a light breeze. In another silent chamber, Grandpa Harris sat lost in thought, unaware someone had entered. He sighed deeply, wondering if his mission had been completed. Suddenly, dark energy crept up his neck. He murmured, the final step went smoothly, no new orders yet, maybe it's done. Looking up, he saw a man standing tall before him. Grandpa Harris was shocked and asked, Pastor, what are you doing here? The sudden question caught Pastor off guard. Scratching his head awkwardly, he muttered, not sure. Then he added, I thought we were reviewing the mission. Remembering Ryan, Grandpa Harris sighed heavily. Man, it's a shame. We almost used the world's chance to grab immortal energy, but Ryan ruined it. Thinking of Levi powers, old man Hark let out a heavy sigh. Ah man, I was trying to seize that rare energy from the world for myself, but Levi totally wrecked my plan. Jake asked his dad, Dad, the heavenly energy's already in Liam's hands. What can we even do now? Hearing that, the old man's eyes flashed with cunning and scheming vibes. It might be in his grip for now, but whether he can hold on to it is a whole other story. The next morning, Liam's family got ready to hit the road in their carriage. Just as Liam was about to hop on, Grandpa Hayes showed up with his crew, asking all polite, son-in-law, you leaving already? The old guy grinned, trying to sound friendly. Even though Jake's hometown, Oak Ridge, was small, it was still an ancient city, so why not hang around one more night and let us show some good old hospitality? Hearing this, Mike glanced back, waiting for Liam's reply. But Liam just shot it down flat. No thanks. Then he sneered with a cold smirk. Since when did you suddenly become the son-in-law? You weren't acting like that before. Jake stepped closer, trying to negotiate. We heard you snagged the heavenly energy on your trip to the Badlands. Mind showing us a little? After all, every cultivator out there dreams of touching something like that. The folks behind him lit up instantly, their eyes bright with hope, all staring at Liam. That's when Liam got what they were after. Grandpa Hayes put on a fake sweet tone and asked, son-in-law, heavenly energy's rare and all, but carrying it around is risky. How about letting the Hayes clan hold on to it for now? Of course, we'll provide something valuable in return. Right then, the old man lightly clapped his hands, and a young guy stepped out from behind, carefully holding a silk-covered object. Grandpa Hayes lifted the red cloth slowly, revealing a shiny orb that made everyone's jaws drop. The orb pulsed with a red spiritual aura. The old man said, this is a true essence protective pearl. It can. Before he finished, Mike cut in with a loud sneer. Temporary custody, huh? Sounds real slick, Hayes clan. Mike's blunt interruption made Jake's face turn bright red in anger. He frowned and barked, you little punk, we're trying to be kind here and you're ungrateful. At that moment, one of the Hayes crew spoke up. Since the heavenly energies appeared, it makes sense for the major clans to keep it to stop it from falling into the wrong hands. Then the Mang family barged in. Mr. Mang pointed right at Liam, fearless and loud, asking, hey, where's Mang Jr.? Mrs. Mang looked fierce, fingers shaking as she pointed at little Nate, voice icy as frost. Someone saw Mang Jr., and that little brat getting taken by Sun Devourer. So why is he back? And what's up with my Mang Jr.? Nate looked scared, blinking at her dumbfounded, but when he didn't answer, she got even more fired up, grilling him non-stop. Where's the kid? Did you hurt him? Liam calmly dropped a bomb. He's dead. Mr. and Mrs. Mang were stunned like lightning just hit them. Their eyes darkened, faces drained of color. Then some of Lee's guys showed up, one pointing at Liam accusingly. Word in the Badlands is our young master's been chasing you too. Another added, our young master's still stuck in the Badlands, no contact with us, so don't you think you owe our Thunder City forces a clear explanation? Soon enough, a crowd surrounded Liam, shouting accusations like he was the bad guy. Mike couldn't stand seeing the clan leader get bullied and coldly threatened. Why don't I just wipe you all out right now? Mrs. Mang jabbed a finger at his chest, teeth grinding as she demanded, What do you mean Mang Jr.'s dead? If you don't bring him back, I swear I'll kill you. She hadn't even finished when Liam slapped her so hard it was like a thunderclap. After that, he calmly said, The Mangs have been arrogant, bullying people, acting all lawless, deserved way worse. She clutched her swollen cheek, stammering in shock. You, Mr. Mang shouted, furious. You killed my 2 kids, Mang clan. I'll fight you to the death. Looks like he was signing his own death warrant. Liam's glare was full of cold blood, dead serious as he said, Ha, Mang clan, your turn's coming up next. Even now, Grandpa Hayes tried to play it cool, casually throwing around son-in-law this and that, thick-skinned as ever. Son-in-law or not, this whole situation's getting way too messy without any explanation. He even played the good guy, suggesting Liam take the pearl, hand over the heavenly energy, and Hayes' clan will help you carry the burden. After all, we're family, right? Liam stepped past him, gave a sideways glance, and shot back. Want the heavenly energy? Grandpa Hayes stayed silent, silence, saying yes loud and clear. Liam calmly summoned his spiritual energy. A deep blue aura started to spread like mist in the air, something slowly taking shape in the palm of his hand. Everyone there stared wide-eyed, glued to the unfolding heavenly energy in Liam's hand. The blue aura grew stronger and stronger, soul pressure hitting like tidal waves, crushing down on those with weaker cultivation, their bodies trembling, then dropping to their knees as the ground shook. Soon even Grandpa Hayes started struggling. He gritted his teeth, gathering energy but barely holding back a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Sweat poured down like a cold shower, though Lee's 2 subordinates pushed back hard. Their resistance quickly fell apart, almost collapsing. Then Liam spoke coldly, Are you really worthy of making demands? Right after, he suddenly ramped the pressure up. His body trembled violently before kneeling down as the ground shook. Soon, Grandpa Harris himself started to weaken. He clenched his teeth, struggling to control his energy. His spirit fought hard against a heavy pressure like a mountain. His whole body shook, drenched in cold sweat. Even though 2 of Riley's men fought with all they had to resist the invisible force, their defense quickly crumbled and almost collapsed. At that moment, Ryan coldly asked, Do you even deserve to make demands? Then he suddenly intensified his pressure. The Tang sect leader was totally beaten, dropping to his knees, gritting his teeth as he admitted that this power was truly some kind of celestial energy. Lei Tianyuan threw a sarcastic jab at those who overestimate themselves, making it clear they just weren't cut out for this. Without another word, he pulled back his energy, climbed into the carriage with his partner, Han Yi, and her kid. Meanwhile, everyone else stayed bowed low on the ground like they were paying respects at a funeral. Mrs. Gumang refused to accept the harsh reality, begging her husband desperately, Jason, please send someone immediately deep into the wilderness. I have no doubt Mang's child is still alive. Jason Gu's face hardened with rage as he recalled the old humiliation when that thug, Ben Farley, stole his bride. His voice was low and bitter. I haven't forgotten the disgrace Ben caused stealing my bride back then. Now they've taken my child's life. Mark my words, your whole clan will pay a horrendous price. Death won't even end it. At the same time, 2 of Li Cheng's bodyguards whispered, The fog in the wild zone is thickening again, just like before. We can't keep searching. You, Sam, stay here and wait for the air. I'll head back to Commerce City to report. As Lei Tianyuan's carriage rolled into an open clearing, a group dressed in yellow had been waiting silently. Their leader, an old man, put his hands together in respect and greeted warmly. Mr. Li, it's a true honor to meet you here in River City. I recently finished building an alchemy lab in Eastern Frostport and would be thrilled if you stopped by. Lei gave him a quick once-over and answered coldly, no emotion in his voice, If there's time, maybe. The old man knitted his brow, eyes flickering with curiosity and caution. I've heard rumors you harnessed celestial energy from the wild zone, and that terrifying pressure inside the city earlier came from it. He sighed. That energy's insanely tempting. If you ever run into trouble, come find me in Eastern Frostport. Actually, there's something I need your help with, too. After the old man shared the whole story, Lei furrowed his brow deeply. Without another word, he waved his hand, urging the carriage forward. Once it was a good distance away, only his indifferent words drifted back on the wind. Maybe I'll swing by Frostport in about 2 weeks. Hearing that slim promise, the old man relaxed some, clasping his hands in respect. Old Wu will be waiting, Mr. Li. Take care of yourself. The carriage kept rolling steadily. Lei stepped inside, facing little Dave, who was quietly meditating. The boy's eyes opened, worried. Dad openly flaunted his celestial power could stir up even more trouble. Lei calmly shut his eyes, confident as ever. No matter how many little fish swarm, they can't shake a solid mountain. Displaying strength the right way makes the clueless back off, too scared to stir the pot. Just then, little Max ran over, wrapping his arms around Dave, giggling. Dave, you finally called Dad. This trip to the wild zone wasn't a waste at all. Dave beamed and nodded softly. Yeah. Suddenly, Tyler appeared behind them, looking serious like never before, blurting out, Sir, it's about Zero Phantom. Unlike Tyler's urgency, Lei stayed cool. He said calmly, I've probed Zero Phantom's soul, but parts of the memory were blocked, unclear. Then he gathered his power in his palm, forming a glowing blue orb, which showed Zero Phantom reporting to some shadowy figure. Master, the items you asked for are secured. This secret chamber only I know about rest easy. The master, a man in black with his back turned, remained faceless. Tyler suddenly noticed Zero Phantom's memory seemed forcibly distorted. Lei sighed, it's some kind of mind trick. To know what they really talked about, we'll have to find the person in that memory and meet them in person. Tyler voiced his concern. Sir, could little Dave's soul fragment be among those items mentioned? Lei withdrew his power, the orb fading, and lowered his voice. Thankfully, I pinpointed the secret chamber's location Zero Phantom mentioned. First, we'll go there and look for clues. Lei's face darkened, his sharp brow tightening. By the way, it's time to wipe out the Cloud Summit sect. The carriage suddenly jerked to a stop. Everyone inside was shocked. Jenny was the first to poke her head out, asking Min, what's going on? Why'd the carriage stop? Min frowned. I don't know, it's weird. Tyler appeared, adding, Long Fang's senses are crazy sharp. If it stops suddenly, it probably means danger ahead. But no one understood why the surrounding area was eerily quiet. Just then, rustling came from the bushes. Min pointed and shouted, Someone's there. Max spotted someone familiar, excitedly yelling, I know that old man. She jumped off the carriage quickly, running over happily. Hey, Grandpa. Tyler tried to stop her, but Min reassured him. Don't worry, we met him when we first got to River City. He's just a regular guy. Max, with wide, curious eyes, tugged on the old man's sleeve, her childish voice ringing out. Grandpa, where are you heading next? Seeing the adorable kid, the old man's face instantly brightened. A rustling sound came from the bushes. Max pointed and shouted, Someone's over there. Little Zoe recognized the person and yelled excitedly, I know that old guy. She jumped down quickly, running toward him and cheerfully called out, Grandpa. Tony tried to stop her, but Max reassured him, Don't worry. We met him when we first got to River City. He's just a regular guy. Zoe's big, curious eyes squinted as she tugged on the old man's sleeve, her childlike voice ringing out, Grandpa, where are you off to this time? Seeing the sweet kid, the old man's mood instantly brightened. The old man answered gently, Little miss, are you family? As he stood up, Emily quickly dashed over, her small hands catching his arm with a sparkle of concern in her eyes. The old man gave a soft smile, his voice low and tinged with worry. I'm waiting for someone. But why would a kid like you be confused about waiting for someone out here in some empty spot? Just then, he glanced toward a car, where a couple was stepping out. The old man let out a cold sound. Emily turned her head, curious, and asked, Dad? Hey, do you know him? Jake slowly approached the two of them. He spoke calmly to Emily, Emily, go back to the car first. The girl nodded obediently. Okay, Dad. She obeyed but kept glancing back at the two men standing across from each other. The old man stared directly at Jake and asked coldly, You're Jake Harper? Jake responded firmly, That's me. Upon confirming who he was looking for, the old man explained, I come on behalf of the Din family, descendants of the Din clan. Jake recalled that only Din and the old man remained from that lineage and nodded in acknowledgement. He also recognized the man's identity, Master Tian, truly the immortal elder of Mount Tian. Without another word, the old man raised his hand slightly, and in a flash, a fierce burst of energy erupted like a volcanic blast all around. Immediately, Jake summoned his own energy, generating a massive shockwave to push back against the savage attack from the Master of Tian Mountain. The pressure was overwhelming. Mike and Tim quickly combined their powers, forming a protective shield around the carriage. Mike gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like a waterfall, and shouted, This pressure is unbelievable. Is that old guy some kind of immortal? Can we even hold out? Tim kept a bit more calm but tried to reassure his buddy. Mike, chill. If things get worse, you gotta get everyone out of here, as soon as possible. Tim kept up the shield, eyes fixed on the two silently battling energies ahead, his face showing clear anxiety. Dude's power might be the strongest I've ever faced. Hearing that, Mike spun around and asked, stronger than the electric boss? Tim's face turned pale, brows furrowed, voice heavy with doubt. Maybe. Between them, the old and young energies raged nonstop, both trying to dominate by sheer force, each wanting a clear win. Jake's mom, Sarah, watched anxiously, her worries plain. Emily's innocent but worried voice cut through the tense air. Dad, are you okay? Sarah frowned, trying to guess the battle's outcome. The terrifying pressure was spreading fast, rocks and dust swirling in a storm. But in the eye of the storm, both stood firm, silent. Jake frowned slightly, his face pale but eyes burning with iron will that caught the old man by surprise. The Immortal cleared his throat, thoughtful. So that's how it is. He admitted, no denying it. You're one of the few who can put me in this spot. After a pause, the elder earnestly advised, please, Mr. Harper, stop this fight. With that, he slowly withdrew his energy. Jake mirrored the gesture, stopping his attack. The Immortal looked at him with respect. As expected of Mr. Harper, you've reached the 4th level in the Grand Emperor realm, the so-called heavenly stage. Silence fell so deep, the slightest breeze felt frozen. The old man broke it, starting a chat first. Jake used his energy to move a table and chairs off the carriage, then politely invited the elder to sit down like old friends catching up. Witnessing this stunned everyone, eyes wide with shock. What the heck was this? They were just beating the crap out of each other. Now sitting like longtime buddies catching up? Mike couldn't wrap his head around their mentality. Jake asked, Master Immortal, what can I learn from you? The old man chuckled humbly. The title Immortal is just flattery from the people. Surely, this old man can still grow old. Just call me old friend. Jake leaned in, curious. I never told you about my clan. How did you know who I am? The elder reminisced. Lately, a few have tried to break into immortal status, but only one succeeded. That was you, Mr. Harper. I've known people from your clan. Their techniques resemble yours, so I took a chance on my guess. He paused, a bit nostalgic. The first I met using this technique was long ago, and he shared your name. Jake blinked, my grandfather. The Immortal continued, when the veil hiding your true power lifted, I was certain you're a descendant of the late Tian Li. Fascinating. You didn't hide but passed down this ultimate technique explains why the Harper clan rose so fast, something rare to see. Jake calmly explained. Techniques are just tools, living ones control them. You knew my grandfather, but I bet you're not here just to talk family stuff, huh? Levi Powers said, Grandpa. The ancient Immortal continued, the fact that the mask hidden on your face was broken confirms you're a descendant of the legendary Levi Thunder. Pretty wild. That you don't hide it and even pass down these ultimate techniques, no wonder Thunder Peak rose so fast. Most don't pull that off. Levi calmly explained, techniques are just tools. The real power comes from the person wielding them. That old Immortal knew my grandpa, but I bet he didn't want just a family chat, right? Man, I didn't expect you to cut straight to the chase like that, the old sage said slowly. Every major realm has 4 stages, beginner, mid-level, high-grade, and peak. But when it comes to the Supreme Emperor realm, most folks only know 3 levels, Mystic Light, Infinite Phenomena, and the Galaxy realm. He shook his head. But that's not the whole story. The Supreme Emperor realm actually has a 4th stage, which is your current level, Sky Division, almost like a near-immortal phase. Most immortals break through from the Galaxy stage, so hardly anyone knows about this one. Back when I was about to become immortal, I sensed this level too, and I'm one of the few immortals who broke through from Sky Division, he explained. Those words finally cleared up a mystery that'd been bugging Henry for a while. Sky Division? At that moment I heard the call from Wu Chi because I'd reached this level, Henry shared frankly. No wonder I didn't feel sick or off lately, I've even sensed faint flashes of destiny. The old man nodded. That's why you didn't actually fail your breakthrough, you succeeded beyond most regular immortals. He glanced up at a blue butterfly fluttering nearby, his voice softening. Soak in this realm as much as you can. Once you've got it down solid, becoming immortal won't be late at all. At that point, I might just get left in the dust by you. Henry sincerely thanked him. Appreciate the wisdom, old-timer. The elder stroked his beard and chuckled. Don't thank me just yet. Going immortal gets tougher from here, and I might be accidentally slowing you down. Then out of nowhere he asked, when you crossed the tribulation, how many heavenly thunders did you face exactly? Henry didn't hesitate. 28? The old man spoke slowly. Did you know? Early immortals like you never actually had to deal with heavenly thunder. Henry frowned. Then where did those thunders come from? The elder's tone dropped. You probably guessed. After someone becomes immortal, they add part of their power to the heavenly tribulation to block the next immortals. 28 heavenly thunders means throughout history, there have been at least 28 immortals. Henry asked curiously. Old sage, mind if I ask you something? The old man smiled broadly. Anything I know, I'll tell you. Henry looked a little worried. With my current strength, what chance do I stand against the twin void immortals? The elder stroked his beard calmly. Those two breaking through together is basically cheating. They can share the tribulation's burden as a team. That's why united they're strong, apart they're weaker. With your current power facing one of them, you might just hold your own. Henry nodded. Got it. That ended their talk. The old man stretched, pushing off his elbow as he stood. All right, that's enough for today. Henry watched him start to leave. Curious. Didn't you promise Ding Jay you'd teach me a lesson? The elder shrugged casually. I only agreed to the promise, never said it was a must. His eyes suddenly locked onto little Chi, and he asked with interest, Spirit child, don't you plan to train the girl yourself? Henry gazed at his daughter with warmth, shaking his head. Sweetheart, my killing aura's way too heavy, and my training method doesn't suit Wu Chi. If I teach her, she'd only reach my level, which would limit her potential. The old man muttered an oath softly. Right then, little Chi jumped off the carriage and ran up to them, loudly accusing the old sage. Hey mister, you're the bad guy. Why are you bullying my mom? The elder smiled wryly, sincerely apologizing to the little girl. Sorry, young miss. Then he handed her a token. You've helped me twice now. This old guy ain't great with gifts, but here's something for you. She hesitated, looking up at Henry for permission. He nodded, giving the green light. Holding the token, Leany thanked him respectfully. Thank you, sir. Before she could finish, the elder had already started walking away, chuckling. Old Hugh takes his leave. After a few steps, he asked Henry, You just gonna ignore those two trailing you? He replied quietly, already planning to shake them off. The old man left with a simple, I'm out. As Henry and his daughter slowly approached the carriage, two shadows peeked up from the bushes by the roadside. The girl tilted her head, curious, whispering to the man next to her. Uncle, did you catch anything they said? The man stroked his beard. Since that old guy showed up, I couldn't hear them clearly. His power probably surpasses even the Supreme Emperor Galaxy stage. Hearing that, the girl gasped. That strong? Suddenly, her eyes flickered. Henry appeared right in front of her without warning. He bent down and stared, making her scream in fright. Henry just stood there, silently watching the old man and the kid hiding behind the bushes. Neither of them dared speak. Finally, the girl broke the silence, raising her hand in greeting. Hey. Henry spoke coldly. You've been following the Wu Chi sect this whole time. Now it's time to say goodbye. The girl screamed in alarm. Wait, you've always known we were spying. He didn't answer, instead signaling to Tui Feng. Tui Feng, see these guests out. The girl mumbled awkwardly. Come on, considering we've been tailing you so long, doesn't that mean something? Let us follow a little longer. Henry ignored her and kept walking. As she tried to follow, Tu Feng raised his hand to stop her. Ladies, it's time to leave now. Realizing she couldn't change their minds, the girl sighed. He had no choice but to admit it. All right, I actually do have a favor to ask you guys. After that, Tyler followed Ethan, leaving behind an old man and a kid standing there dumbfounded. Suddenly, the girl called Tyler back. Hey, wait up. I think I've met you before. Your last name's Carter, right? Tyler felt like he'd been hit by lightning. Then the girl dropped a name. I remember now, Vanessa Carter. That name struck a deep nerve of anger inside Tyler. His eyes flashed with deadly intent. Without hesitation, he threw a punch right at the girl. At that exact moment, just as Tyler was about to hit her face, a powerful hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Tyler and the older man both released strong pressure, creating two waves of energy crashing against each other, one icy blue, the other a deep green, violently clashing in midair. As soon as she got free, the girl didn't flinch in fear. Instead, she gripped his hand tightly, hyped up and shouting, Whoa, look at that reaction. Guess I wasn't wrong. You're the son of Vincent King, the big shot from Stormguard Empire. Tyler's usual calm instantly vanished. Gritting his teeth, he warned them through clenched teeth, Don't ever mention him around me. Seizing the moment the older man let his guard down, Tyler immediately launched a powerful strike at the talkative girl. She took the hit, spun around, and got hurt pretty bad. Just as things were heating up, Ethan suddenly spoke up. Let's get out of here. Seeing the opening, Tyler was distracted by Ethan's words. The older man jerked Tyler's hand free, scooped up the girl, and took off fast. Even while in his arms, the girl stayed fearless, yelling back, Hey, next time you help me out, dinner's on me, gonna treat you big time. The older man wiped sweat from his brow and quietly told her, Miss, please keep it down. Once only the two of them were left, Ethan turned and said, Tyler, you don't need to tag along for the trip to Oberon Heights this time. He froze, quickly stepping forward to speak. Boss. But Ethan didn't let him finish, just gently slapped his shoulder and continued, Focus on your own stuff for now. Having worked with Ethan for so long, Tyler knew he was the decisive type. What he said went. So, he nodded in acceptance. Got it. Then they both headed back to the carriage. Before it rolled off, Tyler warned Mike to take good care of the boss. Make sure you don't. Mike lost patience mid-sentence and pointed right at Tyler, firing back hard. Why does only you get the credit? Huh? You think I need reminders too? Tyler didn't hesitate, hitting a sore spot for Mike. Ha! The weakest of the top 8. Mike fumed like he was about to explode and cursed under his breath, though he couldn't deny the truth. After teasing him, Tyler turned and walked away. As Ethan climbed into the carriage, Mike got curious. Hey boss, who was that older guy back there anyway? Jade also turned his head, puzzled. Yeah, bro-in-law, who was he? Ethan lifted the curtain, cool and distant. From Mount Celestial's sect. Mike rubbed his chin, murmuring, Mount Celestial. Immediately, a terrifying name popped into his head. Could it be the Immortal Elder? Just mentioning it changed his expression, fear crept in. Jade gasped, no way. The Immortal Elder from the proud 5 Immortals, nestled at the base of Oberon Heights, was a bustling town called Summit Valley. By now, Ethan's caravan had entered. Mike, driving, could feel the heavy, gloomy vibe in the air. People on the street looked pale, heads down, dragging their feet like lifeless shadows. He reported, Master, we've arrived at Summit Valley. Inside the carriage, Lily was deep in training. Ethan held Jade's hand, looking concerned. Jade, Lily needs to train constantly. Sorry you have to protect her all the time. She smiled to reassure him. It's okay, but you better watch out too. Bored? Nico poked his head out the window to check out the scenery. Curiously, he asked, Dad, why do people here look so weird? Jade shivered as a chill ran down his spine, replying sadly, Yeah, there's a heavy sense of death around here. Just then, a little girl clung tightly to a man's leg, crying and begging, Daddy, please don't leave. I don't want you to go. The man's heart was heavy, but he pushed the girl away firmly, warning her coldly not to follow. Although his eyes showed how much he hated leaving her behind, he softened his tone, telling her to behave and stay with Grandma. Without another word, he turned and walked off, ignoring the girl's heartbreaking cries. Daddy, Daddy. Nico suddenly jumped out of the carriage, helped the girl up, and asked gently, Hey, are you okay? Sniffling, she sobbed, I don't want him to leave. If he does, he'll never come back. Jade had somehow already gotten out and sat down beside her, wiping her tears and asking softly, Sweetheart, can you tell us what's going on? Still crying, the girl spilled out, It's the Immortals. Every month they come here. They take people from the town up the mountain, saying they're working for the High Immortals. Everyone here worships the Immortals. They kneel and willingly obey whatever is asked. At first, folks thought it was a blessing. They happily followed the Immortals up the mountain. But what's scary is more and more people disappear without ever coming back. Each time, they only bring back these glowing fruit, calling them payment. But I don't want those fruits. All she wanted was for her dad to stay with her. After saying that, the little girl burst into tears. Emily Noonan comforted her and offered, Hey, let me take you to find your dad. The girl's face lit up with hope and she thanked her. Thank you so much. Little Chi ran over, grabbed Alex Green's hand, pointed ahead, and excitedly said, Dad, come with us and check this out. In a crowded spot, a woman's sobbing voice echoed desperately. Spirit Elder, my husband is really sick. I swear I'm not lying. Could you maybe postpone him for next time? But as soon as she finished, some guy claiming to be a Spirit Elder slapped her hard. He warned coldly, the list is fixed. Don't say you're sick. Even if you're dying, you still gotta show up. The woman refused to back down, dropping to her knees begging the elder, Please have mercy, I beg you. But he didn't flinch, he drew his sword and sliced her hand. Clutching her bleeding wrist, her face drained of color, she cried out in pain. The elder looked down at her, trembling on the ground with disdain and sneered, Pathetic. You think you can just touch my sacred robe? Then he ordered his men to drag that girl's husband over here. The men watching sighed heavily. No one could get away from this, pleading only made it worse. After finishing the business, the Spirit Elder shouted, Next person. Step up and register. Who stepped forward? The little girl's father from before. Just as he was about to sign up, he heard his daughter call out, Dad. He thought he misheard and spun around, stunned. It really was his daughter, led here by a beautiful girl. Suddenly, the Spirit Elder yelled loudly to cause chaos and warned, Anyone who disrespects the elders gets killed on the spot. The dad freaked out and immediately dropped to his knees, begging, Please, Spirit Elder, spare my life. Everyone around turned pale and murmured this was the end for him. Without hesitation, the elder swung his sword straight at the girl, but out of nowhere, a massive force slammed down. The Spirit Elder looked up in horror. That power, it's insane. Michael appeared, casually clamping the elder's sword blade between two fingers, sending out a pressure so intense the elder had to push back himself. The elder smirked coldly, mocking, "What is this? So weak and flimsy. You sure you're okay?" Still shaken by Michael's strength, the elder's eyes went wide. "No way. Even the toughest fighters can't block my strike this easily," he shouted. "Who the hell are you, daring to mess with the Nine Clouds Sect?" Michael just smirked, then swung his hand with a powerful slap right to the elder's chest. One hit and the elder crumpled to the ground, screaming in agony. Michael sat casually on his chest, teasing, "Weren't you all tough just now?" Then he grabbed the elder's hair, shook him, and said, "So you do feel pain, huh?" Alex Green stepped forward, slicing a small cut on his finger and dropping blood onto the girl's wounded hand. In seconds, her injury healed completely, no scar left behind. The elder pulled out his glowing sword, his eyes blazing like a wild beast, locking his gaze on Michael. His face darkened as killing intent surged. Roaring fiercely, he unleashed a cloud-cleaving sword, moved the blade shot skyward, radiating a powerful purple force. Moments later, it shattered into countless sharp sword energies, all targeting the helpless crowd. Panic broke out as the townsfolk scrambled to flee but had nowhere to escape. They cried out in desperation, "Stop, please help us." Michael frowned, his anger igniting. Without hesitation, he condensed his spiritual energy into a blazing golden orb, shining bright as the sun. He roared, "You don't play by any rules, huh?" Then he launched the golden sphere straight into the incoming sword storm. His raw power crushed the elder's cloud-cleaving attack instantly. While the elder squinted from the shock, Michael strolled over calmly, grabbed a fistful of the elder's hair, causing him to scream in pain. Then, with a strong push, Michael slammed his head down into the ground. Just then, the blonde guy hurriedly pulled out a jade talisman to call for backup. He threw the talisman into the air, yelling, "We got a powerhouse intruder. Someone send reinforcements as soon as possible." But before the call could go through, the talisman suddenly exploded. The blonde guy's face turned pale, his hair singed and smoking, eyes wide in disbelief. What the heck? How could a sacred talisman blow up like that? He dropped to the ground, shaking all over. At that moment, Alex Green and Little Chi passed by. Alex glanced at Michael and quietly warned, "Cut the games, okay?" Michael just hummed and breezed past the defeated Elder's gang. The two remaining cronies freaked out and demanded, "Who the heck are you guys?" Alex stayed silent, shooting them cold looks, and then released a powerful, oppressive aura that made the two guys wobble on their feet. Suddenly, a booming explosion echoed. Little Chi tried to look back, but Michael quickly stepped in to block her view. Just as the group was leaving, a village man begged, "Spirit elders, please get out of here fast. You don't know it, but the Nine Clouds Sect has countless masters. You better run before they react." Michael crossed his arms, eyes unblinking and full of swagger. "Run? You want us to back off? Actually, I want to ask you something. If you're getting pushed around and treated like slaves, why don't you just move somewhere else to live? No rules on the attack." With that, Jake launched a glowing golden orb straight at the swarm of flying blades rushing in. His insane power instantly crushed the Cloudbreaker sword technique. While the enemy was still dazed and keeping his eyes shut, Jake casually stepped forward, grabbed a handful of that guy's hair, making him scream in pain. Then, Jake slammed the opponent's head down hard onto the ground. At the same moment, the blonde dude hurriedly pulled out a jade talisman, shouting for backup. He tossed the talisman into the air and yelled that powerful enemies were closing in. But before the signal could be sent, the talisman suddenly exploded. The guy's face went pale, his hair smoldering and smoking, eyes wide with shock, like he couldn't believe what just happened. How could this be? How could a clan talisman just blow up like that? He fell forward in despair, trembling all over. Right then, Ethan James walked by with little Mia, glanced at Jake, and quietly warned, "Cut the crap." Jake just gave a casual hum and swaggered past the blonde guy, whose two buddies nervously demanded, "Who the heck are you guys?" Ethan said nothing, just coldly swept his gaze over them and unleashed an overwhelming presence that made those two wobble on their feet. Then a loud boom echoed. Mia tried to turn and see what was going on, but Jake quickly blocked her view. Just as the group was about to leave, a man from the village pleaded, "Honored warriors, you need to get out quick. You don't know, there are way too many top fighters from the Nine Clouds Sect. Run now before they catch wind." Jake crossed his arms, glaring proudly without batting an eye, and asked, "You want us to run? Tell me this, if you're being pushed around and enslaved like this, why don't you just move somewhere else to live?" His gaze unblinking and full of pride, he asked, "Instead, you want us to run away? No way. I want to know, if you guys get bullied and enslaved like this, why not pack it up and find a new place to live?" The man shook his head sadly, his voice heavy with resignation. "We can't leave. The whole county, all the way around 100 miles, is trapped by that Cloud 9 Sect's magic. Our families have been stuck here for generations. Anyone who tries to make a break for it, their entire family gets hunted down and wiped out." Hearing this, everyone's faces fell. heads bowed low, pure hopelessness written all over them. Jade heard this and felt a burning anger. She called out loud, "I can't believe some so-called sacred clan could stoop this low." While everyone was talking, Levi had already walked a bit ahead. He turned back and told them, "Wait here for me." Jade, curious, asked, "Where are you headed?" Mike, who was used to Levi's ways, softly reassured her, "Don't worry, those dark clouds hanging over them will clear soon." After a moment, Levi set off alone, climbing up a long flight of stairs. He called out for Luke. Luke immediately appeared behind him, hands clasped, bowing respectfully. "Boss, all the half-demons and innocent folks inside the Cloud9 sect are secretly guarded and safe." Levi nodded, kept it short, "Good." Then he looked straight ahead, his eyes glinting with lethal intent, cold as ice as he stressed. "Next, set up guards on all the main roads. Don't let anyone from that sect escape." Luke quickly agreed, "Yes, boss. Please allow me to come along." But Levi declined and only let Zack trail behind him. Finishing his orders, Levi stared dead on at the Cloud9 sect, determination burning in his gaze. "This time, I'm going to test my true strength." Without hesitation, he walked right through the blazing electric barrier surrounding the place. Lightning cracked loud enough to shatter ears, bolts slashing across the sky like they wanted to tear the whole world apart. Inside the Cloud9 sect, lightning kept striking nonstop, casting a blinding white glow over the entire area. Thick fog swirled with dark energy, shadows flickering like ghosts all around, making the whole place feel suffocating and ready to explode. Suddenly, two gatekeepers' eyes shot wide with terror, hearts pounding out of control. Right in front of them, Levi stepped steadily inside. They immediately blocked his path, shouting, "Who the hell dares barge into the Cloud9 sect?" Before they could finish, Levi's overwhelming aura crushed their chests, making them gasp for air as if their ribs would burst. Their eyes dimmed, minds fogged by some invisible force. Amid the crackling lightning, they saw Levi's shadow multiply into 4 or 5 overlapping images. As he passed by, both gatekeepers spewed blood and collapsed. From the cliffs above, huge boulders weighing hundreds of pounds crashed down right in front of Levi, but he just kept walking without a flinch. Inside the training grounds, disciples focused on their drills. Levi strolled in like a drifting cloud, calm and confident, radiating a vibe so powerful it stopped a senior disciple mid-speech. The senior was dumbstruck, stunned into silence. After a moment, he snapped back, furrowed his brow, pointed in Levi's face, and barked, "Which branch are you from? Don't you know the clan's rules? How dare you barge in like that? Back off now." Everyone training paused, whispering, "Who's this punk? New recruit. Senior's in a bad mood lately, this guy's in for some trouble." Levi was already stepping up the stairs toward the senior. The guy got mad because Levi ignored him and shouted louder, "I told you to back off." "Heard me?" His face went pale as he ground out, "Looks like I have to mete out clan punishment myself." He focused energy in his palm, a bright golden light sparking like flame. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. Just a second later, he clutched his chest, coughing up blood. As he collapsed, Levi strode past him, his presence suffocating his opponent. Then a fierce wave of power exploded, rippling through the space around. Everyone training got slammed down hard, bodies crushed like under a ton of weight. Some screamed, "What the hell is going on?" Before long, all the cries cut off. They lay unconscious, breath stopped, life force drained away. Up on the peak, an elder sensed the terrifying aura and rushed out. Smelling blood, his face instantly darkened, eyes narrowing. "What's this smell?" He thought to himself. Something serious just went down in the clan. Then muttered, "This is bad," and vanished like lightning. A minute later, he landed hard in front of Levi, rage boiling over, shouting, "Who dares cause chaos in the Cloud9 sect?" As he swung a palm strike at Levi, Levi casually dodged, simultaneously raising his pressure to match the attack. Quickly, the elder's sword began cracking under the strain, tiny fractures glowing faintly. Before he could react, the blade shattered into pieces. The elder also spat blood and crashed to the ground, hit by a brutal counterattack. Just like that, he fell face first right before Levi. The sword shattered into shards. The man coughed up fresh blood and collapsed hard. Just like that, he fell face first right in front of Ethan James. He completely lost his composure. Struggling to get back up, his body trembled violently. His eyes were wide with terror as he looked at him, shouting, "Saint Emperor Realm." "No, that's not right. This is the Great Emperor Realm. Who the hell are you? Why are you barging into the Cloud9 Supreme Sect?" Just as he stood, Levi Thompson slammed his overwhelming pressure down even harder, his power beyond belief, making the elder's eyes bulge, his ears bleed, and then his whole body exploded. After dealing with that elder, Levi walked straight ahead. From a distance, a group appeared in the sky. The leader was Elder Hayes, one of the sect's 4 top fighters. He was furious, teeth grinding as he shouted, daring to kill members of the Cloud9 Supreme Sect. No matter who you are, you'll pay for this. With that, he ordered his comrades to unite, summoning swirling winds and tens of thousands of swords at once. As his command rang out, a swarm of blades shot into the sky, forming a massive tornado in midair. The disciples below cheered loud, praising their elder like he was a legend. No joke, Elder Hayes really lived up to his rep. Just his moves shook heaven and earth. That's right, Hayes was one of the sect's top 4, a Grand Emperor at the Infinite Realm level. He's a master who, back when he used the Celestial Cloud Sword technique, defeated 3 Grand Emperor enemies. Now, he unleashed it again, syncing up with the disciples to control the attack together. Confident he could crush the intruder, the blades shot forward like arrows, exploding with earth-shattering force. Satisfied, he stroked his beard calmly, nodding. Mess with the Cloud9 Supreme Sect. This is how it ends for you. The disciples shouted excitedly. Elder Hayes is unstoppable, our true pillar, unmatched in power. But their excitement didn't last long. As the dust from the blast settled, the guy was still standing there, totally unscathed. A disciple gasped. Wait, he's still alive. Those words made Elder Hayes spin around with a shocked, scared expression. What? He followed the disciple's gaze and froze in disbelief. How? He just shrugged off our full-strength attack. Levi Thompson casually brushed dust off his clothes, deadpan as he muttered, Elder Hayes is freaking out. He took my full-force shot. Could he be a Grand Emperor at the Stellar Realm? But he's way too young for that, it's hard to believe. After a moment's thought, Hayes decided to test him first. Suddenly, he switched gears, acting friendly and asked, So, who are you exactly? Why are you so dead set on wrecking the Cloud9 Supreme Sect? Levi pointed at him, his cold face radiating pressure as he spoke slowly. Those who sit up high don't get to avoid pain. Without hesitation, he unleashed a swirling blue storm, crashing down directly on Elder Hayes. Right away, the disciples felt heavy, breathless, and all fell to the ground, screaming, Ah, what's happening? They writhed in pain, pale and desperate for help. Even Elder Hayes trembled as he fought to hold on, muttering to himself, surprised that just a finger could pack this much punch. Things looked dire when another force arrived. Facing Levi, Hayes looked up with a hopeful gleam. Their sect leader had shown up. To stand against Levi's crushing aura, the leader activated the Celestial Cloud Hand Seal. Suddenly, 2 powerful forces clashed fiercely amid the heavens, the spell exploding into a huge glowing purple hand. Beneath that hand stood 2 men. Levi just observed silently. The disciples yelled, It's the sect leader. The sect leader's here. Indeed, those 2 were the sect leader and Elder Luke. They worshipped their leader like a savior, shouting, Our sect leader holds Heavenly Realm Grand Emperor power, just 1 step from ascension. This kid's toast now. Quickly, Elder Hayes came over and whispered in the leader's ear, Boss, this guy's probably a Stellar Realm master. The leader looked surprised. Grand Emperors at that level are rare. Could he be the Sword Saint or the leader of the Celestial Sect? But the kid looked way too young. Not wanting wild guesses, he directly questioned Levi. Are you the Crown Prince of the Wulang Divine Dynasty? Levi didn't answer. He just narrowed his eyes coldly. Though ignored, the leader kept up the small talk. We got no beef with Wulang Divine Dynasty. Levi lost patience, cutting in. Cut the crap. I'm not some crown prince. I'm here just to wipe out your Cloud9 Supreme Sect. Hearing wipe out, the leader couldn't hold back. He unleashed his power, rocks and dust flying everywhere, and barked, If that's your game. Pausing, he ordered his disciples. Everyone focus and form the array. Let's chop this guy down. At once, all the disciples focused their energy, unleashing a deadly formation bearing down on Levi. Meanwhile, the leader channeled his magic, crafting a rainbow-colored spell circle. He stood front and center, ready for battle. He spoke with pride. The sky holds 9 layers. The clouds carry 9 transmissions. This battle summons the power of mist, transforming into 9 disasters, an endless cycle of calamity. Even immortals would struggle to hold their ground here. And with that, he glared at Jake Turner, coldly spitting out each word. Even if you're a top dog at the Emperor's Star rank, this spell setup will have you dead before you know it. If you want someone to blame, blame yourself for rushing headfirst into my 9 Cloud Supreme Sect's formation. No sooner had the sect leader finished speaking than magical energy surged from the disciples sitting on the ground, while he controlled the entire flow, turning the space around them a deep purple. Power surged violently, ripping up dirt and blasting away leaves and branches, creating a scene both fierce and otherworldly. Jake looked up calmly and asked, Matching immortals, huh? At that moment, he started channeling his magic. Then he muttered, Fine, I'll hold back and see what I can do. With that, he swung his hand, sending a blast of glowing runes their way. The shapes grew larger, forming a solid shield that stopped all the flying debris. The ninth cloud disciples gawked in shock, jaws dropping. No way. How did their powerful formation get stopped so easily by immortal attack? Could he really be an immortal? No way, nobody's broken through ranks like that in this world. The sect leader pushed all his energy into the formation, already exhausted, his face pale, sweating lightly as a thought crossed his mind. Even an Emperor Star rank expert shouldn't so easily block the Nine Heavens Cloud Dragon formation. No, something's up, he must be using some secret technique. With that thought, he boldly declared, "Let's see which lasts longer, your secret skills or the power of heaven and earth." Then he amped up the formation, making it even more intense. Magical runes flashed alongside a massive surge of energy. Suddenly, he ordered the elders, Elder Li and Elder Chen, to combine their spells. Both nodded swiftly, obeying without question, and a thunderous counterattack erupted. Runes smashed through rock, slamming into Jake's shield as if trying to break it apart. At this, the leader shouted, "Nine Heavens Ultimate Shift, Nine Dragon Manifestation." Instantly, 9 roaring dragons appeared, jaws snapping as they tore through Jake's barrier. Just as one lunged to swallow him whole, Jake unleashed magic, creating a barrier that blocked the beast. At this point, the Ninth Cloud Supreme Sect held the upper hand, disciples cheering. Yes, the enemy's retreating. No doubt about it, the combined magic of 3 top-level masters is unstoppable. This punk's toast. Soon, 3 dragons pierced through his shield. Rocks and debris flew at Jake, but he stood firm, blocking the attacks. He coldly looked at the trio and said, "Is this immortal power? Thanks for the test, guys. Now, I finally know my true strength. But fake stuff is fake, no matter how close it seems. It'll never be real." With that, he unleashed his trademark force. This blast made the dragons hesitate, keeping their distance. Jake flexed his hand, gathering magic before slamming out a powerful strike. That single hit sent the 3 dragons flying, forming a tornado that shot skyward, lightning cracking into the Ninth Cloud Supreme Sect's formation, sending rocks and leaves soaring dozens of feet away. The sect leader collapsed, badly hurt, clutching his chest and groaning. "You still haven't even retracted the power in your hand?" Jake spoke quietly. "Immortal power? That's all you got." Killstar flickered over his eyes, steady and unshaken. "Test's done. Now it's time for you losers to die." His wounded foes knelt, defeated and furious, cursing. "Damn, how is this happening? Not even the whole sect leader squad can take him down. Son of a, he treats us like garbage." Just as despair took over, an elder spoke up. "Don't freak out, we still have the sect's divine artifact." These words snapped them out of their daze, giving them a glimmer of hope. "Right. Hurry up, Chief. Open the divine artifact." Then, a sharp object appeared. The white-haired elder urged the leader again. "Boss, with things this tight, calling on the divine artifact is our only shot." While he hesitated, the elder pressed harder. "With the artifact's protection, we can definitely take him down." The disciples, puzzled by the leader's silence, asked, "Boss, what are you waiting for?" Jake interrupted coldly. "He won't do it." Then he stretched out his hand, and the leader's severed head rolled on the ground. Only then did everyone realize the head was the sect leader's. Shocked, they gasped, "Boss, what the heck is going on?" The 2 elders turned pale, stunned. What kind of freaky business is this? How are there 2 sect leaders? Moments later, the imposter stammered, You killed Commander Black?" The elders fired questions, each taking a turn. "If that head really is the boss, then who are you?" "Yeah, who are you? Why fake it as the leader?" The fake ignored the accusations, focusing on the urgent issue. "Now's not the time to squabble over truth or lies. We've got to beat this enemy back and save the sect. Since the 9 Cloud Sect chiefs involve, only by pooling the entire sect's power can we hope to push him back." Then he spread his arms wide and declared with serious tone, "I, leader of the Lin clan, vow to become the vessel, absorbing the sect's power. Maybe then I can summon the divine weapon." An elder immediately objected, warning that concentrating all that power into one person briefly would crush them, but the sect leader didn't care. He clasped his hands, ready, and gave the order to the whole clan. "Everyone, channel your energy to me. I'm going to use the divine weapon's power to crush our enemy." The white-haired elder hesitated but got cut off by another. "First, we push them back. The rest can wait." Both elders nodded in agreement, and instantly, all the disciples funneled their energy toward the imposter, claiming to be the 9 Cloud Divine. 9 channels converged into one. Suddenly, the 2 elders locked eyes and also directed their energy his way, shouting, "9 Cloud Divine, converge as one." At that moment, the full power of the entire sect poured into the imposter, forming a massive glowing energy ball above his head. Right then, the disciples all started trembling and yelling, "Ah, what's happening? I can't control myself." The white-haired elder yelled in shock. What are you doing? That's my energy. The blue-haired elder realized too late. So you really had some shady plan. The imposter shrugged. I'm a fraud, no need to explain. But for the sake of the Nine Clouds Sect's survival, bear with the pain. He chuckled darkly. Ha. Plus, Su Kong Yuan already used this technique to steal others' sacred powers and cultivation. By now, the disciples had collapsed to the ground, their life signs uncertain. Meanwhile, the fake sect leader focused on the energy orb in his hands, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad, my cultivation's improving. Keep it up. The shadow of the fake Su Kong Yuan spread his arms wide, eyes steady. Though I'm just a shadow of him from childhood, I won't settle for less. I handle all the sect's business. I'm the one who truly cares for the clan. I train hard, push forward step by step. Who says shadows can't surpass the real thing? He flexed his bulging muscles, tearing his robe apart. His eyes glinted fiercely as he announced, from this very moment, I am the true Su Kong Yuan. That's my real name. I am the Nine Clouds Sect leader. As he spoke, he summoned a massive whirlwind swirling high into the sky. The white-haired elder gawked at the scene, awed. The divine power was definitely sinking with him. He really was fighting for the Nine Clouds Sect. Moments later, a sword forged from divine energy appeared in his hand. The shadow of Su Kong Yuan threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha! Finally, the Nine Clouds Sect recognizes me. Ha ha ha! Just as he was basking in his victory, Lei Tianyuan spoke coldly. That divine weapon is probably incomplete. Right after that, a small sword and what looked like a gun barrel appeared behind Lei Tianyuan. The imposter pointed his divine weapon toward Lei Tianyuan, purple silk-like aura blazing, and shouted, incomplete. Now that I've absorbed the whole sect's power with the divine weapon, you're dead. Then he unleashed swift sword strikes, the overwhelming force shattering the rocks below. He was thrilled with his divine weapon, gazing at it like it was a treasure. Laughing, he added, no wonder it's called the sect's guardian weapon. Nobody on Earth can stop its strike. Ha ha ha. The other disciples, pale from losing their energy, still couldn't hide their excitement. So this is the divine weapon's power? Didn't expect to see it kill enemies in real life while still alive. He stared at the thick smoke ahead, smirking. Looks like it's finally over. Soon, the smoke cleared, and a single step emerged. Lei Tianyuan, who seemed buried by the divine weapon just moments ago. He walked forward, saying, all right, my test of strength is done. Drawing his weapon, he spoke calmly, I gotta thank you all for that. At that moment, the imposter's energy vanished. He coughed up blood and collapsed, staring at Lei Tianyuan in disbelief. You didn't lose a thing. Are you really some immortal being? No way, absolutely no way. Lei Tianyuan swung his weapon coldly, radiating intense power, declaring this fight was over. Then he slashed fiercely, and disciples' heads dropped everywhere. The fake Su Kong Yuan's eyes went wide in horror. Those disciples were wiped out with a single strike. Disbelieving, he dropped his hands helplessly, and the divine weapon in his grip fell, shattering instantly. Lei Tianyuan's aura forced him to cough blood again. Like a madman, the imposter bowed his head and murmured, why is this happening? Why? Who are you really? And why destroy my Nine Clouds Sect? Lei Tianyuan stepped forward casually, coldly uttering just 4 words, Ling Yun Cave. The fake one muttered to himself, Ling Yun Cave. Huh, so that's it. Then he glanced at the real Su Kong Yuan's severed head, the man he'd been impersonating, and sneered, you're all just the same, talking high and mighty but blinded by money. Without warning, he burned the true sect leader's head with a palm strike, then slammed his fist into his own face. Blood dripped down as he kept his head down but laughed maniacally. Ha ha. Ling Yun Cave holds the ultimate formation created by immortals, only my face can open it. He lifted his half-destroyed face and, Old Man Tuck muttered under his breath, so this is the Lang Yun Cave. Then he glanced at the head of Old Man Tuck, the guy he was impersonating, and said, in the end, you guys are all cut from the same cloth. All talk, but blinded by cash. After that, he blasted the false head with a fiery palm strike, then punched himself hard in the face, blood dripping to the floor, his head still bowed but bursting into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, the Lang Yun Cave is rigged with ancient formations only this face can unlock. He lifted his half-destroyed face. With absolute certainty, he declared, ha, the Nine Clouds Sect is finished, and there's no way I'll let you get what you want. Ha. Jackson Rivers looked at him coolly and said, breaking this formation is a bit tricky. He paused, then gave a faint smile. But T.J., your face can definitely undo this trap, right? Then he called softly, Lacey. In just a second, a guy appeared behind him. The fake freak freaked out when he saw the newcomer's face. Yeah, it was T.J. himself. T.J. clasped his hands in respect toward Jackson Rivers and said seriously, Boss, that shot out of nowhere startled me. Imposter, who the hell are you? Jackson gave a cold reply. Boss of the Skybowl Hall. Jackson stopped talking and took steps toward the opponent. The faker couldn't believe his ears, shouting in panic, Boss of Skybowl Hall, you're still this young? What did my Nine Clouds sect ever do to you? Why are you trying to wipe us out? Jackson's face darkened like storm clouds, his voice low and fierce. Your Nine Clouds sect was my target from the start. I want to erase you all without a trace. The faker suddenly caught on to Jackson's real agenda. Wait, your real target is the 10,000 Cloud sect. How dare you? Before he could finish, Jackson's kick sent him sprawling to the ground. Mumbled defeated words, no way. Just like that, he dies, refusing to give up. After handling that, Jackson Rivers, T, J, and Lacey asked, Boss, the Nine Clouds sect is destroyed, but what about that spirit core? It wasn't destroyed, right? Jackson shot him a sideways glance and asked flatly, Do I strike to destroy halfway? He shrugged and said coolly, Isn't that right? Ignoring him, Jackson kept moving forward and ordered to head to the Cloudburst Cave. Soon they arrived at Cloudburst Cave. Inside was a complex formation holding a bunch of star soul cores, each sealed inside clear, glowing orbs. T. J.'s face reflected in one of the orbs as he spoke. This Cloudburst Cave is laid out perfectly, aligned with the heavens. It definitely had immortal hands behind its design. Without this reflection, anyone reckless enough to enter would mess up the structure, causing the whole system to collapse. Jackson used his invisible power and spirit force to push the shifting orbs aside. Then he said, Probably the Nine Clouds sect was quietly scouting out powerless but promising folks all this time, digging up their star soul cores. He closed his eyes, focusing on Tiara's star soul core. Every moment he waved his hand, scanning through thousands, even tens of thousands of soul cores inside the cave. T. J. got curious and asked, With so many star soul cores here, what's the Nine Clouds sect actually up to? Tiara's soul core has got to be here somewhere. Suddenly, Jackson's brows furrowed tight. T. J. called out loudly, Boss. Unexpectedly, Jackson snapped his eyes open, stared straight at the star soul core in front of him, and calmly announced it wasn't here. Shocked, T. J. asked, How's that possible? Jackson confirmed, I'm telling you, Tiara's star soul core is nowhere in this place. So T. J. went on, Boss, this formation is super mysterious. Could there be some secret spot we haven't found yet? Jackson answered confidently, This formation's main job is protection, not hiding anything. T. J's eyes popped wide, and he blurted, Boss, then what's our next move? Jackson explained, I'm going to use this big formation to trace the movement of anyone involved. It might give us a lead. Then Jackson muttered an ancient chant, strange symbols glowing midair. He raised his hand, paused the chaos, forming his fist and shouting, revealing a vision. The spirit, energy, and mist vanished instantly, showing T. J. talking to a masked stranger. The mysterious figure told him, Use this time to train hard. The situation in the East Kingdom's capital has been set up. When the time's right, you'll get your chance to shine. Seeing this, T. J., standing next to Jackson, muttered, East Kingdom's capital, is that image fading already? T. J. asked Jackson, Isn't the East Kingdom's capital just some spirit energy floating in the air? Jackson narrowed his eyes, radiating authority and counting with his fingers. After a moment, he said, Maybe this isn't just some random bad luck. T. J. wondered out loud. Not bad luck? Jackson stayed calm, hard to say, but the signs show that it might actually be a blessing in disguise. Smoke and ashes still clung to the ruined ground outside the main gate of the destroyed Nine Clouds sect headquarters. Hundreds of trembling survivors, ordinary people, and so-called half-demon slaves marked with iron shackles huddled together. With a cold and powerful vibe, Jackson Rivers didn't teleport away using magic but walked slowly out of the rubble. One of his trusted guys, Max, hustled up and bowed low to their leader. Boss, it's done. All the civilians and half-demon slaves we rescued are safe now. One of the boss's trusted goons, Ryan, quickly stepped forward, bowed to the tram chief, the mission done, and all the innocent people and half-demons held captive had been freed. Jake glanced over the crowd, scared but hopeful. His voice boomed like a final verdict. The Nine Clouds sect is wiped out. Those chains binding you, gone for good. From now on, you're free, follow your own path. Those words hit like a downpour in the desert. The joy exploded louder than any fear. Even tough guys were wiping tears away. The East Side crew cheered, blessings to the Celestial Lord, mixing with calls for home and lost gods. Suddenly, a rugged middle-aged man stepped forward. That was Mark, spokesperson for the folks of Summit Town, kneeling to thank their savior. But his worry leaked out, spilling a terrifying secret. The Celestial Lord had no clue. This land was still trapped inside an ancient spell, an unbreakable barrier imprisoning us for eternity. Worse, allies of the Nine Clouds sect would come hunting those the Lord freed. Jake stayed silent, eyes closed, no need for words. He lifted his sleeve. Right then, a deep crack echoed not from stone, but from the shattering of the sealing veil holding this land captive for generations. Far away on Mount Dragonfire, another loyalist bit a blade of grass, smirking proudly. No doubt, the Temple Master really gave it his all. At that moment, monstrous cracks tore through the mountain. The stone plaque bearing the Nine Clouds sect's name split and crumbled into dust. Suddenly, the sky cleared, bright and endless like a fresh future. Liam's voice reminded the crowd, "The seal's broken, you're free to come and go as you please." Right then, a young woman from the half-demon slave group named Luna stepped forward. "Oh, mighty celestial lord, we half-demon slaves are free but homeless, no shelter, nowhere safe to hide from those hunting us. Could you take us in? Give us a place to belong?" Jake used his power to lift her up. His eyes locked on the sharp black metal collar strangling her neck. He said softly, "No need to kneel in front of me. I'll break those soul-binding collars for all of you." The half-demon slaves froze in disbelief. Could it be possible? Jake touched the lock on Luna's neck, and pure white light like polished jade flowed into the dark metal. The collar dissolved instead of shattering. In an instant, the slave chains melted away, falling to the ground as nothing but metal dust. Freed from the collar, tears of relief streamed down her face. "Okay, really okay now. You're our rebirth savior." She bowed again. "I'm Luna, sincerely pledging my loyalty. Please take us into the celestial sanctuary." Hearing that famous name, the other half-demon slaves instantly got on their knees, shouting loyalty in unison. Jake raised a hand, signaling them up, his face turning serious. "First rule in the sanctuary, never kneel to anyone, and don't ever call me master. Also, if you want in, you've got to go through soul scan, a must to keep the place pure and safe. Decide for yourselves." The half-demon group exchanged looks, then nodded fiercely. "We're ready for the soul scan. Please accept us into the sanctuary." He turned to Liam, "Get the screening started." Before finishing, Jake's eyes chilled. The Nine Clouds sect's gone, but its allies won't sit still. Stay sharp. Prepare for what's coming. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Jake reunited quickly with his daughter Ellie and Min Woo. Ellie hugged him tight, eyes shining with pride. Watching Jake return unscathed from the Nine Clouds sect left the villagers confused and doubtful. He came down the mountain unharmed, so is the Nine Clouds sect truly destroyed? Or is he messing with us? Ellie got mad, ready to explain to her dad, but suddenly a panicked shout pierced the air. Seeing the freed slaves and villagers falling down from the mountain, still shackled, sparked terrible misunderstanding. The crowd at the mountain's base freaked out, screaming, "Too many half-demons. It's definitely the Nine Clouds sect's trap to surround and kill us. Run." But then, one man noticed something weird. "Wait, look, those are the folks they took up the mountain." In moments, the screams flipped to tears and hugs. Calls of brother and dad filled the air, proving Jake's words true. "Son, I thought you were gone." A father sobbed, holding his lost boy tight. The boy grabbed Jake's hand. "Dad, this celestial lord here, he took down the whole Nine Cloud sect on his own, broke the ancient spell, and saved us all." The villagers flipped 180 degrees, dropping to their knees, chanting, "Thank you, celestial lord, for saving all the people of Summit Town." Jake stayed cold. The seals lifted. "You're free to leave." But even free, confusion still clouds their faces. Where do we go? How do we fight the evil sect's allies? Just then, a man stepped forward with a bold offer. "Lord, please be merciful. So, can we join the Chi Li sect just like those half-demon slaves?" The name Chi Li sect hit the crowd like a lightning bolt, whispers full of awe and craving rippling through them. Chi Li sect, a powerhouse beyond compare. But do they even want ordinary folks like us? Lei Sky Yuan kept a straight face, only repeating the one rule. "All right, but you gotta go through the soul scan first." The mention of soul scan made Plenty pale and nervous, yet after a moment of hesitation, gratitude and the need for protection won out. "My life saved by the high Immortal. I got nothing to hide. I'm down for the soul scan," one dude declared, sparking a chorus of agreements. "We're in, too." Lei Sky Yuan nodded, telling Lee Thomas to get things rolling. Still, a few folks hung back, hesitant to face the tough test from the Chi Li sect. Even though doubts and jitters about the super soul's nature lingered, everyone present signed on without question. Spotting the worry written all over their faces, Michael spoke up to calm them down, his tone cold but steady. "No need to freak out. This super soul stuff ain't scary. Follow the rules and behave, and you'll come out safe and sound." He paused, flashing a sly half-smile. "But if anyone's got dark intentions or bad plans, well, heh. Different from Michael's long talk, Lei Sky Yuan didn't waste time. He raised his hand and firmly said, "If everyone agrees, let's get started." No sooner were the words out than he activated the Super Soul formation, a golden magic circle flashing above the crowd. Powerful spiritual energy beams shot down, like they were trying to probe every corner of their minds. Some felt relaxed and light, but plenty more writhed in agonizing pain, sweat pouring like a waterfall, faces turning ghostly pale. Michael zeroed in on a trembling man, a curious, escaping him. Driven by curiosity, Michael fired off some spells to watch what horrors this guy was reliving that terrified him so much. Soon enough, chilling memories flashed in Michael's mind, images of that man being brutally tortured by members of the Nine Cloud Supreme Clan. Endless sword strikes rained down. The guy knelt, begging desperately, "Please, spare me. Let me go." Then a blonde-haired thug barked orders to him. "Keep a close eye on these mortals. Report anything suspicious immediately." The man took the secret orders, his mind twisted completely, and obeyed their cruel commands. "We mercilessly slaughtered innocent humans." After seeing this, Michael's face darkened instantly. His voice turned ice cold. "So that's the deal. You're the spy the Nine Cloud Supreme Clan sent. Even using chaos to rape others' wives and kids, then wiping them out to cover your tracks." Henry's fear of the Super Soul formation made sense now. A middle-aged guy in the crowd heard this and shook with bitter rage. Pointing straight at the traitor, he shouted, "You told me my nephew's whole family was taken by the Nine Cloud Supreme Clan. That was you? It was you who caused all this." Saying that, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, barely holding himself together. Everyone nearby was furious, shouting curses and insults at the spy. "Never thought you'd be this low. Why'd you screw over your own people? We always thought the Nine Cloud Supreme Clan was behind it all, but turns out, if not for the High Immortal's super soul magic, we'd be completely fooled by you." The betrayed crowd ground their teeth in anger. Suddenly, a chubby dude with a sword charged at Lei Sky Yuan, trying for a sneak attack. He yelled, "Try to die." Lei Sky Yuan stood calm, not moving a muscle, but the sword clattered to the ground before he even got close. Michael, nearby, burst out laughing, dripping with contempt. "Damn, you really think after I wiped out the Nine Cloud Supreme Clan, Lei Sky Yuan here would get caught by some cheap stunt like yours?" No sooner had he finished than Lei Sky Yuan's presence doubled in intensity. Under that insane pressure, the chubby guy collapsed, shaking like a scared rat. His face twisted in unbearable agony, then exploded right there. His buddies, witnessing such a brutal end, freaked out, screaming and scattering. But Michael was faster than lightning, blocking their escape. With a cold tone, he said, "Trying to run?" In seconds, every fleeing guy blew up into pieces. Michael hadn't even acted, just stared, wide-eyed and amazed. Frowning, he teased Lei Sky Yuan, "Could have at least saved me some face, man." Lei Sky Yuan ignored the jab and turned to the crowd, commanding the soul scan to continue. The Super Soul formation reactivated. Just then, a girl stepped forward and asked, "Boss, can you just handle this yourself? What if this soul scan messes up and hurts innocent people?" Realizing she maybe pushed it, she quickly added, "I'm just worried. No offense to your call." Lei Sky Yuan stayed cool and replied, "Everyone entering my Sky Lei sect does so willingly. I never force anyone. As for errors in the soul scan, no matter how advanced the soul reading technique is, any trick used to mess with memories always has a weak spot. If we catch on to hidden memories or anything fishy, we'll keep a close eye on it. Once we nail down info about the undercover agent, there's no holding back." After making that clear, he told the girl, "From now on, you're the Heaven's Layer sect. Don't be shy or scared talking to me." The girl let out a soft, "Oh," her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, cheeks flushed from a mix of embarrassment and awe. Min threw a teasing grin. "Ha ha. Check out that face, looks like someone just got caught up in the feels." A moment later, Liam respectfully reported, "Boss, the soul enhancement ritual is done, no problems found." He nodded. "Good. Liam, take them to get settled and start their training." Liam replied sharply, "Yes, boss." Back at the car, cousins Jenny and little Chi were sound asleep. Alex stepped up beside his wife, standing near little Leaf as she focused on her practice. She glanced up, quietly asking him, "Does little Leaf understand what I'm trying to ask?" He shook his head slightly, then she pressed on. "So, what's your next move?" He looked at his wife gently. "Heading to East City Castle. Fate's handed us some clues, so might as well check it out. Besides healing little Leaf, we gotta remove the bonds she's carrying. I've got an old ace there who's a pro at wards and formations." She leaned her head on his chest, whispering, "Make sure you watch your back too." Alex's eyes filled with love as he softly squeezed her hand. "Don't worry, we've got this." Together, the couple held each other in perfect silence. Meanwhile, Tyler stood frozen in front of an ancient tree. He stared sadly at the gravestone at its base, whispering, "Auntie, I'm back to visit." The name etched clearly on the stone was Auntie Bianca. Pouring out his heart, he said, "Master saved me. I've been with him all these years, everything's been fine. You don't need to worry." Saying that, painful memories flooded his mind, locked up in a dark room, face covered in blood and wounds. Then, at that critical moment, Alex walked in, holding out his hand, "Come with me." Tyler hesitated only briefly before deciding to follow, and that choice changed his life completely. Snapping out of the flashback, he proudly told her, "Surprise, huh? I've reached Grandmaster level now. No one can push me around anymore." As he spoke, he carefully wiped dust from the gravestone. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Tyler narrowed his eyes, shouting, "Who's there?" An iron chain slammed toward him at insane speed. Tyler just leaned back, the chain whipping past his coat, leaving a cold gust whistling by his ear. A man in a black cloak landed lightly on the ground. He looked up and said, "Finally, you show up. I've been waiting here 7 years. Actually, 8 years to be exact. I knew you'd come back." Tyler faced the newcomer, his expression turning icy cold. He ground out through clenched teeth, voice low and menacing, "Reaper." The Reaper growled, spinning the grimy black chain into a deadly vortex, its whistling sound chilling. The cold voice rasped with murderous intent, "If I don't end you now, how can I complete my next mission?" In a flash, Tyler unleashed his kite shadow spirit technique. Instantly, multiple blurry but lifelike images appeared near him. He and the illusions darted forward, creating a fierce cyclone attack aimed at the enemy. The Reaper's eyes widened in shock, thinking, "Gotta respect this guy, now Tyler's force has hit some insane new level, one I never imagined." Tyler stayed quiet, but his aura swelled powerful and unstoppable. As the two forces crashed violently, a loud grunt echoed, shaking the space around them. The Reaper snarled, swinging his chains fast and sharp, ripping the air with fierce screeches. Then his eyes bulged wide, clearly stunned by what he saw. What the hell? His sacred chains were shattered into tiny pieces by Tyler's overwhelming aura. Seizing the moment, Tyler surged forward, pushing the Reaper back with insane force. Struggling to stand again, the Reaper stared hard at Tyler, eyes filled with disbelief and amazement. If he wasn't mistaken, that glowing thing in Tyler's hand was the legendary celestial weapon. Tyler coldly explained, "This sword's called the Rebel Horn. It's forged from rare reverse scales of the Azure Dragon, combined with 1,000-year-aged cold steel, smithed by either the master or someone else." Without hesitation, Tyler swung the sword relentlessly. A cold flash cut through the air. Fresh blood splattered the ground. The moment Tyler landed, the Reaper collapsed. He sheathed the sword, eyes icy cold like frozen snow, declaring, "I'm not the person I used to be." But just then, the Reaper's hand twitched. Struggling upright, long bloody tongue flicking out, blood dripping down his arm to the floor, he dashed at Tyler like a black lightning bolt. Tyler spun around, shocked. Wait, Reaper's still alive. His long pale tongue lolled out, blood dripping like a slow leak down his arm, and faster than a black flash. He charged at Tyler crazily. Tyler turned, shocked. Man, is this curse undead or what? How is he still alive? At the same moment, in the East Kingdom's royal city, Lucas Taylor's flashy carriage rolled through the city gates. The ornate ride was crafted with crazy detail, catching every curious eye from the passers-by. People whispered, "Whose fancy wheels are those? Which rich family are they from?" Nobody knew. Even the top nobles hadn't seen anything like it. Could it be some distant prince or big shot visiting? Inside the carriage, little Jake had his eyes shut, focusing hard on his training, a fierce red aura glowing all over him. Totally different from the usual cool blue energy Lucas wielded. Sarah Taylor looked at her son with worry. Lately, Jake's been in a lot of pain, and she feared something might go wrong with his intense training in the 9-9 origin technique, known to be brutal. Hearing his mom freak out, little Ellie tugged on Lucas's sleeve, whispering softly, "Dad, is Jake gonna be okay?" Lucas gave his daughter's head a gentle pat to calm her down. "Don't worry, kiddo. For your brother, this is actually a good thing." Ellie's eyes went wide as she blinked up at him, confused. A good thing. Lucas didn't explain more and suddenly pressed 2 fingers to Jake's forehead, carefully checking his energy channels and strength. Then he turned to Sarah. "Jake's path to power was definitely not typical. Thanks to the special talisman I personally forged for him, he could build his inner strength. But since he's got crazy talent, his blood energy amps up way too fast, mixed with some unique energy from rare pills or special items, it makes his power all tangled up, which is why his trainings hit some bumps." Pausing a bit, Lucas took her hand softly, his voice low and soothing. "Don't stress too much. Once we get inside the city, I'll find some rare herbs with blood energy to ease Jake's symptoms. Just then, a voice called out from outside the carriage. "Mr. Taylor, we've spotted the 10,000 pill pavilion." The carriage stopped in front of the 10,000 pill pavilion. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Move it! Move it! Don't block the air's way." Fancy embroidered shoes slowly stomped forward. The man approaching wore flashy yellow silks, flicking a paper fan like he owned the world, glaring down at an old woman standing ahead. The lady pleaded tiredly. "Sir, how did we offend you? Why tear up our stalls?" He lifted his shoes, looking totally arrogant. "These ratty stalls block my view. How else am I supposed to admire my fresh kicks?" When people recognized who just showed up, everyone's faces changed to fear. They whispered, "That disaster's loose again. Get inside fast. If he notices you, you're in big trouble." "Yeah, for real." Suddenly, a handful of heavy gold bars flew and hit a young guy in the face, making his nose bleed. The thrower was that same guy in yellow. Smirking, he sneered, "What are you staring at? I'm good-looking, loaded, you jealous, or what?" Then he coldly kicked the guy again and again, shouting, "Watch your mouth, fool. This cash is for your medicine, got it?" The beaten guy clutched his head, crying out in pain, begging, "It's enough, please, help me." The bystanders wanted to help but lacked the guts or strength. They trembled in fear. After beating the guy half to death, the yellow-clad thug tossed some gold bars as payment, wiped his hands calmly, then said, "I hate hearing people gossiping behind my back." Spotting some nearby folks, he raised an eyebrow to challenge them. "What? You want some medicine money too?" Hearing that, they all bolted in different directions. Once the crowd scattered, his mood instantly lifted. Laughing loud, he said, "Ah man, this feels good." Suddenly, his eyes caught a carriage rolling slowly forward. He stood right in the middle of the street, not budging. "You want me to stop your ride?" Min woke a little annoyed, flicking his ear and saying, "You blocking me want to get your ride smashed, or what?" The yellow-clad dude circled the carriage, eyes gleaming greedily, then declared, "Top-tier materials, mad defense, even a space barrier, soundproof and comfy. Yeah, I like it. From today on, it's mine." Then he swaggered up to Min, boldly demanding, "I want your carriage. Name your price." Min's face twisted in rage, barely holding back. "You're a dumbass, get lost." But the guy didn't flinch. With smug pride, he shot back. "Ha, you know who I am and still got the nerve to act like that." Min gave him a cold look, like he was dealing with an idiot, pointed a finger, and smirked. "What? Did I say your name? Why would I care who you are?" The man threw a handful of gold into the air, grinning as he started his intro. "Name's Johnny Cashworth, son of East Kingdom billionaire Frank Cashworth. Nickname Money Guy. Your ride here is my top target. Consider it an honor." Then, cocky as ever, he chucked gold bars onto Min's face and shouted, "Is this enough to make you hand it over?" Min coldly brushed the gold bars back, instantly unleashing invisible force that slammed Johnny to his knees. His crew stood shocked, frozen. Min frowned, voice ice cold. "Some things ain't up for dreaming about, and you sure ain't allowed to just reach out and take." Tommy was on his knees, eyes bloodshot from pure rage. He pointed straight at Jake and yelled, "You hit me. You actually hit me. Even my dad never laid a finger on me. But today you dared to swing on me. You better believe I'll buy you out with cash and beat you dead. Got it?" Then he barked at his goons. "Squad, get in here." Hit him hard. Obeying with no hesitation, 3 lackeys lunged at Jake. 3 loud smacks rang out as Jake slapped each one hard across the face and threw them flying. The guy still couldn't make sense of it, ordering again, "Hit harder, harder." But before the command finished, his crew was already sprawled all over the ground. 1 second later, Tommy snapped back. No one was left to follow orders. Staring at the moaners beneath him, trembling like a leaf, he stuttered, "You dare hit me? You'll pay. I swear I'll make you go broke paying for this." Jake just shrugged, smacked him lightly on the shoulder. "All right, I got you covered." Tommy's face drained of color, barely got a word out before Jake landed a thunderous punch, sending him flying like a ragdoll. Jake strolled up confidently, tapped his hand, and started his little speech. This slap, born from earth and sky, moist with the rain's essence, collecting the sun and moon's power. Get hit once, it clears your head and boosts your lifespan. Now tell me, doesn't this slap here rightfully cost $1.8 million? Tommy clutched his cheek, swollen like a steamed bun, gritting his teeth, shouting, "You!" Jake was faster, slapping him again and again. "You who? Didn't I already pay you back? Don't act all greedy now. Thinking my slaps ain't worth at least a rusty gold bar. These blows are hitting like lightning, and your face is puffed up like a pig's snout." Jake pressed on. "Enough yet. Speak up, tell me, come on." No answer, so he kept slapping with even more energy, ending by throwing Tommy across the ground. Tommy lay flat out, face swollen to a grotesque size. "Come on, spill it. Say something." No answer. Minwoo only punched harder, ending it by throwing Chi and Dara to the ground. She lay sprawled, face swollen and red like a pig's, tears streaming as he barely gasped. You gotta let me talk, can't just shut me up like that. Staggering to his feet, voice cold and clipped. Even my dad never beat me this bad. Jake crossed his arms and said proudly, "Oh please, I'm way tougher than your old man. You can start calling me Grandpa now." Tommy snapped back, regaining his fire with flair. "It's time I show you all my ace up the sleeve." Saying that, he aimed at the sky, shouting, "Meow, meow." Right then, a fierce gale burst up that made passers-by struggle just to stand. Screaming, "Help! Somebody!" Soldiers rushed over, asking, "What's going on?" Suddenly, Chi and Dara froze. In front of her appeared a black smoke with two glowing eyes. "Weird," the soldiers whispered to each other. "What's that?" "A demon beast." Soon, the smoky form condensed into a huge black cat. Chi and Dara stood before it, laughing triumphantly. "Ha, this is Bira, a super strong demon beast I spent a fortune taming. Ha ha, scared yet? I'll make you regret messing with me, Chi and Dara." Just then, the carriage curtain slid open, and Levi Powers stepped out coldly. He muttered, "What's all this noise?" The moment he appeared, Bira froze, glaring wide-eyed, drenched in sweat. Chi and Dara didn't notice Bira's fear. She pointed at Minwoo, yelling, "Meow meow. That's the guy who hit me. Take him down and turn him into pig brains." Nearby onlookers whispered, stunned. Chi and Dara even had a demon beast like that, backing her up. "Man, talk about using your home turf, and this girl's got a freaking cat squad." Those words reached Chi and Dara's ears, and she pointed at the two soldiers, shouting, "Shut up, all of you. Want to die before your own funeral. If anyone talks back, I'll handle you myself." Then she ordered Bira, "Meow meow, get him." Bira stood sweating bullets behind her. Levi Powers casually walked forward, his invisible power radiating so strong that it scared the cat stiff. Bira thought, "Oh man, why'd I have to run into this big boss?" Chi and Dara kept yelling, "Mio mio, finish him. Once you're done, I'll give you gourmet spirit food and arrange a servant for your baths. Now go beat him up." Seeing no reaction, she turned to find Bira completely frozen. She touched it softly and murmured, "Meow meow, why aren't you moving?" Minwoo grabbed Chi and Dara's hair, voice icy as he warned, "Turn her into pig brains. You, little punk. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson yet." She trembled, stammering, "I didn't mean to." Minwoo kept slapping her face while Chi and Dara sobbed and begged, "I'm sorry. Please stop hitting me, mister. I won't do it again." Even stranger, Bira saw its master kneeling and cowering. He immediately copied the move, dropping to his knees and yelling out, "I admit it, please spare me." Jake's mouth fell open in disbelief. His tough pet was actually begging for mercy. He shouted loudly, "Yo, kitty." Tony told Mike, "Quit wasting time." Mike took the hint and punched Jake one last time, sending him flying like a bouncy ball. Mike smirked, "Listen up, kid. You better learn some humility, or you'll be waking up as bacon every single day." Seeing both of his henchmen struggling to stand, he barked, "Stop spacing out, keep moving." The two guys grabbed Jake to drag him off, shouting behind him, "Just wait next time. You might not be so lucky to just lose your head like that." When Tony's fancy carriage rolled down Main Street, folks couldn't help but turn their heads. Everyone's face was totally freaked out, each one throwing out shocked gasps nonstop. Who the heck was riding that horse-drawn carriage that even that ghostly beast was trembling like crazy? No clue. No one's ever seen this dude before. This guy's got that boss vibe, definitely not just some nobody. Seeing the Be-La Beast tagging along behind him, Mike couldn't help but ask, "Yo, why are you following us around?" The beast lowered its head, letting out a heavy sigh full of bitterness. "Life ain't easy, man. Meow meow gotta hustle just to get by." Mike joked, "Hey big shot, top-tier masters usually hide out in caves. Why are you out here hustling all over the place?" It answered gloomily, "It took mad effort to trick some dumb fool into serving me, and now you just mess it all up." Mike scowled, coldly warning, "Look, you're weak, so why you blaming me?" The beast put a paw in its face, grumbling, "Yo, you know how tough it is to just grab a decent meal in times like this, right? I was chilling peacefully with the High-NM sect, getting all the respect and resources from that goofy kid, Tao Da. Otherwise, I'd have to go hunt and fight out in the wild danger everywhere. But now they come messing with this big boss. Who do you think made me so stressed about surviving?" As it spoke, it shed a few crocodile tears and shot an accusing glance at Larry. Mike's face turned pale with anger. He glared and snapped, "If I'm not mistaken, you bully the weak, run scared from the strong, and bail when things get rough. So why you blaming us?" The Be-La Beast fired back immediately. "How can you pin this on me? That's just street smarts. Others without eyes died off hiding in the wilderness. Me surviving shows I'm clever. Eyeing Larry like he was some kind of savior, the beast tried to look all sweet to win him over. Man, these days if you don't hustle, you starve. Big boss, why not just take me in? Then it started bragging. Check out my sharp claws, sleek fur, glowing eyes, top choice to roll at your place. I can even help you check out treasures and sense cultivation. Larry was blunt. You're weak as hell. That shot made the beast cough up blood. It stomped its paw. Hey, I am the mighty Bai beast, not weak. Before it could keep arguing, Larry's invisible aura hit it hard enough to shake it, forcing a quick attitude flip. So it collapsed on the street, wailing and throwing a fit. I'm so weak, boo-hoo. Just as it drowned in self-pity, Mike cut in. Stop, stop, stop. Can you chill out a bit? You're scaring everyone. The Bai beast glanced at the freaked-out crowd and casually agreed. All right, fine. Then, it shrunk into an adorable little kitten. Mike's eyes nearly popped out as he gasped, For real, you can shrink like that. Just then, little Cindy peeked out, and seeing the kitten, she couldn't help but squeal, Dad, it's so cute. She walked up to check out the Bai beast, face to furry face. Sensing her vibe, the beast jumped into Cindy's arms, acting all innocent. It was pumped, thinking, sweet, now I'm riding her coattails. Just gotta keep this kid safe, and life's gonna be chill. I'm a genius, the Bai beast boasted to Larry from nestled in Cindy's chest. I might not be great at everything, but protecting this little lady? No prob. Cindy adored the kitten. She looked up at her dad with sparkling eyes and asked, Dad, can I keep it? Larry couldn't say no to his precious girl, so he sighed and gave in. All right, fine. Though it's weak, as your pet, it's okay. With his approval, Cindy beamed, Thanks, Dad. Then, Larry conjured a glowing orb filled with spiritual energy and tossed it to the Bai beast. Curious, it asked, Big boss, what's this for? He replied firmly, In case you betray me. Freaked out, it asked, What happens if I do? Larry gave a cold sneer that made the beast's fur stand on end. Meanwhile, over on a street corner, a man told his crew, Hurry up and report back, the boss is back. Not long after, a carriage rolled slowly into Van Dam Pavilion. Larry stepped down, telling his family, Wait right here. On his own, he entered Van Dam Pavilion. Unlike the quiet outside, inside was buzzing with energy. Larry walked calmly as a sales girl looked up, surprised. She stood and asked, Can I help you? Need medicine? That's to the right. Looking for a pill master? Left side. Larry said, I'm here to see old Dan. She replied, Him? He's super busy, but if it's urgent, you can meet him upstairs. Following her direction, Larry glanced up and handed her a bag of cash, saying, Get me some Yu-Min spirit mushrooms, 1,000-year blood ginseng, 9 heavens, jade dew, and soul-severing herb. Hearing this, she frowned. Blood ginseng and spirit mushrooms boost your life force, but soul-severing herb is deadly and doesn't mix well. What'd you want that for? Just then, a man stepped forward, answering sarcastically on Larry's behalf, obviously to charm old Dan's daughter. He went on, Lately, plenty of people say they're here to see old Dan, but really they got sketchy motives, can't trust him. Then, throwing a sneer on Larry, he mocked, I can't stand little rich brat snowflakes like you, just throwing cash to get a girl's smile. Those herbs might save some lives out there, but in your hands. Sneering, I can't stand trust fund kids who just toss around cash, hoping to impress some pretty girl. This medicine might save lives for others. This isn't some toy for you guys to mess with. Then he handed cash to the girl running the stall. Miss, I want to craft the vein refining pill. I'm buying the soul segment herb. The girl blinked, staring at the two dudes in front of her. Then she pushed Lyle's money bag away gently, politely refusing. Sorry, but rare herbs gotta go to those who really need 'em. Lyle stepped forward, speaking slowly. Mixing soul segment herb with the vein refining pill? Long-term use like that's straight up dangerous. You're just putting him in harm's way. The other guy scoffed at him, calling him a total loser, saying he didn't even know the recipe for the vein refining pill and was just bluffing. Everyone around started whispering, wondering if soul segment herb really was poison for the vein refining pill. How could that be? Yeah, he's talking nonsense. Lyle shut his eyes and shook his head, thinking it's impossible to reason with someone dead set on messing up. Hearing this, the other guy got mad and pointed at him, yelling, You call me stupid enough to court death? Everyone heard that. Hope you folks here kick him out and keep the peace. Suddenly, the herb girl cut in, Hold on. If you say it's poison, then you must know something about pill crafting. So tell me this. If soul segment herb's out, what herb should we use for the vein refining pill? Lyle replied, Yin-yang grass. The girl frowned, confused. Yin-yang grass. It grows where yin and yang meet and helps balance symptoms. But for the vein refining pill, just then, an old man jumped out and challenged him. Yin-yang grass won't work. This punk is the chief elder of the Thousand Pill Hall. We've already tested it. The yin energy in that herb only clogs the patient's veins worse after forming the pill. Another dude folded his arms, smirking. Yeah, every pill master in Thousand Pill Hall knows that well. Someone else added, thought he was some big shot, turns out he's just talking trash. Lyle answered sharply and clearly. That's just because you guys never got the method right. The middle-aged elder looked up sharply and asked, then how do you suggest processing the yin-yang grass? Lyle calmly explained, yin-yang grass holds the cycle of life and death energies. Direct heat fire will provoke deadly energy, so you've got to refine it with alcohol instead. Its watery nature awakens life force. When he said that, everyone in the hall burst out laughing and mocked him loudly. Ha, what a joke! Who uses booze in pill making anyway? This spoilt brat must be drunk or something looking for laughs. The elder frowned, locking eyes with him seriously. Herbs are the soul of pill medicine. No one can mess with facts here. You just lied on purpose to trick everyone. Consider this a warning. If you buy anything from Thousand Pill Hall again, your prices will be jacked up tenfold. Lyle just shook his head coolly, acting indifferent. Believe it or not, up to you guys. A man dressed in purple robes immediately pointed at him, shouting, Kid, get out of here now. Thousand Pill Hall doesn't welcome you, so stop blocking our trade. His words got cheers from everyone else in the hall, all shouting in agreement. Yeah, know nothing but still act all high and mighty. Pathetic. Lyle ignored all the trash talk, slammed the money bag down, and told the girl in charge, I'm buying herbs. The crowd scoffed loudly, but the girl just froze, her eyes wide, staring at him without a word. Suddenly, another guy cut in, loudly yelling, Miss, you see, he's just stirring up trouble. I still need to craft the vein refining pill. Sell me the soul segment herb. The girl snapped back serious. Pill crafting is a life or death deal. The debate about soul segment herb and yin-yang grass has to be settled clearly, or else it'll end badly. After a moment thinking, she turned to Lyle. Since you're so certain, why don't you prove it? Show everyone how you use alcohol refinement in the pill process. Another old man eagerly backed her up. Yeah, let's see if he's telling the truth. Lyle didn't argue. He stepped up calmly to a jar holding liquid, lifted it gently, glanced at the crowd, and confidently declared, All right then, I'll open your minds to the water pill method. Folks around looked puzzled, whispering what that was. Was he seriously planning to craft pills with water? How could that work? Then Lyle handed the girl a list of herbs he needed. She read the names aloud. Top-grade yin-yang grass, extreme yin snail, and shadow blue mushroom. What? Hearing these, the hall erupted. He's trying to make the vein refining pill. All these are deadly cold poisons. Is he trying to kill someone? Exactly. The girl, suddenly loud, warned the crowd. Quiet. The pill-making area is protected by Thousand Pill Hall's rules. Anyone causing trouble before the pill's done will be kicked out. Please keep it down and watch. Then she turned back to Lyle. You'll get the ingredients you asked for. Not long after, she brought the herbs up. Lyle swept his hand, tossing all the herbs into the furnace and started crafting. Pouring the liquid from the jar, he softly explained. The water pill method uses water as the base to nourish all living things. Everyone, please stay orderly and watch closely. Then the girl turned to Tony. The herbalist's supplies will be here shortly. Before long, she returned with the herbs. Tony swept his hand, tossing all the ingredients into the furnace before starting the brewing process. Tilting the flask, he poured the liquid out and calmly explained, Hydroalchemy is all about water. It's the source that nourishes everything living. The ingredients were quickly soaked in the liquid. Then Jake wrapped them up with his powerful energy and said, This is the essence purifier cleansing out all the impurities. In no time, his energy flared up in a burst of vibrant colors. The girl's eyes went wide with shock. No way, this guy's power is insane. Looks like he's hit the top level of the peak master stage. Someone standing nearby whispered, Wait, you're just realizing this now. Could his word actually be true? Moments later, the colors merged, forming a glowing golden halo. Jake kept chanting, Heavenly bloom convergence, crimson furnace awakens, then pointed at the golden light and shouted, Boom. Suddenly, a blinding flash lit up the whole room, and everyone shielded their eyes, yelling, Ah, my eyes. What's going on? I can't see a thing. The girl was also freaked out. Impossible. The heat's insane. How can this be done with just liquid alchemy? Just moments later, the light shifted into a purple glow, revealing a flawless pill etched with intricate patterns. Jake grabbed it, and everyone stared in disbelief. No way. It really worked? That color? Those patterns? That's top-shelf black vein pill. Still, some doubted. A man said, Just because you say it's real doesn't mean it is. Who knows if this is a fake pill or not? Jake calmly replied, Fake or real, try it and find out. His words made the doubter hesitate. With so many poisons involved, what if someone dies? Life isn't a game. Another man stepped up to Jake, voice cold. I was born with a defective left meridian, plus black vein pills are way too pricey, I can't afford them. Let me be the test subject for this gamble. Jake nodded. All right, here. He handed over the pill. Without hesitation, the man popped it in and swallowed. In an instant, veins bulged, cold sweat drenched him. An agonizing pain shot through his body. He screamed loud, writhing on the ground in pure torment, scaring everyone watching. They whispered, "What's happening? Is this poison acting up?" Just then, another man pointed at Jake and shouted, "I knew this guy's up to no good. He's trying to harm others. Where's the guard? Grab him now." His crew swarmed toward Jake, but the girl waved them off. "Hold up, look at his arm." Everyone finally noticed the man's paralyzed left arm. It was stiffening, and moments later, he was able to move it. The man got up, staring at his hand in total shock, barely able to believe it. "So I'm healed." Then he stood straight, clasped his hands respectfully, and thanked Jake. "Thanks for the medicine, I'm truly grateful." Jake didn't reply. Just looked to the girl and asked, "Did you see it clearly now?" She realized she'd misunderstood him and apologized sincerely. The truth was undeniable, they'd all been wrong about Jake. Then, everyone in the hall stared wide-eyed, buzzing with surprise. Recovered so fast? No way. Is this deadly pill forging method really legitimate? Without a word, the crowd rushed Jake eagerly, asking, "Mister, got any more pills? We want to trade with you." "Yeah, we also need those black vein pills. Can you please be generous and sell us the recipe?" Jake's face darkened with fury, and a strong pressure radiated from him, making everyone freeze and tremble, unable to take another step. The girl asked, "If these pills work, what happens if someone keeps using the original method?" Jake said coldly, "Their meridians get corroded, their souls trapped, ending as empty shells." That hit everyone like a bomb. "No way, that bad. Whoever gave out this method is pure evil." Suddenly, a booming voice entered, loud and commanding. Elder Wyatt stormed in with his posse, the same guy who ordered the guard attack. Jake quickly bowed, respectfully greeting Elder Wyatt. Wyatt glared at Jake with deadly intent and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you spread lies here?" "The black vein pill method has been collected and awarded by Prime Minister Lin, verified by countless masters, it can't be defamed by you." Before Jake could speak, people jumped in fast to explain, "Elder, he really did craft a black vein pill. We witnessed his arm being healed." Still, Wyatt scoffed, dripping with disdain. "Sure, but didn't he just flash that blinding light? Who says he's not faking it with some trick, using one person to fool the rest?" Jake asked the girl. "Bring me that pill crafting method for inspection." Elder Wyatt charged and unleashed chains to trap Jake, yelling, "Who do you think you are causing trouble in the pill pavilion? Surrender now." The chains wrapped him from head to toe, but Jake stood still, completely calm as the others launched their attack. Every time Elder Hunter stepped in, the number of chains just kept multiplying like crazy. But before long, his face went pale as a ghost, cold sweat dripping down his forehead like he was running on empty. He was secretly stunned. This kid's young but packed with some seriously deep power. Could he be some rival faction's agent, trying to mess with the Prime Minister? Right then, a guy stepped forward to stop things. "Elder, hold up. This kid's strength is way too deep to figure out he might have the power of a true emperor." No sooner had he finished, Levi just used one hand to casually snap all the chains apart. The girl watching freaked out and shouted, "This is bad." She quickly stepped between them, raising her voice to calm both sides. "Please, everyone. Vanden Hall values core cultivation above all. If there's a problem, challenge each other with core forging matches. No need to throw hands and start a fight." Then she turned to Levi, "Sir, I'll bring you the core forging method you need right away." She shot a quick glance at Elder Hunter. He scoffed coldly. "All right then. If you insist the method is flawed, then I'll settle this with a forging debate." Levi nodded calmly. "Fine by me." Soon enough, the girl returned with the forging technique in hand and respectfully said, "Please take a look, sir. If you find mistakes here, consider it a win for everyone." Levi started flipping through the book. Elder Hunter sneered, clearly doubting the claim. He mocked, "The combo of stoner root herb and shadowed jade marrow supported by the 100 spirit fruit, plus strict control over the soul flower dosage and the forge fire run by a master core forger. How could it be as bad as you say?" Levi quickly finished reading, snapped the book shut, and tossed it back at Elder Hunter. The crowd murmured in shock, whispering, "No way. Could this forging formula really have mistakes? Crap. Our young master is still taking that core pill. What do we do now?" Elder Hunter's face turned purple with anger, and he shouted, pointing at Levi, "You're spouting nonsense, lying straight up." Then he loudly defended his case. "Stoner root herb and shadow jade marrow fused with 100 spirit fruit help merge the soul flower under strict measurement. and the forge fire is controlled by an experienced master. How could it be as ruined as you claim? I think you're just hunting for flaws to stir drama. But his words only made some people uneasy. They nodded along, thinking it sounded plausible. The girl suddenly recalled something the old core forger once warned her. Though these forging formulas worked, some of the ingredients used were pretty odd. She started doubting. Could he be right? Elder Hunter declared grimly. Also, we need to verify if your regular core pills really work. Can't have you passing off fakes. Then he pointed straight at the man the sky had just healed. Gah, come here. I want to prick your blood with the core tester. Quickly, the core testing machine shaped like a lion's spirit was brought out. He looked at Lesky with disgust, thinking, Ha, kid, you're biting off more than you can chew. Then, one of the healed guy's men dripped blood onto the machine. The blood hit the lion's tongue, and its eyes immediately lit up, blazing with fire. It opened its mouth and roared, lunging at the crowd. The girl screamed and scrambled away. Lesky just glanced sideways, his gaze so powerful the lion froze on the spot. Another man rushed up, threw a palm strike at the lion and yelled, Watch out! The lion shattered into pieces instantly. Two men rushed to help the girl, who had fallen sitting on the floor. Miss, are you all right? The girl shook her head. I'm fine. The guy exhaled in relief. Good. If anything happened to you, we'd have a tough time explaining to the old core forger. Everyone in the room stood frozen in fear, pale-faced and wide-eyed. Elder Hunter pointed at Lesky and kept yelling, You bastard, the crap you made isn't regular core pills. It's cursed poison pills, tricking people into madness. His men joined in the accusations. No way you're a master core forger making such deadly poison pills and then openly slandering Vanden Hall's techniques. What's your real game? The healed man anxiously cried out to Elder Hunter. What the hell is going on? Am I gonna die? Elder Hunter, save me. The crowd started shifting support toward Hunter, buzzing with talk. Poison pills? But that guy's hand already healed. The kid's gotta be faking it. Elder Hunter shoved the injured man aside. We'll deal with you in a minute. Then he ordered. Lock him down with the Vanden Hall formation. The moment he gave the command, a purple spiritual energy enveloped the room. The girl opened her eyes wide, yelling out to stop. Elder Hunter, wait up. He replied coldly, Miss Nan, step back. We're protecting Vanden Hall's honor here. Please don't interfere. She thought to herself, guess I need someone with real authority to step in. She turned and left. Lesky shook his head quietly, his voice icy. Just as I thought, not everyone at Vanden Hall is a pure master core forger like Nan Kai. Elder Hunter immediately denied. What nonsense are you spouting? You're slandering Vanden Hall's forging techniques. Even in Master Elixir's guild, not everyone is a pure alchemist like Jack. Elder Wyatt immediately shot back. What nonsense are you spouting? You're throwing shady accusations at the guild's elixir method, claiming they use poison to scam people. Yet the proof is obvious. How can you deny it? Tony gave a mocking thumbs up. Solid evidence, huh? And just as he finished, one of Elder Wyatt's guys suddenly caught fire, screaming in agony. Help me, the flames are getting worse. Elder Wyatt pointed at Tony and barked, Brat, put that guy out fast. Don't let him hurt anyone else. Obeying, the henchman cast a purple spiritual force net, clamping shining chains around Tony. The elder sneered. In the guild's trap, not even an emperor can escape. Tony stood unfazed, taunting. This lockdown move by Mike is rookie level. Guess he's lazy with guild tricks. Tony casually walked forward, stunning everyone. How's that possible? Why can you still move? They asked, puzzled. He glanced at the burning guy and started explaining. Hydro dust, colorless, scentless, but burns up instantly with fire, directly eating away at the mind. As he spoke, a flame sparked on his fingertip. You sneaked that in, didn't you? He shot a meaningful look at Elder Wyatt. Moments later, the elder and his men all vomited blood. A man shouted, You're lying. We never did that. Another added, Elder Wyatt's judgment can't be wrong. That kid willing to bet on his alchemy against us? The audience urged the elder. Don't fear him. Challenge the kid in alchemy. Yeah, let's see the skills. If you win, we'll believe in you. Elder Wyatt looked anxious and embarrassed. The herbs needed for the duel were rare and valuable. He didn't want to waste them on some punk. A guy shouted back. That's straight up slander. There's no way we did that. Another chimed in. Elder James's call on this is never wrong. Does that punk even have the guts to bet his alchemy skills against us? The crowd watching the showdown all jumped in. Elder James, don't back down. Just face off with him already. Yeah, no matter how good or bad he is, we'll see for ourselves. If you're bold enough to challenge him, then we'll believe you. Elder James looked uneasy, clearly stressed. This rare herb needed for the alchemy duel was super valuable, and wasting it on some nobody was driving him crazy. Right at that moment, a confident man stepped up and said, Move aside, everyone. I got this batch of herbs covered. That guy. None other than Tyler Banks, his face swollen like a busted watermelon from the beatdown he just took. The crowd exchanged confused looks. Who the heck's this busted up dude? Isn't that Tyler Banks, the rich kid? How did he end up like this? Tyler shot a glare at two guys whispering and cussing nearby. Zip it, he snapped. Then he turned to the elder, Hank Miles. You Hank Miles, right? Don't sweat the herbs. Just go all out with your skills. Hank's usual excuse got shut down. He looked a bit caught off guard. Before he could say more, Tyler raised his voice. If we're gonna bet, there's gotta be a prize. From what I see, the prize should be something serious, life or death. No joke. The crowd gasped all at once, everyone's faces showing total shock. Wait, what? That's a freaking huge bet. You for real? He kept throwing down the challenge. Since you alchemists don't care about your pride, I'll help you save face. Let's get this started. Tyler then leaned in close to Hank, whispering, that jerk had his goons beat me up. I'm gonna see him flatlined. You pull this off, and I'll make it rain cash. That promise just fueled Hank's fire. He figured, after all his years grinding in the alchemy game, what's there to fear from some punk? Plus, he had a hidden ace. Then he said, got it, Tyler. Don't worry, that kid's not walking away today. Hank pointed straight at Tyler, declaring, if you want to bet your life on this, I'm going all in with you. For the honor of the Thousand Pill Sect, I'll incinerate your spirit right here with alchemical fire. As he finished, Hank spread his arms wide and shouted, I've got a winning plan, just need some help from you fellow alchemists. In return, I'll share my best alchemy secrets. Tyler nodded, impressed. Hell yeah. Hank is the top dog in Thousand Pill Sect, a real man with guts and responsibility. Without wasting time, he dropped 2 heavy bags of silver coins on the ground and promised, help this guy win, and the rewards will be way bigger. The crowd buzzed as hands shot up left and right. Yeah, I'm in. With Tyler backing us, there's no way we lose to this brat. Let's back Hank all the way. Hank looked serious, saying, thanks for the support, friends. With you guys on my side, I'll crush this kid. A man asked, Elder, you planning to use? Hank nodded. Yeah, we gotta work as one. This is our chance to shine so the world remembers the whole sect, not just elder alchemists. Deep down, Hank felt insanely lucky, luckier still that Marshall Lane had prepped him with some sacred gear. Today was his shot to make a name for himself. Hank stepped into the center of the hall and began chanting a mysterious incantation. Sun, moon, and star spirits, dissolve all, awaken the sacred cauldron. Help me tame you. As his chant ended, a majestic cauldron materialized out of thin air. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be the legendary celestial cauldron? Hank stood tall, grinning arrogantly. You better believe it. This is the celestial cauldron, a divine artifact made just for alchemists. With this, even a grandmaster like you can't compare. An old man stroked his beard and sighed softly. That's a damn shame. A guy next to him confirmed, with the celestial cauldron in hand. An old-timer stroked his beard, shaking his head with a sigh. Man, what a shame. The man next to him confirmed, with that legendary elixir in hand. Old man Hank had the chops to go toe-to-toe with a master craftsman. His eyes were sharp like a hawk's, and his voice was gravelly and deep like some ancient demon. Betty won't be so cocky in a minute, huh? Today, I'm gonna make sure you bite it plain and simple. We're having a showdown cooking up a breakthrough pill. He shouted at Jake with a taunting grin. So what do you say? You got the guts to take on this insanely tough pill recipe. Hank was totally confident while tossing out the challenge. He'd spent 5 years learning how to brew the breakthrough pill from Chancellor Lambert himself. Having nailed down every detail along with the peak heavenly essence, Hank was sure he'd crush this punk kid. He pointed to the preset alchemy furnaces in the hall, acting all generous. We got all the ingredients ready. To keep the Wampill Sect's rep clean, I'm letting you pick your furnace first. Jake just shook his head, flat out refusing. No thanks. Let's just get started. Right away, Old Man Hank and his 2 assistant alchemists kicked off the brewing process. The 3 of them poured their spiritual power into the furnaces, making a loud whoosh as the machines blazed with dazzling golden light. Then, they swiftly laid out and loaded all the necessary herbs inside. While the rival squad was laser-focused on their potion making, Jake stood cool as a cucumber, barely moving. Tina muttered suspiciously, Humph, this dude's up to some mysterious trick, no doubt. She quickly ordered the servants, go tell Officer Hunter and lock down the whole Wampill Sect area. No way we let this kid lose and bail out of here. Right at that moment, Jake suddenly chimed in with a cold remark. The blaze is too strong by about 30%, the water element's lagging by a breath. That threw a wrench into the elf herb's peak performance. No surprise, this crew was just a ragtag team thrown together for show. The guy who got called out by Jake gasped with shock and glared furiously at him. Before he could say anything, Jake kept going. There's way too much wood spirit from the red pine. It fights the fire element, forcing speed, but just wasting energy. Right after, one of the assistants spat bright red blood and collapsed to the ground. The guy Jake called out stared wide-eyed and mouth agape, refusing to believe what he just saw. Jake kept explaining, still cold as ice. The flame lacks stability, the foundation's shallow, resources wasted, the ingredient orders all mixed up, and the main to support herb balance is off. This recipe's a nightmare that backfires on you. Old man Hank got so mad his face flushed bright red. He yelled, "You lowlife punk, are you purposely trying to mess with our brewing session with your trash talk?" Jake shot back with a sneer, "You're just a bunch of clowns putting on a sideshow." Hank had no choice but to get back to work, but he kept glaring and warned him loud and clear. "If you're that cocky, don't try any cheap tricks to stall when you end up empty-handed." Just then, from the heavenly furnace came a purple transparent dragon-shaped aura flying up, and someone shouted excitedly, "It worked. The breakthrough pill is done." Hank grabbed the pill, holding it high with a triumphant tone. "Kid, my pill's finished. Where's yours at?" The crowd froze as they stared at the pill in his hand. They whispered, knowing this looked almost like a first-grade immortal pill. Hank was seriously impressive. Maybe one pill's sect finally scored a new prodigy besides Old Man Dan. Tina laughed out loud, pumped up. "Ha! No more pretending. Ha!" Hank's immortal pill was a success, and there was barely enough time left for the competition like one incense sticks burn. Jake just gave her a bored glance. Thinking about running away? By now, the crowd had surrounded him from behind. Tina stood in a prime spot, brashly declaring, "No way you're making a run for it now." Up front, Hank pointed right at Jake, yelling, "Brat, scram and accept your fate before you get yourself killed." Jake didn't give those insults any attention. He pulled out a few vials of pills, then clenched his fist tight. Suddenly, two auras, a blue one and a red one, started swirling and mixing together. The crowd was stunned, totally baffled by his move. "What the heck is he doing?" someone asked. Another stammered, "I've never seen a pill brewing method like this. This technique might even be higher level than the legendary Grandmaster's cosmic furnace." "No way this guy isn't just a regular master but a legendary Grandmaster," they whispered. Hank's eyes went wide as he muttered in disbelief. "No chance. Absolutely no way. Using a pill itself as raw material? Never heard of that. He's just freaking losing it because he knows he's about to lose." From Jake's clenched fist, blue, gold, and red lights blended into a stunning display. When he slowly opened his palm, something crazy happened. A brilliantly shining pill with intricate patterns appeared. Suddenly, a chilling sound shattered the silence. "This is it, the first-grade immortal pill." The announcement shook the whole hall. Everyone stared in disbelief, barely believing their ears. "What? Did we just hear that right?" Tina rubbed her eyes hard. Long thought, "Am I seeing things or dreaming in broad daylight?" He quickly told his men, "Pinch me and make sure." One of his lackeys didn't hesitate and pinched his chubby cheek hard as a steamed bun. Tina yelped out loud in pain, "Ow, ow, yeah, it's real." Furious from the sting, he immediately slammed his fist into his subordinate with a thunderous punch. Tommy's face went pale as he stared straight at Jake, trembling as he whispered, "Can you believe it's the one-turn immortal pill?" Elder Hunter muttered like a man possessed, his eyes glassy and unfocused. "No way. I need the heavenly peak to step in if there's any hope. How could he possibly have made it?" The crowd buzzed with whispers and speculation. The outcome was clear as day. Why were people still asking who'd win? No matter how strong the Breaking Realm pill was, it couldn't hold a candle to the flawless effect of the one-turn immortal pill. The truth unfolding before him pushed Elder Hunter into a frenzy. He pointed accusingly at Jake and shouted, "There's no way he crafted the one-turn immortal pill so easily." "It's definitely fake," Tommy chimed in. "Yeah, has anyone here actually seen a genuine one-turn immortal pill?" The doubt made perfect sense. People nodded in agreement. "Honestly, we've never seen the real thing. Only heard that when the pill forms it shows a swirling mystic pattern, but that energy just now, it was unreal." At that moment, a calm voice startled Tommy. "I can prove it. This is the genuine one-turn immortal pill." Dan, standing protectively in front of his daughter, spoke up. Elder Hunter quickly fired back. "Dan from the 10,000 Pill Sect thinks he can slander us with his alchemy skills. He's spreading lies about our methods. I request that Dan immediately activates the killing formation to suppress this reckless talk." Suddenly, Jake tapped into his spirit energy and effortlessly drew the pill from Elder Hunter's hand. Shocked, Hunter yelled, "What are you doing?" In a flash, the Breaking Realm pill was safely in Jake's hand. Using the power from his one-turn immortal pill, Jake activated the pill Hunter held. Someone gasped. Using the one-turn immortal pill's power to counter the Breaking Realm pill, can a person really pull that off? A dark black aura mixed with eerie red energy rose from the pill Hunter held. Tommy froze, his whole body drained as if he'd been turned to stone. After a tense silence, the black aura dissipated, leaving only faint red energy. Jake calmly explained, Their alchemy method is way too abnormal. The ingredients clash chemically, and while it looks effective on the surface, it hides a deadly flaw that'll cause mutations over time. Only then did everyone believe him. Whispers spread, realizing Jake was telling the truth. The one-turn immortal pill Hunter used has serious side effects. When two immortal pills collide, the poisonous essence is forced out, vaporizing into black smoke. Elder Hunter stubbornly refused to believe it and snapped at Jake. "You're slandering me. You're slandering me." Dan cut in coldly. "Whether it's slander or not, the truth is staring you right in the face." Then Dan respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Mr. Jake, today's events were caused by my own shortcomings. The 10,000 pill sex management was lax, and I apologize for the trouble you faced." Elder Hunter, red with rage, gritted his teeth fiercely. "Dan, what are you doing? You're siding against me?" Dan shot him a piercing glare, his voice icy. "You're an alchemist in the 10,000 pill sect poisoning others. You were responsible for managing blood clay, so how can you pretend you didn't know where it came from?" Then Dan declared, "From today on, all your titles are revoked, you're kicked out of the 10,000 pill sect permanently, and you'll never be hired again." Elder Hunter showed no remorse and shouted back, "Fine, Non, you kick me out of the 10,000 pill sect, but don't regret it later. I'll find General Lamb and make him set things right." Then, he turned and stormed out but was stopped by Jake at the door. Jake simply said two words, "Bet money." At that, Elder Hunter totally lost it, pointing and yelling, "Bet money? You seriously want to end me?" Before he finished, he spat out a mouthful of blood. With just one finger, Jake ended Elder Hunter's life. Everyone, including Dan, stood horrified with their mouths agape. Elder Hunter collapsed silently onto the floor, the room dead silent with no one daring to make a sound. The Elder Alchemist and everyone around were frozen, jaws dropped. Hank suddenly collapsed to the floor, silence snapping tight over the room. No one dared make a sound. The star of the ceremony eyed the alchemist, and the girl beside him nervously spoke up. Dan shook his head lightly. Elder Hunter's greed was endless. He walked himself straight to his doom. Thankfully, things aren't beyond saving yet. Dan called someone over carrying a tray of rare herbs and respectfully handed it to Jake. "These are ghost spirit mushrooms, 1,000-year blood ginseng, 9-heaven jade dew, and soul-breaking grass, all top-tier rare ingredients you requested. Please accept them, and I hope you'll forgive us for any trouble caused." The precious herbs were neatly arranged, and Jake nodded with approval. Dan kindly reminded him. Though Elder Hunter is dead, he has General Lamb backing him, someone with immense influence who might make things rough for you later. That general has always been ruthless, meddling in our 10,000 pill sect, secretly buying off many alchemists. Can't predict what he's really up to, especially since he pushed the Emperor to hand me the immortality medicine task. Jake suddenly spoke. "Immortality medicine, huh?" The girl turned her head. Jake waved off the subject coolly. "General Lamb. Doesn't matter to me. Too many shady people here. Who knows how many alchemists he's secretly bought out? The guy's got some serious schemes." He shook his head, frustrated, especially using the Emperor's quest for immortality to pawn off this responsibility on me. Suddenly, the star of the show cut in. "Immortality pills." The girl turned and he waved her off calmly. "Marshall Lane, I'm not paying attention to that right now. Too many eyes here. Let's talk somewhere else. I gotta focus on little Jake." The elder quickly agreed. "All right, then. Let's head up to the Handhaven upstairs. Ladies, follow me to rest." In that private space, little Jake was locked in training, while the star used rare herbs from the 1,000-pill sect to cook up some special elixirs. Soon, a tiny pill appeared in his palm. He gently placed it in little Jake's mouth. After swallowing, the star infused his spirit energy into the boy's body. Jake focused hard, absorbing, surrounded by a pure, blue glow. The elder alchemist watched carefully, nodding in approval. So that's how it works. Even if the herbs don't match perfectly, special skills can unlock the root and unleash incredible power. Maybe even immortality creams could work the same way. The elder bowed. "Please, teach me this technique." The star shook his head and cut him off. "No need. If you grasp this, it's your own gift from creation." Any hand looked at him with worried eyes. Little Jake, he got exactly what she meant and answered firmly. His energy flow is clear, just needs some breath control. Her mood instantly brightened, eyes sparkling. "Well, that's great." Suddenly, the elder knelt down before the star, speaking sincerely. "Sir, your skills are beyond vast. Back in the day, Nathan thought he had a decent handle on alchemy, but after seeing your skills, man, I realize there's always someone better. Please, take me on as your apprentice." Nathan was ready to stick by the master's side, eager to learn. But Levi Yang proudly shook his head, refusing. "Old alchemist, don't give up," Nathan begged. "I know my knowledge is shallow and my talent weak, but I'm willing to hand over everything I've collected in my lifetime, the entire arsenal of rare elixirs and even the secret formulas for my family's legacy, if you just show me the ropes a little. Despite his heartfelt plea, Levi Yang couldn't care less. Suddenly, an old man shouted out with despair, "If you reject me, master, then my path in alchemy is finished. Life's got no meaning anymore. Better off ending it right here." No sooner had he spoken than he raised his hand to end it all, causing the girl nearby to freak out and shout, "Stop." Right then, Levi Yang quickly stepped in to restrain the reckless move. Little Dee, standing nearby feeling sorry, begged her dad, "Dad, please don't let him do that." Little Chi joined in, pleading desperately, Yeah, Dad, that old man's good people, he's helped us a lot on the road." Levi Yang looked over at Nathan, meeting his determined gaze. Then he glanced at the sparkling, hopeful eyes of the three right next to them. Sighing in defeat, he realized there was no way out with these folks. Finally, Levi Yang accepted fate, waving his hand softly. "Fine, I'll take you as my apprentice. Let's get it on the record." Hearing those words, Nathan beamed and dropped to one knee with a grand bow. Apprentice Nathan salutes the master. The girl rubbed her temple, mumbling helplessly about her dad's stubbornness. Nathan worriedly looked at her. She lowered her head, sounding weary. "Sorry, I suddenly feel drained. I need to rest first." Little Chi watched her walk away and curiously asked Yvonne Han, "Mom, who's that girl?" Yvonne Han shook her head lightly, signaling she didn't really know either. With just Levi Yang and Nathan left, Levi casually asked, "She your sister, right?" Nathan jumped and spun around. "Master, you recognized her?" Little Chi was shocked like she'd been hit by lightning, yelling, "That girl just now is the old man's real sister, but the old man's hair is all white while she looks so young." Levi Yang patiently explained, "That's nothing strange. She carries a rare illness that keeps her appearance frozen forever." Different from the kid's surprise, Nathan lowered his head and sadly explained, "Master Bai, my sister's been asleep for years, only waking up for about a month every 10 years. I've studied alchemy all my life, aiming to create a cure for her, to give her a normal life. But honestly, it's kind of a joke. Even though I'm called the top alchemist in East Vale, I'm powerless against her sickness. I just helplessly watch her drift into an endless sleep year after year, waking briefly to reunite, then slipping back away again. I'm truly useless." He shared how the siblings could only stare at each other, tears rolling down their cheeks. Hearing this, the kids started crying too. Little Chi sobbed, "That poor old man. His sister stays young forever, while he's just getting old." Little Dee nodded, agreeing, "Yeah. If you only get to see your mom for 1 month every 10 years, how can you even live like that?" Yvonne Han gently patted the kids' shoulders, comforting them. Levi Yang asked Nathan, "How long has she been awake this time?" Nathan sadly replied, "Master, it's been over 20 days. He warned, "Keep a close eye on her condition in the coming days. I've found some clues about this illness." Nathan's eyes flickered with hope for the first time in forever, trembling as he asked, "Master, are you serious? Can my sister really be saved?" Levi Yang nodded firmly, "Yeah, but first I have to find someone." He asked curiously, "Who?" Levi Yang answered coldly, "Without a doubt, it's the battle mage Ming Hao." Nathan then shared what he'd heard. Ming Hao seems to be holed up at a military camp outside the city, helping the Emperor set up some crucial battle formation. "What's Master looking for Mr. Mike for?" Lei Tianyuan stepped past him and said, "Don't ask too many questions. Just wait right here for me. I'll be back soon." Nathan clasped his hands and replied, "Yes, I'll follow orders." Little Charlie and little Dave chimed together, "Dad, be back soon, okay?" After a while, Lei Tianyuan was already out at the gate. "I'll be back soon." Nathan clasped his hands and replied, "Yes, I'll follow orders." Little Charlie and little Dave chimed together, "Dad, be back soon, okay?"